Initially, an individual is born with an innate emotional detachment and lack of sentiment. With a smile upon his face, another person perceives the world with clarity, yet his fate is fraught with adversity. He appears to have been created for him, wishing him eternal existence. They are drawn to each other, mutually offering salvation. Chapter 1. The Prophet. I gaze at those fervently enthusiastic individuals, and it truly amuses me. Why do they believe that a mere child like myself can comprehend their pleas and hear the voice of the divine? Dear sir, what should I do? I am engulfed in anguish. Each wave of pain makes me feel as if my head might explode, brain matter surging forth. Dear sir, such devout humility, it is indeed fascinating. Observing them prostrated before me, one by one recounting their sufferings, confusions, misfortunes, and ailments. Do they not understand? Where in this world are there deities or Buddhas? Even a child understands. Why can they not grasp this? It is truly perplexing. Ah, the source of the pool rises. The realm of bliss shall undoubtedly be your domain. Bliss? Oh bliss, where indeed is bliss? Every human faces mortality. Why can they not attempt to accept this? In such contemplation, the prophet upon the high seat unexpectedly shed tears. The tears moistened his butterfly-like long lashes, and the compassion within his gaze seemed poised to overflow with the tears. How can one not feel sympathy? To pity those who cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy, the foolish beings who do not know if they can even be deemed human. Why will my mother believe in such deceptive nonsense? It is not real. Gee, you must not speak thus. The prophet is a child of the divine. He can hear you. If you anger him, mother cannot reach bliss, nor can you. You will descend into hell, just like your useless father. But mother, am I to understand that you defy your mother? The conversation remained far from pleasant. The gray-clad woman forcibly dragged the child toward the exquisite edifice, concluding with the child's unspoken words. And you, dear follower, what troubles beset you? The voice retained a hint of childish innocence. The owner of the voice chuckled softly, tilting his head to observe the kneeling woman before him. His hair was peculiar, a shade of alabaster, with a glimmer in his eyes, and astonishingly, his irises were iridescent. O revered prophet, my little disciple is named Yugami. No, rather, Ikezawa Reiko, and my husband at home is quite insufferable. The child stood in the corner, quietly observing the so-called master of the faith seated at the head of the table. He gazed at the endless warmth in the man's eyes, the gentle smile, and his handsome visage, which indeed resembled that of a divine being. Upon first encounter, there was a breathtaking play of colors. Yet a deity? TSK. And in Gee, come here to your mother, the woman exclaimed after a lengthy discourse, finally turning her attention to the child. She gestured toward the boy in the corner, beckoning him closer. G looked at his mother, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He did not believe in deities and harbored disdain for this so-called eternal bliss sect. However, each time he witnessed his mother's daily struggles and the burden of her ailments, the genuine joy that radiated from her after visiting this place made it unbearable for him to shatter her illusion. He could see the source of her suffering, yet felt utterly powerless. His father was hardly as feeble as depicted. Gee, come here. The boy approached, standing beside the woman without offering a bow. This child, why does he not pay his respects to the master? Quickly, master. As she spoke, she supported the child. It's all right. There's no need for concern. He replied with his customary smile. After a moment, his gaze fell upon the child, colliding with eyes that were both intricate and crystalline. They resembled the deep azure of the ocean, seemingly capable of pulling one beneath its depths. There was no pain, no sorrow, no fervor, only a profound tranquility interspersed with traces of indignation and sympathy. It was a gaze that had not been seen for an eternity, perhaps never before. In an instant he was entranced, his smile frozen upon his face, and it took a long while for him to regain composure. Master, my child, Amagumi-ji, can he ascend to bliss? He must not descend to hell alongside his ineffectual father. He is such a good child, the woman implored, her eyes once again clouded with sorrow, tears cascading unbidden down her cheeks. Master, is that not permissible? Of course it is. Bliss welcomes him. What a splendid child he is. Amagumi G wrinkled his brow, clearly disenchanted by this prophecy, his gaze retracting. Observing his mother's delight, confusion flickered in his eyes. The master regarded him, his eyes igniting with a long-lost brilliance. How intriguing. This was indeed a remarkable individual. Chapter 2. Interruption. Over the course of the following year, G frequently accompanied his mother to the 10,000 Worlds of Supreme Bliss Church, where two children of similar age found themselves with ample opportunities to interact. Naturally, this was advantageous for the leader of the congregation, yet for G, it was not necessarily so. As for the young leader, G found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He was drawn to the mesmerizing allure of that iridescent gaze, as if he might inadvertently fall into a trap of smiling enticement. Concurrently, he watched his mother descend into madness, often quarreling with his father over the offerings to this church, harboring resentment towards that ostentatious child. He lamented both the child and his own mother. G had long been aware of his distinct perception of the world and emotional responses. In his view, humanity itself could not be regarded as such, merely skeletal frameworks intertwined with sinew and blood vessels, resulting in his struggle to recognize his own parents even after 3 arduous years. It was only in the past year that he began to learn how to control his gaze to truly see the appearances of others, perhaps due to his visual challenges. His emotions remained subdued. It seemed that all fervent feelings dulled in his presence, obscured by a thick fog, their vibrance muted and their edges softened. He endeavored to experience or imagine the myriad sentiments his parents and neighbors spoke of, yet they remained faint. He could not grasp the depths of passionate emotions, nor could he articulate them. It felt as though he were perpetually positioned in an objective stance. He observed his mother's affliction expand day by day, with the disease consuming her like a raging fire, rendering her unable to stand or speak. He thought he ought to feel pity and sorrow for her condition. Since her health had deteriorated over the past 2 months as autumn set in, G had not returned to the 10,000 Worlds of Supreme Bliss Church. His father consulted numerous doctors, yet they offered no remedy, merely advising him to care for her during her remaining days. His father, nearly at his breaking point, was unwilling to surrender. He even relinquished his pride as a warrior, laying down his katana to seek help, pleading with others. In the evenings, after he believed G was asleep, he would sit beside his mother, grasp her hand, and weep profusely. Yet, at that moment, she lay in a coma. G did not perceive his father as a bad man. At least, that was his belief. His father's work kept him away from home, preventing him from being with his mother or noticing her changes sooner. His attempts at alerting them went unheeded. One regarded him as a mere child speaking nonsense, while the other dismissed her own worries as trivial. His mother's minor grievances against his father were magnified by the illness, leading her to lash out at him incoherently at times. G felt powerless to intervene. The first time he saw his mother smile again was when she returned from a place called the 10,000 Worlds of Supreme Bliss Church. She claimed to have found solace there, asserting that the deities would guide her soul to paradise. He was baffled by the allure of that place which induced such fervent adoration in his mother. Subsequently, he suspected she had truly lost her sanity, as she forcibly took him to that church. It was there that he first encountered the legendary Son of God, who was said to lead souls to bliss. He could indeed be described as ethereal. For reasons unknown, he seemed to relish G's responses, frequently posing a myriad of questions to him. Though he was accustomed to listening to the woes of others and persuading the congregation with his words. "Well, little G, may I call you that?" he would say. "If you do not respond, I shall assume you consent, little G." He often spoke with a cheerful demeanor, yet G could discern that he was not genuinely joyous. Rather, he frequently exuded a calmness akin to a tranquil lake. G pondered whether he, too, shared this uniqueness. "How old are you, little G?" 12. "Ah, just like me." Their dialogues primarily unfolded in this manner, with the young leader inquiring and G responding. As their exchanges grew more frequent, they grew accustomed to this dynamic of inquiry and response. During the congregation's offerings, the leader often requested G remain by his side, as if his presence bestowed an inexplicable tranquility upon him, which G did not resist. Much like G's complex feelings towards the young leader, caught between aversion and an unusual resonance, there was an unending curiosity emanating from the leader towards him. He gazed into G's eyes, which were as deep and clear as the ocean, a serene yet shadowy abyss. The waves were scarcely visible, and when they did appear, they were but fleeting, soon to submerge once more. Did children of such an age possess such gazes? So transparent, as though they could see through everything. Unlike the leader, G did not wear a smile daily, nor did he adopt a posture of benevolence. He remained detached, almost expressionless, perceiving the world through his own senses and discerning others. However, the nascent understanding they had begun to cultivate was abruptly severed with the death of Rei Koizumi. Chapter 3. Change. Ji possessed a unique talent for swordsmanship. His father had taught him extensively over the years and had recognized Ji's exceptional abilities. His strikes were remarkably precise, always managing to anticipate and counter an opponent's attack, as if foreseeing their moves. In the past, his father had reveled in Ji's gifts, aspiring for him to become a revered samurai and eventually a general. Yet after the death of his wife, he felt as if the skies had collapsed upon him. He lost everything, his fortune, his dignity, yet could not retain his wife, feeling as though the world mocked him. Having lost his father at a young age, watched his brother starve, and seen his mother murdered, he now faced this calamity. Perhaps it would be better in a realm of oblivion. From that point onward, Okamura Narumi descended into a life of gambling and drunkenness. Initially, he pawned his katana, followed by their home, and eventually, his own fingers. Ji was left perplexed by this sudden despondency that enveloped his father. At times, when he returned home, his father would lash out at him, striking and kicking, hurling curses and shouts before succumbing to drink, the funds for which were often acquired through Ji's meager earnings. Occasionally, when sober, his father would carefully tend to Ji's wounds, embracing him in tears. The tranquility of Ji's days had vanished. By day, he ran errands, delivering coal and water, and he became privy to the darker facets of humanity. Some taunted and mocked him, while others displayed a complete disregard for human life. What distinguished the affluent from the rest, allowing them to thrive in such a carefree environment while exhibiting such brutality? The corpulent figures he observed bore an unsettling resemblance to livestock awaiting slaughter. At the age of 14, debt collectors came to their door, and both Ji and his father were brutally beaten. They were warned that if the money was not forthcoming within 3 days, their lives would be forfeit. After their departure, his father shakily rose, clutching Ji's shoulders and shaking him violently, his fingers pressing down until they turned white. It's all your fault. Ji, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost so much. It's all your burden. He raged, a disheveled man stripped of his former gallantry, his eyes bloodshot with fury, before he abruptly quieted, collapsing into a daze on the ground. Ji, ringing in his ears from the blows, could scarcely discern his father's words. The pain in his hands and waist brought him a modicum of clarity. The world around him blurred, and it took some time to regain his senses. Staring at his father, now a shadow of his former self, mumbling incoherently. He wished he could deny this was his father. How had he become this way? It was merely the absence of his mother. Could they not simply return to their previous life? Why had it come to this? Ji was unable to comprehend. Nor could he fathom why his father lived like a wretched insect. He did not tend to his wounds, allowing the extensive bruises to settle beneath his skin. Instead, he gazed silently out at the moonlight, which was pure and gentle, its whiteness reminiscent of that person's hair color. If he were here, what would he do? Would he still pose those gentle inquiries, his demeanor still embodying that warmth? Would those iridescent eyes harbor genuine emotions? Ji pondered, sitting in a daze until dawn broke. As the day began, his father, invigorated with sudden energy, dragged Ji out the door, incessantly murmuring that salvation was at hand. Ji said nothing, merely following until they arrived at the entrance of a martial arts dojo. Please, Ji, I implore you, save your father. You will have food and shelter inside, and it will allow me to repay my debts, will it not? Please, do go, Ji. The man knelt before the dojo, shoving Ji towards the headmaster, his eyes gleaming with desperation as he clutched the money, his lips continuing to plead. A rain of sorrow fell upon Yu Gongji, who had been sold by his own father for the paltry price of 5 bags of rice. Gazing at the man before him, Ji found no trace of sorrow or reluctance, only avarice and apathy. How could he expect a man who would sell his son for his own gain to harbor any sense of loss? In that moment, Ji's long-dormant heart throbbed painfully. Behold, this is my dear father. Mother, your words ring true. Should such a man not descend into the depths of hell? The dojo was sparsely populated, exuding an air of desolation. Its vastness made cleaning a cumbersome task, which was precisely why the headmaster, Yuji Fukuda, was willing to purchase Ji. A cheap laborer was indeed a good bargain. Here, though the work was arduous, at least 3 meals a day would ensure he was well fed, and while sweeping near the training area, he could observe the disciples practicing and sparring. Ji often secretly watched their duels, quietly yearning to learn their techniques. He aspired to become a warrior, but certainly not one like his father. Unfortunately, that day, his clandestine observation was caught. What are you looking at, boy? Do you fancy the sword arts? Yes. With this confirmation, Yuji beamed, snatching the broom from Ji's hands and tossing him a wooden sword. You've been watching long enough. Why not give it a try? He took a stance, sword held aloft, challenging Ji. Caught off guard by the wooden sword, Ji's mind raced back to the teachings of his father, and he adjusted his stance in front of Yuji. Not bad, lad. Show me what you've got. The 2 disciples nearby exchanged bemused glances, shaking their heads in laughter. Their master was indeed bored. This boy had likely never even touched a sword before, What could he possibly offer? Yet what transpired next left everyone in stunned silence. Ji seemed to anticipate Yuji's movements, deftly altering his attack's trajectory at improbable angles every time Yuji raised his sword to defend. Each strike was relentless, and in a shocking turn of events, Ji emerged victorious over Yuji. Rather than exhibit anger or disdain at his defeat, Yuji was instead filled with elation. You are Yugong Ji, right? You are a genius. Will you become my disciple? I can help you become an even greater warrior. As he spoke, this tall, middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with an abundance of surprise and hope, akin to a wolf catching sight of its prey. Ji accepted, becoming the 13th disciple of the dojo. 2 years passed, and it was evident that Yuji held Ji in high regard, providing him with countless private lessons and training sessions, imparting secrets unknown to other disciples. Subtly, he hinted at the desire to pass the dojo on to Ji. However, the first to oppose this was Yuji's son, the dojo's eldest disciple, Masakazu Fukuda. As Ji approached his 16th birthday, Yuji promised him a gift, one that could accompany him throughout his life, bespoke and unparalleled. Yet, the day before his birthday, while Yuji went to retrieve the gift, he was ambushed on his return by a rival dojo and engaged in a desperate battle. In the midst of the chaos, he spotted his son, Masakazu, intending to warn his son not to approach. Yuji was dismayed to see Masakazu conversing amiably with the leader of the attackers, laughing as he completely disregarded his father's peril, watching helplessly as Yuji struggled and ultimately fell. What a pity, old man. Why not just leave the dojo to me instead of concerning yourself with that bot wretch? Is it merely talent? You used to praise my brilliance with such a smile. After trampling over Yuji's lifeless body, Masakazu returned to the dojo, feigning sorrow as he announced the news of his father's demise, inciting the others to challenge the rival dojo. Ji noticed the blood on his attire, and the dissonance between his apparent grief and the excitement lurking beneath his facade sent a chill through Ji. Surely, it could not be as he claimed. It simply could not. But what of Yuji, his master? Before they could plot their revenge, Ji sprang to his feet, following the scent of blood outside. This impulsive act could be deemed reckless, as departing before others had finished speaking was viewed as rude, earning him disapproving glances from the 12 present. Yet Ji was unfazed, determined to uncover the truth. That evening, the sunset blazed with an intensity that seemed to tear the earth and sky apart, bleeding into one another. The vivid crimson before him merged with the twilight hues, creating a sight that was almost blinding. It truly was his master, Yuji Fukuda. In a frenzy, Ji rushed forward, half lifting his master from the pool of blood, noticing the unopened wooden box cradled in Yuji's arms. The note had been stained crimson and blurred, but a few words remained visible, a gift for Ji. His mind was a whirlwind, the ringing in his ears deafening as he struggled to free the box from Yuji's grasp, feeling the warmth ebb away, witnessing the cessation of his heart. He truly was gone, irrevocably lost to him. From the gaping wound, Ji discerned the handiwork of the rival dojo, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as though something was amiss in the grand design of fate. Clutching Yuji's body, he remained until the moonlight cast its glow and the stars began to twinkle. Ji was emotionally detached, but not devoid of feelings. In that moment, amidst the fog of his wrath, a fire named vengeance ignited within him. He would seek retribution for his master, for the man who had genuinely cared for him over the past 2 years. Rising with Yuji's body in tow, he turned and stumbled upon the wooden box. He opened it to reveal a meticulously crafted katana lying quietly inside, accompanied by a white cloth bundle. The scabbard was black, with smooth lines adorned with golden embellishments. Trembling, Ji grasped the sword, its hilt wrapped in dark blue, with golden accents interspersed throughout, the pommel resembling the roots of a tree. As he slowly drew the blade, its polished surface gleamed under the moonlight, and he knew instinctively it was an extraordinary weapon. Unwrapping the white cloth revealed a pristine haori, the left side displaying an intricate pattern of dark red, ink blue, and pure white tortoiseshell designs, while the right side remained predominantly white, save for a border of the same tortoiseshell pattern at the cuffs. Ji stared in awe, his hands frozen, hesitant to touch. Under the moonlight, the fabric's subtle patterns shimmered, showcasing its exquisite quality. He hastily rewrapped the haori in the white cloth and closed the box. Tears fell unexpectedly, each drop splattering onto the ground. Master, is it because of me that you have departed? This time, with this sword, I shall avenge you and become a great warrior. My life appears to be shrouded in darkness, a foreboding end. The moonlight tonight is as pure as you, and reminiscent of the master's hair. Suddenly, he longed for his guidance. Could the paradise you led me to truly be illuminated by your smile? Oh, master. In a daze, Ji found himself envisioning those extraordinary iridescent eyes and that familiar smiling visage once more. Are you truly the son of paradise? Can you save me as well? That night, Ji ruthlessly obliterated everyone within the rival dojo, his katana glinting ominously under the moonlight, becoming the final nightmare in their lives. Ji felt an emptiness, as if something was missing, perhaps a few souls, but his foggy mind failed to grasp what he truly sought. As he staggered back to the martial arts hall, those gathered around his master's lifeless body were in solemn mourning. Upon seeing Ji clad in white, stained crimson with blood, they condemned him, asserting that his sins were too grievous and that he no longer conformed to the hall's regulations, thus expelling him from the only home he had left. Ji offered no resistance. He was powerless to do so, for these were the master's closest kin, determined to live on to arrange their master's final affairs. He performed a deep bow towards Yuer, then silently gathered his belongings and departed. As he wandered away, he felt disoriented, unsure of where he could possibly go. His father had cast him aside. The martial arts hall had rejected him, leaving him without a sanctuary. The world continued to bustle with life, yet it felt utterly detached from him. Was it his extraordinary nature that had led him to this fate? If he had chosen not to harness his gifts and lived as an ordinary child, would things have been different? In reflecting on his past, the only moments that brought him solace, aside from the laughter of his parents in his youth, were those spent with the charismatic leader. In a moment of strange fate, he found himself drawn back to the place of his youth, the Wan Shiji Lujiao. Entering alongside a throng of devoted followers, he caught sight of the figure seated regally in the hall. After years, he remained as striking as ever, his face adorned with a perfect smile. Yet his eyes betrayed no emotion, his kind words rendering him almost divine. It was peculiar, from such a distance. It felt as though he could momentarily escape the depths of despair. Was this the reason his mother had been so enamored with him? Chapter 5. A New Encounter. From the outset, the leader had taken note of the young man donned in an intricately patterned haori, a blade strapped to his waist. The directness of his gaze was both familiar and unfamiliar. A young man who would not believe in deities. In an instant, the leader recognized his identity. Repeatedly glancing back to confirm his appearance, dark hair, blue eyes, and an air of nobility, all marred by an inexplicable sorrow. Had he come to seek me out? What had transpired? Was he not sold by that scoundrel? A torrent of questions surged from within, distracting the leader significantly. During his sermon, he spoke with a hint of detachment, yet the fervent followers were blissfully content, for simply hearing the leader's voice was a great honor. After the collective worship concluded, the leader chose not to entertain any inquiries, and thus, the followers departed the sacred space, leaving only the man with the blade behind. In the absence of the raucous crowd, the room felt eerily hollow. The leader seemed to seize an opportunity, leaping from his seat to approach the man in the corner with a few swift strides. His smile broadened, markedly different from his usual demeanor, as he exclaimed, "Ah, Ji, have you finally decided to return and see me? I have missed you dearly these past years." As he spoke, he draped an arm over the shoulders of Rain Palace Ji, pulling him close in an overtly affectionate manner, as if they were long-lost brothers. "Yes, I have returned." Young leader, Ji acquiesced to the other's gesture, responding in a manner he could not quite comprehend, and leaned into the embrace, resting his head on the leader's shoulder. The leader was momentarily taken aback, feeling the weight of Ji's presence against him, surprised that he did not shy away. He could sense Ji's strong heartbeat, and his own seemed to quicken in response. What a strange sensation. Was he truly pleased by Ji's return? Was this feeling one of joy? Ji. Yes. The low, weary voice was tinged with exhaustion, and ultimately, Ji unexpectedly succumbed to slumber against the leader's shoulder. Before him lay a vast expanse of white fog, his head spinning as he tentatively ventured forward, yet the haze remained thick. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted around him, predominantly filled with shouts and curses and irritating dissonance. Among them, one voice struck him as familiar. It was his mother. He followed the sound, and as the mist dispersed, he found himself facing his mother. Her back turned to him. As she turned, her face remained obscured, yet she seemed to approach him, and amidst the clamor, he faintly heard someone calling his name. Ji. Ji. Mother? Instinctively, he reached out to grasp her hand, but upon finding nothing but air, he jolted awake. Haha. In reality, Ji had been unconscious for a day. The leader had summoned a physician, who concluded that Ji was not afflicted by any illness, merely exhausted and emotionally drained. Ah, have you finally awakened? What thoughts occupied your mind to the point of fainting, Ji? The leader sat at Ji's bedside, cradling his face in one hand, still wearing that familiar smile. Ji expressed his gratitude, and after a prolonged silence, just when the leader believed Ji would remain mute, he suddenly spoke. What thoughts? Thus, Ji recounted the events following his sale, detailing his experiences at the martial arts hall. Upon mentioning Yuer, the leader, usually so composed, could not suppress his sorrow and anger. The leader had intended to comfort him, but the intensity of Ji's grief left him momentarily speechless, unable to offer the usual platitudes. Well, Ji, do you wish to join the Wanshi Ji? He inquired. Let me guide you. I do not believe in deities. How could I join a religion that venerates them? Why not give it a try? Besides, as far as I know, your current circumstances leave you with nowhere to go. If there truly were deities, my mother would not have died, nor would my master have perished. Those afflicted with terminal illnesses would be revived, and those burdened by debts would find themselves suddenly wealthy. But this is not reality. Indeed, I share your sentiments. The leader's statement surprised Ji. Had he not proclaimed himself as a divine child, meant to be a beacon of faith? What did this mean now? Noticing the confusion in Ji's eyes, the leader smiled his signature grin. Since my birth, my parents have regarded me as extraordinary. I am unaware of their true thoughts. Yet they deemed me a child of the divine, establishing a religion for me, allowing me to hear the suffering of humanity and lead them to bliss. Pausing, the leader's smile twisted into a smirk. I observe those who kneel before me, pleading for a word from the divine. I hear no voice of a deity. I merely find their supplication laughable. As you ponder, where are the gods in this world? Ji stared at the leader, astonished that he held such beliefs. Then why do you not reject them? Because it is futile. They will come again and again. People only listen to what they wish to hear. That peculiar resonance between them intensified. Ultimately, Rain Palace Ji chose to remain at Wanshi Ji, though he did not join. The leader offered him the position of vice leader or a similar role, all of which Ji declined, stating only that he would be available should he be needed. Chapter 6. An Encounter with the Unseen. It must be acknowledged that residing within the Wanshi Ji was quite splendid. He wanted for nothing. With servants at his beck and call, and his quarters adorned with elegance, the leader often sought Ji out, discussing everything from the clouds at dusk to trivial matters. At this moment, the role of the leader had transformed for Rain Palace Ji. He was no longer the same figure from Ji's youth. Now, the leader bestowed upon him boundless care, even if his emotions were imperceptible. After enduring so much, Ji cherished the presence of someone who could accompany him, someone who resonated with him on a profound level. He had truly become isolated. It was undeniable that the leader had deceived Ji's mother. Yet he had also made efforts to dissuade her. She had chosen to abandon reality, surrendering herself to the illusion of deities. Ji's father had sought to heal her. But despite her acceptance, it was a futile endeavor. In moments of profound anguish and helplessness, it appears that a spiritual obsession can serve as a form of solace for the afflicted. Ji finds himself uncertain whether this notion holds any validity. Yet during his experiences of sorrow, as he subtly begins to cherish thoughts of that individual, and as he realizes that the master does not embody the so-called divinity, he has already come to embrace this belief. The arrival of young Ji indeed brings me joy. From our very first encounter, I sensed that he was unlike anyone else. He is truly a remarkable individual, and I eagerly anticipate witnessing all facets of his being. I wish to observe him closely, to watch him at every moment. This is the compelling reason behind my desire to keep him close. Like me, he dismisses the existence of deities. Yet I did not expect his stubbornness to reach such an extent of outright rejection. I had intended to offer him a position, a means to justify my constant observation of him, but alas, he declined. I frequently seek him out, accompanying him and offering silent comfort. Through my prolonged observations of that group of fools, I have come to understand that when people are steeped in profound melancholy, they require the presence of others. The individual accompanying them, regardless of their past identity, becomes an integral part of the sorrowful person's life once they regain their clarity. I fervently hope that my conjecture proves correct and that it holds true for him as well. I harbor a selfish desire. I wish for him to be subtly transformed. I am fond of his tranquility, and I yearn for him to become my serene disciple, calm, yet unwaveringly devoted to me as are all my followers. He is distinct. His gaze and concern are unparalleled. I relish the way he looks at me, and I find pleasure in observing the changes in his eyes, as well as the way he can discern my insincere emotions. Beneath the moonlight, Ji sits cross-legged in the courtyard, meticulously polishing his dagger. The master sits opposite him, raising a cup of clear wine, smiling at Ji as always. When the time comes to sheath the dagger, Ji speaks. It is time to rest, master. We have the morning assembly tomorrow. Is it already so late? The master muses, realizing that time truly flies when in the company of young Ji. Observing Ji's silence, the master too recognizes that it is indeed late, and he has lingered here longer than intended. He has spent nearly the entire day following Ji, watching him read, dine, and train. He has even performed a complete sword dance at Ji's request. All right. I shall take my leave now. You should rest early, young Ji. Yes, you too. Ji replies. As the master returns to his own quarters, a servant approaches to inform him that someone is outside seeking an audience, also in search of guidance. Pressing his fingers to his temples in mild frustration, he instructs that the visitor be brought inside to wait, and that he will join them in the hall shortly. He then strides toward the inner chamber of the hall, donning his dark robes and divine crown, settling into a meditative posture as he awaits. For the sake of the sect's reputation, this is a necessity, the master reassures himself with a resigned sigh. As time drags on without any sign of the visitor, irritation begins to brew within him. Do these people still fail to grasp his intentions? Why do they not arrive? After a considerable wait, just as the master contemplates inquiring about the delay, he hears footsteps approaching slowly, halting at the door. "Come in, there is no need to wait," he calls out. Upon hearing his voice, the visitor raises a hand to push open the door. The individual is of average height, and judging by their stature, appears to be male. Cloaked entirely in a tattered black robe, he keeps his head lowered as he approaches the master and slowly takes a seat. The master smiles, regarding the man, and inquires, "I understand your visit at such an hour must have required great effort. Your devotion is evident. What is your request? What do you wish to ask the divine? Speak your questions, and I shall provide answers. I want." The voice is muffled, indistinct, and rather unpleasant, reminiscent of a creaking old bed under great pressure, almost grating to the ears. The master's displeasure deepens. "What is it that you desire?" "The followers of the divine." This time, the visitor does not respond but instead raises his gaze, fixating intensely on the master. In that moment, the master catches a glimpse of his face, pallid skin, a mouth twisted into an unnatural smile, and eyes glimmering with a sickly green light, as though they yearn to devour the man before him. Indeed, the visitor acts in accordance with his gaze, lunging forward while chanting, "I want to eat you." Sharp claws emerge from beneath the robe, and with a swift motion, the cloak falls away, revealing his true form. A single horn protrudes from his forehead, slit pupils stare menacingly, and the veins on his face pulse with fury, black markings snaking around his neck. For a moment, the master is rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the monstrosity before him. Such a creature exceeds the bounds of his understanding. Just as the razor-sharp claws are about to pierce the master's chest, the creature suddenly halts, suspended in midair. A blade emerges from behind, piercing through its chest, crimson blood flowing down the blade. "Run!" A familiar voice snaps the master back to reality, his focus sharpening as he sees G behind the creature. "Run!" G's urgent command jolts the master, causing him to tremble and stagger into the inner chamber instinctively. As the master moves, the creature reacts, coughing up blood and swiftly turning to glare at G with seething rage. Cursing, it frees itself from the blade and retaliates against G. He is still alive. This thought reverberates in G's mind. That strike had been aimed directly at the heart. The blade had surely shredded the heart and lungs. Yet, the creature's heart visibly heals at an alarming pace, and it retains the ability to move. Engaged in a fierce struggle with the creature, G holds his ground, severing its limbs multiple times, yet the monster's regeneration is nothing short of terrifying. While retreating toward the exit, G continues to fend off the creature's attacks. The master, having regained his composure, hears the commotion outside and feels a surge of curiosity. What manner of being is this, capable of fighting so fiercely after having been impaled? Will it not perish? Is this a form of resurrection? He steps closer to the screen, peering outside. The creature, catching sight of the master's figure, inexplicably charges toward G, nearly decapitating him in a frenzied attempt, and then, with a swift maneuver, it leaps over G, its right arm rapidly healing as it heads straight for the master. Even if G reacts swiftly, at such close proximity, blocking this assault proves exceedingly difficult. Clang. The blow is deflected, yet G suffers a gash on his left arm. Perhaps spurred by the scent of blood, the creature descends into madness, abandoning any semblance of strategy as it bellows, "So fragrant, so hungry, you. I will eat you." Unleashing a chaotic barrage of attacks. This provides G with an opening. With a decisive stroke, he cleanly severs the creature's neck. Surely, this must be the end. The monster's head and body lie apart, and inexplicably, the wound shows faint frost patterns, failing to heal as it had before. The battle concludes abruptly, leaving G somewhat breathless. Shortly after the master departs, he is about to return to his quarters when he catches a whiff of an overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the doorway, an unmistakably unnatural aroma. Upon reaching the entrance, he finds the door attendant sprawled in a pool of blood, flesh gnawed upon. A sense of foreboding grips him as he follows the scent. Growing colder with each step, it leads toward the master's direction. When he arrives, he witnesses the creature lunging toward the master. Chapter 7. Journeys. The scene that greets him upon entering sends chills down his spine. Had he arrived just a moment later, would the master have been lost forever? G cannot bear to contemplate what life would be like without the master. With his right hand gripping the dagger, blood continues to drip slowly from the blade. Realizing that the creature is attempting to reattach its head to its body, G raises his weapon and, to be on the safe side, he strikes down with ferocity, shattering the monster's remains until no trace of its revival remains, before turning and retreating behind the screen. Step by step, treading upon blood. An overwhelming and rare sense of unease flickered in his gaze. "Master," he called softly, casting a few sweeping glances over the other. Only after repeatedly confirming that there was not a single mark of injury on his body, both inside and out, did he exhale deeply, his entire being feeling as if it had been drained of strength. Ji could no longer hold himself upright. He leaned on his blade, dropping to one knee before the master. At that moment, his heartbeat seemed to belong to someone else, pounding erratically in a rebound of suppressed fear, leaving him cold all over. He raised a hand to caress the face of the person before him, yearning to ascertain the reality of his presence, but through blurred vision. He caught sight of blood on his fingertips. He had injured his left hand. Touching now would be too unclean. His hand hesitated in midair, his gaze unfocused. "Hey, Ji, I am still here. You've killed him." The master seemed to grasp Ji's meaning, half rising as he gently cradled Ji's face in both hands, speaking softly. Such an expression had never graced his features before. Could it be that his suspicions were correct, that his actions had borne fruit? How utterly fascinating, was it not? The palpable worry, almost manifesting as a physical entity, struck a chord deep within him, filling him with an indescribable joy at this newfound discovery. "Master. Master. Yes, I am here." With that, he lifted the corners of his mouth into a gentle smile, a mere glimpse of which was sufficient to soothe the heart. As he observed Ji's expression soften and regain its composure, the two of them stepped out of the room, deciding to return the following day to clean up, opting to rest for the night instead, while the morning assembly would be held in the eastern chamber. At Ji's insistence, the master accompanied him back to his courtyard, resting under Ji's watchful care. Once the master had drifted into a deep slumber, Ji's mind wandered back to the earlier monster, a lingering sense of unease still gnawing at him. He thus armed himself with a blade and returned to the previous chamber. As expected, the creature was still alive, struggling in vain, with half its body already restored to its original state. Was the only option to continue slicing it apart? "No, don't come near me. Stay away." Monitoring the creature throughout the night, Ji found no means to deal with it, ultimately leaving it aside. As dawn broke, he began organizing the cleanup. He first dealt with the body of the slain servant in the corridor, clarifying the events to the other attendants before burying the corpse himself, leaving the bloodstains for them to clean. He cautioned them against entering the hall, assuring them he would handle it himself shortly. However, upon returning to the hall, he was met with the sight of last night's monster, now a pool of blood and a contorted form, reduced to ash in the sunlight streaming through the window, vanishing without a trace. Could sunlight truly destroy it? What on earth was this entity? Was it that in the absence of deities, monsters emerged? Lost in thought, Ji failed to notice someone approaching from behind. Is sunlight its weakness? The voice belonged to the master. But what exactly is this? A creature that preys on humans? Perhaps. Ji replied, intrigued. I wonder if it can survive indefinitely without sunlight. Given how it was able to injure you, its regenerative capabilities must be formidable. Indeed, quite formidable. Yet, it remains no match for me. You know the reasons it could wound me. Pausing, noticing the other still wore a smiling demeanor, he continued. Are you fascinated by its unique anatomy? The master hesitated, lost in contemplation, before scratching his head, still smiling. Oh, I'm merely curious. I wonder if such a creature could be considered a divine being in its own right. A moment of silence ensued. Eventually, the master shifted the topic by offering to bandage Ji's wounds. Initially, Ji refused, believing the injury to be minor, lacking bruising or damage to bones or tendons. It would not impede his activities. Completing his morning tasks was proof enough. Compared to the kicks from his father or the beatings from debt collectors, this was trivial. There was no need to trouble others over such a small matter. Yet the master was insistent, adopting a demeanor that suggested tears were imminent if Ji continued to decline, lamenting, Do you despise me? I am merely tending to the wounds of my savior. How could you refuse? Ji discerned that the master was not as emotionally overwhelmed as he claimed, maintaining the same calm demeanor as always. It was simply his eloquent tongue and masterful acting that had left him feeling flustered. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to accompany the master. He could not withstand the prospect of the master's distress. The cut was not deep, but the laceration was lengthy. Among the 3 gashes, the most prominent extended from his wrist to his elbow, while the other 2 were shorter, yet the sight of the congealed blood and scabs together was still unsettling. As the master wiped with a towel, he paused, perplexed. Was this truly a minor injury? By appearance alone, it seemed far worse than that of the devoted followers. Gee, does it hurt? It does not. I'm fine, it will heal quickly. Why does he not beseech me for redemption, for relief from his suffering? He is truly unlike others, is he not? Does he truly feel no pain? Is this his way of comforting me? At that moment, The master found his thoughts muddled. Why could this person still think of comforting him at such a time? Was it because he harbored an inexplicable admiration for me? That seemed impossible, so why? Could my suggestions have taken effect? Yet what would the result of such successful suggestion be? The master himself was uncertain in his understanding. A successful suggestion would mean G would become his most unique disciple. He dismissed many conceivable hypotheses, ultimately returning to reality, wrapping G's wounds with herbs and bandages. Quietly gazing into his eyes, it appeared he would need to continue observing him. After the master departed to lead the morning assembly, G remained alone in the room. Deep in contemplation, he sought to uncover the true nature of that monster, pondering its presence here. He wished to understand the reasons behind its regenerative abilities and whether there was a way to prevent its rebirth, swiftly eradicating it. Remaining in this eternal bliss was not an option for him. He needed to venture out and hone his skills. He had lingered here far too long. If he continued this way, the next time he encountered a monster, a stronger one, he might not be able to protect himself adequately. But what if a monster appeared during his absence? Upon learning of G's thoughts, the master chuckled, assuring him that in his decades here, he had encountered such a creature only this once. It must have wandered in by chance. Besides, I am the son of a deity. Divine protection is assured. Jokingly, he closed his eyes in reverence, clasping his hands before his chest, embodying the pose of one who surrendered his heart and soul to the divine. G remained his usual silent self. All right, G, go ahead without worry. In the long run, refining your skills can only be beneficial. As for me, I can always find a few warriors to guard the place. Staying here day after day is rather dull. Ever since my parents departed, I have been tasked with overseeing the entire church, and my understanding of the outside world relies solely on snippets shared by the disciples. If you embark on a journey and encounter something novel, do remember to share it with me upon your return, or perhaps bring back a token. Regarding his desires, G felt compelled to support him. When had he ever opposed? The master had already brought forth countless wonders, leaving him both astonished and perplexed. Furthermore, if G had new experiences outside, would he not become even more extraordinary and unique? Curiosity welled within him. Thus, with the support of the leader and the driving force of his own inner desires, G lingered in the church for another fortnight. Once he ascertained that it was temporarily safe, he embarked on his journey of exploration. Chapter 8. The Hunt. Initially, he did not venture far, merely meandering through several villages surrounding the eternal bliss, inquiring whether anyone had encountered any fearsome figures or creatures that shunned the sunlight. The responses were consistently negative. This further confirmed that the monster had fortuitously stumbled upon the church. Moreover, something within the church seemed to be enticing him, causing him to overlook the neighboring villages. After a few days of aimless wandering without any leads, G formally commenced his travels, intending to head eastward, planning to change direction only if he met with no results. In April, the fields stretched endlessly, with a few cherry blossom trees sporadically planted along the roadside, blooming splendidly at that moment. The delicate pink petals formed a cohesive tapestry, their thinness allowing light to filter through as they swayed gently in the breeze. In the rice paddies, farmers bent over their work while children frolicked nearby. Their world appeared to be filled solely with joy, and their futures seemed to flourish with promise. The vibrant spring mirrored their spirited demeanor. As he reached the edge of the fields, the two children who had been playing earlier caught up with him, requesting that he pluck some cherry blossoms from the branches above. Seeing their smiles, G acquiesced. He bent down to place the flowers in their hands. But the older child exchanged glances with the younger one and, with a playful gesture, tucked a blossom behind G's ear. Their astonished expressions broke into radiant smiles, revealing a set of 8 gleaming white teeth. See, Messiah, do you believe it now? Big brother looks splendid with flowers too. It's not strange at all. The child named Messiah, the younger of the two, appeared somewhat bashful, her cheeks flushing. I understand. You win, is it nice? Of course it is. To be precise, it should be described as extraordinarily handsome. The morning sun was gentle, accentuating the defined contours of G's face. His tranquil, deep blue eyes reflected the light with a hint of softness. His black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and the cherry blossoms adorning his ear harmonized beautifully with his features. Ultimately, G bid farewell to the children, learning that they were sisters, Mei Ling and Mei Xia. The innocence and exuberance of their laughter brought a sense of joy to G's heart. With a few blossoms in hand, he mused that it would be wonderful if they could remain children forever, always filled with happiness. Continuing on, he arrived at Jingshang village, where he encountered a promising lead. Just as G began to inquire among the villagers about any peculiar individuals or events, an elderly woman pulled him aside into a corner. Speaking in hushed tones, "Are you inquiring about the happenings on Qingchuan Mountain? What occurred there?" he asked. "Hey, you young lad, speak softly. What if that filthy creature hears you and takes you away? Her eyes gleamed with a menacing light, conveying a sense of threat. After glancing around cautiously, she continued, "There are ghosts on Qingchuan Mountain. The second son of the Jing family went there to gather firewood and lost track of time. He never returned. And there's also the old man from the Xiang family, who claimed he was going to hunt at night, but he too vanished without a trace." The woman continued to rattle off names, recounting about 8 or 9 such tales, far too many for Ji to remember. One thing was certain. If what the woman said was true, then Qingchuan Mountain was indeed abnormal. Ghosts. It appeared they were inclined to prey on humans. Perhaps they too feared the sunlight? Hope ignited within him, and he would not let it slip away. After expressing his gratitude to the old woman, Ji made his way to the foot of Qingchuan Mountain that very night, remaining vigilant to the sounds around him as he ascended. The path into the mountain was long and stony, winding deeper into the wilderness. Ji treaded carefully, observing his surroundings with heightened caution. Upon reaching the trail's end, he discovered a clear spring, beside which stood a wooden cabin, once a resting place for those who ventured up the mountain. Judging by the noise within, it was evident that the cabin was currently unoccupied. With his blade drawn, he approached the door, but before Ji could even push it open, a creature burst forth. Its skin was a dark blue, with short gray hair, and its eyes were completely black, save for its white pupils. It was small and hunched, an utterly grotesque sight. Roar! Upon seeing Ji, the creature lunged without hesitation, but Ji swiftly raised his sword to block, and with a powerful twist, severed both of its arms. The creature's limbs began to regenerate, albeit slowly, as if battling against some immense resistance, a stark contrast to the might displayed by the leader. Judging by its anatomical structure, this ghost bore a striking resemblance to that earlier entity, yet its strength was vastly inferior. The ghost must have been famished, for it leaped at Ji once more, its long tongue darting out towards him. Ji raised his blade to defend himself, startled to find that the tongue was even more resilient than its arms. The ghost's tongue entwined around the blade, attempting to wrench it from Ji's grasp. It had gravely underestimated his strength. Gripping the hilt firmly, Ji swung downward with force, smashing the creature to the ground. He then raised his sword again, slicing through half of its face. The sudden darkness and pain caused the ghost to recoil, letting go of Ji's weapon as it attempted to retreat into the depths of the mountain, wailing in despair. Unfortunately for it, its arms were not fully restored, and with one eye blinded, it stumbled awkwardly, collapsing after just 3 steps as Ji swiftly decapitated it. In that moment, it was evident that its recovery rate had significantly diminished. Curiously, the cut surface bore frost marks, indicating that the blade had left its mark. To validate his hypothesis, Ji dragged the ghost's head and body to the clearing in front of the cabin, shattering both skull and form repeatedly until the first light of dawn broke. Witnessing the same sight as with that monster, the ghost disintegrated into ash beneath the sun's rays. Thus, it became clear that this ghost belonged to the same category as that monstrous entity. However, questions lingered. Why did ghosts exist? Why did they attack the church? And how could one swiftly eradicate them? Based on his speculations, it seemed ghosts might be transformed from ordinary humans, though the reasons remained elusive. Their assaults on the church suggested some attraction to it. Was it the leader? Regarding their eradication, not every ghost would be as weak as the one he had just encountered. Many could be far more formidable. Presently, it appeared that their necks and exposure to sunlight were their vulnerabilities. But what if they were able to evade these weaknesses? Thus, the question of how to effectively and swiftly annihilate ghosts became paramount. He needed to confront those who feared neither decapitation nor sunlight, devising a method to vanquish them. Perhaps he would need to delve into this knowledge himself, or perhaps others possessed the answers. Regardless, he resolved to continue his journey. After a brief respite in the morning, he set off once more at noon. Chapter 9, The Waning Moon. Are you saying that there are ghosts on Qingchuan Mountain, adjacent to your village? Yes, sir. I implore you to save us. Our family of 5 can no longer endure this torment. An elder has already perished in the mountains, and we cannot allow our children to meet the same fate. Sir, I beseech you to heed the divine will. Ghosts. From the man's account, if true, the leader could ascertain that these ghosts were of the same ilk as that creature from the previous night. If the man's explanations held, then these beings could indeed achieve immortality by avoiding sunlight. Yet, they simply consumed humans. This change bore little impact on the leader. Ghosts, could I also become one? I wish to save so many more. If I leave early, what will become of these foolish souls? And what of Ji? How could he bear the thought of leaving him to live a solitary life? Contemplating this, a peculiar light flickered in the leader's eyes, and he smiled warmly as he addressed the man. Yashiyama Tatsuya, the divine understands your plight. Return home, and do not worry further. The divine will surely deliver retribution upon the malevolent ghosts. The season remained unchanged, as Ji continued his inquiries, while simultaneously vanquishing numerous specters along the way. These phantoms varied in appearance, yet their bodily structures were somewhat similar, all possessing an extraordinary regenerative ability. With increased exposure came deeper understanding. Severing their necks typically disrupted their actions. Should that fail, delivering multiple strikes to shatter their skulls proved to be the optimal solution. The latest intelligence came from an innkeeper, a man now in his 60s. In his account, he recounted his first encounter with the malevolent spirit at the tender age of 15, who has since persisted in his nefarious deeds. The certainty of it being the same demon stemmed from its peculiar appetite, primarily preying on children aged 12 and under, with only slight variations in recent years. Furthermore, this entity possessed a unique ability. Seemingly impervious to flames, it could endure the searing heat and manipulate fire at will. Victims of this fiend often bore burn marks upon discovery. The innkeeper was fortunate, only sustaining burns on his right arm. He had escaped mainly because the demon was already satiated and he was beyond the age of its preference. Ghost Hunter, you must locate and eradicate this evil spirit. Countless children in the nearby towns have perished at its hands over the decades. The old man lamented, tears streaming down his face. Ji pledged to assist and immediately set forth toward the demon's hiding place. After half a day's journey northward, he finally arrived at Mount Wanyan. This locale was enveloped by vast bamboo groves, with a narrow and steep ascent, seldom visited by others. As he ventured deeper, the chill in the air grew increasingly palpable. With his extensive experience, he sensed something amiss in this place. At the journey's end stood a temple. The young temple attendant, startled by Ji's arrival, initially trembled before approaching him. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you have come to pay your respects at our Gallian temple?" The attendant, small and gaunt with a shifty gaze, was evidently not a ghost. While uttering welcoming words, he subtly nudged Ji, hinting for him to leave. "Yes. Esteemed guest. Please forgive me, the abbot. I have just returned, there is no need for concern." Another figure emerged from the temple, adorned in the attire of an abbot. Half draped in a robe, with a broad brow and a tall stature, he stood at a distance beneath the temple's eaves, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. This was a spirit, albeit one with a feeble presence. Similar, yet likely not the demon he sought. "Please, come in, esteemed guest." The attendant jumped at the sound of the abbot's voice, trembling uncontrollably, no longer daring to respond as he lowered his head deeply. Ji stepped inside, following the abbot's lead, discreetly observing his surroundings. The temple, though aged, was well maintained. The stone steps were intact, and the wooden railings stood firm. The two exchanged little conversation. The abbot merely introduced himself as Jingshin, mentioning the deity they venerated, the Flame Buddha. There was no sign of aggression, yet he maintained a fixed gaze upon Ji, his eyes glimmering with something akin to greed in the shadows. Ji remained unhurried to act. Recognizing that the dense chill in the air was the most intense he had ever encountered, locating the true entity would undoubtedly be a challenge, perhaps lurking in the shadows. Observing his every move. Once Ji completed the ritual as instructed by Jingshin, the sun had retreated behind the mountains. "Esteemed guest, since the hour has passed, why not stay the night in our temple and plan for tomorrow?" Recently, the mountain has been plagued by wild beasts, leading to an unsettling environment. Coincidentally, the priest of the Flame Buddha will be visiting tonight. You may observe the rituals and thereby dispel any misfortunes. "I appreciate your hospitality," Ji replied, declining the offered meal, instead opting to rest against a pillar with his rations. When the moon had fully eclipsed the sun's remnants, the sounds of a gathering crowd and the flicker of torches echoed from the foot of the mountain. The distant rhythmic sounds of gongs and chants filled the air. Simultaneously, the chill grew unprecedentedly intense. As he discerned the approaching throng entering the temple, Ji's blade was already drawn half an inch. To his astonishment, they were all specters, large and small, including the leading priest. There were at least 17 or 18 in total, all phantoms. Jingshin, having exchanged words with the priest, suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter. Then, addressing the assembly of spirits while turning his back to Ji, he retreated toward the pillar where Ji stood. "Behold, where my gaze lands is blessed by the Buddha. The person I observe is favored by the Buddha." The priest, adorned with an enormous birdbeak mask concealing his face and a crown of assorted feathers, approached with a staggering gait, vociferously proclaiming what seemed to be the Buddha's will. Accompanying his words, the spirits raised their hands in unison, voicing their jubilant cheers. In that moment, an indescribable pressure bore down upon Ji, as the priest's sudden 180-degree turn and gaze seemed capable of crushing him where he stood. The blade was unsheathed, thrusting forward toward the priest's face, only to be evaded by an uncanny maneuver that bent his body nearly 90 degrees backward. Ji swiftly withdrew, attempting to deliver another strike. But this time it merely grazed the priest's mask and crown, cleaving them apart. As the priest attempted to rise, Ji quickly retreated, dodging two of the demon's lunges. Unexpectedly, Jingxin also attacked, having recovered from his injuries, unleashing several blood-red threads that momentarily hindered Ji's movements, forcing him to redirect his blade horizontally to sever the threads. In that fleeting instant, Jingxin's complexion turned an unusual crimson, with magma-like fissures forming from the corners of his eyes to his mouth. Subsequently, a torrent of flames surged toward Ji. Anticipating his opponent's transformation, Ji leaped backward just in time, narrowly avoiding being scorched. What is this? Fire manipulation? Without pausing to ponder further, his instincts took over. As he descended, he twisted his body mid-air and swung his blade, severing Jingxin's neck. Jingxin's eyes filled with disbelief as his head fell, soon succumbing to an eerie stillness. As Ji cleaved through his skull, there was no sign of regeneration, starkly contrasting with his earlier recovery speed. No time for contemplation remained, as the previously downed entity, the flame demon, lunged at him. Still incapacitated, it swiped at Ji with a claw, which he deflected with his blade. You are formidable, but this is where it ends. A more ferocious onslaught ensued. Yet Ji adeptly parried each strike. The phantoms lingering behind Yan Yuan observed from a distance, exhibiting no intention to intervene, which prompted some speculation within Ji. Could it be that they were not allies? This conjecture led Ji to evade several of Yan Yuan's assaults, resolving to concentrate solely on confronting this adversary. With renewed focus, his blade became increasingly formidable. Yan Yuan, unwilling to yield, unleashed an onslaught akin to that of Jingxin, spewing forth flames. This attack indeed covered a vast area. Yet it bore a significant flaw. During its execution, Yan Yuan would be momentarily immobilized within a certain radius. Seizing this opportunity, Ji persistently sought to inflict wounds upon the malevolent spirit, and finally, as Yan Yuan attempted to leap in pursuit of Ji's movements, Ji deftly propelled himself off the wall, executing a backflip that culminated in a decisive strike, severing Yan Yuan's neck. As Yan Yuan's head tumbled to the ground, he continued to bellow, "You dare? Do you think it ends here? You must perish and become my rare morsel." With that, the light in Yan Yuan's eyes dimmed, similar to that of Jingxin, revealing no signs of healing. Just as Ji raised his hand to cleave through the fallen head, his blade became ensnared by a white thread. A surge of alarm coursed through him as he pressed down on the hilt, twisting the blade to sever the thread. Retreating several steps while casting his gaze towards the source of the attack, the gathering phantoms. No longer motionless, they sprang into action, their bodies shifting. Even Ji found his pupils trembling at this revelation. Yan Yuan. There were countless Yan Yuans. Each bore an identical visage, the sole distinction being the markings on their left eyes, some inscribed with Xiao, others with Yu. At that moment, the horde spoke in unison, "I shall devour you, my delightful morsel." They commenced their assault, with Yu igniting flames and Xiao wielding white threads to control the battlefield, presenting Ji with an arduous challenge. Nevertheless, Ji managed to vanquish 8 of the Yan Yuans amidst the layers of obstruction. These were alls, as the necks of the Xiao would immediately be reconnected by the threads upon severance, rendering any follow-up attacks futile. The price of this achievement was steep. Ji bore wounds from the threads that lacerated his temples and sides, and burns marred his arms and ankles. The agony of tearing and scorching intertwined, tormenting Ji's resolve. The wound on his side was grievous, bleeding profusely, and the prolonged combat left him gasping for breath, his vision blurring. "Ha, what a delightful aroma. So fragrant. So delectable. Ha. Boy, leave yourself to me." The cacophony of Yan Yuan's voices echoed in his ears, a dull thrum resonating within his mind. He could not succumb to death yet. Summoning his dwindling strength, Ji dodged while retaliating against the phantoms. His movements had grown sluggish. Was he truly destined to perish here? Was this real? But what of the Master? If these fiends existed, the Master would perpetually dwell in peril. The Master must not die because of them. It was imperative. Ji's purpose for venturing out to investigate and cultivate had always been for the Master, to ensure his continued smile, to guarantee his safety throughout life. His relentless extermination of malevolent spirits stemmed not from the pitiful pleas of others, but solely for the Master. In this manner, was he not becoming like those foolish devotees he had once scorned? Now, he found himself resembling the very image he had despised. Ji's thoughts became muddled, the fleeting moments of his life unfurling before his eyes. The past hardships were now indistinct. Only a tumultuous ocean of chaos remained. A painful sensation that pierced through the fog, while all memories with the Master stood in stark clarity. The companionship of that person, their comforting words, their vivid expressions, he remembered them all vividly. "Little Ji, this time you won't vanish without a word, will you?" He could not die, absolutely not. Holding fast to this distorted yet powerful conviction, Ji regulated his breathing, first holding it, then inhaling deeply, exhaling slowly, his pupils constricting violently. Even the rhythm of his heartbeat shifting. In the balance between life and death, one truly experiences growth. The world before him transformed anew. Compared to before, it was not merely the ability to see through bodies. The details of the surroundings sharpened, the movements of the phantoms seemed to slow, and their internal structures became finely delineated. He could even perceive the chilling aura they emitted, which he tentatively deemed ghostly essence. In this realm, Ji clearly discerned that each yin yuan marked with Xiao bore a blood-red thread. His instincts informed him that this was the true weakness of these fiends. Once more, he sprang into action, dodging the flames of several Su before executing a decisive strike that severed a head from its body. He then charged towards the temple entrance, where the nearest Xiao waited, sweeping his blade horizontally, severing both the red thread and the Xiao. The latter fell lifeless. With stealthy movements, he sidestepped the final Su's attack, delivering another strike that cleaved through the neck of the Xiao behind it, along with the thread. Impossible. You are not one of them. This cannot be happening. Witnessing Ji's actions, the remaining yin yuans were thrown into disarray, ceasing their aggressive advance and scattering, fleeing towards the nearby bamboo grove. Yet before they could escape the threshold, Ji dispatched yet another Xiao. At this moment, Ji could acutely sense the movements of these fiends. They were indeed panicked, yet retained some semblance of rationality. After a brief sprint through the bamboo thicket, they formed a circular formation, with Yu providing fire, while Xiao manipulated the threads to ignite a vast expanse of bamboo. However, shrouded by the flames, the few remaining phantoms did not flee far before Ji, exhibiting inhuman speed, caught up with them and dispatched them one by one, until only the last Xiao remained. Ji severed its neck and the thread, but unlike the others, this one did not succumb immediately. Instead, it let out a dry chuckle, its tone low, eyes gleaming with greed and resentment. You are strong, but you will lose. I will surely consume you. This greed was all too familiar, mirroring the gaze of Jingxin. Wait, Jingxin. The crimson threads, the ability to breathe fire. This was a fusion of Xiao and Theo. In that instant, Ji's thoughts turned towards the temple. And indeed, he sensed the oppressive, chilling ghostly essence still lingering. Chapter 11, Annihilation. With a swift stroke, he decapitated the Xiao and immediately turned, dashing towards the temple. He could feel the ghostly essence gathering anew, the focal point shifting. Yet this time, Ji miscalculated. The severed Xiao did not exhibit the vacant gaze of the other yin yuans, but instead retained a heavy emotional intensity. Its body remained upright, slowly healing as it pursued Ji. When Ji pivoted to block the ghostly claws with his blade, an unexpected shift occurred. Water breathing, fourth form, tide. The headless corpse was instantly cleaved into multiple segments, the assault's momentum collapsing. Accompanying this surge of water was the silhouette of a young woman wielding a blade. She possessed rare golden hair, gently curled to her waist, tied in a low ponytail, and her striking water-blue eyes shone brightly. Clad in a black warrior's garb with a blue water-patterned haori, she was a formidable presence. Having previously concentrated on the temple's direction, Ji had momentarily failed to notice her approach. In this close proximity, he instantly recognized the latent power within her slender frame. Her muscular condition and the fluidity of her blade work indicated that she was undoubtedly a trained fighter. The woman had already sheathed her sword and raised her gaze to Ji. First meeting, Their eyes locked for several seconds, but before she could complete her sentence, Ji brandished his blade and withdrew. Sir, that direction is perilous. Please, retreat to the foot of the mountain. I will ensure your safety. The woman pursued him, quickly matching his pace, yet she did not overtake him, instead keeping stride beside him. As the distance diminished, the scent of blood emanating from her became palpable. Only then did Ji take in her entire form, his gaze landing on the burns on her arms and the wound at her side. Shock etching his features as his brow furrowed. This individual, having sustained such grave injuries, how is it possible for him to charge at nearly the same speed as I? He must not be allowed to advance. Based on the intelligence gathered, it is highly probable that he is one of the 12 Kazuki, making him exceedingly perilous. Contemplating this, she raised her hand, intending to strike the back of his neck, hoping to incapacitate him. However, just as she lifted her hand to swing, he paused and leaned back, causing her attempt to fall short. How swift! Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he retreated several paces, maintaining a distance as he gazed at her. Please do not obstruct me. He is about to escape. With that, he no longer followed the path, but turned and dashed into the nearby bamboo grove. This statement and action left the woman utterly baffled. What is the meaning of this? Is he suggesting that he has already encountered that demon and is pursuing it as well? Yet, he is certainly not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. His actions could lead to. As she pondered, her gaze swept over the corpses surrounding her, all of which belonged to demons. At the spot he had vacated lay the head of a demon, its eyes wild, with crimson hair and red pupils, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the characteristics of Lower Moon 4. Could this be the work of that gentleman? Has he managed to severely wound Lower Moon 4 without the aid of breathing techniques? It is simply unfathomable. No amount of astonishment could distract her from the objective of this mission. She hastened towards the temple at the quickest pace possible. The air was thick with demonic energy. Yet no demons were visible, only a ground littered with corpses and chaos. Was this also the doing of that gentleman? How formidable! As she entered, preparing to search the area, she caught sight of him once more. He was engaged in combat with something atop the temple roof. Clash! The intensity of this encounter with the headless entity was on an entirely different level than before. Though the entity still lacked a head, this seemed to have no bearing on its movements. Its body healed rapidly, its attacks were sharp, and it even sprouted a massive mouth in its abdomen, capable of unleashing fiery assaults. Now, he could see clearly that the multitude of crimson threads emanated from the creature's heart, which harbored the true enemy. He attempted several times, but he was utterly unable to breach the defenses of this headless torso. The entity even grew scales on its chest to fortify the protection of its heart. "You wretched brat, you shall perish." The massive mouth roared, spewing flames once more, tightening the threads as if attempting to slice him into numerous segments. Water breathing. Second form, water wheel. He sidestepped the flames, while the woman leaped in front of him, her body spinning as she unleashed a circular arc, splashing water that severed the entity's arms and the advancing threads. Witnessing such swordsmanship again, he found it still enchanting. The technique was resplendent, yet not without substance. With a vast attack range, the move she had executed during their first encounter was particularly astounding, delivering multiple strikes in a brief span, showcasing terrifying speed as well. Simultaneously, he noted that her breathing was markedly different from that of an ordinary person. "Sir, please step back. This demon is truly dangerous. I am greatly concerned for your state." Her anxious voice reached his ears, yet he remained undeterred. Dangerous? Eliminating it would render it no longer perilous. He leaped into the air once more, attacking the headless entity. Finding her admonitions ineffective, the woman had no choice but to join the fray. After several acrobatic maneuvers, her breathing techniques shifted, but she was still unable to inflict genuine harm upon the creature. As time passed and dawn approached, the demon's resistance grew increasingly fierce. Faced with a headless demon, she felt somewhat at a loss. Were it not for his constant containment, it would have surely escaped by now. Its weakness lies in the heart. His voice rang in her ears, awakening her to clarity. At the moment he once again slashed through the entity's legs, destabilizing its balance, she seized the opportunity to strike. Water breathing, seventh form, the flowing water. A water dragon emerged from the blade of her katana, weaving upward with her sweeping motion. This time, the headless entity was struck across the chest, its heart cleaved in two. As the upper half slid away, blood gushed forth, and the true head of Lower Moon 4 emerged with the torrent. Its true form was diminutive, completely nestled within the heart, its head no larger than a prayer bead, resembling the previous Lower Moon 4, with the words Lower 4 inscribed within its left eye. With the first rays of dawn, the Lower Moon 4 of the 12 Kazuki met its demise. He stood by, observing as the headless entity and the Lower 4 disintegrated into ash, the tension in his body finally releasing, causing the myriad wounds to come to the forefront, and darkness enveloped his vision as his katana slipped from his grasp, his body collapsing backward. Sir, sir." With no time to express gratitude, seeing his condition, the woman rushed forward to support him. Indeed, had he sustained too grave an injury? Such a talent must not perish here. Hastily securing his blade, she hoisted him up by one arm and began heading northeast. "You must hold on, sir. The Lord certainly needs you." Chapter 12, Return. The evening glow painted the horizon, the dying light of the sun filtering through the leaves, casting shadows of light. Hidden within the mountains was a substantial edifice. In the side chamber of the central courtyard, the earlier golden-haired woman knelt, awaiting something. Shortly, the wooden door of the room was pushed open, and a young girl supported a young man as they slowly entered. The little girl was indeed adorable, yet the young man was, by normal logic, quite beyond comprehension. With long black hair cascading down, a horrifying scar marred his visage. This affliction had spread, rendering his right eye dull and likely devoid of sight. His entire demeanor appeared frail. However, he seemed undeterred by his condition, wearing a gentle smile upon his face. "I pay my respects to the Lord." The woman rose immediately, kneeling on one knee in reverence. "There is no need for such formality, Rena. Given the special circumstances this time, your return is already commendable. Moreover, your accomplishment in vanquishing Lower Moon 4 marks the most significant blow to the demons in 11 years. The man's voice was soft, imbued with a peculiar power capable of soothing the heart. As he spoke, with the girl's assistance, He took his seat at the head of the table. Rina followed suit, arranging herself to kneel across from him, her cheeks flushing at his praise. Thank you, my lord, for your recognition. The man chuckled softly, then continued. All right, let us discuss the matter concerning Mount Wanyan. What is the situation with that child? Thus, Rina recounted her observations and experiences, detailing the peculiar blood demon art of Yinmara and how the gentleman had obliterated all of his clones. It sounded almost unbelievable. Yet it was the truth. That gentleman was extraordinarily powerful, and his relentless pursuit of demons suggested a deep-seated hatred for those monsters, which is why I brought him back. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration and yearning. I understand. Let us keep him here for now, regardless of whether he wishes to join. We must at least tend to his injuries. His wounds are quite serious, and Kiko is at a loss as to how to proceed. Yes, my lord. 3 days later, he finally emerged from the darkness. The sunlight was brilliant, yet painfully bright. He attempted to lift his hand to shield his eyes, only to realize that both of his hands were wrapped in bandages. His body was immobile, with only his neck able to turn slightly. Where am I? Unable to move. He lay stiffly for an indeterminate amount of time. Thankfully, this place was at least safe. Just as he felt himself drifting back to sleep, the sound of the wooden door creaking open shattered his drowsiness. Turning his head, he saw the woman he had encountered that day. Sir, are you awake? Rina exclaimed in surprise. According to Kiko's assessment, it was expected that he would not awaken for another 7 days due to excessive blood loss. She hurried out to summon a doctor from the medical department to examine him, while she remained at his side. In his current state, Ji found himself powerless to resist, allowing these individuals to manipulate him as they pleased. When they were about to leave, Rina inquired about his condition once more, and upon learning that he still required rest, she returned to Ji's side. The two exchanged no words for a while, until Ji finally broke the silence. Thank you for that day. Rina quickly waved her hand, insisting that it was she who should be grateful to Ji, for without him, she would have been unable to handle so many demons. Naturally, she still referred to him as Sir since she did not know his name. There is no need to keep calling me Sir. My name is Yagami Ji. Oh, all right. I am Rina, Taguchi Rina, the current water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Demon Slayer Corps? That is a name I have not heard before. Noticing Ji's confusion, Rina began to explain the significance and unique nature of the Demon Slayer Corps, describing it as an informal organization dedicated to slaying malevolent demons. As Rina spoke passionately, Ji's mind was only preoccupied with one thought. This Demon Slayer Corps possessed a unique swordsmanship style, a powerful force capable of swiftly vanquishing demons, akin to the piercing water-patterned attack he had witnessed that day. He craved this power. What I mean is, I hope you, Mr. Yagami, will remain and join the Demon Slayer Corps to help us eradicate the evil demons together. When I first met you, Mr. Yagami, you seemed to detest demons very much. Did you not? Rina gazed intently into Ji's eyes, as if seeking confirmation of her suspicions. Unfortunately, the deep blue depths reflected only tranquility. It seems you will not abandon the title of Sir, will you? If I join the Demon Slayer Corps, can I learn your breathing techniques? Of course. Almost all swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps master a breathing technique. At this, Rina beamed with pride, puffing out her chest. He consented, seeking to acquire greater strength to better protect his master. Although he did not enter the Demon Slayer Corps through formal assessment, due to his abilities and achievements, the esteemed Lord Hyori, the leader of the Corps, decided to forge a Nichiren blade for him. 2 months later, when his injuries had healed sufficiently, he accompanied a new batch of Demon Slayer Corps recruits to select ores for forging swords. Until then, his sole responsibility was to focus on recuperating. Thus, Ji lay in the medical department in a daze for 5 or 6 days, gradually regaining some mobility as his bandages and wooden supports were removed. During this time, he also met the head of the medical department, Kihiko Kobayakawa, the current flower pillar, who was also his attending physician. Kihiko was not as cheerful and gentle as Rina. She often wore a stern expression, as if the world owed her a debt. Her beauty was striking, with black hair and dark eyes, exuding a chilling elegance. Despite her seemingly cold demeanor, she was meticulous in her work and took particular care of Ji upon learning of his endeavors. In the days that followed, Ji made significant progress. Each night, he would lean on a cane, sometimes supported by Rina or Kihiko, and sit in the garden, staring blankly at the moonlight and stars. During these moments, he would not respond to any questions, completely absorbed in his own world. What occupied his thoughts? Simply wondering if he was all right, and whether his actions had truly protected him. During the day, as Kihiko changed his dressings, she asked, "Every night, you gaze at the moon. Are you missing your family?" Family? Did he even consider himself part of one? Are they still alive? Yes. Then you are fortunate. It seems you have an infection. Brace yourself. Ji, you will likely bear a prominent scar on your hand. Chapter 13, Enlightenment. Kahiko's words proved remarkably accurate. Ji's arms bore burn injuries, with his right arm being the more severely affected. Extensive skin damage was difficult to heal, and despite his utmost care, the wound on his right arm had become significantly infected. Each day, he endured the pain of pus drainage and dressing changes, agony that would be unbearable for most, but Ji never uttered a word of discomfort, even expressing his gratitude politely after the physician tended to him. His side wound, however, was healing well, no longer reopening with slight movement after scabbing. Aside from these two areas, minor injuries had healed sufficiently, and Kahiko permitted him to move about the medical department, though he could not venture far due to his condition. It is always good to see more sunlight. With time on his hands, Ji would wander the medical department. From his current perspective, he realized that if he wished, he could remain stationary in the corners and still map out the layout of the place. However, that felt too dull. The medical department, as its name implied, served as the logistical and medical support for the Demon Slayer Corps, and here he heard many more tales of demons. It was said that all demons were created by the world's first demon, Kabutsuji Muzan. His immense power was matched only by his profound malevolence. Tales of his ruthlessness echoed repeatedly among the injured. Demons were once human, but they lost all memories of their humanity, transforming into bloodthirsty monsters. Higher-ranking demons possessed unique offensive abilities known as blood demon arts, which were beyond the comprehension of the average member of the Corps. Half a month later, on another night, Ji found himself once more gazing at the moon in the courtyard. After such a long period of recuperation, his body had improved greatly, allowing him to walk further. As he wandered towards the familiar lotus pond, he discovered that the door there was ajar. Feeling bored, he thought to step out and take a look. He exited through what turned out to be the back door of the medical department. Continuing on, he spotted blooming wisteria ahead. In that direction lay an open training ground, seemingly designated for practice and sparring. As Ji approached, he noticed two unfamiliar young men engaged in combat. He did not draw closer, but watched from a distance. Their breathing was unlike that of ordinary individuals, and their muscles appeared more robust, changing with their breath. Suddenly, one of the fighters unleashed a gust of wind from his bamboo sword, aiming at his opponent, though the impact was minimal. Ultimately, the one who had initiated the wind attack lost the duel. Nakamura, you need to practice more. You had to resort to the second form against me. What will you do in an actual demon hunt? Understood, master. I will work even harder from now on. Hearing Nakamura's response, the master nodded with a smile and added that Nakamura's total concentration breathing still required refinement, as the wind breathing techniques were not yet swift enough. He then raised his bamboo sword again, allowing Nakamura to step aside as he demonstrated. Indeed, it was swift, his muscles tensed, exerting force precisely where needed, constantly adjusting the focus of his power in response to the shifting blade, all while maintaining steady, controlled breathing. Was this a method of strengthening oneself through breath? Ji was uncertain. The scene before him resembled Rina's movements when she wielded her sword. Their breathing techniques appeared identical. Could this be a part of their breathing method? Contemplating this, Ji felt an inexplicable urge to approach the training ground, to the individual who had just demonstrated. May I spar with you? Huh. The abruptness of Ji's request caught the man off guard, but upon reflection, he realized that nothing inappropriate could exist within the Demon Slayer Corps, so he agreed. However, Nakamura vehemently opposed, claiming that Ji must first contend with him before challenging his master. The master's amused smile returned as he waved his hand dismissively, deciding to take the stage himself. All right, Nakamura, after all, he specifically requested me. If I do not participate, it would seem cowardly. Tossing another bamboo sword to Ji, he assumed his stance. In shadow, I await your instruction. Yagami Ji, I look forward to your guidance. At the outset of this duel, Nakamura dismissed Ji as an unremarkable newcomer, assuming he posed little threat. To boldly propose a duel against him, one must surely be unfamiliar with his prowess as the Wind Hashira. Nevertheless, it is only natural for the young to be ambitious and combative. I did not anticipate that he would choose to confront Nakakura at night, yet fate has conspired to bring them together. However, a sense of unease began to settle in. Ji observed Ho Yi's breathing patterns closely, attempting to mimic his rhythm amidst the skirmish. This forced alteration of his breathing was indeed exhausting and challenging to maintain. Yet for Ji, it posed little difficulty. Ho Yi gradually sensed something amiss. He realized that he could scarcely land a blow on Ji, who deftly evaded him at every turn, and his attacks were met with deliberate restraint from Ji, as if the encounter were merely a farce. Surely, a competition should not be conducted with such disdain for one's opponent. Consequently, Ho Yi's assaults became increasingly unrestrained, descending upon Ji like a tempestuous downpour, yet still, he could not make contact. Ji's breathing grew more proficient, his movements increasingly agile, as he endeavored to harness this newfound technique to fortify himself. akin to the other swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. The blade of his sword glimmered with a chilling radiance, an unmistakable aura of frost enveloping it. As it approached the skin, the bone-chilling cold became palpable. Upon noticing Ji's transformation, Hou-Yi surmised that he intended to employ a breathing technique, one he had never encountered before. Generally, it is forbidden for team members to utilize breathing techniques during practice bouts to prevent accidental injury. However, in his current state of frustration, Hou-Yi disregarded this rule and launched a direct assault with the breath of wind. Second form, Gale Claw. The fierce wind blade was deflected by Ji's bamboo sword, or rather, his ice blade. After a few exchanges, Hou-Yi seized the momentum to swing his sword. The frost upon the blade crystallized into a tangible force, and as he executed a cross slash, the ice blade mirrored his actions, targeting Hou-Yi with a relentless onslaught. Such formidable strength. This brat. Third form, Clear Dawn Wind Tree. A vortex of wind materialized around Hou-Yi, successive wind slashes striking with both ferocity and swiftness. Should he be struck by one of these blades, it would surely result in dire consequences. The ground around them was marred with deep gashes. Once more, he executed the previous cross slash to create distance from the two closest strikes, leaping back into a half squat to gather strength. With a swift turn, he swung his sword, generating a powerful gust, and amidst the lateral leap, the wind intensified, filled with icy crystals, ultimately piercing directly towards Hou-Yi from behind. Not good. Sixth form, Black Wind Smoke Storm. He swiftly turned and executed a diagonal slash upward, altering the trajectory of Ji's strike. The reason he did not attempt to block was that Hou-Yi's bamboo sword had already shattered upon impact. Victory and defeat are determined by the blade. The one whose sword is broken is deemed the loser. Huh, you rascal, are we not all members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Must you strike so fiercely? Chapter 14, Yulian. News of the duel spread among the Hashira during the day. The Wind Hashira's strength was indisputable, arguably among the top echelon. Yet, to be bested by that boy who supposedly lacked mastery over breathing techniques? I did not. Let me clarify, he can use breathing techniques. He clearly employed them last night. The reflected ice in the moonlight was blinding. Wait, how could a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps possibly lack breathing techniques? This was the scene at the Hashira meeting the following day, with Hou-Yi fervently defending himself. From the perspectives of Rina and Hikari, it was shocking, astonished by Ji's power and comprehension, and they found it amusing that Hou-Yi resembled a petulant child. The others, having never encountered Ji nor felt his might directly, debated animatedly. Apart from Rina and Hikari, none had seen Ji. They were often consumed by their missions, making such a gathering impossible outside of the Hashira meeting. Consequently, both the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, and the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, began to believe Hou-Yi's claims. Surely, he had let his guard down, and Ji's blatant use of breathing techniques during practice warranted scrutiny for endangering his comrades. Rina yearned to argue, yet she was met with the adage that people only believe what they see with their own eyes. Your Excellency, your presence is requested. It was Hikari, and this time he was accompanied by that same young girl. The moment he stepped through the door, the previously raucous nine knelt before him in reverence. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a splendid day. Though his vision was blurred, he could discern the azure of a cloudless sky. After Kaijiro spoke, the others reported on the events of the past 6 months. The last to speak was Rina, when she recounted her and Ji's defeat of the Lower Moon 4. Incredulity washed over the faces of all the Hashira except Hikari. Actually, I did not contribute much. The one who truly wounded him was Mr. Amamiya. I merely delivered the finishing blow. She lowered her gaze, feeling bashful. Huh, so he truly cannot use breathing techniques. Thus, discussions regarding the duel from the previous night commenced. With Rina and the Lord's affirmation, Ji's formidable strength was solidified in the minds of all present. In my estimation, that child learned the breathing techniques during his battle with you last night. He is inherently strong, and it is not unreasonable to assume he possesses exceptional talent. Furthermore, he is now a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Lord remarked with a smile, his light words momentarily solidifying the air. As discussions resumed, everyone vied for the opportunity to train Ji, for acquiring a successor of such caliber would be a boon. Yet, during their heated debates, it was the Lord who ultimately intervened. The final decision was that Amamiya Ji would ascend directly to the rank of Level B swordsman upon joining training under Rina's guidance. Rina aspired to elevate Ji to an even higher rank, perhaps even A level, yet the Lord's response was that past strength does not determine the future. Only by wielding current strength appropriately can one earn respect. This concession was already unprecedented. Ji stood quietly by the lotus pond, admiring the exquisite flowers, sculpted as if by celestial hands, gracefully unfurling in the waters. The fragrant aroma was intoxicating. The gentle breeze swayed the pristine petals, captivating in their beauty. He meticulously observed the transformations of each white lotus, noting the differences between buds, blossoms, petals, leaves, and seeds. He often remained in contemplation for a considerable time, whether seated or standing. Beautiful, isn't it, this pond of lotus flowers? Indeed. Since I took on the role of Hashira, I have diligently cared for them. I admire their solitary elegance. Their conversation continued, and Hikari shared her backstory through the metaphor of the lotus flowers. When she was 9, her parents and brother were slain by demons. At that time, she was rescued by the former flower Hashira, who rigorously trained her to become a successor. However, the former flower Hashira ultimately fell to 3 demons during a hunt for the 12 Kazuki and was slain. Her hatred for demons was profound. She could not tolerate their existence, and to this day, she remained resolute in her desire to eliminate the 3 fiends that had ambushed the former flower Hashira. Simultaneously, she informed Ji that the white lotus symbolizes supreme purity, aloofness, and loyalty. Supreme purity, you say? The only one I associate with that term is the master. His vacant emotions suggest he has never been tainted by negativity. His silvery white hair, iridescent eyes, and indescribable perfection. Even in a murky environment, he remains unblemished, exuding compassion through his smile. Does this not resonate perfectly with the flower? If you wish, I have some lotus seeds here. You could use them to germinate and cultivate more flowers. Ji accepted them, contemplating how they would serve as a testament to his journey during his training. Furthermore, Hikari mentioned Ji's new Nichiren blade, having already been selected, and the sword was expected to arrive within the next few days. She expressed her anticipation for what Ji's blade would be like. As unfamiliar footsteps echoed in the air, a figure clad in a grayish-brown haori, adorned with a crimson mask and burdened by a package, stood at the entrance of the butterfly house. Not particularly tall, yet pleasantly plump. The individual knocked on the door and declared, "I am Tessin Shuichiro. The sword for Amamiya Kiyoshi has been forged, and I am here to deliver it. Your sword has arrived." Hikari stepped forward to open the grand door, inviting Shuichiro inside, while Kiyoshi merely turned to observe the entrance silently. At Hikari's gesture, several individuals entered the side chamber. The material of the Nichiren blade was composed of crimson sand iron and crimson ore, both procured from the mountains closest to the sun. Imbued with its essence, Shuichiro rambled on enthusiastically, eager to unveil the lineage of the Nichiren sword. Kiyoshi's reaction mirrored Hikari's. He neither contradicted nor responded, simply gazing up and listening attentively. Huh, what a pair of dull individuals. Is my tale not captivating enough? Amamiya, behold your sword. It was only then that he remembered to unfasten the package, revealing the Nichiren blade forged for Kiyoshi. The scabbard was primarily white, etched with azure vines, while the tsuba was circular and intricately hollowed, supported by white petals at its center. The hilt, a base of azure, was elegantly wrapped in white leather. A truly magnificent sword. Ha ha ha, are you not awestruck by my sword-making prowess? Shuichiro exclaimed, his self-satisfaction palpable as Kiyoshi grasped the blade, akin to a resplendent peacock displaying its plumage. Drawing the sword, its silver blade gleamed, inscribed near the hilt with the words Slayer of Demons, Feather Lotus. Twisting his wrist, he swung the blade with ease. Upon Kiyoshi's pause, the blade underwent a transformation, beginning at the base and ascending into a shimmering silver-blue hue, interlaced with icy patterns. So it is a silver-blue blade. Ha! Splendid, it complements the hilt and scabbard I crafted perfectly, especially the tsuba. August is the season of blooming lotuses. Inspired by the lotus flowers of yore, I forged this unparalleled, exquisite blade. I have named it Feather Lotus. What a marvelous name. Hikari's exasperation was evident. Yet as she gazed at the sword in Kiyoshi's hands, she could not deny its extraordinary beauty, unmatched by anything she had seen before. Kiyoshi perceived the flickers of fire within the blade. Was this the essence of the sun it had absorbed? Regardless of its exterior, at its core, it was indeed a fine sword. Chapter 15, Return. As autumn leaves fell, new buds emerged. Time turned once more, and the autumn winds caressed the withered yellow leaves, heralding the arrival of winter. A year had swiftly passed. During this past year and 2 additional months, after 3 months of rigorous training, Kiyoshi had mastered the total concentration breathing technique. During those days, he often sparred with other Hashira, seeking patterns in their breathing methods to refine his own. They referred to it as breath of ice. Engaging in duels with others was a strategy suggested by Rina to perfect this unique breathing technique. Currently, this system of breathing suited only Kiyoshi. It demanded an extraordinary physical constitution and acute observational skills. Without such attributes, one could neither endure the frigid aura it induced nor effectively control the concentrated frost targeting vital points. This technique encompassed the characteristics of mainstream breathing styles, enhanced with a chilling element. amplifying its potency. The average individual could not pursue its mastery, primarily due to the unimaginable difficulty of the final 4 forms of the 12. Through diligent practice of the total concentration breathing technique, Kiyoshi's physical prowess had notably improved. His muscular resilience now rivaled that of the Hashira. He had succeeded, survived, and grown stronger. In that fleeting moment of realization, he yearned to return to his master's side, vowing never to depart again, at least to protect him with the remaining years of his life. Yet, his current identity was not merely that of a devoted swordsman for his master. He was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Having pledged his allegiance, he could not neglect his duties. This was not in his nature. However, he felt the weight of his prolonged absence acutely. His subjective feelings overshadowed reality. Within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the fervor and expectations of its members, along with their grief and hatred, burned intensely, forcing Kiyoshi to feel like a withered tree on the periphery, unable to integrate or extricate himself. He could envision, yet could never truly comprehend. Perhaps this was simply the divergence of individual aspirations and paths. "Mr. Amamiya, have you decided to return home?" Rina inquired, a wistful sadness glimmering in her eyes. The outcome of their conversation was that Rina, as a Hashira-level member, vouched for Kiyoshi's leave, permitting him to visit his family, provided he returned by the following April. The next day, Kiyoshi set forth. He had brought little with him, having fainted en route to this place, awakening with only his original sword and the Haori gifted by Yudo remaining. Everything else had been replaced by the core gear, with subsequent activities managed by them. Now, he needed only to pack provisions to embark on his journey. His appearance remained unchanged, a high ponytail, a few stray wisps framing his face, clad in black samurai attire, half tortoiseshell pattern and half white Haori, with 2 swords at his left waist. How he longed to return swiftly, to see him safe and sound. In the hall, over 100 individuals knelt in reverence, their faces turned toward the white-haired man seated in the main seat. These people, of all ages, bore expressions of devotion and adoration. Well then, today's Paradise Words concludes here. The next gathering will be 3 months from now. Do not forget, everyone. This is a rare opportunity to hear the divine teachings. The man chuckled lightly, waving his hand in farewell. The assembly responded eagerly, collectively exclaiming, "May the divine manifest, long live our master." Before dispersing, in the lotus throne, the master quietly observed their departure, his expression remaining warm and gentle. Once everyone had exited, a frail young man, perhaps in his 20s, with pale skin, black hair, and blue eyes crawled out from behind the screen. "Ah, Au, your eyes are too light today. Those vertical pupils do not look good." Upon hearing the master's voice, the one called Au stiffened, immediately pressing his forehead to the ground, profusely apologizing. His fervent gestures left crimson stains on the floor. The master frowned, displeased by his actions. "Enough, Au, be still. Just return to your deep blue." Yes, master," he replied, halting his bowing, lowering his head as his pupil shifted, the wound upon his brow healing. "Come here, lift your head." Responding to the command, Au crawled toward the lotus throne, slowly raising his gaze to meet the figure above. What kind of gaze was that? His eyes brimming with mist, he reverted his vertical pupils to normal round ones, darkening in hue, his expression akin to that of entranced devotees. As he locked eyes with the master for several seconds, an unusual flush crept across his face. The master, unperturbed by this pathological demeanor, smiled once more, reaching out to caress the pale face. "Au, you must strive harder. Many depend on you to reach paradise. You must grow into a healthier, taller individual." In his gaze, Au's thoughts drifted far and wide. His eyes would never harbor such emotions. They were nearly subsumed by tranquility, interspersed with pangs of sadness, longing, and worry. Indeed, there was a yearning. Could he amplify this emotion a little more and return to show me? This frail demon had long since unraveled the mysteries. He had explored every possible inquiry, every facet of dismemberment. Demons, such a mysterious species, yet he was far too weak. Clean up and then take a rest. There is a poor child who wishes to meet the deity at noon. Indeed, my lord. The rare clear weather cast shadows that curled at my feet as the sun shone warmly. After a frantic dash, G returned to the Eternal Bliss sect on the 3rd day at noon. Yet, why was there an ominous presence within the sect? This thought chilled G's gaze. Have they become so audacious as to hunt in broad daylight? Upon entering, he encountered a familiar face, the gatekeeper arranged by him before his departure, the elderly Ida. This fellow was also one of the sect's primary protectors. Upon recognizing G, he leaped up from his bamboo chair, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Lord Amamiya." Where's the Lord?" "The Lord is dining in the courtyard. The source of the ominous presence must lie there." Responding affirmatively, G hurried towards the Lord's courtyard. Ida had already instructed other servants to notify the Lord. In terms of speed, they could not match G's. After several servants relayed the message, the last one had just whispered in the Lord's ear when G stepped through the courtyard gate. Little G? The servant, noticing G's arrival, prudently withdrew. Little G. The Lord seemed to call out in disbelief, momentarily taken aback. As G approached, stopping beneath the eaves, the Lord sprang to his feet, rushing to embrace G and burying his head in the crook of his neck. Welcome back, little G. His voice muffled. Yes, I have returned. In response, G softened, the once cold expression warming, a faint smile gracing his lips as he allowed the embrace. Just seeing him safe filled G's heart with joy. Oh, I thought little G might abandon me again. Tears as large as beans fell anew, leaving G feeling exasperated. Why must he persist with such theatrics before him? In terms of breath and heartbeat, neither sorrow nor joy warranted tears. All right. Just as he was about to speak further, he felt the ominous presence coalesce ahead. Instantly breaking free from the Lord's embrace, he gently pushed him aside, drawing his right hand to unsheathe Yulian. Breath of ice, form of earth, shadow of cold. In a heartbeat, his figure vanished, evading the malevolent assault. As the afterimage flickered, the ice slash revealed itself, the icy blue blade streaking through like snow. By the time he turned back, the blade had returned to its sheath, and the head of the demon lay on the ground. Chapter 16, A Yu. Wu Jiyu. The name bestowed upon me by that esteemed lord. I cannot recall what I was like as a human, whether tall or short, rich or poor. All I know is that I have always lived in torment, pain entwining me like vines, threatening to drag me into the abyss. My sole memory pertains to a church, the Eternal Bliss sect. There was something about it that drew me, my former self, and my current self. On that dusk when the sun hung low in the west, I wrapped myself tightly and blended into the congregation. That night marked an all-night prayer meeting. I felt an overwhelming urge to consume those around me, hunger gnawing at me amidst the prostrated bodies. Yet for reasons unknown, upon arriving at this place, I instinctively restrained such impulses. When I followed them and lifting my gaze to worship the Lord, I suddenly understood why I chose to endure the pain of hunger. What a person he was, more beautiful than that esteemed Lord, his holy smile more captivating than anyone could imagine. He was stunning, his grandeur unlike anything found in the mortal realm. He was the Lord, the child of the divine. He must indeed be the child of the deity. My heart raced uncontrollably, the first missed beat to be compensated for by countless subsequent lapses. In my former life, I must have loved him. In my present existence, I still love him. Enraptured by his rainbow-hued eyes, spellbound by his voice, I did not leave, remaining steadfast until the prayer meeting concluded, until the sunlight bathed the earth. I could not depart. He noticed my unusual state. He deduced that I was a demon, yet he showed no fear. I fervently beseeched him, fabricating pitiful tales to implore him to take me to bliss, to let me remain by his side. I certainly had no desire to consume him. He was too perfect. And I loved him. Ah, poor child, stay with me, and I shall pray to the deity for your new beginning. He smiled, gently placing his hand upon my head, soothing me. Later, he told me that the deity proclaimed I was the ambassador guiding souls to bliss, that those I consumed would have their souls reach paradise. Truly, he was a child of the deity. Truly, he was that compassionate. As I devoured those hapless souls, he would watch, showing no signs of distress, only smiling. It was as if he were saying, "This is only natural. You are doing splendidly." He asked me many questions about myself, such as how many people it would take for me to feel full, whether all humans tasted the same, and if I could regrow limbs if I lost them. Many of these queries I could not answer, but for the sake of witnessing the joy on his face upon discovering the answers, I would willingly sever my own legs, slicing them with a knife. Of course, it was painful, but regardless of the outcome, he would respond with a smile, and that was enough. Is your name Wu Jiyu? From now on, may I call you a Yu? When he asked this with a smile, I felt as though my head might explode. Such an intimate address. Did it mean I was special to him? But he was the child of the deity. What right did I, such a small demon, have to deserve him? Yet I loved him. Can a Yu's eyes change color? What about his hair? Yes, they can. My reply came without hesitation. Indeed, it was possible, though maintaining the change was quite challenging for me. However, it was all right. If I devoured a few more souls, I would surely succeed. I still remember the first time I fulfilled his request, retracting my slit pupils, transforming my eye color from light blue to deep blue, and changing my hair from brown to jet black. The delight in his eyes was unforgettable. In that moment, he touched my face for the first time, coming so very close. I love you. For the sake of his closeness, I forced myself to maintain that appearance, but I could never last an entire day. Each day, I would falter for a few hours, my body growing weak. You must become healthier and taller. His encouragement invigorated me time and again. driving me to consume more souls until the concept of blood demon techniques formed in my mind. My blood demon technique must be one that allows for effortless shape-shifting and indefinite maintenance. I must achieve it. During my frenzied days of consumption, he would occasionally be by my side, but his appearances noticeably dwindled. Was he engaged in other matters? Had he begun to neglect me? Was I no longer good enough? There were 2 strings of prayer beads that he meticulously crafted day after day. He carved the beads, polished them with sandpaper, and delicately engraved cloud patterns onto each of the 21 beads, each one so finely made. When it came time to string them together, he even fashioned distinct tassels by hand. Upon completion, he kept one string for himself while the other rarely left his side, whether worn or coiled. I shamelessly entertained the notion that perhaps it was a gift for me, but as I approached the prayer beads he had set aside, his cold gaze and utterly indifferent words sent shivers down my spine. At present, it matters not whether it is a gift or not. I can see him every day, hear him at all times. He would tie my hair back for me, find me new clothes, and even custom make a white haori for me. All of it felt like a dream. I remember the way he looked at me when I donned the white haori, his gaze filled with longing, as if he were not truly seeing me. But I loved him. How wonderful it would be for it to continue like this. Until that fateful day when I laid eyes upon that person, the one he looked through me to see. That person was a warrior. He called him Little G. With long, jet black hair tied into a high ponytail and deep blue eyes as tranquil as still water. The half tortoiseshell patterned, half pure white haori was truly blinding. He appeared so gallant and imposing, exuding an aura of nobility. In that moment, I felt like a mere jester from a story, a figure both pitiful and laughable. The efforts I had made to appease, the facade I had maintained, were laid bare in stark contrast to this reality, revealing a grotesque and lamentable self. I could never aspire to be like him. Why must it be that warrior? If it weren't for this man, could he not be with me? Might he not love me too? I adore him. I cannot bear to witness my beloved surrendering his affections to another. If I were to eliminate the warrior, then he would be mine. Yet his blade is swift, and he is formidable. Even if I ascend to the mountaintop, I could not reach him. Much like the sun itself, I continued to watch, helplessly observing their embrace, consumed by a sense of injustice. Why? For it is I who love him. That man. Is it called Wu Jiyu? Merely a former disciple of mine. I remain merely an observer, curious about the demons. Ah, I see. I shall not repeat my previous mistakes. Lord Amamiya, please partake in your meal. Thank you for your hard work. Asako, you may retire now. Come. Let us share lunch together, Little G. It turns out, even Yu was not calling for me. Chapter 17, The Dance of Swords. Upon learning the circumstances, G's brows furrowed even deeper. How could he choose to raise a demon merely to observe it? The unpredictability of demons is exceedingly high. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Keeping a demon close is akin to placing oneself on the guillotine, awaiting the day of exposure. Master, this is perilous. Do not harbor too much curiosity towards those beings. It may bring you harm. Our gazes met, one calm yet earnest, the other filled with mirth. We remained in this stalemate for quite some time, until ultimately, the master conceded. Shifting his gaze, he chuckled lightly. All right, I have heeded your words, Little G. Promise me, do not engage in such actions again. Very well. The master spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. After lunch, feeling utterly relaxed, the master pressed G to recount stories from the past year. He was truly eager to learn if G had undergone any new changes or if any feelings had blossomed that he was unaware of. He noted the differences in G's samurai attire, the second blade at his waist, and the subtler distinctions. Where did these come from, and what do they signify? He wished to know. Thus, even though G merely recounted everything in a plain manner, devoid of grandiloquent language or intonations, the master listened intently, a smile gracing his face as he absorbed each word, occasionally offering his own thoughts. Meiling and Meixiao, what delightful names. They must be 2 beautiful little girls. At the tender age of 5 or 6, beauty is hard to define, yet Meixiao possesses striking silver eyes, a rarity indeed. Oh, how I look forward to meeting them. Watching G as he earnestly recalled these moments, the master smiled outwardly, yet his mind was occupied with other thoughts. G is undoubtedly special to me. Could I be special to him as well? This notion struck him abruptly, appearing out of nowhere, lingering in his mind without resolution. I wish to teach you the breathing technique. Me. The master was suddenly jolted back to reality, tilting his head to regard G. But Little G mentioned that this is a school of swordsmanship, and I am no warrior. The initial part of the breathing technique is about enhancing physical attributes through breath. You can learn the total concentration breathing. After a moment's contemplation, the master acquiesced. He did not fully grasp G's intentions, yet he was certain he would not harm himself. From the 3rd day onward, G began to instruct the master in the breathing technique. Initially, he explained it in his own manner. only to discover that the master could not perceive the world he described. You cannot see it? Is it not because of this? A flicker of doubt arose within him. Was the master truly so different from himself? Yet, why was it that he could attain a sense of tranquility that even surpassed Ji's own? Reiterating the rhetoric of the Demon Slayer core, the master began to comprehend. If you maintain the proper rhythm and practice diligently, you will ultimately achieve total concentration breathing. At times, Ji wished to teach the master how to wield a katana. Knowing he would eventually depart, and could not guarantee the master's safety or whether he would encounter Wu Jiyu again. He could not control external circumstances, nor could he govern the master. The uncertainty wove a web of anxiety that left Ji restless. Teaching him the breathing technique stemmed from a selfish desire. Should a day of peril arise, at least he might possess the ability to escape. Additionally, he harbored a hope that perhaps the breathing technique could allow the master to glimpse the world through his own eyes. Upon mastering total concentration breathing, Ji distinctly felt an enhanced control over his surroundings, fluidly navigating and sharpening his senses. Was there even the slightest possibility that the breathing technique could enable others to experience a world akin to his? This heightened awareness of danger might allow the master to traverse that unique realm alongside him. How absurd it was to desire for him to become a creature like myself. During that period, the master would frequently seek out Ji during his free time, as if returning to the days of yore. If there were a notable difference, it was that this time, Ji often remained in quiet companionship with the master, even pausing during training. Little Ji said the breathing technique is powerful and magnificent. What might your ice breathing be like? Let us see. Today, Ji donned white garments paired with dark gray hakama. He walked leisurely to the center of the garden, drawing the Hualian from his waist. Ice breathing, first form, ice dual slash. Ice breathing, second form, 6 ice mark stab, beginning with the first form. A flurry of ice crystals and snowflakes danced through the air, sparkling under the sunlight. Ji moved gracefully amidst this wintry spectacle, his gestures flowing like water. Whether slicing or striking, ice and snow parted before him, enveloping him in a celestial display of white stars. It was less a wielding of a blade and more akin to a dance. Ah, how splendid it is. Ice breathing, 12th form, cold dance of the ice domain. Centered around Ji, an icy domain expanded, enveloping the entire courtyard. With blades held down, he lifted his gaze, and in an instant he vanished, leaving behind only fleeting silhouettes of ice. Each figure moved differently, some raising blades, others swirling. In that moment, the snowfall ceased, and time itself seemed to halt within this domain. The master felt as if the world around him had slowed to a crawl. The ice slashed down from above, crashing to the ground, and the snowflakes resumed their descent as Ji knelt slowly, sheathing his blade. Approaching the master, he paused before him, and after a moment of silence, raised a hand to wave. Ah, is it over already? Indeed. Truly, it was breathtaking. I am utterly stunned. The blade was magnificent as well. The Hualian, the Nicaran blade, specifically forged to slay demons, the weapon of the Demon Slayer core. The master's eyes sparkled with wonder, his gaze fixed, as if he had uncovered a new world. He opened his mouth, initially speechless, and after a pause, instinctively said, I will remember this well, little Ji. Chapter 18, Tongmu. I would be delighted, my lord. A name? Well, I had none before, but now I shall be called Tongmu. In the blink of an eye, it was late March, and Ji was due to return to his squad. On the eve of his departure, as the two clinked cups in camaraderie, Ji presented the lotus seeds gifted by Hiko to the master as a memento. April is the best time for sowing. Your garden's pond is filled only with duckweed. It would be good to have these lotus seeds accompany you. Bowing his head as he spoke, his cup swaying in his hand, he contemplated, I must leave once again. The Demon Slayer core, despite their kindness, is perhaps better left behind. A person like me truly does not belong among them. Their doctrine of demons devouring humans and the deep-seated enmity between man and demon simply does not resonate with my being. In the past, for the sake of my master, I single-handedly annihilated an entire martial arts school in a single night, nearly 40 souls, and I remain uncertain if I might kill again for some other reason. The lofty ideals of protecting the common folk and vanquishing evil spirits to stride towards the light seem overly romanticized, do they not? Are the people you risk your life to protect truly virtuous? Do the corrupt nobility and the brutal shogunate, like those affluent young scions who once insulted and abused me, merit such a gamble of one's life? Those debauched women and gambling rascals, like my father, were they worthy of such desperate efforts? Simply because they are human, and demons are to be slaughtered without mercy? Not everyone subscribes to such grandiose ideals. I certainly do not. I care only for those I hold dear, for those I deem deserving. I do not pity demons, nor do I entirely dismiss the members of the Demon Slayer core. For there are indeed some who have lost their families due to demons, like Shiki. However, I cannot genuinely immerse myself in that mindset. I possess no surplus emotions to extend love to all. I have always been thus. In my understanding, the sins of humanity far outweigh those of demons. And as long as my master is safe, what does it matter if others perish? I slay demons solely to ensure my master's safety. Had it not been for the life-saving grace of Linai, I would have long since departed with my breathing techniques. The future? As long as I draw breath, I will not allow anything to harm those important to me. Perhaps I am cold and unfeeling, but to me, those who are of no concern hold no significance. As I ponder the affairs of the Demon Slayer Corps, another cup of sake slips down my throat. After a long period of silence from my master, I glance up. He is already inebriated, unaware of how many cups he has consumed, now sprawled motionless across the table. Master? After calling out in vain, I raise my hand to brush aside the stray locks of hair at his temple, gazing at his flushed, handsome visage illuminated by the moonlight, and I sigh inwardly. It seems I cannot bid him a proper farewell. Rising, I support him, accommodating his ramblings and nonsensical chatter, ultimately managing to carry him to my tatami mat. I will have to endure his octopus-like grip for an indeterminate time. I will keep vigil over him this night. As the sky begins to shift, the brilliance of the stars dimming, I accept the bundle prepared by the servants and set forth on my journey home. Before I leave, I push open the door and cast a distant glance at the slumbering figure. Feeling the morning chill enveloping me, I do not enter. A fleeting glance is all I afford before closing the door behind me. By the time the sun reaches its zenith, my master awakens in a daze. After a prolonged moment of confusion, he recalls that I am to depart today, struggling to rise, but realizing he is not in his own courtyard. Upon summoning a servant for clarification, he learns that I have indeed left. I should not have indulged so much. Having me around recently has led to overindulgence and relaxation. Shaking his head, he retrieves the lotus seeds from last night and strives to recall my words. April, was it? Let it serve as a marker for your existence. An empty pond remains empty. A touch of decoration would be quite nice. My master diligently plants the pristine white lotus, watching it sprout leaves and blossom into pure white flowers. Time flows on, and as he gazes at the flowers, he subconsciously awaits my return. He, too, is as pure as the lotus. Returning on a day of unblemished white, enveloped in the cold, with snowflakes entwined in his hair, yet embracing it, his heart remains warm. He continues to accompany my master, recounting the experiences of the past year. Young Ji has proven himself once again. Having rescued Miss Gugo from the clutches of the third of the Waxing Crescent's underlings not once, but twice. Merely a trivial task. Speaking of which, Ji's tales frequently mention Miss Koyakawa. It seems merely coincidental that she is also present. Such days continued for 3 years. Ji ascended from rank E to rank A. Yet the 9 pillars remain, and thus, he cannot overstep his bounds. Just days after sending Ji off for the 4th time, Monsieur Ji Lu welcomed yet another special guest. This individual, clad in a white collar and a black-scaled kimono with large sleeves, donned white socks, and simple wooden clogs, arrived just before the sun dipped below the horizon. His plum-red eyes lent him an extraordinary presence. His purpose for visiting the temple was not to pay homage, but rather to meet my master and engage in casual conversation. Since it was not a formal visit, my master did not adopt the condescending posture atop the lotus platform. Instead, they conversed face to face, equal in stature. Between the lines, my master discerned this individual's exceptional nature. His tone and demeanor exuded the aura of a formidable being, one who toyed with the lives of mortals. Naturally, my master did not find this absurd. Rather, he saw such a person as a rarity, his views resonating deeply, occasionally even prompting personal additions. You are quite remarkable. It was not in vain that those 2 perished here, the man remarked, his pupils shifting, and upon raising his gaze, they transformed into sharp, snake-like plum-red slits. My master recognized those eyes, reminiscent of Wu Ji-yu's. A suspicion began to form in his mind. After all, they are 2 living souls. I still lament their departure. Observing my master's feigned compassion, the man's smile broadened. You likely know of me, though perhaps you're uncertain. I am Kabutsuji Muzan. You yearn to become a demon, do you not? My master initially froze, then instinctively replied, Of course, of course. Then I grant you the right to eternal life. Do you accept? The young man slowly rose, approaching my master, and with sheer force of presence, compelled him to kneel, unable to rise. I certainly accept, my lord, he replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. Excellent, the man commanded, instructing my master to extend his hands forward, slicing open his palms, dark blood flowing in a line into his hands. Do not disappoint me. The transformation process was an excruciating ordeal. Conscious of every cell in his body being devoured and reborn, few could endure it. Fortunately, my master was not among them. Nearly 3 days, quite impressive. Now, your task is to grow stronger and seek the blue spider lily. Yes, my lord. So close. Muzin could effortlessly read my master's consciousness, and was astonished to discover that this individual retained all memories from his human life. Release the pressure. Indeed, you are unexpectedly remarkable. Do not perish too easily. Your situation is rather unique. Even Muzin has never encountered anything like it. As for your name, a name? Well, I had none before, but now. You may call me Tamayo. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter. Seeing him reply to himself, Muzin, in an unusual good mood, refrained from scolding him, instead accepting his chosen name. After exchanging a few more words, he opened the door and departed the room, leaving Tamayo alone in a moment of profound silence. Like those worshippers, he knelt on the ground, taking a long while to return to his senses. The pressure had entirely dissipated, his vision blurred from the transformation. The lingering pain surged anew, causing Tamayo to tilt and collapse to the ground. He merely struggled to respond, unwilling to have his name dictated by another. For a time, even breathing felt agonizing, and after a moment's effort to rise, he discovered his limbs were unresponsive. Regaining control of his body sounded peculiar, yet this was precisely what Tamayo was endeavoring to accomplish. As the after-effects subsided, his vision sharpened and his senses awakened. I am so hungry. This was his foremost sensation. My esteemed master, that individual has departed. Do you require some refreshments? Coincidentally, at that moment, a servant inquired from outside the door. In recent days, I had not been closely observing Tamayo, merely bestowing blood upon him before taking my leave. It was only just now, sensing a change within him, that I reappeared before him. With Muzin's powers, there was no need to pass through the door. Before departing, I instructed the servant outside to ensure no disturbances, as it was the command of our master. The servant found it peculiar, but complied nonetheless. After several days without sight of the master, doubts began to stir within, yet the lightness of my command rendered them mute. Until I witnessed that man emerge from the doorway, leisurely departing the church, only to see his figure vanish into the moonlight in an instant. He too is a messenger of the divine. Surely, the master and this individual are in discourse with the deities. Fortunate indeed that I did not interrupt. One must never underestimate the imagination of a group of devout followers. Come in, I beckoned, my voice husky. As the servant opened the door, instinctively, I lunged forward, seizing the woman by the throat, rendering her voiceless, then yanked her inside. The door closed with a swift motion, tea spilling across the floor. The crimson hue of the blood became the most delectable shade, the flesh tender and imbued with an indescribable texture and sweetness. It felt as though a person's very blood and flesh had coalesced into a feast of gluttony. Indulging heartily, the girl, scarcely 18 or 19, was devoured alive. Ultimately, only a few fragments of white bones lay amidst the blood, accompanied by scattered remnants of flesh and entrails. As my hunger was satiated, my mind gradually returned to clarity, gazing at the pool of blood and the crimson liquid staining my fingertips. So this is the flavor of humanity? Quite delightful, though the cleanup will be a hassle. I must be more cautious next time. Once my strength was restored, I exited the room, traversing the corridor to the courtyard. Under the moonlight, I gazed down at my reflection in the lotus pond. Perhaps it was the night, but my skin appeared even more pallid. The distinction between the depths of my pupils blurred, filled entirely with a spectrum of colors, and the lines of my brows and eyes became sharper. My canines and nails had also grown more pointed. Other than that, there seemed to be little change, aside from the blood smudged upon my face. Am I to become a demon? I raised a hand to caress my cheek, muttering to myself, only to suddenly curve my lips into a signature smile. With my other hand, I skimmed across the water's surface, causing ripples that dispersed my reflection before I rose to depart. My dinner had not yet concluded. That girl, Akiko, was truly fortunate, merely serving tea and water for a few years, and she had been granted permission by the master to ascend to paradise. When will such good fortune come my way? This time, my mission was to venture to the temple to investigate recent disappearances. Amami, do take care. After receiving orders from Hikari, I contemplated that the temple lay to the southwest. By route, I could conveniently visit the master on my return. Upon reaching my small courtyard, I resolved to tidy up swiftly, preparing to set off the following day. The courtyard door remained ajar, and at the entrance to the hall were discarded wooden sandals. Hikari had come again, bearing daifuku filled with sweet red bean paste. There was nothing surprising about this. Over the past 2 years, after receiving my long-term permission, she frequently did so. Red bean daifuku, her favorite delicacy, was also what she believed I liked. Gee, hearing the sound of the door sliding open, Hikari peeked out from behind a screen. Our eyes met, and a nod sufficed as a response. Welcome back. This time I brought daifuku as well. She tilted her head, offering a sweet smile while showcasing the box beside her. It was difficult to imagine seeing such an expression on her face, or such an action from her. I could not quite articulate it, but I felt that ever since she aided me in fending off a minor demon during a mission, she had gradually become somewhat unusual. To be honest, I preferred her previous demeanor of businesslike formality. Now, the gaze she cast upon me concealed a different kind of fervor. From a physiological standpoint, she was quite restrained, yet in terms of her spiritual expression, I found myself quite unaccustomed. Come try this. This time, I imprinted a cherry blossom design on top. It's a new breakthrough. My lord commanded me to depart for the temple to investigate the disappearances by tomorrow. I must first pack my belongings. Ah, so suddenly? Yes. I apologize. Please take the daifuka back with you. Next time, I will savor it properly. Watching Hikari's sudden, frozen expression of disappointment, I hastily added a final remark before rushing into the inner room to tidy up. Then, I shall take my leave. Gee, do be careful this time, she exclaimed, hurriedly exiting the room. Has Hikari not mentioned it? Is she so unmoved by the exquisite cherry blossom daifuku? In the room, Rina gasped in astonishment. Rina, lower your voice. No, that's not it. He didn't notice the daifuku. He just returned and told me that my lord assigned him a task, and he must leave tomorrow to prepare. And then, you were sent back? Sort of. Ah, foolish Hikari, foolish Amami. With the two of you in this situation, when will you ever reach a resolution? Oh dear. Rina. At her words, Hikari's face flushed a deep red, and she quickly interjected. While she did indeed harbor feelings for G, she also felt elated that others recognized her efforts. However, being spoken of in such a vague manner was undeniably embarrassing. In the current circumstances, she clearly sensed that G harbored no feelings for her, viewing her merely as a friend, nothing more. He seemed utterly oblivious to her affections. Was she not bold enough? It was merely a premeditated kidnapping case, a conclusion G had drawn from his investigation. Local officials were already handling it. Out of his duty, G had assisted the officials in resolving the abduction issue, after which he departed. Every year, he would return around December, rejoining his team before April. Now in August, would the master feel some surprise at his unexpected visit? 100 meters away, the chilling aura of demons had already been detected by G. In the direction of eternal paradise, at this time, the starlight was radiant, marking an opportune moment for demon hunting. Master, there is danger. Chapter 20, Collision. Accelerating back to the church, I responded to old Ida's greetings before immediately making my way to the Master's prayer hall. Within the inner sanctum, the demonic presence was palpable. Were they attempting to hide, lying in wait? Approaching the inner room door, I could faintly hear the sound of chewing. It seemed they had succeeded. Sensing movement within, I drew my blade, and in that instant, I activated my perspective of the world. Breath of ice. First form, ice dual slash. 2 icy strikes descended in quick succession, and blood blossomed forth instantaneously. As the visage of the demon materialized before me, the breathing technique could no longer be retracted. The door shattered, and crimson blood splattered, staining the paper windows and the adversary's garments. Is it the master? My hands, poised to wield the blade, froze in disbelief. The incredulity in my eyes was palpable, suspended in the act of raising my weapon. It was indeed the master, yet also a demon. Oh, how it pains me, little G. You've returned much earlier than expected. Welcome back. A sudden, intoxicating fragrance enveloped my senses. So sweet and familiar that I felt lightheaded, entranced and frenzied, an insatiable desire to consume overwhelming me. Setting down the half-eaten flesh and blood, I rose to follow the captivating aroma, step by step toward the door. It emanated from this direction, a scent that was utterly entrancing. As I reached to open the door, 2 chilling blades of light descended upon me. In an instant, my right arm shattered, and a deep gash was carved into my chest, exposing bone. It hurts, truly hurts. The wound was frozen as if pierced by ice, the blood appearing to crystallize into thorns, spreading upward from the injury. This impeded the wound's natural healing. Each involuntary attempt to recover was thwarted by the searing pain, rendering the bleeding difficult to stem. And who was it that inflicted such harm upon him? It was the very Kiyoshi who had vowed to protect him. Observing the astonishment and disbelief in the other's eyes, Tomo felt an inexplicable unease. Such a gaze was one he wished to never see, especially in Kiyoshi's eyes. An indescribable trepidation washed over him. In this moment, what identity could he possibly present to him? A sudden panic rose within. Marking the first time in his life, he felt such intense emotions. Ah, dear Kiyoshi, you returned far too soon. To bridge the distance between them, Tomo hesitantly greeted him, his voice trembling. The ensuing silence only deepened his disquiet. Kiyoshi, are you not going to give me a welcome embrace? He raised his left hand in a gesture of invitation, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Alas, against the backdrop of his bloodied visage, the scene was far from picturesque. Kiyoshi's hand hung limply at his side, brows furrowed, staring intently without responding or moving. Ah, indeed, I must look quite filthy. It's quite all right if you choose not to embrace me. Just wait for me, please. What have you done? The abrupt interruption left Tomo momentarily speechless. His smile faltered. And after a pause, his arm dropped once more into silence. Ah, Kiyoshi, I've transformed into a demon. As he spoke, he overcame the sharp pain, his wounds on his arms and chest returning to normal. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. I could transcend mortality, allowing me more time to enlighten those pitiful souls. They need me, those foolish beings who do not even know whether they are human. Is my existence not meant to guide them? I consume them. Yes, I devour them. They yearn for immortality, crave ecstasy, and fear death. To be with me, to be eternally intertwined, is it not the fulfillment of their deepest desires? I grant them eternal life. I am their savior. I am divine. Without me, they would only struggle in darkness for all eternity. Kiyoshi, you know how wretched they are? This time, without hesitation, he continued. Moreover, this way I can spend even more time with you. Kiyoshi, you return so infrequently. What if one day I am slain by a demon? He wished for Kiyoshi to believe him, to stand by his side. Tomo did not perceive any flaws in his philosophy, yet an overwhelming premonition gripped him. He felt that only Kiyoshi would ever embrace such beliefs. He feared that Kiyoshi might be the sole exception in his world. He desperately needed Kiyoshi to be that anomaly, just as he was. He feared the thought of never seeing him again, of running out of things to say. They were both unique in a world of ordinary people. Without him, he would be left to exist among a throng of mad, foolish souls. Unable to articulate his feelings, he experienced a rapid heartbeat, trembling hands, and a disordered mind. Was this what it meant to be afraid? This turmoil managed to eclipse his primal urge to pounce and consume the other's blood. It was truly astonishing. And before he could further express his convoluted beliefs, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, the alluring scent tantalizingly close. All right, I understand. For reasons he could not articulate, tears flowed unbidden. It was a physiological response, uncontrollable, unlike the compassion he felt for his followers. Gently patting the back of the one in his arms, Kiyoshi's feelings were equally complex. How had it come to this, transforming into a grotesque being? If demon slayers were near, he would not live any easier than when he was human. Why had he made such a decision? Was it due to that subversive rationale? He was indeed astonished by the leader's transformation, yet he did not reject it. Even if he had become a demon, it mattered not. He was simply shocked by the other's choice, worried for his future. After all, as long as he remained himself, as long as he was the leader, that was sufficient. After calming the leader, Kiyoshi noticed his half-scaled, half-feathered garment was stained with blood. Chapter 21, Resignation. Hey, Hikari is actually wearing a kimono today. How rare. It's beautiful. Rina exclaimed in astonishment at Hikari's attire, her eyes wide with surprise. The white undergarment adorned with a pattern of long iris branches on a pale yellow background, complemented by a teal obi tied in a traditional style, created a gentle and approachable appearance. Her hair was elegantly styled, with a golden tassel adorning her left temple and a yellow flower pin securing her bun. Of course, this beauty was most evident when she smiled. She tucked a loose strand behind her ear, her brows curving in delight as she shyly smiled. I made this kimono a long time ago. I decided to wear it because Kiyoshi is returning this afternoon. I want to express my feelings to him later. Rina eagerly chimed in. That's right. Hikari is so lovely. It's a shame she has been stuck in that black samurai uniform all the time. And when she smiles, she looks wonderful. She shouldn't always wear a cold expression. Smile more, and I bet Kiyomi will be unable to resist. I hope so. Amidst endless anticipation, the girl felt a sense of uncertainty. After all, she was merely 21 or 22 years old. The painful memories of the past had forced her to be strong, to survive until now. Yet, she remained a young woman, and her yearning for a beautiful love had come a few years later than most. But when it arrived, it struck like a flood. She remembered their first encounter, how gravely he was wounded, how he remained silent during his dressing, and even expressed gratitude in the end. Had it been anyone else, they would have either fainted from the pain or lashed out in rage. Gratitude was an emotion that surfaced only after healing. Yet he managed to do so time and again. She recalled the way he wielded his katana, his unique breathing technique, the powerful chill emanating from him, and his proud demeanor after triumphing in battle. She remembered how he shielded her from attacks, his movements fluid and decisive, the sharp intent of his blade resonating with strength. Under the moonlight, his features became strikingly clear. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, he wielded ice as a blade to ensure her safety. Be careful, Hikari, he had said, lowering his gaze. I do not know what I mean to him, but I am certain that we are of the same ilk, strong yet solitary souls. I harbor genuine affection for him. I truly love him. In the side room, Yin was half reclining on the tatami mat. His body could no longer withstand much movement or even standing. Beside him was a white-haired woman, her features not strikingly beautiful, yet decidedly graceful, with gentle contours that exuded a sense of tranquility and comfort. Kiyoshi knelt across from him. Cough, cough. Why has Yamamura suddenly chosen to leave? My family has sent word, indicating that unforeseen circumstances have arisen at home, requiring me to be away for a prolonged period, perhaps 2 or 3 years. During this time, I am unable to fulfill my duties within the squad, nor can I extricate myself, hence my request to resign from the Demon Slayer Corps. Another fit of coughing interrupted him, and the white-haired woman furrowed her brow, worry evident in her eyes as she gently patted Yan's back. Cough. I'm fine, Yuki truly. After a brief silence, Yan spoke again. Is it due to debt? If so, cough, cough. I can. It is not the matter of debt. It concerns my family needing my care. He did not approach. With Ubuyashiki Yuki present, there was no necessity for him to advance, merely raising his eyes to calmly meet the gaze of his superior. Yamamura, do you insist on leaving? If you remain in the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be better. Cough. Cough. After regaining composure, there was no response. Locking eyes with the other party merely revealed Ji's tranquility. Even amidst such serene calmness, Yinha discerned his intent. He must depart. I am aware of the sacrifices made by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps on my behalf. I shall not leave in vain. Do not say such things, Amakusa. We have never, cough cough, treated you well solely to gain something in return. From the very beginning, our decision to assist you was made without expectation of compensation. Cough cough. We are comrades, and we are family. Upon hearing these words, Ji was momentarily taken aback, gazing fixedly at Yinha. Go, for the sake of your true family. If you find yourself in need, cough cough. We shall always be here to support you. Thank you. After leaving the side room, Ji returned directly to his own courtyard. As he surveyed the place he had inhabited for 4 years, it still felt empty. He tidied up slightly, shouldered his pack, and prepared to leave. This time, he would not be returning. Before his departure, he left behind a significant sum of money, a handwritten letter detailing the ice-breathing technique from Yulian, and a note. For the past 4 years, what he received from this place he considered as repayment, nothing more. He had never shattered a blade, never used his breathing technique to harm others, and had never owed them a single cent for their sustenance. He arrived when the sun was at its zenith and departed before it began to set. There were no elaborate farewell rituals. One might say he moved with such swiftness that others were oblivious, with no time to prepare any ceremony. What did that letter contain? Merely a single phrase. I hereby withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps as of today. My debts are settled. Thank you for having encountered you all. Do not dwell on me. Amakusa-ji. A sudden encounter, a silent departure. This was the sentiment of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps upon witnessing those remnants. Most were taken aback, some felt a sense of loss, while others were overwhelmed. What did his money and that letter signify? What did he regard her heartfelt intentions as? Her care and concern. Could these be quantified with currency? For Hiko, absolutely not. He left inexplicably, without a word of explanation, not even a simple farewell, vanishing without a trace. Did he understand her feelings? She had prepared cautiously, mustered her courage to decide, only to be met with such an outcome. Hiko's sorrow was starkly different from Rina's. It was not a matter of reluctance or regret. It was a genuine, piercing heartache. She entered the house and sensed the aura of demons. She thought he had returned, only to find his blade. That night, she clutched the sword, tears streaming like pearls, a continuous flow. It was a sleepless night. Chapter 22, The Madman. I shall never forget that day. The moonlight was mercilessly pale, and the blood flowed like a never-ending stream. I merely stepped out for some amusement, and upon returning, I found myself utterly alone. Hey, drunkard, have you settled your tab today? It had been ages since anyone had called my name with earnestness. Akira, a name pondered by my father. I heard he eagerly anticipated my birth, bestowing upon me countless names. Ha, you must be new here. You actually believe that, drunkard? This fellow used to be quite extravagant. In recent years, he has suddenly gone mad, drowning in drink and debauchery, and has long since squandered his fortune. Forget it. I won't pursue it further. This little sum doesn't matter to me. I merely feel a twinge of conscience. It's not good for someone to die at my doorstep. Indeed, I was once quite well off, blessed with a loving family, a flourishing dojo, and a young, beautiful fiancée. But that was just one fateful night. I was merely seeking solace in drink. I should have perished. I should never have heeded Fukuda Masakazu's devilish words, inciting my father to kill Fukuda Yuji. But who could have known that monster would be so terrifying? Who would have guessed he would seek vengeance so ruthlessly? The ground was littered with corpses, as if the trees of the mountains were stained with blood, resembling a recent downpour, a rain of red, a rain of stench. Amakusa-ji, how cruel your heart is. Those over a dozen children, those 3 or 4 elderly and weak, how could you bring yourself to do this? All for that so-called master, covered in blood. I faced the remnants of my parents, my brothers, and little Wei. Masakazu cast you away, claiming he would grant me the opportunity for revenge. Yet he said nothing of your whereabouts, ambushing me along the way and nearly costing me my life. My family is gone, my dojo is gone. I have not gone mad. I simply cannot bear it, having lost everything in a single night. I indulged in alcohol to numb myself, fading into a chaotic hallucination where my family, my brothers, and Little Wei resided. I mingled among various courtesans, seeking fleeting warmth. I did not necessarily want them. I merely desired their company for a while. Before me, there was only indifference. I hate you, and I hate Masakazu. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? The two dojos could have balanced each other. My friends could still be laughing in the world. And perhaps Little Wei and I would have had children together. I hate. How could I not hate? I have been inquiring everywhere, keeping a constant watch. Yet I have come up empty. I can no longer contend with Masakazu. His dojo and disciples have rendered me powerless. But Amakusa-ji, you, I can still reach. Yet I cannot find you. Why can I not find you? Hey, do you know about the demon hunters? The man who spoke lowered his voice intentionally, shrouded in mystery. The man sitting across raised an eyebrow in confusion and responded, No, what demon hunters? Speak of demons, and the tone suddenly shifts to uncertainty. Hey, don't play dumb. Who doesn't know about demons? Wanyan Mountain, doesn't it harbor demons? Shoo, what are you saying? Seeing the man opposite him grow fearful, the first speaker said, Look, you know, right? Just say it already. All right, I'll say it. In our school, we have demon hunters. The demons of Wanyan Mountain were vanquished by that esteemed master. Ah, who is it? Lord Amakusa, the warrior beside the sect leader. What are they talking about? Amakusa? Borrowing the guise of drunken stupor, I quietly listened to all the conversations at the neighboring table, hearing the description of the esteemed Amakusa, which closely resembled Amakusa-ji. What they spoke was true. Wanyan Mountain had been quite tumultuous a few years ago, with countless deaths surrounding it. All who entered at night never returned. Perhaps 3 or 4 years ago. I cannot recall clearly. It suddenly became peaceful again, and it was said that a demon hunter with black hair and blue eyes was responsible. Could it be that he can indeed slay demons? Amakusa-ji. The rumors of the demon hunters have circulated widely in the red light district. They loathe evil spirits, seemingly possessing a strict organization, with individuals responsible for reconnaissance, followed by specially designated warriors sent to eradicate the demons. Their selection process is exceptionally harsh and rigorous, and their warriors are extraordinarily powerful. One might say that the notion of vengeance, which I had clung to, has been severed. I cannot surpass him. I could before, but now I find myself utterly outmatched. The alcohol continued to flow, glass after glass. Perhaps it would be better to die like this. To end it all and join my family, my brothers, and Little Wei. I said, Drunkard, you might as well go to the Eternal Bliss sect. With our Supreme Master there, who knows, you might find bliss as well. The brothel madam, often referred to as Mother Yuko, frequently said such things. Eternal bliss, where Amakusa-ji resides. At this moment, I no longer dare to face it. I fear that the moment I see him, I will be torn apart by hatred and despair. I yearn for death, yet I dread dying at his hands. The myriad facets of human existence merely highlight the fickleness of fate. Oh, thank the Buddha, thank the heavens. This time, the master has chosen my place for preaching. Ladies, you shall soon meet the esteemed master. On this day, Mother Yuko's enthusiasm was greater than ever. She dismissed the guests early, save for the congregation. With great fanfare, arrangements were made for various matters, from the minutiae of room decor to the grand layout of the venue. That evening, as I sat across from them, gnawing on a rice ball, the so-called master arrived, his features obscured by a conical hat. Beside him stood someone I could still recognize, even after all these years, Amaya Ki, the scoundrel who had shattered my world. How could he remain so composed, so dignified? I was no devotee. I did not kneel in reverence, and thus, I could not enter. Fortunately, many gathered around to gawk, and after a series of kneelings, the nearby taverns emptied out. I took refuge in the tavern opposite Yuko Mama's establishment, for the layout allowed me to overlook the scene in the building across the way from a higher vantage point on the second floor. At that moment, the second floor was nearly deserted, and as I settled into a corner, it was blissfully quiet. I gazed intently at the Master's smiling face and Amaya Ki's serene demeanor. It was unbearable. I felt a haze descend, and as I lifted my hand, I could not stem the flow of tears. Why? Why did those who harmed me live so freely and blissfully? Chang Xiong was one, and so was this despicable man. The changing tableau before me no longer stirred any ripples. I merely stared, recalling my father and the others, tears streaming down my face. Others might not find it strange, but I was simply a madman. As my head swam and my eyes ached to open, a sudden and horrifying scene unfolded before me. A vivid red splattered across the room. The master had bitten the girl who had entered with him, ending her life. His claws, his sharp fangs. He was a demon. No one else was around. The windows on the third floor were paper-covered and sealed shut, preventing any view from below. It was only I who had discovered this secret. Bang! The sound of a window slamming shut. Amamiya Key had closed it, cutting off my sight. I did not know if he had seen me, but I was certain that I had seen them. Chapter 23, Conspiracy. A single bite severing an artery in the throat, and one would bleed out and die within a short span, much like the butchering of pigs and sheep. The quickest way to ensure a swift demise was to slit the throat. Tong Mao drank in the warm blood, allowing what he could not swallow to drip down his chin. The girl, ensnared in his embrace, offered no resistance. Her body lay rigid as he feasted upon her, until her gaze dimmed and a smile graced her lips. Almost done. He began with her limbs, then her abdomen, moving to her chest, and finally to her head. He pulled out her lungs, though what remained was hardly recognizable as such. They were only half the normal size, the lower half shriveled and hard, while the upper half was torn open, revealing a series of fibrous meat strands. The trachea still mixed with considerable mucus. This poor child must have suffered greatly in life. How could such lungs have sustained her to this age? Tong Mao lifted the meat strands, shaking them, while his other hand squeezed the hardened mass. He glanced up, his brows furrowed in an expression of sympathy. She would not survive much longer. By the age of 15, she would suffocate and die. I agree. Once more, the sound of feasting filled the air. Truth be told, Tong Mao held little interest in the corpse before him. She had been frail in life, her complexion pale, resembling a withered branch. Had it not been for Ki's tacit approval, he would have had little appetite. Furthermore, with Ki nearby, he felt no hunger for anything. The sweet scent emanating from her was a constant distraction, igniting a desire to tear her apart or consume her, to discover the source of that cloying fragrance. Yet, because he was Ki, he could only endure, baffled by his own restraint. Overwhelmed, he leaned against Ki, letting the aroma intoxicate him before reluctantly pulling away. Once he had finished with the girl, Tong Mao began to tidy himself, for others would soon arrive, and Ki was busy clearing the aftermath. Watching Ki's movements, Tong Mao suddenly felt a pang of curiosity. How did Ki always know who was on the brink of death? Ever since Ki's formal return, he had begun monitoring Tong Mao's meals. Aware of his preference for women, he felt a sense of helplessness but did not impose limits. Those yearning for blissful oblivion were often either gamblers fallen from grace or gravely ill individuals. Among the latter, he selected a few, ensuring Tong Mao would not starve. Occasionally, on days with a larger number, he would consume several. Yet, without exception, they were all souls nearing their end. Tell me, little Ki, how do you know they are about to die? Tong Mao asked, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, propping his head on his hand, smiling as he inquired. Because I see it. See it? Yes. Yet many appear normal, not sickly. How do you discern that their hearts bear holes, destined to rupture and perish in mere days? Without answering, he finished tidying up. The last task completed, he sat beside Tong Mao, gazing directly into his eyes. Tong Mao, in my perception, the world is entirely transparent. It is a three-dimensional, permeable realm. If I enter this world, I see every person as mere flesh and bone. Tong Mao seemed taken aback by this revelation, raising an eyebrow, his eyes wide. Oh, is that so? I understand that it is rather surreal, but it is what I perceive. This allows me to see through my adversaries, gauging their next moves based on muscle movement, breath, and the speed of blood flow. So, do you understand? I once thought we were alike. How fascinating. I wish to see it too. Can I also enter this world? Indeed, you are the most extraordinary person. In every sense, you are unique. I do not know how to make others see. All I know is that others cannot perceive the breath method. With the breath method, I can freely control the existence of this world, and perhaps it can be done. Ki's eager expression surprised Tong Mao. He had anticipated his words would be dismissed as absurdity. Such a person as he would surely be ostracized. Yet now, meeting those bright and shining eyes, he felt a sense of comfort, an unspoken understanding that at least one person would believe him. With a flicker of hope, Tong Mao wished to explore this. He was genuinely curious about the world Ki described. What did he look like in Ki's eyes? A creature of bones and flesh, connected by nerves? What would he see in him? A similar being? Doubt. He never questioned any of his words. He knew he would not harm him. Even knowing he was a demon, he would still protect him. They lingered in the tavern for 3 more days, and on the 3rd night, they departed. During this time, Tong Mao devoured numerous individuals, mostly sickly prostitutes on the verge of death, along with a few frail devotees. One could say it was a bountiful harvest. In these few days, Ban Shengzi had remained steadfastly positioned in the tavern opposite Yuko Mama's, occupying the same spot on the 2nd floor by the window, almost constantly observing the movements of the master and Ki. He had not witnessed the master devouring anyone, at least not while the window was open. Each time he peered through the wooden window, he could only see him alleviating the troubles of various devotees, during which he had hosted 2 large gatherings. Each time, he smiled as if he were basking in the warmth of spring, as though the man who had bitten the girl to death that night, his mouth stained with blood, were not the same. I would never be mistaken. I witnessed it. He does not venture out during the day, nor does he approach the windows. He fears the sun. He must be a demon. On the 3rd night, Ban Chongzi watched the 2 depart, his mind racing with schemes. His eyes, bloodshot and on the verge of bursting, his lips pale and cracked, trembled as he bit down on his nails. Suddenly, a frenzied thought struck him. He could kill Amaya Ki, using that demon beside him. The organization of demon hunters is indeed filled with individuals who harbor an intense hatred for demons. Yet, one of their own now brazenly associates with these very creatures. What consequences would ensue if the leader of that organization were to discover this? What if they mistakenly believed him to be a demon? What if they thought he was complicit in the slaughter of innocents at the hands of demons? He would surely meet his demise. Such a person would be a traitor to all, while I stand as a champion of justice. I must inform them of this aberration within their ranks. Once such thoughts took root, they spiraled uncontrollably, igniting an obsession akin to a lifeline, propping up the entire world of Ban Nagisa. Finding demon hunters would prove as arduous as scaling the heavens. They are as elusive as dragons, always appearing without a trace. To seek them out is futile. It would be far more effective to lure them in. What could possibly attract them? Demons. What happens in a place rife with demons? Countless lives are lost. And what of the leader's departure? He would orchestrate the disappearance of many, ensuring they become prey for the demons. Though such frenzied notions are difficult to put into action, Ban Nagisa succeeded. Sister, please don't cry. In a narrow alley at the end of the street, the lifeless body of a young woman lay disemboweled, her neck and chest marred by the marks of gnawing and tearing. 2 children, not much older than 10, stood vigil beside her. The younger, merely 6 or 7, crouched on the ground, inconsolable, tears cascading down as if they were free. His eyes were so swollen they were nearly unrecognizable. The older child stood, frail and pallid, tears brimming in his eyes as he shouted for the younger one to cease his weeping, even as he struggled to maintain his composure. I said, stop crying. Rio. Little Rio. But Sister Woo. Sister. I know. They all say that the Flower Street is not safe, that there are demons. It was a demon that killed her. In little Rio's eyes burned a rage unfitting for his tender age, tempered with an unwavering determination. He forcefully pulled up his sobbing brother, fixing him with a fierce gaze as he declared, Listen, Rio, we must avenge Sister. Do you understand? For Sister. Woo. I understand. For Sister. Rio choked on his words, gasping for breath as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. To embraced Rio, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. She was his sister, his only sister. How could he not feel sorrow? Chapter 24, The Informant. In the wooded hills, at the Jukiyama estate, Hisashi Tsukida received a task early in the morning, to investigate the flower street of Fujino, where it was suspected that demons dwelt. Had over 100 lives truly been extinguished in the past 4 months? It was indeed suspicious. After accepting the mission, he set off the following day, racing northward. Upon arriving at Fujino South Flower Street, Tsukida need not elaborate. Those he questioned displayed expressions of relief as if pardoned from a great sin. Oh, demon hunter. You have finally arrived. There must be a demon in Fujino. Please, save us. Seeing the tear-streaked face of an elderly woman who had dashed forward, Tsukida instinctively recoiled. If he retreated any further, his samurai garb would surely bear other stains. Please, calm yourself, Granny Kagaku. Such words held little sway, and the woman continued to wail, ultimately leaving Tsukida's attire stained with her tears. Once Granny Kagaku finally calmed, Tsukida cautiously inquired, Might you provide a description of the demon? It only preys on the young. It always begins by disemboweling them. Then moo. My poor niece, who was on the verge of becoming a top-tier geisha, had her bright future snatched away. I see. Please accept my condolences. I shall return to eradicate this malevolent demon in vengeance for your kin. Tsukida declared solemnly, bowing deeply. I believe in you. But please, do be careful. The results of his inquiries revealed that nearly every resident of Fujino would attest to the presence of demons. Their descriptions varied wildly. Some spoke of a demon resembling a 3-meter-tall giant, while others claimed it took the form of a flower house courtesan. Together, these accounts only served to deepen the confusion. Thank you. I shall strive to eradicate the evil demon. As the 2 women departed, Tsukida let out a long sigh. How was he to locate it? He could barely sense the demonic energy. Any faint traces he could detect were limited to a mere 50 meters, and even that yielded no fruitful leads. Surely, there couldn't have been a sudden surge of natural deaths or illness that concentrated so many in one place. He resolved to remain for a few more days to observe. Oddly, during his stay of over 20 days. He had not sensed even a hint of demonic presence or witnessed a single body laid out in the streets. Did this place truly harbor demons? Sukeda could not detect any demonic aura. On the day of his arrival, he felt a faint trace, but as time passed, it gradually dissipated. He searched the surrounding area, traversing the village and forests, yet found nothing. If he saw no change in 10 days, he would have to depart and report back, whether or not demons existed. The lack of progress warranted a return. He could not afford to be ensnared by a single tree while other urgent matters awaited. Regrettably, the ranks of the demon slayers were already thin, and the number available for dispatch was painfully limited. On the eve of his departure, Sukeda was unexpectedly confronted by a drunken man, his stench of alcohol unmistakable. Sukeda recognized the encounter was intentional. He had tried to avoid him from a distance. The disheveled man, clad in ragged attire, bore the unmistakable appearance of one who had surrendered to a life of idleness. Out of courtesy, Sukeda spoke, "Forgive me, sir. Are you well?" Before Sukeda could finish, the drunken man seized his garment, lifting his gaze to meet Sukeda's, his eyes exhibiting an unsettling clarity. "Are you the demon hunter?" The raspy voice caught Sukeda off guard, prompting him to nod. He was about to recite his customary inquiries when the drunkard interrupted him. "I know you seek demons. I have seen them. I know you are leaving. If you truly are a demon hunter, you must return in a month. A month from now? Why not now? They are not here. Now. They will return in 2 months, a month from now. Do you know anything else? For example, there are 2 demons. One with black hair and deep blue eyes, appearing as a samurai clad in a half-white haori. The other always wears a conical hat." Sukeda was taken aback. Could this inebriate be fabricating tales? After days of fruitless searching, how could he possess such knowledge? Yet, the unwavering conviction in the man's unusually lucid eyes compelled Sukeda to trust him. "Understood. Thank you for the information. May I ask your name?" "Ban Nagisa." It seemed the man had exhausted his clarity, for he ceased to answer any further questions, instead chuckling foolishly as he wandered away. Only he, with his back turned, was aware that beneath the facade of feigned insanity lay a seething hatred and the sharpness of a scheme on the brink of fruition. "The demon hunters have arrived. Amamiya Ki, next month, in a month's time, you shall pay for the life you have taken from my world. It was merely an old man you slaughtered. Yet you had the audacity to annihilate my dojo. Now, I shall see you suffer 1,000 deaths. I will ensure your torment, and beyond your organization. I have prepared a grand gift that will lead to your untimely demise. It is once more time to venture to Fujino. I eagerly await this next encounter." With a beaming smile, Tamayo watched as G poured tea across from him, not missing a single movement from his companion. "Tamayo, this time, do not go to Fujino. There are those watching us there." "Oh, is that so?" Tamayo replied. "Since our first visit, there has always been someone. Their locations may vary, but I can feel the same gaze and presence. That gaze is unusual. Could it simply be my followers?" G queried, harboring doubts in his heart. You know how they can be when engaged in certain activities. Furrowing his brow, G felt an inexplicable familiarity with that presence, a sensation that eluded his memory. Yet his body instinctively recognized it. "Let us go, little G. No matter what, you're with me, right? Your words can certainly protect me." Tamayo maintained his nonchalant demeanor, squinting and tilting his head in a cheerful smile. Observing his demeanor, G realized that the discussion was futile. Tamayo had made up his mind. "Very well. Let us go then. It's just one person. Indeed, not even a demon. If it comes to it, we can investigate further. If they harbor ill intentions, they are unworthy of pity." Chapter 25 encounters. The journey from the eternal paradise to the streets of Fujino was considerable, and with travel limited to the night hours. They typically departed a few days in advance to arrive on time. After a span of 3 to 4 days, they finally reached their destination. The lights flickered like daylight, vibrant and joyful, yet tainted with filth and degradation. This was G's assessment of Fujino. "Oh dear, as lively as ever. Amidst this throng, I find myself quite famished." Tamayo laughed, drawing closer to G, appearing utterly enraptured. It won't be long now. Receiving an affirmative response, he understood it meant they could indulge in a feast that night. He wondered which fortunate girl would be the recipient this time. In high spirits, he began to lead G through the stalls lining the streets, offering critiques on various foods and trinkets. "Look, little G, this hairpin would suit you splendidly." He held the hairpin above G's head, resting his chin on one hand, grinning appreciatively. Puffed. The shopkeeper, observing their antics, couldn't he help but chuckle and kindly reminded them that it was a woman's accessory, suggesting it might not be appropriate for a man. "Oh," the sound lingered, as if contemplating the validity of her words. He waved the silver-threaded hairpin adorned with blue jade leaves, his gaze shifting thoughtfully before he resolutely turned to the shopkeeper. It seemed he had come to a decision. "I've decided to gift it to little G after all. Wouldn't you like to try it?" "No. Oh. but it's such a beautifully selected piece. After a night of preaching, a satiated Tamayo lay comfortably on the bed, the sunlight streaming and sapping his energy. They had many followers to meet in the afternoon, and as demons were nocturnal creatures, it was best for him to rest for now. Noticing Tamayo closing his eyes to rest, Ji chose not to disturb him and quietly left the room. Descending from the tavern, he made his way to a familiar place. In the distance, a small figure caught his eye, straining under the weight of a water bucket. "How have you been lately, Rio?" Beneath the plain tone lay a gentle undercurrent, his voice melodious, akin to a spring cascading over stones, clear yet reassuring. The weight in his hands dissipated instantly. No need for excessive reaction. Rio immediately recognized Ji. "I'm quite well. Thank you for your concern, Lord Amamiya." Rio bowed quickly, slightly stammering. The water bucket was entirely taken from him. "Is it still the same shop?" "Yes. The owner, Nagishi, is a kind person. He is the only one willing to keep me." "And your brother?" "My brother was taken by the Yoko clan. He is more handsome, and the mothers there thought he would serve them better." Rio, short in stature with slightly disheveled hair and pale skin, spoke with his head bowed. A hint of a naive smile illuminating his freckled face as he mentioned his sibling. Ji was aware of Rio's past. He had grown up without a father, his mother passing away when he was 3, leaving him and his brother to rely on their sister's work in a flower house to survive. About half a year ago, their sister had suddenly died, leaving only him and his brother to, with his frail health, could hardly manage a regular job. And for a time, they resorted to begging, struggling to find enough to eat. It was only when Rio was taken in by a shop owner as a servant that their circumstances began to improve. Ji had met Rio during that time, when he had been harassed by a patron seeking to avoid payment. Distressed, the child had cried. Ji, unable to tolerate such cruelty, intervened. Children, like blank slates, deserve the freedom to live and play without fear. What kind of situation is this? He had always possessed patience and concern for children, believing they should have joyful memories of their childhood, unlike his own marred by unfortunate experiences. He wished for them to retain their innocence and not forget their former selves. Watching children smile reminded him of his own past. He had given Rio some money. He possessed enough to allow Rio and to leave the flower street and live a carefree life. However, Rio adamantly refused to take more than a small amount, expressing immense gratitude instead. "In the future, I will definitely repay you, Lord Amamiya. Seeing you happy is enough for me. No repayment is necessary." This was his belief regarding children, regarding those as innocent as blank slates, and regarding Tamayo. After reporting to his lord, the decision was made to err on the side of caution, allowing Hisashi to follow the lead of the companion, Choji, and investigate further. That place was undoubtedly suspicious. Upon returning to Fujino, the demonic aura hit them like a wave. The demons have truly arrived, concealing their presence. They tracked the source of the demonic energy to an opulent tavern. This establishment supposedly hosted some sort of preaching. Only followers and those sincerely devoted to the faith could enter after bowing 3 times and chanting praises to their leaders. Under such conditions, Hisashi found himself excluded. What kind of indignity is this, bowing for no reason? Even for the sake of investigation, such humiliation is unacceptable. He opted to observe from the rooftop across the street, waiting for the opportune moment to infiltrate from above. Gazing at the throng within the hall, Hisashi couldn't help but marvel. Truly, had any church grown to such proportions in this era? The esteemed figure took their seat, exuding a demonic presence. Yet, how could those surrounding him possibly be? But why was he here? Was he also hunting this demon? Yet, the expressions and actions of that figure seemed to align with the demoness intentions. Impossible. That person Amamiya, what is he doing? His mind momentarily stalled. Hisashi hesitated to act. By the time he regained his senses, he witnessed Ji approaching a girl before the demon, and amidst the worship of the gathered followers, he allowed the demon to sink its teeth into the girl's neck, embracing her as it drained her blood. "No, what is happening? Ji, what is wrong with you? That is a demon beside you. What are you doing?" Chapter 26. The Eve, is it truly him? The voice of a woman reached his ears, tinged with disbelief, sorrow, and disappointment. Hiki, why did you come?" Hiki's sudden appearance startled Hisashi profoundly. At the departure, his lord had clearly assigned him to go alone, and he had sensed nothing along the way. How had Hiki suddenly materialized before him? His lord had inferred that one of the 2 demons you spoke of was indeed Amamiya. If it truly is him, then you may find yourself inescapably doomed. After your departure, the esteemed lord dispatched me to assist you in fulfilling your mission. You all, Nakamura and the others, are still en route. Ah, I see. It appears you have not yet let go of Amamiya Seiki, have you? Now that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, perhaps it will ease your heart and strengthen your resolve to forget? Kuki pondered this. Ever since Amamiya Seiki left, Hikari's demeanor has been peculiar. She seems to be bustling about, attending to everything. Yet there is an indescribable melancholy about her. Everyone is quite worried, speculating whether her feelings for Seiki run too deep. However, Seiki has never acted in a manner that could lead to misunderstandings. Hikari's state is truly concerning. Now that we have confirmed this, we must deliberate carefully on Amamiya's Seiki. He is not to be trifled with. As Hikari spoke, her disbelief dissipated, replaced by a chilling anger. She could never forgive a demon, even if he were Seiki. Let us wait for Nakamura and the others to arrive. They will remain here for 3 to 4 days. According to the words of those adherents we just spoke to, this demon lord and Seiki visit almost every 3 months, preaching for 3 to 4 days each time. Most of the devotees here only know they hail from the eternal paradise, yet few are aware of its true location. Those who introduced them to the faith have mostly perished or ascended to the paradise themselves. Reflecting on it, these devotees are quite pitiable. Toru clutched a small, red hairpin tightly in his left hand, while reaching out with his right, unhesitatingly accepting the short blade, the hatred in his eyes impossible to conceal. Do you remember, Toru? The tall warrior with black hair and blue eyes. His name is Amamiya Seiki. He is the one who murdered your sister. And he will appear beneath the Wizuki Pavilion tomorrow night at midnight. Ban Takaishi crouched before Toru, steadying his shoulders as he spoke, his words carefully coaxing. He had frequented many brothels and had long taken notice of Toru. His sister had possessed an exquisite beauty. Her long, arched brows and high nose lent her an unusual grace, leading Ban to keep a flower from her hair as a memento, thus preserving a vivid impression of her. The siblings bore a striking resemblance. Of course, the memories were not solely due to appearances. It was also because of the intense hatred reflected in Toru's eyes. Moreover, it was a fortuitous coincidence that this lad's brother was acquainted with Amamiya Seiki. After observing him several times, Ban concluded that Seiki treated his brother with kindness, showing no wariness towards him or children in general. If he did not take advantage of this, it would be a squandered opportunity. With no parents, his elder brother was his sole guardian. Thus, he first visited the Reko Pavilion, purposefully voicing some opinions about demons, including many details that others could not possibly know, given that he had dealt with them firsthand. This successfully piqued Toru's interest. Once Toru was convinced by about 70 to 80% of what he said, Ban produced the flower, claiming he had found it while escaping from the demon, which he had pursued. Naturally, there was no worry about Toru not recognizing it. It was the only keepsake of his sister. Toru, I know you have heard many rumors, but you must trust me this time. You have seen. This flower belonged to your sister, and I truly wish to slay that monster. Toru, the demon slayers have returned. This time, we can eliminate that wretched demon. I will arrange everything, avenging your sister. Of course, for my sake as well. Listen, this blade has been poisoned. It will slow the demon's movements. Will you join my plan? I am willing. I want to avenge my sister. Ban Takaishi succeeded. Next, he merely needed to contact the demon slayers. Where would they be? Wherever the demons were. His arrival successfully caught Kuki's attention. Due to the previous incident, Kuki had kept a wary eye on him. He brought Hikari and Ban Takaishi to meet him, expressing his gratitude, while Ban's words left him astonished. My lord, I also wish to contribute, in any small way. My family, all perished at the hands of that white-clad demon. Tomorrow night is the perfect time. I know that at midnight, they descend from the upper floors. Demons do not emerge during the day. Tomorrow night, I have a way to hold 1 or even 2 of the demons at bay. Wait, Mr. Ban. Do not be so agitated. This endeavor is far too perilous. Hikari chose silence. No, I can do it, my lord. You must believe me. I can. You must eliminate that vile demon. The urgency in his voice quickened, emotions flaring, reddening his eyes, as he gripped Kuki's clothing tightly, resembling a fiend from hell. However, who can you hold at bay? Ah, the one with black hair, the one in the white Haori. Hikari? You. Very well. I hope you will fulfill your promise. The Demon Slayer Corps thanks you. Before Kuki could intervene further, Hikari had already bent down to express her gratitude, forcibly dragging him away. She found it truly peculiar, but if some other force were to assist, their plan could proceed more smoothly. They are warriors of the Demon Slayer Corps, and their aura naturally differs from that of ordinary people. It is impossible to disguise. Approaching recklessly like this, Amamiya Seiki would surely sense it. Ban Takaishi is highly suspicious, yet it remains a viable strategy. If he can indeed hold Seiki at bay, their chances of success would greatly increase. If not, it would not matter. They would still have contingency plans. Dividing into 2 groups to guard the front and back entrances of the Wizuki Pavilion, and if necessary, charge indirectly. Tomorrow night, the timing is just right. Nakamura and the others are expected to arrive early tomorrow morning to rest and prepare, ready to take up arms at night. Hikari, your thinking is too simplistic. Ban Takaishi is merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly hold back a demonized Amamiya Seiki or 2 demons? Wouldn't that be a death sentence for him? Why not give it a try? Given our current situation, we cannot approach those two at all. He is Amamiya Seiki, not an ordinary demon. There will be a way. We cannot allow ordinary people. Enough, Kuki. We can ambush around Ban Takaishi while he acts. He can only hold them near the Wazuki Pavilion. So we must lay an ambush there. Remember? We will protect him. Nothing will happen to him, understand? Hikari. We will certainly protect him. We can kill Amamiya Seiki. I can see he hates him. His family has already been devoured by Seiki. Does he not deserve even a chance at vengeance? Just like her now. She trembled with excitement. Her hand clenched tightly around the hilt of her blade, mist rising before her eyes as she tilted her head back, stifling the tears that threatened to fall. His success was within reach. He need not suffer as I did. I understand, Hikari. Kuki was at a loss for words. Such pain was beyond his experience and imagination. Well then, everyone, let us conclude today's discussion. Tomorrow, there will be one final gathering at the church. We shall reconvene then. Tamayo, as usual, sat cross-legged on the lotus throne, hands resting on his legs, nodding with a smile as he accepted the worship of the crowd. Yet this time, before the adherents could finish, Seiki swiftly emerged from behind the screen, striding forward to grasp Tamayo's arm. Hey, little Seiki, the Demon Slayer Corps has arrived. Chapter 27, The Beginning. The Demon Slayer Corps. It is the organization that little Seiki belonged to. Tamayo squinted, as if deep in thought, and after a moment, his lazy smile returned, as if he were completely unaware of the implications. Leave this place now. Seiki disregarded Tamayo's nonchalance, snatching a nearby conical hat and pulling him along with urgency. The murderous intent was so palpable it nearly transformed into a tangible force. Lurking near the front of the pavilion, with an indistinct presence seemingly emanating from a side entrance. Even if the obscured view made it difficult to discern their numbers, one could surmise there were no fewer than 6. Is it directed at Tamayo, or is it about oneself? He remains uncertain. Intuitively, Tamayo poses a threat. After much contemplation, G shifts his perspective and, avoiding the gaze of the crowd, reaches a small entrance resembling a wine cellar. If you exit from here, they will remain oblivious to this escape route. It is a sanctuary. Could it be Xiaoji? Tamayo halts, crossing his arms and regarding Ji with a look of disbelief, still smiling playfully. Isn't Xiaoji overreacting? Is he trembling in fear at the sight of a few former colleagues he has never met? Listen, Tamayo. They are exceedingly dangerous. With these words, Tamayo refrains from making any more trivial remarks, merely curling his lips in a gesture of surrender. Just as he is about to open the door and step inside, Ji pulls him back. In swift motions, he removes Tamayo's black and white-collared haori and drapes his own over Tamayo's shoulders, carefully adjusting the straw hat on his head. The white veil of the hat obscures Tamayo's features. Xiaoji, what is the meaning of this? We must leave immediately. Ji insists, once more pushing Tamayo inside. Xiaoji isn't coming? No response. Sensing that Tamayo hesitates, but ultimately obeys, Ji exhales in relief. They would kill him, perhaps even themselves. Tamayo's haori, imbued with his scent and the aura of a demon, might divert the attention of their pursuers for a time. Yet, waiting within, they would inevitably discover the allure drawing them in. Would they gain more time this way? While attuned to Tamayo's whereabouts, Ji lowers his gaze in contemplation. After a moment, as if a realization dawns upon him, he strides resolutely toward the front door. Ryo, pulling at his translucent garment, attempts to halt him. Brother, no, that is not true. Brother, it cannot be Lord Amagumi. Do not heed the words of that madman. As evening descends, the sun nearly consumed by the encroaching night, Ryo finally returns home. The moment he enters, he spots the sitting on the floor, gently swaying a short blade, his gaze exceptionally sinister. I'm back. Welcome back, Ryo. To reveals his plans for the evening. Initially, upon learning of his brother's intent for vengeance, Ryo was merely worried and wished to accompany him. That was his sister. If given the opportunity, he too wished to avenge her. However, if it were only his brother going, and he were to fail, Ryo would be left alone. He didn't want his brother to be harmed. But when he heard the name Amagumi Ji escape his brother's lips, he was rendered speechless. No, brother. Impossible. How could it be that esteemed lord? That esteemed lord? Amagumi Ji is indeed Lord Amagumi, the one who has always aided us. But he is a demon. The very demon who killed our sister. Impossible. He is not. Ryo, if it truly is that esteemed lord, I will still act. No matter how much he has aided us, he is ultimately a demon. Demons possess no virtue. And his actions on the night he took our sister's life have proven this. Observing Tu's stubborn demeanor, Ryo exhausts every means to persuade him. He speaks of Ji's benevolence, but to counters with the fact that he is a demon, one unafraid of the sun. Ryo is at a loss, yet insists that it is not that esteemed lord. When so many lives were lost, the lord was not even present. How could it be Lord Amagumi? Why is brother so certain? Silence. Rio, you can either come with me to avenge our sister or stay home quietly and do not wait for me. 2. Without allowing Rio to retort, he strides out the door with an urgency he has never exhibited before. Since childhood, he has suffered from a weak heart. His frail form pallid and sickly. After their heated argument, he nearly sprinted into the narrow alley leading to the tavern, his face turning an alarming shade. Rio trails closely behind, attempting to pull his brother back several times, but ultimately finds himself threatened by T's blade. In his desperation, Rio bursts into tears. He is truly a crybaby, reduced to uttering only the word no. Whether it was out of irritation or a desire to protect his brother, T suddenly forcefully shoves Rio into the street. Instead of the harsh, cold ground, he finds himself enveloped in a warm, sturdy embrace. This scent, could it be Rio? Feeling as though heaven has intervened, Rio sobs even harder. Staggering to his feet, he clings tightly to G's right hand. Yes, the fiery pattern beginning at the tiger's mouth extends upwards. This sensation is unmistakably that of Lord Amamiya. Having cried until he could hardly breathe, his grip grows stronger. Huff. Woo. Amamiya. Lord. Woo, hurry. Quickly, leave. The child wipes his tears with his other hand, stammering as he desperately tries to dissuade G. The white veil of the hat is lifted, and G squats down to wipe away Rio's tears, saying nothing. He senses an even clearer aura of murderous intent. How could he leave? If he were to depart, Tamayo would truly have no chance at all. There are 6 individuals here, some of whom are familiar faces. The Mist Hashira, Tsujikuni Yurichi, the Wind Hashira's adoptive son, Nakamura Tsutomu, and the elite fighter, Inazuka Masayuki. The rest are swordsmen he does not recognize. I understand. I'll be ready soon. Thank you, Rio. Rio realizes the implication. It means they cannot leave just yet. Yet his brother is already waiting at the alley's mouth with a blade in hand. How could they wait? What if the Lord is truly injured? Thus, he continues to grip G's right hand, shaking it while intermittently urging him to run. The threads of opportunity unravel, and all coincidences and strategies reveal themselves at this moment. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps suddenly spring into action, initiating their breathing techniques from various directions, targeting the encircled G and Rio. Just as they seize a favorable opportunity, a strike aimed at G's midsection is launched. Frost breathing, 7th form, Ice Moon's remnant. Drawing his left-hand blade, he slashes from the lower left to the upper right, unleashing a vast crescent of frost that encircles him, save for the lower half, to avoid harming Rio. Though the breathing techniques deflect the attacks, from an unexpected angle in the alley, the sharp blade pierces his body. A muted thud reverberates as crimson flows along the blade, staining his haori and tarnishing the silver-white blade. Chapter 28, Progress. Children are perhaps the most innocent and unblemished beings in this world. They possess the purest hearts, brimming with naive curiosity and hope. These qualities are nestled within their adorable little forms, and malice seems to shrink in proportion to their small bodies, even vanishing altogether, replaced instead by magnified hope. The notion of murderous intent is an unfathomable concept to them. To his no exception, he harbors hatred. Yet his aura fails to raise any alarm, especially within that confined realm thick with murderous intent. Thus, he succeeds, almost avenging his sister. Rio feels a flash before his eyes, a cascade of brilliance, propelled backward by the wind generated by the breathing technique, and loses his footing, landing on the ground. From this angle, he witnesses to plunge the entire blade into G's side. 2. This cry marks Rio's first genuine rebellion against his brother to date. Why? Why did he still do this? Lord Amamiya has done nothing. Rio lunges forward, pinning to the ground, and the blade grasped tightly by the clatters to the ground beside them. I have avenged our sister. Rio, did you see? Do not say it. Do not say it. Do you understand what you have done? Liang, I am in agony. Can you see? To's complexion is dreadfully pallid, a shade of iron gray. Breath quickening, lips ashen. He speaks in incoherent fragments, instinctively clutching his chest, striving to breathe, yet to no avail. To, brother. Liang must be well. Komatsu To has departed from him, forever gone, harboring a misguided sense of vengeance as he leaves. His only brother, his solitary kin. Amanagawa Ki. Do you not intend to utter a word? Kuki gazes at the central figure with a complex expression. He was equally astonished when that child plunged the knife. What heinous act has this individual committed that even a child would risk their life to slay him? Ki's silence ignites Nakamura's fury. He is not one to be easily appeased. Aside from his master, few can rein him in. Hey, you scoundrel, are you feeling guilty? To consort daily with such demons is truly revolting. If you have no intention of speaking, then I shall sever your neck right now, and see if you're among those wretched insects, lest my master remain unconvinced. When it comes to demons, there is no room for mercy. Breath of wind. Fifth form, black wind and smoke. A fierce gust swirls upward, black sword energy entwined within the slicing winds, striking directly at the opponent's face, leaving no opportunity for retreat. Breath of ice. Third form, ice wheel. Gritting his teeth, he quickly regulates his breathing technique to prevent excessive blood loss and restrict the spread of toxins. Inside lurks snake venom, a potent toxin that paralyzes the nervous system. He leaps back a few paces, utilizing 2 ice crystal wheels to create distance, deflecting the blow with the ice wheels. I never anticipated that one day we would be adversaries. Protecting demons is unforgivable. Damn it, what are you thinking? A few team members mutter among themselves, much like Nakamura, employing their breathing techniques to attack. The onslaught is dense, leaving one dizzy just to watch, let alone endure the suffering in the midst. Breath of ice. Eighth form, snowstorm's remnant. With a swing of the blade and a few spins, like a blizzard. Centered around Ki, it whirls up ice and snow, forming blades of ice that sweep outward. Those attacks from the breathing techniques are either shattered by the ice blades or deflected by the storm. Thus, after several maneuvers, Ki finds himself pushing them back. Damn it! Nakamura mutters under his breath. At this moment, his samurai attire bears several tears from the recent storm. Ah, Hiko was indeed correct. He is not so easily dealt with. Why must it be him? Kuki sighs inwardly. He did not partake in the earlier assault, still unable to bring himself to slaughter former comrades. He truly does not comprehend why Ki has transformed into this. Everything was once fine. At least, before he understood why, he held on to a glimmer of hope for Ki. After all, he was a friend from whom he could safely entrust his back. Seeing their group collectively face off against Ki, yet being repelled and countered, Kuki had no choice but to draw his sword. Breath of thunder. Third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. A dazzling golden lightning descends from all directions with unimaginable speed. The target at the center, the core of the onslaught, is Ki. Among the thunder's descent, there seems to be a buzzing akin to mosquitoes. Breath of ice. Ninth form, instantaneous 11 strikes. In an instant, his figure blurs, evading the lightning with an eerie speed, nearly vanishing from sight, leaving only traces of frostbitten cuts. Kuki senses the opponent's presence dissipating and realizes yet another unforeseen occurrence has transpired. Strangely, the frost marks upon him merely slice through his garments without injuring him. This cannot be the intended effect of this technique. With Ki's strength, this is impossible. Upon entering the range of that afterimage, he should have had his arms severed. Standing firm, he turns to speak, but before he can utter a word, several members of the Demon Slayer Corps rush in. Kuki wishes to interject, but the clash of blades and the practical application of breathing techniques drown out his voice. Seeing this, he feels powerless to say anything, only wishing to subdue Ki and question him thoroughly. It is reminiscent of the first time he witnessed Ki's entire set of ice-breathing 12th forms. Such power left one astounded, akin to a towering mountain gazing down upon oneself at its base, an indelible distance. Yet, after a dozen moves, aside from Kuki, the entire Demon Slayer Corps finds themselves prostrated on the ground. No deep wounds mar their bodies, yet they are left with dislocated joints, unable to wield their blades. Reduced to helplessly roaring while lying or sitting. Ki, what on earth is your meaning? Kuki struggles to withstand the pressure, and he soon realizes why Ki's techniques lack the sharpness of his prime. Every strike is delivered with the back of the blade. Hiko once mentioned that should he require assistance, the Demon Slayer Corps would be ready to help. Do not dare address our lord by name. This time, even Kuki is vexed. I implore you now, depart, and do not pursue the matter of his and my whereabouts any further. You huh? What are you thinking? Amanagawa Ki. Tell me, what jest is this? He is a demon. A demon. Even if you are not a demon, you ought to join him in death. It is only I beseech you to leave. The poison is reaching a point where it can no longer be contained. I cannot delay any longer. He does not wish to truly harm his former comrades. He must acknowledge that over those 4 years, they have shown him nothing but kindness. His heart has never resided there, yet they have remained oblivious, engaging him in cheerful conversation. He has never appreciated their blind hatred and unfounded lofty ideals. But Ki must concede that from the perspective of friendship, their actions are impeccable. They cannot become individuals like Yuikaru or Tamayo, yet they are not mere strangers either. They are also human beings, a group of individuals not to be dismissed. Kuki, enough. Do not address me in such a tone. The moment you chose demons and these vile paths, we became adversaries. What fuels his rage? It stems from the so-called reasoning Amanagawa Ki just imparted. They were destined to die, sooner or later. Why not allow them to perish in their own envisioned noble world, in the purest manner possible? They would be better off dying this way. What utter nonsense. Chapter 29, Rescue. January, still the depths of winter, yet another spectacle of white descends upon this world. Heralded by the messengers of snowflakes. This time, he wields the blade, raising his hand. Without even employing breathing techniques, Kuki's right arm and calf are severed before his eyes. They were once comrades, undoubtedly, but to inflict harm on Tamayo without cause is still unacceptable. Not directly slitting his throat is Ki's moral boundary. The pain contorts Kuki's visage, mouth agape yet soundless, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Surrounding team members, unable to continue fighting, watch in horror, shouting curses at Ki. In the snow, on the streets. Few are present, most hide within buildings, peering outside. The once tranquil atmosphere is shattered by their clamor. The toxin's encroachment tortures him as well. Upon hearing this commotion, he grows increasingly dizzy. A few swift movements render those shouting unconscious, yet he finds no respite. Only the intermittent sound of weeping remains. Brother, brother, toe. This voice is familiar. It belongs to a child, Liang. With this realization, Ji swung his blade, discarding the blood that clung to it, and sheathed his sword, slowly retreating behind him. The snowflakes danced and fluttered, yet that child could never return. His complexion was ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, frozen to a purplish hue. He seemed to lie upon the snowy ground as if it were a bed, with the gray clouds serving as a blanket, sinking heavily into another realm. Liang clung to him, as if embracing him, warming him, as if he could awaken once more. Liang, woo-woo, brother, brother. He raised his hand to caress Liang's head, gently smoothing his tousled hair. The weight of warmth only drove Liang further into despair. What was he to do? No parents, no sister, and now, no brother. He was utterly alone. How was he to survive? Should he toil again for meager earnings, just as before? He had no one left to look forward to or to find solace in. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Liang rose from his brother's side and threw himself into Ji's arms. The whimpers that had threatened to escape now transformed into heart-wrenching cries. Woo-woo Ayumi. Oh, adults. No, I'm so sorry. Woo-woo my brother. Woo-woo. How am I? Breathless and with a nose that was red and frozen, tears streamed down his face like a string of broken pearls, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, could such a child be deemed a naive soul whose good intentions had inadvertently wrought misfortune? At such a moment, was it appropriate to continue offering apologies? Ji, ultimately unable to bear it, knelt down to meet the child's gaze, wiping away his tears until Liang had cried himself to exhaustion. His eyes too pained to shed any more pearls, before reaching into his own bosom. It was a string of prayer beads, stained with blood. He hastily wiped them with his sleeve and pressed them into Liang's hands. Unable to linger any longer, he turned to leave. After a brief pause, he continued. If you wish to continue living, depart from Tahano, head south, turn right at the pine forest, and cross over the mountain's end. The sect there will accept you. With these prayer beads as proof, Liang clutched the prayer beads, his shoulders trembling, occasionally gasping for breath, unable to respond. Perhaps he intended to offer some words of comfort. But they faltered. He sensed that Dongma's breath had ceased its movement, gradually weakening. He was in danger. Thus, he no longer focused on the scene before him and swiftly retreated, enduring the numbness and sharp pain from his wounds, rushing forward. He understood well that this would only hasten the spread of the poison. Dongma emerged from the wooden door that connected to the outside world, momentarily uncertain whether to advance or remain. If he left, what would happen to Xiaoji? Yet, staying seemed to betray Xiaoji's trust. But what could possibly compel Xiaoji to such a degree of difficulty that he would urge him to flee? Those former colleagues? Surely not. Xiaoji's strength was more than sufficient to overpower them. Dongma had always believed this. After moving forward slowly, he pondered that perhaps returning to the temple was the best course. Xiaoji would surely find him there, and it would align with his intentions. Oh dear, how considerate I am as a compassionate leader, thinking of everything so thoroughly. The sound of the air being rent was accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. The breath of flowers, second form, red flower garment. From a nearby tree, two graceful arcs of pink sliced down towards Dongma's neck. Blood demon art, blooming lotus. Just before the inevitable could be avoided, Dongma waved his hand, summoning his blood demon art to block the attack with an icy flower, simultaneously catching sight of the assailant's face. Dark hair and black eyes, strikingly beautiful. Dongma had always been generous with his praise and affection for such beauty. He also noted the blade at her waist. Was that Yulian? What was it doing here? However, that was a matter for another time. He would inquire with Xiaoji later. Speaking of which, how wonderful it would be if she could become my sustenance. Good evening, beautiful lady. The woman did not respond, merely raising her blade to attack once more. The pink blade seemed to carry the scent of cherry blossoms, beautiful yet deadly in its precision. The breath of flowers. Fifth form, unyielding peony. It felt as if the fragrance of cherry blossoms was truly wafting through the air as she gathered her strength, taking several steps back. The tip of her blade, gathering pink energy, and then unleashed 3 consecutive horizontal slashes directed at Douma. "Ah, why won't you let me finish my greeting?" He stepped back, gathering ice crystals once more to counter the onslaught. Blood Demon Art, Ice Lotus. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. The enhanced sword energy, though slowed, still managed to sever a small portion of Douma's forearm and slice open his abdomen. The woman did not relent, charging forward again, her pink energy manifesting anew. Breath of Flowers, 5th form, Fruitless Peony. 9 successive strikes bore down upon Douma, threatening his life. Ah, so this is quite a formidable opponent. It seems her vitality is beyond reach now. His thoughts were somewhat scattered, yet his movements remained resolute. Even against such attacks, he would strive to counter them. For survival was the foremost concern, and he still awaited the fulfillment of his promise to Xiao Ji before departing. Blood Demon Art, Vining Lotus. Lotus vines sprouted from his palm, expanding instantaneously, interwoven into a net to deflect the incoming attacks. The effect was not insignificant, yet he was still struck in the chest. Had he not tilted his body backward during the casting, the blow would have struck his neck. Attacks rained down, one after another, leaving little time to breathe. As his wounds accumulated, his healing lagged behind. The more blood he lost, the slower his reactions became. So, was Xiao Ji urging me to leave because of this? Did his former colleagues possess more skill than he had anticipated? Blood of Flowers, 6th form, Spiral Peach. The final strike, originally intended as a finishing blow, merely met with the sound of blades clashing. Clang. The attack was halted mere inches from him. Chapter 30, Confrontation. The distance was close enough to vividly feel the chill that surpassed the ice and snow before him. It could be said that this was the most memorable aura she had ever encountered, the breath of ice, a Yumiji. Watching him stand before that demon. Why? Why did he side with this fiend? In that moment, Hiko recognized Douma's aura, identical to the residual demonic energy left on Yulian. This could only mean that Ji had encountered this demon then, either vanquishing it, or, as now, entangled with it. In the past, she had undoubtedly believed it was the former, until Hisashi returned with news, until she felt this demonic presence once more. He betrayed them and me. Why? Why? Hadn't he once been someone who loathed demons? He had always struck with lethal intent, leaving no room for escape. Once, she had wondered if he had endured a fate similar to hers, if he too fought for a world where people could find peace. So why ultimately? Did he stand alongside demons? Doubts swirled within her heart, causing Hiko to furrow her brow, retreating in response to the tremors of power coursing through her blade. Facing the two wielding weapons. Ah, Xiao Ji, I couldn't leave, it hurt so much. The moment he laid eyes on Ji, Douma felt an unusual sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. With a momentary respite, the pain from his wounds surged, causing him to lean against Ji's back. How could Ji remain unaware? From the perspective of the world, he completely evaded the interference of the storm, knowing from afar that Douma was severely injured. Even as a demon, such suffering must surely be felt. Thus, he allowed Douma to lean against him, simply stating that they should find a place to rest until he had recovered. Before departing immediately, Xiao Ji is urging me to leave. Because, no, this concerns your safety. I cannot be entirely certain of letting her go. This time, Tamayo fell silent, acquiescing to Seiki's intention, her figure disappearing into the swirling snow and wind. Hikari observed the scene from a distance, her heart filled with unresolved confusion, a sense of doubt that only intensified. In that moment, she was even still trying to justify Seiki's actions. On one side lay the malice towards the demon faction, while on the other was her reluctance to part with Seiki. Upon witnessing Tamayo's departure, Hikari brandished her blade, intent on pursuing and striking, yet once more she was thwarted. Amano Seiki. Why? Forced back again, Hikari could no longer contain her voice, demanding answers. Silence was her only reply. The two clashed their blades for a while, but Hikari finally could not endure it any longer. If this continued, that fiend would truly escape. She felt anxious, and resentment bubbled within her. Why did Seiki choose to stand against her? Why would he rather side with demons than stand by her side? Flower Breathing, 3rd form, Murasame Uemi. A sweeping arc of attack came from all directions, but was effortlessly deflected by Seiki. Ice Breathing, 2nd form, 6-point Ice Thorn. The final thrust from behind did not land. Instead, the earlier sword strikes forced Hikari to retreat. Amano Seiki. Leave. How can I leave? You expect me to watch the demon escape under my hand, doing nothing to pursue? Take Kuji and the others away, or Kuji will perish on the streets of Fujino. What? You? Hikari found it difficult to digest his words. Her emotions were complex, an obsession with slaying demons, the joy of encountering him, the bitterness of betrayal, and a flicker of hope. She was unsure which sentiment to prioritize, thus she lingered in indecision. Kuji? Isn't he lying in ambush near Ubu? He should be protecting Bantoshi to complete his plan. He was right. The plan is to delay Seiki. But Seiki is here, which means it has failed. Moreover, realization dawned upon Hikari, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart. What have you done? You liar. Traitor. She vaguely understood. She knew. Her eyes reddened from overwhelming emotion, veins protruding on her forehead, brows furrowed tightly, her voice rising several degrees. How dare he harm the members of the Demon Slayer Corps? Was he even capable of killing them? Did he ever care for their support and reliance? Couldn't he perceive even a shred of kindness? Such a person, it seemed, would not only become a demon but would also stand alongside them with a semblance of justification. Fueled by anger, she swung her blade with an unknown increase in force. Yet without rhythm, each strike followed another, interspersed with her breathing techniques. The fragrance of flowers could not mask the chaotic, fiery will of their master. Ultimately, she struck Seiki with a cutting blow, a diagonal slash from his left shoulder down to beneath his right collarbone. Why? Why? Do the lives of everyone mean nothing to you? Do you completely reject the sincerity we hold for you? As she spoke, she recalled the moment Seiki had tossed money to her in an attempt to repay her, and tears surged uncontrollably from her eyes. So my sincerity doesn't matter either? The spread of poison had rendered Seiki unable to sustain his vision of the world. His limbs began to numb, his heartbeat chaotic, yet thanks to his breathing techniques, he could still grip his sword. Was there truly no room for retreat? Leave, Hikari. Everyone will think whatever they want of me. Do not seek me out again. Do not disturb us. Huh? Are you afraid I will tell everyone about your collusion with the demons? Afraid of being despised by all? That young girl is at most 16 or 17. How heartless can you be? She is dying. Such a death is best for her. His voice trailed off, and the intermittent pauses indicated that the owner of the body was on the verge of collapse. During this exchange, Hikari's assault never ceased, the clanging of blades mingling with their words. Seiki was forced to engage in his breathing techniques to contend with her. He could not kill her. His principles forbade him from taking lives without cause. She had harmed Tamayo, and that was deserving of punishment. Yet she had provided him significant assistance during his time in the Demon Slayer Corps. He had never truly repaid the half-life she had saved him from, a debt that could not be measured in mere currency. He had retained that debt as a source of comfort for himself. He could not, must not, die? What are you? By what right do you decide the lives of others? Everyone must die. By your reasoning, must everyone die inexplicably as infants? The words turned sharp, and with Seiki's utterance, Hikari's fury reached its zenith. With no retreat left, her wounds multiplied, blood flowing, snow swirling. And Seiki could feel his body growing colder. His physical condition had been severely weakened by the poison. If this continued, he might truly perish at Hikari's hands. He needed to calm her down. Would he be allowed to leave? Is Tamayo all right? Ice breathing, 9th form, instant 11 strikes. Summoning his spirit once more, he activated his breathing techniques, his form becoming indistinct as 11 frost-laden slashes struck at his opponent. Even the useless peony could not fully obstruct them, hitting her limbs and back. Ugh. Ice breathing, 12th form, frozen domain dance. The direction of the swirling snowflakes shifted, immediately alerting Hikari. 12th form. He is serious. He truly intends to kill me. There was no greater despair than this. Before the blow fell, Hikari resolutely abandoned her previous hesitations and struggles. She understood now. He was indeed a cold-hearted individual. He was not merely swayed by demons. He was such a person, fueled only by resentment against the demons for the harm inflicted and for the deaths of all. This strike was a gamble of everything. For everyone, for herself. Flower breathing, 6th form, whirling peach. Chapter 31, the end. Their breathing techniques collided, followed by the unmistakable sound of flesh being pierced. She had succeeded. But Hikari, in her spin, intercepted the onslaught of wind and snow. Before her perceived final strike descended, she gripped her hands tightly, thrusting forward with all her might. They were once again this close. Yet this time she could feel no warmth. His blade and hers fell nearly simultaneously, but his was not a cutting edge, it was the flat of the blade. Never intending to take her life, prepared for mutual destruction, she closed her eyes tightly, afraid to open them. After a long moment of stillness, there was no movement, as if her senses were fading before departing this world. Another penetrating sound jolted Hikari back to reality. She was still alive. She was still well. Why? Why? Did his blade lack an edge? Why strike with the flat? Why was it still hovering beside her neck? There were no words, only the sound of their labored breaths. Ha ha ha. Amano Seiki, did you ever think you would find yourself in this position? When you slaughtered my dojo and my family, did you not foresee this? Bantoshi's voice emerged as a follow-up strike. He had been lurking in the shadows, oscillating between Kuji and Hikari. According to his plan, he could have slain Amano Seiki right there in the flower street, but he had not anticipated Seiki's terrifying strength. Thankfully, that foolish child had not failed him. The blade had pierced, following Seiki from a distance. With enough separation to avoid detection and Seiki's distracted mind, he had waited. As Seiki drew closer, Hikari was already in confrontation with him, and he chose to remain still. The poison had not yet killed Seiki. It had indeed shocked him. But it was of no consequence. As long as the poison remained, Seiki could never win. Just wait a moment longer. At this moment, he awaited his long-anticipated opportunity. As he plunged the knife brutally into his chest, the sound of flesh tearing apart resonated, exquisite like a divine proclamation. The exhilaration of avenging a great grievance drove him into a frenzied laughter, uttering nonsensical words. Isn't it just Futon, the good son of Futon? Ha ha ha, I killed him. You's good son, all for such a fool. You wiped out my entire family, ha ha ha. Did you ever think today would come? Today, indeed, ha ha ha. At this juncture, Hikari found herself rendered speechless by his words. Had she been merely a pawn in this game? And what of G? Her pupils involuntarily constricted, her expression shifting. He wondered why this seemed familiar. This man was the sole heir of the rival dojo, whose mediocre talent was overshadowed by his father's affection, always obedient to him. That night, what he felt was missing was none other than him, accompanying Tushar. Master, is there truly a problem? Was it really Nagahiro who harmed you? Did I exact my vengeance incorrectly, kill the wrong person? Am I truly incapable of accomplishing anything? I could not protect my master before. And now I cannot even safeguard Toma. It felt as though he was suddenly submerged in an ocean of powerlessness, unable to resist, utterly incapable of fighting back. Everything he once firmly believed in and strived for lay in ruins at this very moment. Did I not once believe that as long as I lived for a day, I would protect him for a day? Is that no longer possible? He is still in danger. It hurts so much. It is indescribable pain. Whether from the wounds or the torment of the spirit, or perhaps both gnawing at him simultaneously. The nameless knife he had always cherished clattered to the ground as he leaned forward, lacking support, causing his entire being to topple forward. At that moment, G was unaware of where he summoned the strength from. Hikari embraced him, steadying him from falling. She dared not move her knife again, but it was already inconsequential. The situation was irretrievable. The laughter remained painfully jarring, sending shivers through Hikari. Hikari was still there, but the sound was muted, barely audible. As though it were a whisper close to her ear. You, please, don't say anything more. Before Hikari could wipe her tears on the fabric of the person in her embrace, that annoying laughter ceased, replaced by the grotesque sound of a skull being crushed and the overwhelming stench of blood. You talk too much. Earlier, the demon Hikari had been startled. Now she dared not draw her blade, fearing G would lose his life. Without the Nicaran blade, she truly did not know what means of resistance remained against the demon. What to do? What to do? How could I be so foolish? How could I have left him alone? How did I not notice he was poisoned? I thought he would be fine. I believed he would always escape calamity. That phrase echoed in her mind. Little master, I won't return next year. I am sorry. You must survive. He wished to raise his hand to caress her face, but he could never do it again, forever beyond reach. It was I who held him. My face stained with his blood, and he fell silent, never to speak again. I can no longer perceive that sweetness. Can I not put it all back? To awaken him? Why not? How I wish he could. Hey, little G, I avenged you. Don't you plan to praise me? Little G, are you tired? I'll wait for you, and you must tell me what dreams you had. Little G, embracing him, seated in the pool of blood. Behind her lay the dismembered female corpse and the headshot male corpse. Time lingered, long enough for the snowflakes to begin to dissipate. The shadows of the trees devoid of sunlight, until the sun sank behind the mountains once more. I held on so tightly that I felt as if he were a part of me, flesh and blood intertwined. I do not want him to leave. I do not want to face a future without him. Can I feel the chaos brought on by my altered heartbeat? My breath feels constricted, as if my lungs were being squeezed, and I sense an unusual weakness in my body, but I cannot articulate it. Nor can I find a way to alleviate these feelings. I do not know what this is, but I do not like it. My gaze felt hollow. I lost myself in thought for a long while, as if I had entered a pure white world where little G existed. When I regained my senses, he was gone, his body, his essence, everything, save for his Haori and the remnants of his clothing. Little G? I rose to search, but found nothing. The two corpses had begun to emit a nauseating stench. Navigating through the woods, I could only halt in the presence of the sunlight. I could no longer find him. If I were to stride towards that light now, would I transform back into a person and find him again? He is not here. He must have awakened, right? Why did he slip away without telling me? You must survive. That voice resounded again, as scenes from the past flickered before my eyes. Little G's visage, his gentle smile, the way he wielded his sword, every moment of him, including the final sight of blood-soaked and battered. Clutching the hairpin through the fabric, it was little G's. The one he had deemed beautiful, the one he had given me. Little G, supporting my chest. I trembled as I closed my eyelids and took a deep breath. Little G, does this mean we will be together forever? This way, you have never truly left me, have you? By consuming you, we will remain bound as one, and I shall never run away alone. We will be together eternally. Chapter 32, The Fifth Down. It was not until the deep night of 2 days later that Douma returned to the realm of eternal bliss. During these 2 days, he refrained from utilizing his demonic powers, concealing himself in the night, traversing slowly, just as they had journeyed before, halting during the day and making his way back step by step under the moonlight. It was then that he realized, in a daze, how close the distance truly was. It took merely 2 days. In the past, they had moved at such a pace, but little G had feared he would struggle to adapt. Worried he would not rest well during the day and could not walk far at night, so he had taken extra care to ensure they rested. Rest was unnecessary for him. Given his usual speed while hunting, he could have arrived in half a night, without needing a break at all. All this was for him. As he gazed at the trees lining the road, each branch and blade of grass, Douma would often direct his attention toward them, using these elements to evoke memories of little G. They had once walked slowly along these paths, taking in these sights together. Back then, he was still there. Douma donned the half-white, half-tortoiseshell-patterned haori that belonged to G, though it bore multiple tears and was stained with blood. In his left hand, he gripped 2 blades, Nameless and Urine. They were both little G's, and he could not allow them to be discarded and lost in the vastness of humanity. He would safeguard them. Master, a certain individual awaits you. It is the same individual from before. A servant took Douma's haori and blades, speaking respectfully. Understood. Clean the blades and the haori, and deliver them to my chamber. They must not suffer any damage. As he spoke the final words, the servant, without raising his gaze, could sense the chilling scrutiny of the master, as if a single misstep could cost him his life. He quickly bowed, responding with trepidation. Immediately, Douma hastened toward the main hall, where the presence of the master awaited. Your subordinate pays respects to you. Muzin initially narrowed his pupils, as if sensing something different, yet did not react violently. He merely sipped his tea, offering no immediate response, nor did he reprimand Douma for his slow arrival. Once the teacup was placed back on the table, Muzin slowly rose and approached the kneeling Douma. At this moment, he still embodied the image of a dashing young man. His black hair cascading down, adorned in a striking haori featuring a cerulean background with golden crane patterns. His black kimono, with its wide sleeves, was accented by delicate white leaf buds at the collar. Tomioka, you have performed remarkably well. In just a year, 2 Hashira have fallen by your hand. This is quite an impressive feat. As he spoke, a rare smile graced his otherwise indifferent visage. As a reward, you shall receive more blood, and a position among the lower moons will be yours. Yes, my lord. As the blood coursed into his veins, Tomioka felt an excruciating pain, as if his body was on the verge of bursting. Veins bulged, and his prostrate form trembled violently. Muzin had bestowed upon him an abundance of blood, far exceeding the customary reward, and he had to admit that he rather liked Tomioka. Each visit brought with it a delightful aura, a subtle essence emanating from this individual. The demise of 2 Hashira took him by surprise. He had briefly glimpsed Tomioka's memories and realized that the primary force behind their defeat was a young lad named Amigumi-ki. Regrettably, that boy had already perished, consumed by Tomioka. It was of little consequence. The reward was given to Tomioka. Although it was somewhat disappointing that he could not keep that boy close as a mobile reservoir of blood, he had granted Tomioka an extraordinary amount of blood, motivated in part by personal feelings, and in part due to the loss of yet another member of the lower moons. Well, to be precise, it was he who had slain that individual. It was inconsequential to be gravely injured by someone of inferior lineage, but how had he ever found this individual appealing? Especially one who could only cling to life beneath the sun? The crescent moon could not remain vacant. Tomioka was a perfect fit to fill that void, provided he could withstand the influx of blood. Gazing at Tomioka's agonized form, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Do not perish too easily, Tomioka. Do not dampen my spirits. The relentless torment tore at Tomioka, as he felt the demonic blood within him surge, yearning to break through his skin and escape his body. Yet he could not die. He did not wish to die. That was the promise he had made to Ki, and he was determined to fulfill it. With unwavering resolve, he battled against the pain, even as he safeguarded the part of Ki that had become intertwined with his very marrow. As time passed, following the initial wave of torment, everything began to smooth out. The blood circulated, and he could sense enhancements throughout his being. His senses sharpened, and an indescribable exhilaration coursed through him. His body was growing stronger, surpassing the capabilities of his former self, transcending even Ki's potential. Very well, you are now a new member of the lower moons. Raise your head and look at me. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Muzan, the characters signifying his new status appeared in Tomioka's left eye, rendering his iridescent gaze even more enigmatic and impossible to look away from. Muzan leaned in, first caressing Tomioka's face before gripping his chin. An overwhelming pressure compelling Tomioka into immobility, stifling any urge to bow his head. Blood began to flow from his orifices, crimson droplets cascading down. One corner of his eye wiped away by Muzan's other hand. The instant the blood emerged, Muzan confirmed his suspicions. The scent, like that pleasant essence, was the aroma of rare blood. Although not as cloyingly sweet as genuine rare blood, it bore a subtly delightful aftertaste that was intoxicating. He found it appealing. With a swift motion, Muzan turned Tomioka's face to expose his neck and sank his fangs into him, the sweet, fragrant essence reverberating in his mouth. After a moment, the oppressive aura dissipated, and Tomioka collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I appreciate you even more now, Tomioka. The last time I encountered you, you lacked this exquisite flavor. You are indeed something special. A genuine smile spread across his face, a reflection of his unique fondness for Tomioka. Was this not his first mobile reservoir of blood? It was almost a perfect blend of blood and fragrance. Could these two types of cells coexist? Or had that sweetness altered his blood? Previously, he had conducted experiments, noting that rare blood contributed to his enhancement, and its taste was delightful. Alas, those others either succumbed to the blood, or, upon transforming into demons, the flavor of their blood changed. Tomioka, the first demon to remember its past. The first demon imbued with rare blood. Before departing, buoyed by his good mood and peculiar fondness, Muzan left him with a parting remark. I understand you have lost someone dear. The solitude must weigh heavily upon you. Should you ever find another to alleviate your loneliness, rest assured in allowing them to flourish. And with that, he vanished from Tomioka's sight. Chapter 33, A Request for Audience. Liang chose to trust Lord Amigumi. He truly could not continue living in Fujino. Each moment spent here deepened his sorrow and helplessness, leaving him in a state of nervous exhaustion. Gathering his meager possessions, as instructed by Ki, he set forth on the path to the church. For a child of his tender years, this journey was far from simple. There were no suitable resting places along the way, and he lacked the courage to seek shelter from the so-called villagers, fearing he would awaken to find himself utterly destitute. The subconscious conditioning fostered by Fujino was unchangeable. By day, he pressed onward, and by night, he sought flat ground by the roadside or leaned against tree roots to sleep fitfully. When hunger gnawed at him, he foraged for wild fruits, neglecting to prepare provisions. He traveled for what felt like an eternity, only vaguely aware of his surroundings, navigating through the woods where he nearly lost his way. It was not until nearly 10 days had passed that he finally caught a glimpse of the church in the distance. At long last, had he finally arrived? With the fading rays of the setting sun, his steps faltered as he descended the mountain toward the church. Seated in Ki's room, he gazed at Tomioka, who was absent-mindedly staring at the mended Haori, and suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie. That scent, was it Ki? Could it be that he was truly alive? In a flash, he vanished, the aroma drawing closer, seemingly emanating from near the church. Approaching the church's entrance, the fragrance intensified, and he faintly overheard some conversation. Excuse me. Lord, may I stay here? It was a voice filled with youthful innocence and uncertainty. Suddenly, a figure materialized at the doorway, startling the two individuals present. The elderly Ito was not surprised. It was the lord of the church, perhaps walking without making a sound, possibly a blessing from the divine, nothing unusual. However, the child recoiled in terror, visibly shaken. Greetings, lord of the church. Ida, what is the matter? This child claims to have come seeking refuge at the church, hoping to find a way to survive. I thought it prudent to be cautious, given his unknown origins. This child bears Ki's scent. Yet, it was evident he was not Ki. Peering closer, his heightened senses confirmed that Ki was not present. The child had short brown hair and light chestnut eyes. Not particularly tall, with a sallow complexion and a smattering of freckles. His clothes were faded and tattered, now caked with dust and dirt, rendering them even more tattered. As he beheld the strikingly tall and handsome man before him, Liang's initial panic transformed into awe. Was it truly possible for someone to be so exquisitely beautiful? With his rare alabaster hair cascading down the back, the front cropped shorter to accentuate his flawless features. The crown of his head bore an unusual hue reminiscent of blood splatter. His eyes were captivating, like a kaleidoscope, an unparalleled iridescence that was utterly entrancing. His skin, too, was a cool white, smooth and unblemished. Was he truly the lord of this place? How extraordinarily beautiful. But would someone like him truly take in a person as unkempt and filthy as himself? Yet, emboldened by an unknown courage, perhaps spurred by Ki's assurances, Liang stammered, Please, lord of the church, I truly have nowhere else to go. His thoughts drifted back to his sister and brother, and tears threatened to spill once more. The esteemed Lord Amamiya has sent me here, I sobbed. Seizing the crux of the matter, Douma immediately latched onto the child's words. Amamiya? With a glimmer of hope, he inquired. Who is this Lord Amamiya you speak of? G. Lord Amamiya G sent me here. He gave me, The child's words faltered into choked sobs, forming incoherent utterances as he fumbled about his person as if searching for something. Yet in the throes of such intense emotion and panic, he could find nothing. Did little G send you here? But where is little G now? Is he still around? Douma mused. He remains the same. Such a child. How many more must I take in? He then crouched down before Ryu, who still bore the lingering scent of G, with a smile gracing his face. He placed a hand gently upon Ryu's head. All right, I understand now. If little G sent you, then you may stay here. Just what I need, a little gatekeeper. Ryu's reaction was substantial, tears streaming uncontrollably. This gentleman is a kind soul. Lord Amamiya did not deceive my brothers and sisters. A small room hastily arranged in the backyard would henceforth become Ryu's abode. Though modest in size, it was equipped with the essentials, arranged with simplicity. In Ryu's eyes, it felt like an unimaginable warmth and luxury. He silently vowed to repay the kind Lord and Lord Amamiya. Yet, is Lord Amamiya well? Given the depth of the situation, he must be engulfed in guilt and self-reproach. As he tidied the room, the beads gifted by G slipped from his small luggage and fell onto the tatami mat. Clutching the beads tightly, he held them close to his heart. Could Lord Amamiya assure that the kind Lord here would shelter me? Might their acquaintance be the reason? If so, I shall serve the kind Lord diligently, as a form of recompense to G. Ryu became Douma's little gatekeeper, performing simple tasks such as opening and closing doors, fetching water for Douma, and guiding disciples to meet him. He would also help chop wood and wash clothes, striving to be of some use. The child, known as Matsukawa Ryu, bore a scent unmistakably reminiscent of G's, lingering inexplicably long. I still cherished that scent, even though I was aware it did not signify that G was still alive. I let him watch the door, keeping him close enough that I could draw comfort from that essence. He was a good child, perhaps a bit shy, yet exceedingly diligent. Was this not the reason G had sent him here? I would occasionally engage him in conversation. Often, his voice was barely a whisper, as if fearing to provoke my ire or concerned that I might cast him away. Yet, his devoted demeanor brought me satisfaction, not to mention that familiar scent. Could this be a special gift from G to me? If so, I would treasure it dearly. Chapter 34. A year has passed. The kind Lord is truly a remarkable person. He often called me to his side with a smile, inquiring about my daily life and well-being. His voice was so gentle, his concern a balm to my heart. He resembled an older sister or brother, patting my head and remarking on how much I had grown, pinching my cheeks and asking if I had gained weight. I am genuinely grateful and overjoyed to remain here. The members of the congregation are equally kind. They take great care of me, often sneakily bringing me pastries or toys. Though they were once strangers, they have proven to be incredibly benevolent. It feels as if I am enveloped in happiness each day. There is, however, one matter that piques my curiosity. Many individuals approach the kind Lord, engaging in hushed conversations within his room, only to vanish entirely thereafter, not to emerge again. When the kind Lord departs, he takes me with him, leaving others to tidy the room. Why do these living souls seemingly disappear into thin air? I have yet to fathom the reason. Others have informed me that it is because they have ascended to a realm of bliss, a sacred, noble, and pure place, accessible only through the kind Lord's guidance. Does such a place truly exist? Yet, I cannot imagine it being better than remaining here, for there is no kind Lord there. Does the clothing still fit you well? Yes, it fits perfectly. Douma stood behind Ryu, one hand deftly twisting the beads, the other lifting a golden iron fan intricately engraved with lotus patterns. He smiled, lost in thoughts unknown. Over the past year, Douma's kindness towards the child has been evident. He has ensured Ryu has seasonal bedding, clothing, and daily meals, which is why the servants have treated Ryu with such attentiveness. Those favored by the kind Lord are destined to have connections with divinity and wealth. While Ryu is still a child, winning his favor now will yield significant rewards in the future. After receiving proper nourishment, Ryu's health had normalized. In just a year, he had grown significantly taller, his pallid complexion transformed, gaining some flesh, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Even when donned in new attire, he would display genuine delight for each piece, an easily satisfied child. Approaching Ryu, Douma instinctively ruffled his hair, exchanged a few words of concern and encouragement before departing. Tonight, he indeed had matters to attend to. Mikawa Miku, a child with silver eyes, whom G had once mentioned, needed his utmost assistance. Just a day prior, she had hurried to the temple, her wish being to save her elder sister, Mikawa Mei. Years ago, Mei had fallen ill with tuberculosis, lingering on the brink of death. And a month prior, their father's passing had further exacerbated her condition. Miku could not bear to witness her sister die before her eyes. Despite enduring greater abuse from her husband, she had spent most of her savings on medicine to sustain her sister's life. However, recent events left her utterly helpless. Her husband had seized all their finances, viciously abused her, and left, rendering her penniless and on the verge of losing her sister. Desperation led her to seek out deities and Buddhas, yet this yielded no fruitful outcome. Though she had previously dismissed matters of faith, her desperation drove her to seek divine intervention, ultimately leading her to the Temple of Eternal Bliss, her final glimmer of hope. Oh, the poor child, the unfortunate Mei. If she is unwell, then let us go see her. The kind Lord believes your sister's life is not yet forfeit. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you, she exclaimed, tears flowing freely, overwhelmed with gratitude. Douma waited until evening under the pretense of rest, donned a straw hat, concealed his fan within his kimono, and set off with Miku. Throughout the journey, Miku walked briskly, her concern for her sister palpable, fearing any further mishap might befall her. Just as the first light of dawn broke, they arrived at Miku's home. The wooden two-story house was charmingly decorated, with 2 pots of orchids blooming in the window, emanating a delightful fragrance. On the second floor lay Mei. Sister, I have returned. Mei had lost most of her strength to respond. The water and rice balls Miku had left untouched, her frail form barely recognizable. Sister, I found the kind Lord, the child of the divine. He said he would save you. Just hold on a little longer. Soon you will no longer suffer. Kneeling by the bedside, Miku babbled on, forcing a smile. Elusive hope, however faint, still glimmered. Miku, please do not say such things. Mei's voice was hoarse, barely audible, with her words slurred together, rendering them nearly incomprehensible. She simply did not wish to witness her sister's anguish any longer. 3 years. Such an interminable span. If it were not for her, Misha would not have been compelled to wed that elderly magnate, significantly her senior, nor would she have to endure the scornful glances of others. She could have envisioned a brighter future, but it was all due to her own choices. She had truly relinquished hope, acutely aware that she was beyond salvation. Once again, she was uncertain of what Misha had sacrificed to encounter the so-called child of the divine. Most likely yet another charlatan. She wished to avert her eyes from the deception that awaited her. Should she perish, perhaps everyone would find solace. Misha, I understand, dear sister. You also yearn to survive, do you not? Let us strive together, shall we? Interrupting one another, tears cascaded unbidden down their cheeks, and the forced smile on her face threatened to shatter. Misha likely discerned what her sister wished to convey. She was reluctant to listen and found it difficult to accept. Had they truly descended to such depths? The voice of Tomo reached her ears as he entered the room. My lord. Misha immediately rose and approached the man, pleading fervently for him to save her sister, her demeanor so humble that it tugged at the heartstrings. Misha, with the last vestiges of her strength, Myling cried out, unable to bear the sight of her sister in such a state. She had always been a formidable presence when healthy. Her illness had merely dulled her spirit. Yet she could not abide seeing her sister like this, then or now. I understand. Misha, please wait outside for a moment. The Divine One has something to convey to me before I can extend my aid. Yes. She left, glancing back every few steps, gently closing the door behind her. Approaching the girl on the bed, Tomo feigned compassion as he brushed his hand across her face, but the girl earnestly shook her head in refusal. Such a pitiful child. He mused. Myling, when I first laid eyes on your sister, I knew of you. I have known you for a long time. With a benevolent demeanor. He raised his hand to caress the dazed Myling. Do you remember this, Haori? You have seen it before, though it was not upon my person back then. Noticing a subtle shift in Myling's expression, Tomo realized she had recalled his little Kiyo. Do you wish to perish? Misha does not desire that. She has implored me for your sake. You saw her, did you not? Please, do not become agitated. The patient should not experience such intense emotions. I can save you, through unconventional means. That way, you can recover, possess the strength to assist your sister, no longer be a burden to her, and even protect her. Would you not wish to try? I want to, she replied. Misha saw her sister again, and it was well past noon. Her sister had truly recovered. Suddenly no longer frail, she regained her former vitality, though the tips of her dark hair were tinged with an unfamiliar violet hue, and her eyes bore a different light. She lunged forward, embracing her, and after a moment, received a response. Misha, sister. I thought you would never recover. Misha, observing the scene. Tomo felt no particular emotion, merely rubbing his wrist where a fan had left a cut. Her recovery was worth noting. After all, it was his own body. It seemed she had forgotten much, yet her feelings towards her sister remained ardent, and astonishingly, she had not devoured her outright. Then, smiling, ensure the safety of your dear sister. Chapter 35, The Prayer Beads. How could there be none? Or were they truly shattered by that band of demon-slayer scoundrels? Tomo scoured the church, Kiyo's courtyard, her garments, and every conceivable place she might have left traces, but found nothing, no sign of her prayer beads. Those were carved by his own hand. The 21st bead bore a lotus pattern, a tangible manifestation of his sentiments, a means by which he could always remember her. Long for her. Kiyo had said they represented her essence, her most cherished possessions. How could they now have vanished? They were not among her garments, nor near the corpses of those two wretches, not in the battleground, nor even in the flower district he had revisited. Did that gang seek to strip him of such tokens? Was he not permitted to reclaim a fragment of his longing? With the beads twirling about his fingers. His own set, the 21st bead adorned with an ice pattern, he had spun them countless times, perhaps thousands. It had become an instinct to carry them, to entwine his fingers with them. Could this count as missing her? Utilizing something once shared to maintain a connection. My lord, I have brought the lotus. Ryo presented a pristine white porcelain vase with reverence as he entered the room. At that moment, Tomo turned his back to him, leaning against the soft couch, gazing vacantly at the lotus pond outside the wooden window, still toying with the prayer beads. There was no immediate response. After a moment, he seemed to snap back to reality, straightening abruptly to look at Ryo, only to slump his shoulders again with a resigned smile. I understand, Ryo. Thank you. No. It is unnecessary, my lord. It is my duty. Place it here, then come sit beside me and rest. We shall have guests shortly. Yes. Why yes, my lord. What was this? A sense of trepidation? How could a lowly servant find himself so close to the esteemed lord? Tomo was indeed kind to him. Yet his feelings for the lord were always steeped in reverence above all else. He had come to repay a debt, for the sake of Lord Amigumi. Thus, every kindness bestowed upon him by Tomo was met with boundless astonishment. The smallest gesture would send him into a fervor of joy, and a mere smile would sweeten his heart. As the distance between them shrank, the fragrance of flowers grew more intoxicating, along with the scent he could never forget. In times past, Kiyo had sat quietly beside him, though then, the world was often blanketed in falling snowflakes. But now, the fragrance of the lotus served as a companion in place of Kiyo. He wished fervently for both to be present. He had once believed such moments would come. But now, he perceived his former thoughts as naive. When had he ever envisioned a time when both would be present? Perhaps only in the company of a child had such a vision been tenuously realized. When the child entered, and that scent returned, he had thought his fantasies had come to fruition. His gaze returned to the flowers before him. He straightened fully, raising a hand to caress the plush petals. Their unique texture and pure hue mesmerizing. They bloom in the morning and close by night, waiting for the dawn's light to grace them. This was the cycle of the lotus, flourishing only by day, retreating at night. Yet he was cursed to remain outside the sunlight, forever unable to touch them during their true blossoming. Was this a form of penance? Should he blame his greed for eternity, or for truly departing? Tomo harbored no regrets for becoming a demon. He believed his mission necessitated such a choice. Yet he now lamented being a demon, unable to properly cherish even the remnants left by Kiyo. How had he not realized how profoundly significant she was to him? The pleasure quarters were indeed well suited for Tomo. There, the most suffering and sorrowful souls resided, their hollow spirits and bewildered thoughts yearning for guidance. And Tomo? He was precisely the lantern-bearer they required. In such places, no great effort was needed on his part. Countless souls clamored for the bliss of paradise, eager to escape the anguish of life. Naturally, Tomo would assist them. It was entirely reasonable to consume them under such circumstances. Thus, this mission to preach was destined for Kamiyama, renowned for its brothel culture. He would select a few to accompany him, for this time was different. He did not have followers in that locale, and arrangements required someone to take the lead. Thus, the two most devoted and arguably brainwashed servants of Douma, Bo Ming and Xiao Shu, would accompany him. Naturally, there was also Ryo, as Douma required the essence of his being, and that was the sole reason for his presence. Initially, Ryo's heart was filled with reluctance. After all, he harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the flower street. Burdened as it was with a multitude of painful memories he dared not revisit. Yet, he did not dare to voice his dissent, as it was the will of the esteemed lord. In a sense, this was a testament to his significance. He followed along, enduring the discomfort of traveling by night and resting by day, a most arduous adjustment to his circadian rhythm. Upon arrival, Ryo felt exceedingly awkward, yet his duties remained light, merely involving guarding the premises and fetching water. Initially, few were aware of Douma's arrival, until he spent 2 evenings in the tavern of the Flower Street, passionately proclaiming his words, after which visitors began to arrive in a steady stream during the day. Within 4 or 5 days, A multitude of fervent believers flocked to seek guidance, inquiring whether they could ascend to paradise. Douma's confections were assuredly in demand. The task of cleaning did not fall upon Rio, as Bo Ming and Xiao Shu attended to it diligently. Often, he was not even required to keep watch. He could simply retreat to his quarters to rest. After 2 or 3 days, Douma's hunger was significantly alleviated, and he permitted Rio to wander about, with the only stipulation being that he refrained from venturing out at night. The obedient child complied. The daytime atmosphere of the flower street was starkly different from that of the night, resembling more a bustling marketplace, with taverns offering only tea and light snacks on the first floor. Rio was soon captivated by the jingling trinkets, overcoming his psychological barriers, and willingly ventured out. Late at night, the familiar scent returned. The child had strayed from the path of obedience. Perhaps a punishment was in order? The footsteps were distinct from usual, followed by the sound of a door being thrust open with force. Rio, hands on hips, pointed into the air and proclaimed, "I'm back. Lord, welcome back, Rio." Observing Rio's flushed cheeks and dazed movements, Douma began to understand the situation. The tavern's atmosphere was truly deplorable. Was it necessary to deceive such a young child? It seemed they were blinded by greed. Chapter 36. The child Rio, shedding his usual docility, marched over to Douma with his little legs, hands on his hips as he gazed up at the handsome man before him. Suddenly, he broke into a silly grin, raising his hands to cup Douma's face, even attempting to pinch it. However, his efforts were thwarted, as his fingertips met only coldness. Douma deftly fended off the child's advances with his fan, straightening up to sit cross-legged, his eyes curving into a gentle smile as he regarded Rio. Now, Rio, it's time for you to sleep." Was it truly the haze of intoxication that led to such bold actions, ones he had long contemplated but never dared to execute? Undeterred by the initial obstruction, Rio lunged at him once more, only to be repelled again. "Rio, do you still recognize who I am?" His voice retained its usual childlike quality, yet it rang out louder and more resolutely than before. "Of course. You are the handsome brother. You are the Lord." He raised his hands high above his head, his eyes fixated intently on Douma. Though his gaze betrayed a hint of muddled awareness, the glimmer of clarity suggested that this was indeed a response born of lucidity. Douma maintained his smile, lightly fanning himself as he continued. "So, Rio, are you a well-behaved child?" "Yes." "Then, would you kindly return to your slumber?" The child shook his head stubbornly, impervious to persuasion. He gestured animatedly, inching closer to Douma until he plopped down beside him, gazing up with eyes that sparkled with an unusual hue. Douma remained still, quietly observing him. After a moment, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, leaving Rio feeling heavy-headed and drowsy, until he could no longer support himself and leaned against the soft cushion beside Douma. "When I was feeling unwell, my brother used to stay with me," he murmured, his eyes fluttering shut. Lost in his own thoughts, he began to weep, recalling painful memories, repeating the names of a few: sister, brother, Lord Amamiya. Douma listened, as listening was his forte. When he heard the child mention G, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback. The image of G, his mannerisms, flooded Douma's mind, as if Rio's words possessed an enchanting power. "Brother, he. Suddenly, a thought he found repulsive surged forth, and Rio waved his hands as if to block it out, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Struggling for a time, he appeared increasingly distressed, his coughs punctuating his words. "No, don't. Please, I beg you, brother, it's not the rain." Gradually, his words became indistinct, his demeanor reflecting profound resistance and anguish. Initially, Douma remained motionless, merely observing the child's solitary struggle. The connection between them held no significant weight. It was not that of a lord and his follower, but rather that of a master and servant. He was G's gift, and thus he enjoyed a life of abundance and concern, for he was intertwined with G. Over the course of the years spent together, Douma found himself harboring an inexplicable aversion. He despised every action, every word, every glance of this child, especially his eyes. The emotions they conveyed, guilt and evasion, joy and relief, reflected in those pale irises, evoked a sense of revulsion within him. He was even less endearing than those foolish devotees. Yes, he could not detach himself from the essence of G that lingered upon Rio, driving him to madness. Yet, at the same time, born of his true self, Douma found it impossible to harbor any affection for Rio, even if he were G's gift, even if their connection were woven with countless threads. Perhaps it was because he was not G, yet bore G's scent, flitting before him like a specter. It was laughable. He could not bear to see Rio drift away, yet he disliked his overly familiar approach. The frequent surges of distaste were continually suppressed, stifled by his status. As they were now, Douma tucked away his iron fan and casually picked up a cloth, gently wiping the child's face. When Rio finally calmed down and glanced around, he noticed the absence of blankets or similar comforts in the guest area. The familiar yet longed-for scent invaded his nostrils, prompting Rio to stir involuntarily, clutching the makeshift blanket around him. It was, in fact, Douma's black ceremonial garb, a long robe that enveloped the child entirely. The smile faded, yet the gentle patting on Rio's back continued, his gaze distant, revealing no discernible emotion, or perhaps it was uncertain if there was any emotion at all. Thus, they remained until the late hours of the night. Lord Musin summons you. Gather at the Infinite City. A strange female voice emerged from the depths of his mind, an odd sensation, akin to the emergence of a person within his thoughts, causing Douma to pause. His hand stilled. What? Just as a response began to form in his heart, everything before his eyes shifted. How to describe this structure? The immediate impression was one of chaotic disarray, directions twisted, overwhelming the senses. It resembled a labyrinth of wooden houses and screens, filled with countless corridors and staircases. Each window adorned with unique patterns, seemingly patched together. Douma's soothing gestures remained unchanged as he sat cross-legged upon a wooden platform. Where's this? Surveying his surroundings. This unfamiliar and wondrous institution shattered Douma's state of returning to his own world, and a familiar smile graced his face once more. Rising to his feet, he began to explore, even descending from the platform to traverse along the wooden corridors. With a melodious pluck of a pipa string, Douma found himself upon a spiraling staircase, adorned with wisteria screens. This time, following the sound, he turned to discover a woman seated in an inverted posture at the center. Her long black hair obscured her eyes. Dressed in a black kimono, and in her hands, she held an exquisitely crafted pipa. Was she the one orchestrating this place? What a wondrous power! The smile deepened, even as a hand was raised to wave at the woman, calling out, "Hey there, Miss Bua, were you the one who brought me here?" With a clang, the music resumed, and the position of Takedo shifted once more, now accompanied by 5 others. Unlike Takedo's cheerful demeanor, they exhibited a palpable sense of fear and unease. Miss Biwa, where exactly is this place?" The woman offered no response. Undeterred, Takedo turned to the nearest blue-haired lady, inquiring, "My beautiful lady, do you have any knowledge of this place?" She too remained silent, her eyes flickering with trepidation. As Takedo continued to smile at her, she hesitantly raised a trembling hand, pointing towards a gray-haired man nearly 2 meters behind Takedo. The man's eyes reflected a sense of dread. Is that what he meant? Takedo pondered, turning around to ask again. But before he could speak, the man seized him by the collar, his grotesque face looming close as he roared, "Shut your mouth, you worthless scum. You're truly nauseating. Don't you know how to be quiet? When Lord Musin arrives, you will surely meet your end." How rude, Takedo mused, narrowing his eyes as he opened them again. His smile unwavering, his iridescent gaze scrutinizing the man. "Yet, I can't help but think that your corpulent form is far more difficult to behold. To put it metaphorically, it resembles a pig awaiting slaughter within a pen." Chapter 37, The Gathering. With a clang, the sound of the biwa interrupted their exchange. Takedo remained unfazed, observing the suddenly subdued giant before him, still adorned with a smile. "Lord Musin has arrived." At last, the biwa lady spoke, her voice echoing that of the one in his mind. With her words, the sounds of wooden doors and windows opening filled the air, and the surroundings began to shift. This time, the platform on which the 6 stood expanded, directly facing the biwa lady. The others, upon hearing this announcement, were left in a state of confusion. Some were still grappling with their fear, only to witness bloodshed unfold before them. Initially, the demon, Raimi, was among the bewildered, yet deep down, he held confidence in his abilities and his status. As one of the lower moons, his position had remained unshakable for nearly 50 years, and he was the most likely candidate to ascend to upper moon status. This group had been his companions for the longest time, and this marked Musin's second summons of him. The man before him was merely lower moon 5, a lowly insect, easily crushed with a mere gesture. These thoughts were abruptly silenced when he found himself bereft of arms and much of his body. Before the remaining few stood a man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with pallid skin and an extraordinary appearance, attired in a flowing garment adorned with dark, fish-scale patterns. He maintained his characteristic icy demeanor. Takedo glanced at the bloodstains on his attire, feeling somewhat exasperated, and turned to see that Musin was the first to react. Kneeling on one knee and bowing his head in respect. "Ah, it is the master, as beautiful as ever. Have you all lost your senses? Bow before me." Aside from Takedo, the others remained motionless, perhaps paralyzed by overwhelming fear. It was only when Musin spoke that a terrifying pressure descended upon the 5, including the fallen Raimi. The result was that, aside from Takedo, who performed the bow of his own volition, the others were forced to kneel, their foreheads pressed to the ground. As formidable as ever, how impressive. In the thoughts of the individuals before him, Takedo's self-assessment seemed rather conspicuous, as if he felt no fear whatsoever. Yet, this was advantageous for Muzin. The purpose of gathering them was straightforward: to praise and chastise, to soothe and intimidate. He informed them that the method of altering ranks among the lower moons had changed. They could now ascend by eliminating those of higher status. Even other demons could challenge the lower moons. By vanquishing one, they could take their place. It was a waste of time for Muzin to evaluate each of them individually, as he had done in the past. Recently, he received news about some blue moonflowers, and he needed to confirm with the upper moons. For he required time to embark on new research, during which he might not be able to attend to the lower moons. Left to stagnate, they might believe that being a lower moon afforded them security, which he found irksome. Yes, Lord Muzin. In unison, they responded, each harboring their own thoughts. Apart from Takedo, no one actively embraced his policies. Instead, they were all consumed by trepidation. So, I may eliminate this impertinent fellow, correct? Indeed, Takedo, by killing him. You may usurp his position, just like that. At this moment, Takedo had already risen, drawing another iron fan from his waist, unfurling it to obscure half his face as he fixed his gaze intently on Raimi. As he spoke, Muzin raised his hand, grasping at something intangible. Correspondingly, Raimi was lifted by an unseen force, the pressure so immense that it felt as though he could be crushed at any moment. It was only when his eyes bulged and veins throbbed, his cries for mercy reaching a fever pitch, that Muzin halted his actions. Those who wish to taint this place without my permission deserve death. Please, spare me, Lord Muzin. I recognize my errors, I beseech you. The others, witnessing this display, buried their heads deeper, trembling uncontrollably. In truth, this was not a justifiable reason. It was merely a casual remark that could lead to the guillotine. There was no need for such severity. In the past, he had valued Raimi, even allowing him to discipline the lower moons beneath him. But now, he no longer held such regard. From now on, as per my decree, lower-ranked individuals may challenge those above them. Killing him now is permissible. Muzin's eyes narrowed as he regarded Takedo. That faintly sweet scent still lingered. Did he not possess a portion of my blood within him? In times of peril, could extracting his blood serve as a potent remedy? Takedo tilted his head at Muzin, then smiled, making no further moves. Well, since Lord Muzin has spared him, what right do I have to decide his fate? However, should we encounter him elsewhere, the outcome may differ. He beamed radiantly, folding the fan and tapping it against his palm, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence at the final words. Thank you, Lord Takedo, for your mercy, and thank you, Lord Muzin. Once again, the sound of bowing echoed. The midday sun shone brightly, filtering through the slightly ajar window into the room. The child slowly began to awaken, the dizziness still lingering. As he sat up, the sound of his robe slipping attracted his attention. This is Lord Kujuru's. Did I fall asleep beside Lord Kujuru? What happened last night? Why does my head hurt so much? He pondered, raising a hand to pat his head. Now that I am awake, I suppose I should prepare for lunch. Ryu, there's a meeting tonight. I must get busy. Suddenly turning around, he spotted Lord Kujuru leaning against the doorframe. Although he wore a smile, his demeanor seemed altered, radiating an air of greater strength. One that was difficult to look away from. Yes, Lord Kujuru. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, rushing away in a flurry. Takedo did not mention anything further, remaining silent even as Ryu departed, treating him as he always did. Though it seemed trivial now, this moment would be recalled by Ryu countless times in the future. Reporting to Lord Kujuru, Miss Oodawara and her sister seek an audience. Is that so? Then I shall go to them. Have they been waiting long for my return? Chapter 38, The Sisters. Ah, sister. Gazing at the chaotic room before her, the floor, tatami, and tea table were all drenched in crimson. Decorative porcelain vases lay shattered, many embedded deep within the nape of the woman's neck, the stark contrast of colors creating a jarring visual impact, leaving Miku momentarily paralyzed in shock. The man towering over her forcefully pinned her to the ground, savagely tearing into her flesh, spilling her entrails onto the earth. At that moment, the man was still alive, his pupils flickering as blood gushed from his mouth, muttering curses under his breath. Why don't you hurry up and die, you filthy wretch? You truly are a harlot, and your monstrous sister deserves to perish. Upon hearing these words, the woman on top became even more brutal, snapping the man's arm and raking her claws across his intestines and liver. The man had lost all strength to scream. His spine had long been dislocated, and it was a miracle he still had consciousness. All he could do was gasp, his eyes wide open as if they might fall out. Another series of gnashing sounds echoed as Meisha crumpled to the ground, covering her mouth in horror. She recognized that figure. It was her sister. In truth, her sister had been transformed into a ghoul for nearly 3 months, yet there had been no unusual behavior. She craved human flesh and blood, but unlike others, she did not indiscriminately devour her prey. Instead, she would quiet down after Mei Xia brought her chicken or goose blood to satiate her hunger. She endured with great effort, not wanting to frighten her sister, fearing that if she took one step too far, it would spiral out of control and ultimately harm Mei Xia. A month ago, that vile man, her sister's husband Hong Jin, returned. The treacherous merchant, the devil who had beaten her sister. Tall and gaunt, with a sullen yet cunning gaze at 36. He already bore the marks of age. His squinted smile was anything but benevolent, sending chills down one's spine. He discovered Mei Ling's existence and sought to expel her. But Mei Xia desperately intervened. Days of assault followed. Each time, Mei Ling watched Hong Jin's movements, filled with an overwhelming desire to tear him apart. How dare he treat her sister in such a manner? Mei Xia consistently restrained her, unwilling for her sister to bear the burden of being labeled a murderer on her behalf. Despite her patience with Hong Jin nearing its limit, that was her sister, the one who had always loved and protected her. Each time Hong Jin aimed to strike Mei Ling, Mei Xia would shield her. This time, she was determined to protect her sister. The chaotic struggle led to an outcome where Mei Ling could remain, but only as a servant, severing all financial ties with Mei Xia, rendering their fates irrelevant to Hong Jin. Peace persisted for less than half a month until this morning, when Mei Xia set out to sell her embroidered handkerchiefs, hoping to return with chicken blood for her sister. Hong Jin had not returned home the previous night and stumbled in drunk at noon, immediately unleashing a torrent of vile words toward Mei Ling. Insults about Mei Xia that would make stones wince. That bastard. Who did he think he was? Without me, who would dare call her Mrs. Hong? Damn it. Why hasn't TLS hounds come to devour her? I want her dead. Once she is gone, I can be with Lady Xue. She is mine, my lady. Mei Ling distanced herself from the man, listening to his self-satisfied plans, her fury mounting. Why should she endure? She should have killed him immediately. Her pupils constricted, trembling violently. Fists clenched tightly. But if she acted now, she would become that monstrous killer. What would happen to Mei Xia then? Could she still accept her as she was? If she killed him now, what would all her previous efforts amount to? On the brink of losing control, the man continued to provoke fate. What could she do? Haha. Hey, what is your name, monster? Only just now did I notice how handsome you are. As she raised her hand toward him, the thread of restraint snapped. The man was thrown to the ground, his neck gripped tightly, nearly choking him. As he struggled, chaos ensued, but he could not escape Mei Ling's grasp. He knocked over a wooden cabinet, shards of porcelain scattering across the floor. Frantically grabbing a piece of the broken shards, he madly stabbed at Mei Ling's back, neck, and arms. You deserve to die? The sharpness of her teeth revealed. She wrenched his neck, dislocating it, then raised her hand to slice open the man's chest and abdomen. As blood poured forth, Mei Ling could no longer hold back, sinking her teeth into him. She sensed Mei Xia's return but was unwilling to stop, terrified that if she turned around, Mei Xia would scream in accusation or run away. No matter what, at the very least, before Mei Xia could react, she had to ensure this man was utterly destroyed. Time stretched on. She heard nothing behind her, endlessly. Had her sister fainted from fright? Was she all right? What was she thinking? Facing the bones, Mei Ling could no longer bring herself to strike or bite. She remained turned away from Mei Xia. Silence was suddenly shattered. Sister? Are you all right? From afternoon until nightfall, Mei Ling exacted her revenge for as long as Mei Xia waited. Initially, her mind was blank, flickering particles appearing before her, the sounds around her growing distant. But eventually, she forced herself to calm down. That was her sister, after all, her sister no matter what. Moreover, the one who had perished was not worth mourning. Seeing Mei Ling become still, Mei Xia finally spoke, cautiously inching closer to her sister. Trembling hands reached out to touch her sister's face. The blood still held warmth, its slick texture sending shivers down her spine. Yet, she persisted, cradling her sister's face, seeking to meet her gaze. Mei Xia, are you afraid of me? What responded was her sister's embrace. Carefully avoiding the shards embedded in the ground, Mei Xia held Mei Ling close, tears streaming down her face without restraint. How could I? How could I possibly be afraid of you? It must hurt terribly, right? Oh, it must hurt so much. Was she referring to the shards? Mei Ling stiffly returned the embrace, allowing Mei Xia to weep in her arms, a mix of concern and reproach. She should have realized this was her sister, the one who had dared to sleep beside her even after becoming a ghoul. In the deep of night, Mei Xia finally calmed slightly, now focused on finding a way to save her sister. If others learned of her sister's actions, they would surely perish. What to do? What to do? As she racked her brain, a thought suddenly struck her. The Lord of Eternal Paradise, the Son of God, had saved her sister. Perhaps he could assist them now? He was the leader. With this thought, Mei Xia fled with Mei Ling under the cover of night, heading towards Eternal Paradise. She knew her sister could not touch the sun, so she draped a long scarf over her sister's head, hiding during the day in a cave and continuing their journey the following night. Any means would suffice. Her sister could not die. Then, will Mei Xiao accept my suggestion? If you wish to forever accompany and protect your sister, you must become a ghoul. Tomioka smiled, looking down at the child before him, who was crawling and pleading for help. She accepted. She wanted to protect her sister, to gain more strength. No longer wishing to rely solely on her sister for protection. This time, it was her sister who had protected her, and upon returning, she could do nothing but watch her sister suffer. I'm delighted to hear your decision. Now let us begin. After accepting the blood, the pain rendered her unconscious. When she awoke, Mei Xiao's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her skin had turned pale, her hair a silvery hue, with streaks of pink resembling highlights. And her eyes had changed to a light pink. During her transformation, Meiling remained by her side, while Tomioka took care of church matters. When she finally awakened, Tomioka returned to the two of them, her iron fan partially obscuring her face, smiling as if basking in springtime. Now, dear ladies, you shall stay here comfortably. Eternal paradise is a splendid refuge. From now on, simply remain by my side, free from worries about the authorities and such. Yes, Lord Tomioka. Under the weight of their blood ties, the two complied with Tomioka's words, kneeling in submission. Let the sorrows of the past remain in the past. You have accepted the blessings of the divine, and should now forget the mournful names that once burdened you. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Lin and Xia. Chapter 39. Part 1. Time hastens. Merely 3 years have elapsed. On this night of the full moon, the silvery light permeates the courtyard, casting a luminous aura around the figure at its center. With a swift strike of the blade, an oppressive chill pierces the air. And with each movement, snowflakes dance in the wind. The eyes seem to shimmer with a chilling light, and the sound of slicing through the air is relentless. As icy crystals gather near the sword, beginning to take the form of a sinuous dragon. With each step, the dragon's shape becomes increasingly distinct, radiating a crystalline sheen. Its scales sharp and glistening. The breath of ice, 11th form, the frosted dragon of the cold abyss. Unlike the original, the enemy was not sent soaring for decapitation. Instead, the dragon weaved its way, cleaving through every wooden stake in its path. Ultimately, the dragon did not sever anything further, but halted before Xia. Such a frigid aura could instill fear even in a spirit. Xia, were you frightened? Tong Mu inquired with a smile. His imposing demeanor softened as he sheathed his blade. It appears my subordinate has overstepped. I beg your forgiveness, my lord, Xia said, bowing in respect. She had come to report the latest findings of her investigation. Several leads regarding the elusive blue otherworldly flower had been confirmed, yet the main entity remained undiscovered. Upon entering the courtyard, she was met with Tong Mu's swift strike, leaving her little time to react. Still no sign of it. Well, any clue is better than none. And you have performed admirably this time. I expect even greater diligence from you henceforth. Oh, by the way, the newly tailored kimono is in the side chamber of the main hall. Yours is the orchid-patterned one, while Lin's is adorned with diamond motifs. The ladies must not be deprived of elegance. Yes, my lord. I am profoundly grateful. After Xia departed, Tong Mu's smile shifted. Indeed, showing concern for subordinates is essential. One must exercise empathy towards the weaker. For so long, these sisters had assisted him in numerous endeavors, managing the temple, arranging missionary work, and verifying intelligence. They could be considered his right and left arms. His hand lingered on the blade, caressing it thoughtfully. They had connections to Ji, had they not? Was his utilization of them somehow influenced by Ji? It was difficult to ascertain. This was already the 11th form, and he was relying on memory to navigate the intricacies of the breath of ice techniques. Each movement was a painstaking attempt to replicate, revealing the immense difficulty Ji had faced in his own mastery. How could such a devilish skill have been created and perfected in such a short span? Even with extensive prior practice in total concentration breathing and enduring physical fortification, the last 4 forms felt insurmountable. Achieving his level of skill and height with a single blade was an overwhelming challenge. Ji was undoubtedly the most formidable swordsman, barring unforeseen circumstances. He would surely become the greatest warrior in the land, Tong Mu often mused. Tonight marks New Year's Eve. Will the esteemed leader truly not attend? Not this year. It suffices that Liang and the others are present. Understood, my lord. After bowing respectfully, Liang took his leave. For 3 years, this had been his unwavering inquiry. Upon first learning that the church would prepare for the new year, Liang had mustered the courage to invite Tong Mu to join. Each time, he was met with failure. The new year of eternal bliss was designed for servants and certain outsiders. The attendees did not actually include the leader. In the past, the leader would partake, basking in the lively atmosphere, especially when Ji was present, marking it as a truly special occasion. Now, alone, that lively ambience felt overwhelmingly cacophonous. Moreover, tonight, he had a battle to face against Li Ming. This individual was born with an air of arrogance. After their encounter in Infinity City, seeds of discontent rapidly took root. He was uncertain where to begin his search, yet a few days ago, he audaciously appeared in eternal bliss, declaring his intent to challenge Tong Mu. Has Lord Li Ming's status fallen beneath mine? Tong Mu mused, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the numbers in Li Ming's left eye. I will kill you. The wretched being who has brought me disgrace shall perish. On New Year's Eve, that was the time they had agreed upon. Once the congregation had gathered for the banquet, leaving Lin and Xia to oversee, Tong Mu vanished into the church with the Nameless One. When it came to slaying demons, Huayan would undoubtedly excel. However, in Tong Mu's estimation, there was no need for such extravagance against Li Ming. This time, wielding the blade was merely a means to assess his training results. In a clearing surrounded by mountains, it seemed to be the very place Li Ming had chosen. Observing the raucous display before him, akin to a gorilla beating its chest, Tong Mu couldn't help but chuckle. How overconfident he must be, boasting about killing himself. Did he truly believe he could accomplish such a feat? The breath of ice, fourth form, frost and snow. With each strike, snowflakes swirled, and three-blade shadows sliced through the air. Merely meeting his gaze sent a chill running through Li Ming. Blood Demon Technique, Clam Shield. A massive clamshell enveloped him, barely deflecting Tong Mu's assault, frost marks lingering upon the shell. Ah, I see your name is rather fitting. You are merely a clam spirit that hides within its shell. Tong Mu's standard smile resurfaced, his mocking tone inciting Li Ming's fury. Blood Demon Technique, River Tide. The clam's open maw unleashed a viscous wave toward Tong Mu. Spikes sprouted from the shell, laced with toxins. A grievous wound inflicted upon a demon could take time to heal, and the weak might even lose their ability to move entirely. The breath of ice, eighth form, remnant snow enveloping ice's lament. A whirlwind of wind and snow dispersed the sticky substance, flinging it in all directions. Li Ming's attack surged once more before he could adjust his stance. Now, he bore a fan-shaped shell on his back, and his elbows transformed into blades as he charged forward with clenched fists. The clash of blades rang out, and while Tong Mu managed to parry, he was still forced back several steps. Li Ming's size granted him an undeniable advantage. As he stepped onto the freshly dislodged clam, more of the loathsome creatures crawled up Tong Mu's right leg, biting down fiercely. Haha, Tong Mu, my little darlings possess more than one form. The repugnant creatures multiplied, and as Li Ming prepared to unleash another blood demon technique, Tong Mu narrowed his eyes. The breath of ice, third form, ice ring. Just as the blood demon technique approached, he activated his breathing technique, creating two ice ring spikes to widen the distance. Spinning into the air before slicing through Li Ming's right leg. Before he could regain his footing, Li Ming had already darted behind him, raising both fists for a downward strike. Pressing his body down, Tong Mu managed to support himself on one hand, using the momentum to evade. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, the ground lay covered in river water and clams, leaving no place to land. In such terrain, Li Ming's speed was astonishing, his figure shifting constantly. Ah, it seems my skills have yet to mature. I cannot simply rely on breathing techniques to overcome this foe. Blood demon technique, frozen cloud. Ice mist billowed forth, and Tong Mu's figure vanished from Li Ming's sight. Cowardly creature, is this all you can muster? Hiding within this fog? Li Ming was unprepared for Tong Mu's blood demon techniques. To him, Tong Mu appeared too weak, and especially now, this technique seemed devoid of lethality, merely a means of concealment. Swinging his arms, he navigated through the mist. Blood demon technique, river's roar. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a thunderous roar, dispersing the ice fog. Yet still, Tong Mu was nowhere to be found. Tong Mu stood not far upon a tree branch, shielded by the foliage, his wounds healing rapidly as the so-called poison was being neutralized. It seems that the open ground is that fellow's domain. I wonder how formidable he would be in a different setting. Has he already been frightened away? Come out. I did not grant you permission to leave. I shall slay you. Do you comprehend why Lord Muzin despises you? The voice echoed in his ears as Akaza turned and unleashed a barrage towards the forest behind him. The clamoring sound propelling the clam out. Come forth, you insolent wretch. Do you think you can utter such words? It is because you are exceedingly noisy, a blind, arrogant, and grotesque creature. Come out and face your demise. The stench has seeped into your very bones. All that remained was a roar. This taunt resonated with his past as a human, the words reverberating in his mind, incessantly provoking him. Blood demon art was recklessly unleashed, striking in all directions, even careening into the woods where the sound had originated. Without the accompanying river tide, his speed diminished significantly, and the uncertainty of the enemy's position instigated a subconscious panic within him. Yet he could not endure the mockery, his thoughts consumed by fury. He had indulged in comfort for far too long. Since ascending to the rank of Lower Moon, He had not experienced combat for an extended period. His high standing, aside from a select few, made him untouchable among the demons. This prolonged period had inflated his arrogance, leading him to believe that the lower ranks could be effortlessly crushed. The absence of immediate victory and the ridicule he faced were intolerable for him. The trees obscured his view due to his size, rendering him akin to a headless fly, flailing in chaos. Once more, he attempted to unleash the river language roar, only to find the air entering his lungs felt like shards of ice. Cough. Ah, cough. His lungs were filled with ice crystals, the poison within him dispersing and amplifying his agony. As he took deep, defiant breaths, the pain swiftly spread, forcing the colossal figure to collapse to the ground. Absorb it, it is merely poison. Hurry, hurry. Well then, Lord Akaza, it is time to end this. Ice breathing, 7th form, Ice Bloom Lament. The blade of ice and sharp icicles descended from the heavens, piercing Akaza's body and pinning him firmly to the ground, allowing the blade shadow to cleave him into several pieces. Ah, Douma. His cells contracted and writhed, desperately attempting to reconnect his body. But the stinging pain from the ice crystals at the wounds hindered his movements. Blood flowed incessantly, mingling with the splattered remnants. Ice breathing, 7th form, Ice Moon Remnant. The expansive crescent strike severed Akaza's neck completely, simultaneously slicing through the tree branches that enveloped him, exposing him entirely to the moonlight, which would soon transition into sunlight. Now, my lord, do you still dare to boast of killing me? The blood was absorbed by Douma, rendering Akaza incapable of resistance. The areas where the icicles made contact with his body sent a bone-chilling sensation through him, causing his cells to recoil in fear. His vocal cords severed, healing was impossible. Akaza could no longer respond to any inquiries, only gaping in silence, tears streaming from his eyes, uncertain whether from fear or pain. Douma squatted before him, smiling as he patted him, sheathing his blade, and summoning ice vines and lotus flowers with his blood demon art to secure Akaza's remains to the ground before swiftly departing. Chapter 40. The Truth. Upon returning to his chamber, it was already late. The sun would soon rise. He changed into another set of attire, as the stench of river clams should best be avoided. After tidying himself, he sat down to clean Nameless. The blade had been meticulously maintained. He had even sought the guidance of a swordsmith to ensure its proper care. In the flickering candlelight, the blade reflected a cold glint, and as his fingertips brushed over it, he could sense its keen edge. Bang! The door was forcefully swung open, startling Douma into stillness. Who could it be at this hour? The subordinates should be either thoroughly intoxicated or sound asleep, and it certainly wasn't he someone seeking counsel. Ah, the master is indeed here. Tonight we are so very joyous. The inebriated individual was none other than Ryu. Douma did not respond. In the presence of such a disoriented individual, he found no desire to perform. His expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotion. Ah, master, did you know? Zeppei and the others said that once upon a time, you would attend banquets. Yes, indeed. His cheeks flushed slightly, from the manner in which he spoke. It seemed he was not deeply intoxicated, more so overly exhilarated. He leaned against the doorframe, gesturing animatedly, as if wishing to make his words more vivid. Come, take a seat, Ryu. Trembling, he mechanically moved to obey Douma's command. He must have noticed Douma's altered demeanor, for upon sitting, he fell into a sudden silence. It was reminiscent of that time. There was the scent of alcohol, but upon closer inspection, a familiar yet greatly diminished aura lingered. It had faded to the point that it was unrecognizable before entering. Indeed, I used to attend. Back then, Shiki said it was an important festival, a time to reflect on the past and look toward the future to plan for the new year. Even someone as aloof as Shiki genuinely anticipated the arrival of the new year. Whatever Shiki cherished, he accompanied with diligence, though he had never truly felt the anticipation or satisfaction Shiki spoke of. Such emotions were foreign to him, but with Shiki by his side, merely being present was comforting. In his youth, he too refrained from attending. He was a child of the gods. The divine would bestow blessings upon him alone, and as a child of the gods, he need not concern himself with the passage of a year or two. That was what his parents had told him. Without Shiki, there was no need for him to attend such gatherings, loud and tedious affairs. His hands moved continuously until he had properly sheathed the blade. Rising, he placed Nameless aside and casually picked up a string of prayer beads, twirling them between his fingers. Ryu, is there nothing else? Ah, yes, master. Then go and rest. It is late. A smile reappeared as he tilted his head, a subtle distance evident in his demeanor. But, master, I still have things to discuss. What is it? Ryu mustered his courage, lifting his gaze to meet Douma's. His eyes were filled with turmoil and anguish, unsure of what had sparked such emotions. What is this? Is this indirect murder? Ryu, do you still believe you are saving the warrior you speak of? He could be regarded as such in the tale. But how should one articulate that? It cannot merely be described as good. Perhaps the master has kept you around solely because you mentioned that warrior. The master's acquaintance seems peculiar. Does the master truly have a warrior friend? Such words were ones Ryu had heard countless times over the years. For reasons unknown, he yearned to express his admiration and longing for Lord Amano, to share with others the greatness of that individual. Yet he was not a fool. He faintly understood that the death of Lord Amano was somehow entwined with him, not due to his brother's actions, but rather due to his own involvement in the tragedy. Initially, he could convince himself that Lord Amano's demise was because he failed to dissuade his brother, that it was his brother who had been disobedient, and that he aimed to save Lord Amano. But after countless reflections, he began to realize that Lord Amano could not withstand his brother's assault due to his interference, that the simultaneous attacks from so many were a result of his erratic attempts at persuasion. This realization shattered him. He suddenly could not bear to proclaim his close relationship with Lord Amano, nor could he extol Lord Amano's virtues any longer. That was the individual he had inadvertently led to his demise. Yet he deceived himself, transforming their experiences into tales for others to hear and judge, even quietly inquiring of the esteemed leader. However, the majority of responses left him trembling with dread. Indeed, it was he who had caused the demise of the revered one. This realization deepened incessantly. If that were the case, then the child within the story must seek repentance from the divine. But fret not, for the deity shall forgive such an unintentional wrongdoer. Such was the response from the esteemed leader. Thus, he could no longer endure the self-condemnation that had plagued him for 2 years. His thoughts meandered back to the past, bringing forth a sense of unease. Would the divine forgive me? What of the esteemed leader? And Lord Amigami? At a loss for words, his gaze once more averted, drifting to the rosary. Esteemed leader, I have indeed seen a string of beads remarkably similar to this one, given to me by an adult. As he spoke, trembling, he fumbled in his bosom and, moments later, retrieved a rosary that bore a striking resemblance to the one in Kanamori's hand, stained with dark red marks. Kanamori's pupils flickered for an instant, entirely oblivious to the narrative that followed. After a moment of being frozen in place, he leaned closer to the rosary. Yes, the scent of shiki lingered here. His essence remained. He reached for it, handling it with the utmost care as if it were a rare treasure, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Why is this here? I'm so sorry, esteemed leader. I did not mean to. At that time, I only wished to save Lord Amigami. I beg the divine for forgiveness, esteemed leader. I truly recognize my wrongs. The words barely registered, yet his mind absorbed them. Is this how it is? So it was because of this fool that Shiki received that venom-laden stab, that he was simultaneously attacked by those wretched demon slayer core, and ultimately fell beneath that blade of Hishiko? Forgiveness? There is no deity. How dare you still crave forgiveness? With a swift motion, he struck, cleaving half of the opponent's skull, silencing the pitiful lamentations. Those who dare deceive me regarding anything related to Shiki shall perish. Chapter 41, Role Reversal. Kanamori felt a throbbing at his temples, his heartbeat racing beyond its usual pace, as if the blood vessels in his eyes conspired against him, rendering his vision blurred. His entire being trembled, and he even collapsed onto the soft mat he had previously arranged for the nameless. Clumsily, with great unsteadiness, he retrieved his iron fan, unfurling it. The dance of blood and flesh, the rhythm of bone and sinew. In a frenzy, Kanamori swung the iron fan towards the boy's body. Each strike was akin to a blade, until the boy crumpled, leaving behind only a shattered pool of crimson. All at once, memories flooded his mind. The disbelief at Shiki's true death, the overwhelming impact of having consumed Shiki, the impending reality that he would never encounter him again. An indescribable anxiety and restlessness surged forth. Even when Shiki had just perished before him, it was not as devastating as this moment. Is this what they call the weight of time? Kanamori did not know. He truly did not know that. In reality, a splitting headache awaited him. When it came to matters of emotion, Kanamori could say he had never experienced any, not even the most basic familial affection. The couple who had turned him into a lucrative source at such a tender age, who had become the vessel for others' grievances. How could he possibly feel any kinship towards them? His emotions had been dulled through countless observations and attempts, morphing into what they expected of him, the saintly leader. As the child of the deity, he was, of course, eternally compassionate, perpetually concerned for all. How could he harbor thoughts of disdain or evasion? The child of the divine, who could guide the masses to the revered one, was undoubtedly joyful, serene, humble, beautiful, and forgiving. All splendid sentiments were to be his alone. Who would care whether he was truly happy? As long as he wore a smile, that sufficed. He had come into this world hollow, unlike others, already steeped in despair. All changes occurred only upon meeting him, that singularly extraordinary person. He effortlessly pierced through Kanamori's facade, becoming the sole individual to bestow genuine emotion upon him. Shiki's concern, Shiki's longing, Shiki's patience. All of these made Kanamori truly feel the emotions one ought to possess, so intimately close to himself. He clumsily imitated, earnestly experiencing the feelings Shiki had once described. He was a failure. While his emotional experiences were rich, moving further into them proved exceedingly difficult. He needed to continue his imitation. Yet, the one who taught him, accompanied him, and tolerated him departed so suddenly that he found it hard to regain his composure. To accept the reality. His wish for Shiki to remain by his side, to become his devoted follower, remained unfulfilled. Was he truly gone? The observations and lessons learned previously surged forth to protect his psyche, compelling him to heal rapidly, to regain normalcy. But the haste to mend his exterior belied the rotting flesh within. Superficially, he could almost deceive himself, yet the potential for sudden, violent rupture loomed. Pain brought him to tears, and the scars he subconsciously wished to forget erupted forth, rendering him powerless as he collapsed. The clear stream flowed unceasingly until the sun rose. As the dawn painted the sky, the dampness in his eyes altered the text within his pupils. Honesty compelled Rin to believe that their Kanamori would remain in good health indefinitely. Even if he had not been transformed into a demon, his excessive concern was undeniably suggestive. With unyielding speed, she swiftly cleared the grotesque mass of blood and mud from the ground, inwardly lamenting. Indeed, humanity, such a frail species, could be extinguished by the strong at the slightest displeasure. Ineffectual beings cannot remain long by the side of greatness, regardless of the attention bestowed upon them. It was the esteemed leader who had granted her and her sister a new life. She must become stronger to serve him well. In the intricate and dizzying expanse of Infinite City, within the central elegant chamber, Muzan sat across from a man garbed as a Sengoku warrior. Uncharacteristically, he bore a satisfied expression, seemingly engaged in lively conversation with the individual opposite him. Another cup of wine, nay, blood, was poured into the vessel, its rare and potent aroma wafting through the air, and the dialogue continued. Suddenly, Muzan paused, sensing an unusual occurrence. His pupils constricted, and his expression shifted, settling into one of astonishment and delight. The ranking of the lower moons had changed. Kanamori had ascended to lower 1, while Akaza had defeated lower 3 to exchange positions. Akaza, truly unworthy of his rank. Very well, I am aware of your long-standing disdain for him, but now it has been resolved. Because of Kanamori, you shall no longer encounter the one you despise, and I have gained a more formidable subordinate. That Kanamori who successfully merged with rare blood? Muzan nodded in acknowledgement, raising his head to sip another cup. Only then did he truly comprehend the identity of the person seated before him. The most striking feature was the 3 pairs of blood-red eyes with golden pupils, which instilled terror in the hearts of ordinary people. His long crimson hair was tied back in a ponytail, and he donned a kimono adorned with purple snake patterns and black splotches, complemented by black hakama. At his waist hung his blade. The characters for upper 1 were emblazoned on either side of his eyes, clearly indicating his identity, Kokushibo. This foremost of the upper moons now scrutinized Muzan with great attention, his partner, sensing a long-lost emotion emanating from him. Joy. Was it due to that blood merger? Among those who could almost be described as sycophants, had someone truly emerged as exceptional? Upon reflection, it seemed Kanamori was indeed an especially striking individual, his blood possessing a pleasing aroma. At least Muzan conveyed this to him. Observing Muzan's demeanor, their conversation inevitably drifted towards matters concerning the 12 Kizuki. Muzan reviewed the memories of Douma and Akaza from that fateful night, and succinctly described them to Kokushibo, revealing a distinctly cheerful disposition. The ice and snow breathing technique is unprecedented in a century. Did he originate from that organization? Or is it a self-developed breathing style? His swordsmanship appears formidable. If Douma were to encounter you among the upper moons, it would certainly be a sight to behold, a being cherished by Muzan himself. Chapter 42, Growth. Mastery of any sword style necessitates time and adversaries for refinement. Over the ensuing years, Douma profoundly comprehended and embraced this truth. Gazing at a uniquely adorned wall within his quarters, he contemplated embellishing it further today. Thus, he placed the meticulously clean skull he had been toying with for several days upon it. The 14th skull, a testament to the swordsmen who had perished at his hands, all of whom wielded the flower-breathing technique. Throughout these years, his prowess surged not merely due to the multitude he had devoured, but also as a result of his relentless study of breathing techniques. His form as a demon, distinct from that of humans, allowed him to employ more rigorous and brutal methods to enhance himself. Through numerous confrontations, he observed and refined his breathing style, adapting it to better suit demons, thus elevating their explosive power and fortitude. In addition to demon hunters who actively pursued him, he also sought out challengers himself. Among them were formidable opponents as well as situations where he found himself besieged by multiple foes. Yet, regardless of the hardships, he persevered and grew stronger during that time. Gradually, he developed a mindset of growing stronger in the face of strength and toying with the weak. However, this did not imply he would suffer as a result. After all, he recalled a vital principle. One must exert their utmost against even the weakest adversary and, if necessary, eradicate them completely. This was a lesson imparted by Shinjiro, a profound truth that wielded influence over him. His standing, bolstered by his strength, was remarkably secure, with few lower-ranked demons daring to challenge him foolishly, except for the exceedingly combative Akaza. Akaza possessed a steadfast conviction. He aspired to grow stronger, to become the supreme warrior. Even contemplating ascending to the upper moons to challenge the esteemed Upper Moon One. Was he entirely disregarding my status as Lower Moon One? How disheartening. Douma often retorted to Akaza during their duels. Indeed, Akaza harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Douma's position. He had transformed into a demon earlier and commenced his training sooner. So why was he being overshadowed by someone like Douma? What led him to consume only women? Why did he exude such a pleasant fragrance? For the sake of his convictions, he trained doubly hard, swiftly defeating Lower Moon 2 and becoming a mere step away from the Upper Moons. What was the nature of this impediment? Douma. For over a decade, he persistently challenged Douma, and eventually, they even agreed upon a specific place and time for their encounters. Yet, what was the outcome? He never succeeded again. His rank remained unchanged. After a period of absence, Douma would always unveil new techniques to counter him, especially after he drew his sword. Even against two so-called Hashira, his strength could allow him to retreat unscathed. Such realizations continually fueled his ambition, propelling him to train harder. Why did Douma not simply eliminate Akaza? Because he believed in maintaining patience and leniency towards those beneath him. He bore no disdain for Akaza's actions. Rather, the challenges posed by Akaza introduced some excitement into his otherwise monotonous existence. Akaza was a pure practitioner. Douma could sense that he rarely consumed humans, the scent of blood and slaughter lingering faintly around him. Naturally, this also hindered his rapid advancement compared to Douma. In sparring among demons, death was improbable unless intentionally sought, and Douma had no inclination to devour men, let alone Akaza. Thus, he allowed things to unfold, utilizing Akaza to experiment with his newly conceived blood demon arts. Thus, they engaged in mutual sparring, maintaining stability for over a decade. Their ranks remained unaltered, with no lower-ranked demons capable of intruding. Though the dynamics among the upper ranks were more fluid, the demise of Upper Moon 6 marked a pivotal moment. She fell under the onslaught of 3 Hashira, retaliating in her final moments to slay 2 and severely injure 1. Muzan was displeased with the actions of the Demon Slayer Corps and, under his command that night, Neikime located the residences of the 3 Hashira. Douma and Akaza were tasked with cleansing them of blood, which included the children of those Hashira. They even nearly infiltrated the residence of the Ubuyashiki clan, forcing the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to relocate. That very evening, the numbers in Douma's vision shifted once more, this time affirming through the inscriptions in his eyes that he had ascended to the upper moons. Akaza temporarily assumed his position as Lower Moon 1. Should he manage to retain it, he would remain as Lower Moon 1. If not, he would fade into obscurity as an unnamed specter. I am gratified that you have grown to this extent in such a short time. Douma, do not disappoint my expectations. Yes, Lord Muzan. Chapter 43, Kaneo. Oh, such a beautiful child. Could she truly be my sister? The boy was exceedingly slender, his physique unlike that of ordinary children. At that moment, he was sprawled beside the cradle, resembling a bowed poisonous wasp. His visage was ghastly, with irregular black spots marring his face, and the disproportion of the whites of his eyes to his pupils dulled the beauty of his rare blue eyes. He lifted his hand, playing before his sister, eliciting her delight as she grasped his fingers and suckled on them. If one were to liken the boy to an ugly wild dog, then his sister would undoubtedly be the exquisite white plum blossom flourishing in the courtyard, with hair as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. Her hue matched that of her brother, yet upon this infant, it surpassed him 1,000-fold. Dutifully watching over his sister as she drifted into slumber, he feared that the enchanting sounds from the neighboring room might disturb her. He gently covered her right ear with his hand and lowered himself to rest beside her, softly singing, "Sleep now, dear child. The twinkling stars will accompany you. Snowflakes bring the fragrance of plum blossoms. I, along with the stars, shall watch over you." This was a lullaby he had secretly overheard, a song gifted by a loving mother to her child, a scenario they had never known and could only steal from another's joy. From the moment of his birth, he had been branded a monster, living amidst the scorn and vitriol of adults. He was oblivious to the existence of a father, and his mother constantly berated and assaulted him. even attempting to strangle him on multiple occasions, all while indulging in comforts within this wretched abode. It seemed as if the entire world despised him, as though he had been forsaken by all. Everything around him was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, he gained a blood relation, and with that, light pierced the shadows of his existence. His sister was nothing like other infants. She was unafraid of him and did not weep. Instead, she smiled perpetually. She possessed the most extraordinary white hair and the loveliest blue eyes, revealing glimpses of her future beauty. From the moment his sister first lifted her tiny hands and cooed, the boy was utterly ensnared. Such a beautiful child. She truly was his sister. His sister was remarkably intelligent. On her 8th month, she articulated her first word with perfect clarity. Brother. Indeed, not father or mother, but brother. What? Huh. He gazed at her, and in that room, it was only the two of them. He could hardly believe his ears. Did you truly say that, sister? Brother. Brother. Uncontrollably, tears streamed down his cheeks. From the moment he could remember, it was the first time he had cried. He tightly embraced his younger sister, and in that very moment, the boy vowed to protect her for a lifetime, without fail. His mother harbored a persistent disdain for him, which he scarcely minded. However, her animosity towards his sister perplexed him. What, pray tell, could this wretched woman possibly resent? It was unfathomable that she could harbor such dislike for his sister. Their lives had once been tranquil, until the day when his sister was a mere year and a half old. Upon returning from begging in the alleys, he discovered his sister's severed hair and beheld their mother attempting to strangle her. What was she doing? How dare she? He could not permit this, absolutely not. The same woman who once wished him dead was now laying hands upon his sister? Could she even still be called a mother? Gripping the scythe tightly, the boy lunged at her, the blade gleaming coldly. The disheveled woman barely evaded the strike and unleashed a torrent of curses at him. Her words were fragmented, yet the scythe swung again, splintering the wooden floor and drawing blood from her calf. You bastard! You wretch! You deserve to die! She shrieked, curling her legs. However, when she met the boy's gaze, she trembled in fear. This terrifying figure before her, exuding an air of suffocating menace, was no longer a mere child. He had protected his sister, and from that day forth, the woman dared not raise a finger against him nor display her disdain towards his sister. Instead, she was filled with trepidation. Yet, this did not alter the fact that she remained utterly detestable. Thankfully, her life was not to last much longer, for she succumbed to a peculiar illness on a snowy night when his sister was 2 years old. He felt genuine joy and pride for his sister. He did everything in his power to fill her belly, wishing for her health and happiness. Just as he was on the brink of despair, his sister received her first tribute from a middle-aged man who was captivated by her beauty. He likened her charm to that of pure white plum blossoms. Unforgettable and impossible to resist. Plum blossoms, you say? If they embody such qualities, then his sister must indeed be a plum blossom. As time flowed on, the tributes multiplied, sustaining both him and his sister. He named her May, after the white plum blossom. Concurrently, during an assault by a group of vagabonds, he astonishingly discovered that his unusual physique allowed him to strike from unexpected angles. It seemed he possessed a natural talent for combat. He became a monster, notorious for his ferocity in the alleys, and soon drew the attention of creditors. He acquired a new occupation, a debt collector. The new title, Prostitute Taro, mattered little to him. He had never had a name, and this moniker, though far from flattering, sufficed. During the years of famine, collecting debts proved to be arduous, and Little May's tributes dwindled significantly. That year, on a day marked by heavy snowfall, they found themselves once again facing hunger. Their dilapidated wooden shack barely shielded them. As snowflakes continued to fall, Prostitute Taro and May huddled beneath a straw mat, seeking warmth in each other's presence. Are you feeling better, Little May? He inquired. She replied. It's all right, it's all right. Brother will always protect Little May. Holding you close will help. As he spoke, Prostitute Taro tightened May's waistband and shifted her into his embrace, nearly insulating her from the frigid mat. Their bodies pressed together, his hands enveloping her entirely in shadow. How's this? Is it much warmer? Much warmer. Thank you, brother. Brother, will you really always be here? Yes, I will always be with you, Little May. Let's make a promise. Lying is for little puppies. All right, brother. What is it, Little May? I want a lullaby. All right, sleep now, dear child. Twinkling stars will accompany you. Snow will come, May, fragrant like plums, and I will be here with the stars. His voice trembled, the undeniable chill of reality altering his tone. In that low, raspy melody, May drifted off to sleep, her body leaning against Prostitute Taro, her head resting back. As his head rested atop hers, he too succumbed to fatigue. Dozing off in that position, the icy winds howled. What tomorrow would bring, whether they would see the sun again, who could say? But for now, they had each other. Even if they perished in the snow, they would at least remain together. Chapter 44, Fallen Princess. Having endured the 2 years of famine, life gradually returned to warmth. May was noticed by a matron at a local establishment and began her training as a courtesan, finally able to eat her fill and wear warm clothing. May was groomed to become a courtesan, her beauty catching the eye of the Oiran, who personally instructed her. The Oiran was known for her delightful demeanor with clients. Yet she was markedly different with others. More often than not, she could be described as sharp-tongued, pressuring May to achieve perfection. Any slight misstep would result in slaps and scolding. Rong-hee, the name that represented her glamorous half-life, was remembered by those esteemed patrons. Human nature is inevitably envious, and Rong-hee was no exception. Time, that capricious deity, meticulously sculpted May's flawless skin, while her enchanting blue eyes bore the burden of sharp lines and creases, mercilessly carved by the passage of years. No matter how diligently she tried to maintain her beauty, she could not escape time's relentless grasp, though Rong-hee imparted her knowledge. She also wielded her jealousy as a weapon, leaving red marks on the young girl's back and arms as consequences for her harshness. The price Rong-hee paid for her envy would be her own disfigurement, devoured by vengeful spirits in years to come. May's education reached its first test when she turned 13. A samurai, a frequent patron of the establishment and of Rong-hee, was now to claim his due. The samurai had long taken notice of May. Her striking appearance stood out, even without makeup, far surpassing that of even the most meticulously adorned adults. He had previously gifted her with presents, which could be considered tributes, claiming that red suited her splendidly. May's response had been a sweet smile, one that enraptured the samurai. This was why he hastily purchased May's first night. At first, everything seemed well. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, silks draped discreetly. Her delicate, beautiful form appeared tantalizingly within reach. The samurai initially jested, genuinely captivated by May's smile. Gradually, however, he lost restraint, his words becoming reckless and his hands more fervent, even leaving bruises on May's arms. Who would have thought that that hideous bastard prostitute Taro would have such a beautiful sister? Your beauty is simply... The imagined silky touch never materialized. Instead, he was jolted from his haze by a stinging sensation in his eyes and the encroaching darkness. The warmth of liquid met his skin, and when his vision returned, it was stained with crimson. May had escaped from beneath him, clutching a bloodied hairpin, the very gift the samurai had bestowed upon her. A plum blossom pin carved from red agate. Fury surged within the samurai. How dare you? You think yourself so noble. Even if you're beautiful, you're still just a lowly courtesan. How could you harm me like this? Filthy wretch. You. I will see you dead. You little bastard. Having concluded his debt collection for the day, prostitute Taro merrily twirled his scythe as he walked towards the establishment where May worked. He hoped that today, little May would also have a smooth day. In the back alley of the shop, May used to wait for him to return home, but this time, she was not there. What did he see? A shallow grave, and a charred human figure. The clothing clung to the body due to the material, burnt beyond recognition. The patterns now entirely obscured. It appeared that the fingers were curled, the red agate pin having pierced through the palm. May? Little May? At that moment, he felt as though the surrounding sounds were fading away, the world blurring, colors flickering before his eyes. Visions of the black hand, pierced by agate, and the charred body flickered in his mind. Could that truly be Komi? How could it possibly be her? She, who adored beauty and embodied it so exquisitely. How could it ever be? Memories surged forth, fragments of their shared past, the scent of blossoms in spring, the laughter by the sapphire waters in summer, her snow-white hair, and the divine grace bestowed upon her by fate, now all reduced to ash and ruin. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the mind of Jigakataro was particularly sluggish, struggling to comprehend the horror before him. That vivid splash of red stood out starkly against the darkness, incessantly jarring his senses. At last, he lunged forward, cradling the lifeless form, his body trembling uncontrollably. Oh heavens, why must you be so cruel to me? Be it the trials of the past or the grotesque visage of fate, why must you now strip away my sole glimmer of hope? What malevolent design drives you to orchestrate such a destiny? Jigakataro cursed instinctively, unable to perceive the faint breath or heartbeat of the person in his arms. Suddenly, a sound of steel slicing through flesh pierced the air, followed closely by the sharp sting of pain. Ah, it is him, that wretched girl's brother. It is Jigakataro. The sharp voice of the brothel's matron rang out, now with a clear target, pointing directly at him. The voice was familiar. Jigakataro turned stiffly to behold the matron, her smile as sycophantic as ever, positioned half a step behind a samurai whose face was bandaged on one side. Gesturing toward him, "Hey, you bastard. You are the brother of that little harlot, aren't you?" My eyes were wounded by her. If it had gone any deeper, I would have been ridiculed for life. Do you understand what this means for a samurai? The man advanced, raising his katana high, intent on delivering a fatal blow. May, May, the name that evokes disease. Indeed, she is as repugnant as that affliction. This is the lesson I imparted to her, and you shall share in it. So, it was they who harmed my sister? He glanced up, seeing the matron still chiming in, speaking of May's indulgence and her folly. What more is she saying? Blood surged to his eyes as he twisted his scythe, deflecting the samurai's blade. With a frail body, he scarcely understood where the strength came from. He forced the warrior back, then leapt toward the matron, who had yet to comprehend the impending doom, the scythe piercing through her throat. Blood sprayed forth. The samurai's astonishment palpable. He had never fathomed that this emaciated figure could withstand him, let alone kill with such resolve. He swallowed hard. Was he afraid? Not before he truly faced Jigaku Taro's murderous intent. He had taken many lives, defiant children, rebellious women. But by the time he learned to fear, it was far too late. The scythe cleaved through his body, neck, arms, chest, until only a heap of flesh and bone remained, and only then did Jigaku Taro cease his assault, staggering to his feet, taking a few steps before launching himself onto the girl. Komi, Komi, it is your brother. Brother has returned, Komi. The girl was gravely wounded, unresponsive to his presence. As they lay so close together, Jigaku Taro finally felt the faint rhythm of her heartbeat and her shallow breaths. Komi, Komi, brother. Forgive me, forgive me. Brother will save you. He will. Is there truly a higher power that governs us? Does that power not intend to grant them a path to survival? To mock them instead? To bid them farewell as snowflakes fell gently around them, urging their departure? He lifted her, ignoring the searing pain from his own wounds. He could not accept her departure. Yet, how could he possibly save his Komi? In this accursed place, the snow rendered everything eerily silent, and along the journey, not a soul was in sight. The proprietors merely shooed them away. He could only walk back to the corner where their dilapidated home met the tavern street. Truly, is there no way out? The trail was soaked in blood. The vast distance and the biting cold pushed Jigaku Taro's already frail body to its limits, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. He still envisioned rising again, as he did when beaten before, but he could not. All he could manage was to lift his torso slightly. No, I cannot. I simply cannot. For Komi, for the sake of Komi, how can I allow myself to perish? I must not, absolutely must not die. Even if you despise me, even if you condemn me to hell, oh heavens, will you not show mercy and spare Komi? Anyone will do. Save her. Do not let her die. Ah, who has come? Is it you? What do you mean by save? Just as despair threatened to engulf Jigaku Taro completely, a foreign male voice reached his ears. He could not discern what was being said or asked. But even the slightest chance, the faintest glimmer of hope, compelled him to beseech the stranger to save his Komi. Sister, save Komi. The voice faded, leaving only the sound of falling snow and the silence that enveloped him. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something struck the ground, followed by the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching him. To save your sister? I have heard you. The rustle of fabric suggested that the figure had crouched before him, though he could not be sure. His vision had succumbed entirely to darkness, his consciousness barely holding on, his body stiff, protectively cradling the person beneath him, continuously murmuring that plea. Save Komi. Oh, what a terrifying hope. In such a state, still yearning for survival? Save Komi. Your wish is indeed excessive, even if a deity were to appear. Such a resurrection is beyond the realm of possibility. Komi. The man chuckled softly, and then silence enveloped them, allowing Jigaku Taro's voice to weaken further with each repetition of his plea. Very well, I understand your will. I hadn't intended to intervene, but your determination may allow you to live well in the future. Do not disappoint me or that higher power. Live well. Jigaku Taro felt something surge within him, his limbs frozen and rigid, utterly unaware of what transpired. His remaining consciousness sensed that force rampaging through his body, tearing apart his flesh, distorting his nerves. And from an outsider's perspective, he began to convulse. Douma stood beside them, arms crossed, observing their transformation, nearly complete, the body convulsing, eyes rolling back. It seemed that becoming a demon was a painful ordeal, one from which none could escape. Tilting his head in contemplation, he decided to conclude the unfinished feast from earlier, grasping the ankles of both individuals and dragging them into a derelict grass hut. Though dilapidated, it provided some respite from the sun. He could not allow these two to awaken and discover themselves basking in sunlight. Yoshiwara Hanamachi he had visited a few times. He recognized this debt collector from a distance, noting his impressive methods. At that moment, he thought, could this man truly not be of his kind? From his appearance to his behavior, he was remarkably competent. As for the girl, nearly burned to a crisp, he had no recollection of her. No matter, if she is the embodiment of the debt collector's obsession, then let her live, perhaps this will strengthen him. He held a favorable view of this brother-sister duo, or more accurately, of Jigaku Taro, though their interaction was fleeting. He felt the fierce desire to survive and the unwavering will to protect his sister emanating from him. Either of those qualities alone would suffice to clear his path, let alone both combined. Most demons possess hazy or entirely blank memories of their human lives. He had once told him that after becoming a demon, one gains insights during their evolution. For the spirits, it is obsession and will that serve as the crucial support. These are what they subconsciously pursue, even if they remember nothing else. The more intense this pursuit and the loftier the goal, the stronger the spirit becomes. Douma comprehended this principle, clearly recognizing the significance of such elements. He was astonished by Kibutsuji's unwavering determination, which was a primary reason for transforming them into demons. Of course, it cannot be denied that a part of his motivation stemmed from his good mood. The dinner he had enjoyed was delectable, and with his hunger sated, he felt quite content. He even grew intrigued, sitting cross-legged and vigilantly watching over the two until they awoke. Kibutsuji, he vaguely recalled being called that. Thus, Kibutsuji and Daki would henceforth be their names. His optimism for Kibutsuji could be described as curiosity and anticipation, eager to see how far he could go. Douma even decided to leave the Yoshiwara district for them, allowing them to forage for sustenance there in the future. Indeed, he had no intention of taking them away. Their presence in the temple would bring him no benefit, only chaos, as he preferred to keep Zenitsu and Nezuko. Moreover, their natures were quite different. Now, let us focus on living anew. Do not let my curiosity go unfulfilled. Chapter 45, Testing. Douma had risen to the rank of Upper Moon, not disappointing my fleeting curiosity. On the day of his ascension, I was also in the Infinity Castle, as I frequently am. He was indeed as strikingly beautiful as Muzan had described. Even from a distance, I could detect the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from him. It was a calming scent, unlike the rare blood that is often overly rich or potent, inducing dizziness and an uncontrollable urge to pounce. I must admit it was a pleasant aroma. No wonder Muzan held him in such high regard. He consistently wore a smile. Yet I sensed a lack of genuine emotion beneath it, whether in the presence of Muzan, the deceased former Upper Moon, or even the Lower Moon he referred to as a friend. To me, it appeared he harbored no superfluous, tangible feelings towards others, at least from my current perspective. I could only wonder what he was truly thinking. Alas, not being Muzan, I could not hear his innermost thoughts. Otherwise, I would have been eager to probe whether this fellow possessed any semblance of thought. That being said, I noticed his twin blades, one cold and the other searing hot. The latter being the famed Nichiren blade. His physical prowess was formidable, surpassing that of the average demon, which led me to contemplate his breathing techniques. The breath of ice and snow could be considered worth anticipating. Perhaps one day I could truly get to know him. Years passed, and Akaza succeeded in defeating the Upper Moon 5, an achievement witnessed by both Kokushibo and Douma. Originally, Muzan was also present, but he abruptly departed before the fight commenced, leaving the subsequent judgment entirely to Kokushibo. Initially, Kokushibo held no expectations for such a rank-defying challenge. In the past, no demon had succeeded in such endeavors. Most had overestimated themselves, their excessive pride leading to their eventual demise at the hands of their superiors in the lengthy battles. However, this time, he was taken aback. Akaza had triumphed. The process was arduous, but the result was that he left his opponent in a dire state, their flesh nearly beyond healing. In terms of blood demon arts and combat techniques, he had decisively overpowered his adversary. A demon skilled in martial arts, how intriguing. What did that look in Akaza's eyes mean? Was it a provocation? Did he wish to challenge me? This was becoming more interesting. How impressive Lord Akaza has become. To have directly defeated Lord Douma and ascended to Upper Moon 5 is truly commendable. Douma's smile persisted, and with Akaza's victory, it brightened even further, as if he were genuinely pleased. Speaking thus, he even rose and approached Akaza to wipe away the blood. Get your hands off me. In response to Akaza's admonition, Douma merely smiled, even as his hand was brushed aside. He did not relent, raising his hand once more. This time, Akaza could no longer tolerate it. He swung his fist towards Douma, but the result was a spray of his own blood. His strike missed entirely. His right hand was severed, the wound smooth and frostbitten. Douma had already positioned himself behind him. Lord Akaza, you nearly struck my face just now. It makes me so sad. He cast his eyes downward, instantly adopting a mournful expression, his words accompanied by a flourish of his blade, shaking off the blood that clung to it. Kokushibo watched silently from a short distance away. Douma's actions astonished both Akaza and Kokushibo to varying degrees. Akaza was taken aback by Douma's strength. He had been entirely unaware of Douma's attack. The moment he swung his fist was less than a second, yet Douma had managed to draw his blade and sever his arm within that brief span, even appearing in his blind spot. If this were a real fight, Douma could have easily decapitated him. As for Kokushibo, he was surprised by Douma's swordsmanship. At such a young age, Possessing such skill indicated not only considerable talent, but also extensive study. He found himself intrigued. Among those who had become demons, no one else had continued to practice swordsmanship or breathing techniques, nor had anyone learned the breathing techniques. Demons who were once swordsmen had abandoned traditional swordsmanship, relying solely on their blood demon arts. Indeed, while blood demon arts are undeniably powerful, even capable of completely overpowering breathing techniques, let alone conventional swordsmanship schools. Kokushibo hailed from a traditional samurai lineage, previously the head of a vast samurai clan. He valued the way of the warrior and swordsmanship, which motivated him to combine breathing techniques, constantly refining his skills and subsequently integrating blood demon arts. What he truly sought was that elusive victory, a desire for greater strength in the realm of swordsmanship. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, a name forever etched in his memory. A person he was determined to pursue and surpass in the ethics of swordsmanship. Encountering someone among demons who similarly adhered to swordsmanship was both novel and somewhat disconcerting. Douma. Moments later, Akaza regained his composure and quickly adjusted his stance, launching another attack against Douma. How is this possible? Why is he still so strong? Could it be solely due to his shameless consumption of so many women? Having already defeated someone above him, how could he possibly lose to Douma? Destructive killing, rending needle. Impressive, truly impressive. Within the perception of blood demon arts, Kokushibo was absent, so during the battle, he had sensed an intense fighting spirit emanating from Douma, apart from the one belonging to Douma himself. The two observers had stood nearby, not far apart. Akaza had always assumed that the strong aura came from both of them, or primarily from Kokushibo. Yet now, he understood that the fighting spirit originated solely from Douma. What is this guy? If he is already this strong, why does he remain beneath Lord Douma? Just moments ago, he appeared to be smiling, as though he were merely a pawn. This is truly infuriating. Does he not understand the need to strive for greater power? Destructive killing, crowned first cut, with a swift kick aimed at Douma's head. Akaza sought to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Having just engaged in a rank-defying duel, instantaneous healing was no longer feasible. Douma responded to the attack by simply sidestepping and positioning his blade horizontally, the blade's surface instantly gathering frost to deflect the blow. His expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of ease. Breath of ice and snow, 7th form, Ice Moon Remnant. Channeling power through his hand, he retaliated using his breathing technique. The ice and snow swirling forth like a crescent moon, sending Akaza hurtling backward. Lord Akaza has just completed the rank-defying challenge. Now that you are already Upper Moon 5, do not concern yourself with me, a mere junior. Chapter 46, Initiate. The Infinity Castle predominantly featured wooden structures, and as Akaza charged forward, he shattered numerous doors and windows in his wake. When he finally rose from the rubble and looked up, the sight that greeted him was Douma's cheerful visage. Is he still as formidable as before? This was the singular thought occupying Akaza's mind. Having already vanquished his superior, why was he still unable to fend off his attacks? If this continued, it would render his ascension to Upper Moon 5 utterly unjustifiable. He remained a worthy adversary. With this in mind, his gaze shifted, and after gathering his strength, he surged towards Douma like a cannonball. Lord Akaza. Initially, as he observed his opponent rising, Douma intended to utter words of reassurance. From his perspective, Akaza's current demeanor was merely the exuberance following a victory. Alas, the temperament of a demon slayer runs deep. Yet, before he could finish speaking, Akaza's assault commenced, now imbued with even greater ferocity. Destruction killing, void style. Before he could close the distance, a barrage of 6 rapid punches struck Douma's visage, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Raising his right hand to wield his blade, he first employed the first breath technique to defend against the foremost blow, while his left hand deftly retrieved an iron fan from his lower back. Blood demon art, scattered lotus. Douma's ice flowers neutralized the opponent's lightning-fast strikes, allowing him to nimbly retreat several steps, evading Akaza's subsequent onslaught. Destruction killing, shattered style. Myriad leaf, flash willow. The wooden floor beneath him splintered, its shattered patterns resembling the veins of leaves. However, this ferocious blow failed to make contact with Douma, who had already shifted to another foothold. Consequently, the excess force behind Akaza's attack caused him to plunge downward, the floor giving way beneath him. Remarkably responsive, he leapt several steps back onto the debris, returning to face Douma once more. The battle was far from over. Akaza advanced again, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one more forceful than the last, which correspondingly intensified the weight upon Douma. As Douma felt the vibrations coursing through his blade, he pondered in confusion. What was he so fixated on? Having already triumphed over a stronger superior, why turn his attention towards me? Was this some peculiar form of camaraderie? Quite strange indeed. Truth be told, Douma was reluctant to engage Akaza in direct combat at this moment. Setting aside everything else, given their current standings, if he were to retaliate against Akaza, it would serve as a pretext for a positional duel, would it not? He did not place much significance on rank. Its fluctuations did not substantially alter his existence. He found no merit in undertaking actions that would yield no tangible change. Thus, he could not comprehend Akaza's fixation on a blood battle for positional exchange, nor why. Having already achieved Upper Moon 5, he would seek to challenge him again. In terms of strength alone, Douma could have easily defeated Kyujiro, or even engaged in a contest with Upper Moon 4. But what was the purpose of such a battle? They had scarcely crossed paths, and Douma bore no animosity towards him. He had no desire to squander time over an inconsequential title. Neither the measure of strength nor the comparison of ranks held any allure for Douma. He harbored no idolization for Muzan, nor would he exert himself to gain his favor. Merely living a satisfying life was all he desired, which was what Kaneo hoped for him. Unsurprisingly, he would not engage in pointless battles merely for a title or a validation. His reasons for fighting were limited to two: the threat to his life and matters concerning Kaneo. Coincidentally, the blood battle for positional exchange did not pertain to either. Yet, the increasingly relentless onslaught and furious state of Akaza compelled him to devote his attention to the confrontation. Let us conclude this swiftly. It has grown rather tiresome. Ice breathing, 11th form, cold dragon soaring, destruction killing, extinguishing style. The two techniques clashed, their fists entwined with overwhelming energy. The sound of shattering air followed by a terrifying explosion. The ice dragon seemed to coil around the fierce force of the punches, colliding multiple times with Akaza, ultimately resulting in a cataclysmic roar that reduced the surrounding structures to dust. Thud. As the dust settled, the sound of Akaza kneeling echoed through the air. Blood spilled from his mouth, his pristine white attire torn and stained, a gaping wound in his chest, and numerous lacerations adorning his limbs. His eyes reflected disbelief. His body rapidly healing, yet the pain from his injuries and the icy sensation of mending left him numb. Clang. Almost simultaneously, cracks appeared on Douma's blade, unable to withstand the pressure, shattering into fragments like ice. His left side bore the brunt of the attack, his arm severed, and his fan lay discarded on the ground. However, the extent of his injuries was less severe than Akaza's. He had not yet reached the point of losing enough blood to collapse. It could be said that both were injured. Akaza, if you have finished your madness, you may leave without instigating a positional blood battle. This has gone too far. At last, Kakushibu spoke, having refrained from intervening until now, merely observing from a distance. He held opinions on both Douma and Akaza, but overall, he appreciated their strengths. Pleased to see them excel in maintaining the order and strength of the Upper Moons. Akaza's fighting spirit and aspirations had been evident from the outset of the positional blood battle. The path of rigorous training would be arduous. But with the resolve to grow stronger, such a method of cultivation was commendable, the best example being himself. As for Douma, there remained much unknown. He was curious about the extent of his swordsmanship, wondering if he was truly someone worth noting. His character was unusual, and his pursuits ephemeral. He had never genuinely showcased his full power. Kakushibu knew that Douma could have already exchanged positions, yet he had chosen not to. He was uncertain of Douma's thoughts or motivations, whether he sought to conceal something or was merely cautious. Allowing their conflict to unfold, or rather permitting Akaza's relentless pressure, was his way of observing how Douma would respond. He secretly anticipated that this exceptional blood user might surprise him yet again. To call for a halt would signify that Douma had responded to his curiosity and expectations with that particular technique. Cough. I want tea. Douma, I shall. Akaza's protests were cut short by another voice. Then, Lord Kakushibu, I hereby initiate the positional blood battle against Akaza, the current Upper Moon 5. Douma's voice resonated, leaving Akaza momentarily stunned. This fellow dared to challenge me? Kakushibu's subsequent words were stifled, his gaze shifting as he reassessed Douma. What is this? Has he suddenly come to an understanding? In mere moments, Douma's body had returned to its former state, save for the tattered remnants of his clothing. His smile had entirely vanished, the warmth that had barely touched his eyes now replaced by a chilling, stoic demeanor. Those kaleidoscopic eyes were now as cold as ice. The blade had shattered, his sword was broken. Gripping the hilt tightly, he hesitated for a moment before tremblingly releasing it, allowing the shattered blade to rest beside it. He deftly retrieved another iron fan from his lower back and picked up the fallen one, unfurling the pair to partially conceal his face, revealing only his indifferent gaze. How dare he ruin Kaneo's blade? A lesson must certainly be imparted. Chapter 47, Restoration. I truly find myself at a loss. The damage to your sword is far too severe. Conventional methods of reforging are futile. Remarkably, the material of this blade is unique, containing cold, fallen iron. Is it not possible to reforge it? No, no, cold fallen iron is exceedingly hard. It is said to possess an inherent chill, yet it is also quite brittle, lacking resilience. It is akin to a beautiful gem. Once shattered, it cannot be restored. Not to mention the current state. Even a mere break would make it difficult to return to its original form, leaving conspicuous marks. By candlelight, the elder grasped the hilt of the sword with one hand while gently caressing the fragments of the katana before him with the other. There are 7 pieces in total, none of which are particularly small or missing any delicate corners. They are preserved in excellent condition. However, he truly lacks the ability to restore this blade. Koshipoima, a name of considerable weight among the samurai class, is a renowned swordsmith, famous far and wide, even crafting blades for the noble families within the palace. Yet, he shuns the clamor of the court, citing age and health as reasons for not serving as an official swordsmith. Instead, he lives a reclusive life in the mountains, crafting ironware to sustain himself. In his 60s, he remains passionate about sword forging, having extensively researched various techniques and possessing an unparalleled ability to identify and select ores. Naturally, he also possesses a deep admiration for swords, secretly evaluating each blade he encounters, and if he finds one exceptional, he will undoubtedly study it closely. Such was the case now, as he disregarded Toma's responses and continued to express his opinions on swords. In the latter half of the night, Toma departed with the blade. If even this individual could not succeed, then truly, there would be no room for hope. This was the most esteemed swordsmith he knew. Gripping the blade wrapped in cloth tightly, Toma was suddenly struck by an inexplicable thought. What if he could broaden his horizons? Might he encounter other skilled swordsmiths? Or perhaps individuals capable of repairing the nameless blade? Should he not venture beyond the confines of eternal bliss? He had been trapped in that place for nearly his entire life, a situation that remained unchanged through the ages, even in death. For the sake of those foolish souls, for their redemption, he had confined himself to this tiny realm centered around eternal bliss. Should it not be otherwise? If he could journey further, might there be a different turning point? Could he discover a new world? Would he ever find Seiki again? He had once dismissed the notions of spirits and deities, which forged a lasting bond with Seiki. Yet now, he wished those beliefs were true, that there truly existed heavens and hells, that reincarnation was a reality. To pinpoint the true culprit behind the broken blade, one need only look to Upper Moon 5 through Toma's eyes to foresee the outcome. Well, it was fortunate that Akaza had not perished. Such an occurrence was unlikely, for at that moment, Toma had already drawn his blade. Regrettably, Black Death Mu had been present and thwarted Toma's actions, even severing Toma's limbs in the process. Indeed, variables can be quite vexing. As always, he listened to the tearful laments of his followers, recounting their hardships and seeking divine guidance in return. He still wore a smile, yet it was different from those years gone by. The gentle and flawless essence that had subtly emerged from who knows when had vanished, leaving behind only a fabricated, amiable smile, a mask that entrapped others in its superficial charm. Gradually, he returned to his former self, devoid of Seiki's presence. After dismissing this individual, he felt an indescribable fatigue, a sensation that had recurred many times in recent days. It seemed that since that night, he perceived those individuals had become increasingly boisterous, losing the patience he had cultivated over decades. Steeling himself, he proceeded to the inner chamber, kneeling before the wooden window, gazing down at the broken blade. For a typical sword, should it break, one would first heat the fracture at high temperature, then cast it together, and finally hammer it back into a straight form. Each point of fracture would bear distinct marks. Recalling the words of the swordsmith, he reached out to examine the blade, contemplating for a while before setting it down and then reconstructing it into its original shape. Blood dripped onto the silvery blade, creating a striking visual impact. The crimson flowed, seeking to connect the fragments, yearning to unite with it. The sword was restored, the blood between the shards faded, solidifying into unyielding ice, even altering the blade's appearance according to Toma's will. Grasping the hilt once more, he raised the nameless blade anew. Little Seiki, will you blame me for having damaged the gift your master bestowed upon you, which you once cherished dearly? Are you aware of my actions now? Will you see how it has been transformed into this altered state? I am so sorry, truly sorry, but you would never hold it against me, would you? You have never blamed me. Tonight, the sky bore gray, wispy clouds, obscuring the stars and blocking the bright moon. Only when those ethereal forms were carried away by the wind could light cascade down, imprinting upon the earth. The lotus pond lay still, its round leaves poised, buds just beginning to bloom. Toma delicately traced every inch of the blade, time and again, his gaze lowered, as if borrowing the sword to see something beyond. Gradually, the light in his eyes dimmed almost entirely. What was happening? Was this truly a moment of sorrow? Chapter 48, Jealousy. Before truly seeing him, I considered myself to possess an absolutely flawless appearance. Indeed, The strong are captivating and worthy of admiration. Had it not been for Lord Musin's favor, I would not have possessed this perfection, at least the perfection I once had. How could such a being exist? How dare he challenge my beauty, encroach upon my boundaries? With his tainted bloodline, what a disgraceful blood user. Such disloyalty to Lord Musin, such disloyalty to the embodiment of perfection. Having already pledged allegiance to my lord, why cling to the remnants of the past, the repugnant edges? What a loathsome individual. Yet why must he possess such a beautiful visage? One that even Lord Black Death Moo pauses to acknowledge? I, too, am quite exquisite, with a slender waist, ample bosom, and smooth, flowing hair. I meticulously care for myself, and every time I am graced with Lord Black Death Moo's presence, I present him with the utmost impeccable etiquette. Lord Black Death Moo, why can you not pause and look at me just once more? Just a mere practitioner of mediocre skills, employing the same tricks as those bothersome ants. How can he capture your attention? Is my gaze not fervent enough? Is my affection too subtle? When, oh when, will you gaze upon me properly, at least as you do with that individual? Moon breathing, third form, lunar eclipse. Thomas seemed to anticipate this move, already shifting to the right as his opponent raised his hand to strike. However, Black Death Moo's reflexes were equally swift, redirecting his blade to alter the trajectory of the attack. A crescent blade formed at the edge of the sword, unleashing two crescent winds that surged forth, surrounded by numerous varying-sized crescent blades, swiftly bearing down upon Thomas' face. Ice breathing, third form, ice ring. The circular slashing maneuver, shielded by the icy ring, dissipated the force of the opponent's attack while cleaving through the moon blade and creating space. Yet before he could land, the razor-sharp edge surged forth once more. This time, it was a low horizontal slash, and if it landed, it would surely sever his legs. It was indeed sharp. Thomas sensed the blade's wind, utilizing the residual energy from the ice ring to pivot in midair, lowering his blade backward, the tip of his sword unexpectedly landing on Black Death Moo's demonic blade. Harnessing this force, he forcibly altered his landing position. Moon breathing, sixth form, long night, solitary moon, interstice. The interwoven vertical slashes encompassed a vast range. The blade's wind entwining with the moon blades, moving at an astonishing speed. It was, in essence, unavoidable. Ice breathing, ninth form, instantaneous 11 strikes. Employing an offensive stance as a defense, Toma unleashed a rapid succession of 11 strikes, neutralizing much of the sword's energy, but still, he bore numerous wounds. These injuries were not severe, merely grazing the flesh, blood splattering, a matter of mere moments for recovery. Yet in a true duel, it is precisely these fleeting moments that determine victory. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, palace of the night. This time, evasion was out of the question. Black Death Moo's demonic blade descended from behind, and a single strike would suffice to sever his head. In the final struggle, the only option left was to strike at the blade of the demon with his own, in a desperate attempt to prevent the adversary from actually severing his carotid artery. The sound of clashing steel echoed, and then tranquility returned once more. Kokoshibo withdrew his strength, preserving the life of Douma. You have lost, he stated flatly while retracting his blade, yet the owner of that voice wore a countenance that was surprisingly relaxed, hinting at a sense of pleasure. Oh, Lord Kokoshibo's might remains as formidable as ever. Even though I did not sustain a wound, I can still feel a chill at my neck. Tilting his head, he gestured to his throat, smiling cheerfully, devoid of any panic or despondency that typically accompanies defeat. Douma manipulated the blood, realigning the dislodged fragments with a deft motion before also sheathing his nameless blade. Let this conclude our encounter for today. Kokoshibo observed Douma's actions with narrowed eyes, akin to a hunter scrutinizing its prey. At merely a century old, Douma appeared no different from a mere child before him. Yet, this youngling possessed swordsmanship that was undeniably extraordinary. After all, not everyone is endowed with the perverse talent of his brother. Over the past 2 decades, Kokoshibo had occasionally summoned Douma to the Infinity Castle for duels. Though labeled as sparring, it was more akin to a teacher exerting dominance and guidance over a student. He relished this, finding amusement in watching Douma's relentless progress, as he continually surpassed his own limits and uncovered the true essence of the swordsmanship. There was a sense of gratification in witnessing what he once deemed superficial attacks evolve into a refined mastery of technique. Having a kindred spirit who sought the pinnacle of swordsmanship was, in truth, quite delightful. Jealousy? What is there to envy? The opponent is merely a gifted child. Douma's growth has been a journey he personally witnessed, a path he guided. He was the supreme teacher, the highest authority, and watching Douma flourish was akin to witnessing the refinement of his own creation, a source of immense enjoyment. Thus, there was nothing to envy. Rather, he should feel joy in the acknowledgement and admiration from Douma, as well as a certain delight in the essence of the young demon. Lord Kokoshibo, I shall take my leave now. They must be waiting for me. No words were spoken in reply. Instead, a figure approached Kokushibo, culminating in a sharp pain at the nape of Douma's neck. Warm droplets of blood began to cascade into his collar, forming a stark contrast against his alabaster skin. Oh dear, Lord Kokushibo, if you wish, I can prepare blood for you next time. Unnecessary. After a brief pause, Kokushibo withdrew from Douma's neck, his mouth slightly ajar, only to press his lips together again, his gaze enigmatic, seemingly entranced. Begone. He was but a fine wine, reserved solely for himself and Musen. In a corner of the Infinity Castle, behind a screen adorned with butterfly motifs, a beautiful woman bit down hard on her own nails. She had been watching the actions of the two in the center, captivated by her beloved, until the final moment when her lover buried his head into the neck of that hybrid. It was the scene she had longed for in her dreams. Why? Why must it be that accursed individual and not me? In every aspect, she surpassed him. Higher status, purer lineage, more magnificent attire. Damn it. Is it merely because of his looks? How can this be? I must become more beautiful. I will consume more, possess more blood, and grow stronger. More beautiful. In her bright orange eyes, madness and jealousy threatened to drown her, and in that emotional turmoil, it seemed as though her pupils were distorting. I will surely kill him. Kibutsuji is the one deserving to stand by Lord Kokushibo. Chapter 49, The General. The hour had passed. She could not endure much longer. Why did she have to encounter such a tenacious foe at this moment? Blood demon art, bloodstorm hunt, dragging her injured body. With bone and blood spilling from her seared or lacerated flesh, she conjured 3 formidable hounds to charge once more at the warrior. Her current state was utterly disheveled. Her attire was in tatters, her exquisite hairpins lost amidst the chaos, yet 2 pairs of golden rings remained on her wrists and ankles. Her hair was a tangled mess, claws elongated, drooling and baring her teeth like a rabid dog. Second form, rising flames of the breath of fire. Slightly altering her trajectory, she executed a powerful upward arc, cleaving through the 2 hounds before severing the demon's arm. The pain was excruciating. It felt like being burned alive, torturous, piercing, not only in her hands, but also from the strikes that landed on the hounds. She had no choice but to halt her advance, even in madness. Preserving her life was paramount. Stealthily, she commanded the last of her bloodhounds to launch a surprise attack from behind. Seizing the moment of distraction, she unleashed her blood demon art transformation. Lowering herself, her limbs elongated, adopting a 4-legged stance like a dog. Her hair shifting from black to a mix of orange and white, cascading down her back, while fur sprouted from her elbows and ankles. Her eyes, now tinged with a crimson frenzy, emitted a vicious bark as she charged towards the swordsman with an almost imperceptible speed. Fifth form, Flame Tiger of the Breath of Fire. The swordsman's combat experience was formidable. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, unleashing his breathing technique. He thrust forward, delivering a sweeping flame-infused slash that burned fiercely, reminiscent of a roaring tiger. Wait, it did not strike true. Realizing the demon had already leaped above her, she lunged downward. The final arc of his breathing technique had not fully manifested. The lingering heat of the flames still clung to his blade as she raised her weapon to guard her chest, clashing with the demon's claws, producing a jarring screech. Damn it! Why does his sword still bear that annoying fire? Am I destined to perish here? No. I refuse to die. I cannot die. That Lord has granted me a new lease on life, recognizing my worth. How can I just die? I will not concede. Yet, in the next instant, her hand was severed once more. Third form, Rising Sun of the Breath of Fire. With both hands gripping the blade, she twisted it, reigniting the fading flames into serpentine fire that surged forth with astonishing brilliance. Raising her sword overhead, she swiftly brought it down, cleaving the demon in 2 from shoulder to waist. It cannot fully heal. How is this possible? I will not lose. I must not falter. With her 2 halves now separated, compounded by the exhaustion of the preceding battle, she found herself incapable of recovery. Blood continued to flow, gushing like a fountain. The remaining portion of her head struggled to clutch the grass beneath her, attempting to crawl towards her other half, but her strength had utterly deserted her, and her movements were agonizingly slow. Demon, pay for the lives you have taken, the swordsman proclaimed loudly, raising his blade once more. First form, Immortal Flame. Fire surged forth, thrusting toward her. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as the blade, entwined with the moonlit edge, penetrated the swordsman. From her perspective, she bore witness to the entirety of his attack, the blade plunging into his chest, lifting him with a single hand, before forcefully cleaving through his skull from the heart. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Had she blinked in fear, she would have missed this perfect moment. For a fleeting instant, she was transfixed. The imposing figure of her opponent stained in blood, barely distinguishable in his purple kimono and black hakama, Such a person she had seen before. A vivid image unexpectedly flashed through her mind. It was an expansive arena where a man stood, engaged in a fierce duel. With remarkable speed, he exposed his opponent's vulnerabilities and struck with lethal precision. This man exuded an extraordinary presence, an innate nobility that radiated an imposing aura when wielding his blade. Now, before her, she sensed a similar oppressive force emanating from the person in front of her, transcendent and rooted in his very essence. She attempted to call out several times, ultimately uttering, "My lord, the general?" Meeting his gaze, the three pairs of blood-red and golden eyes sent shivers down her spine, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest, leaving her momentarily dazed. "My lord, the general, please do not perish so carelessly." He deftly flicked his blade to her wounded side before sheathing it with nonchalance, departing without a backward glance. Still weak, she gradually regained her strength while exerting every ounce of energy to shout, "My lord, the general. I am called Mizuno." Of course, there was no response. The moonlight could not compel the trees of the wild grass to reply. "I am Mizuno, my lord, the general." From that moment on, Mizuno vowed to etch that figure into her heart, swearing never to forget and to remain eternally loyal to that perfect being and her general. Deep down, she understood that she had made a similar vow in her former life, but this time, it was solely to the supreme general. She had felt their immense power, awe-inspiring and impossible to resist. The prospect of being part of such a formidable lineage filled her with profound honor. She longed to see them more frequently, especially her general. Realizing that she had loved him deeply even before, and finding it incredible to encounter him again in this form. Thus, she resolved to grow stronger, to earn more of that esteemed being's recognition, and to win the general's favor. In just 50 short years, she had consumed thousands of souls, her actions driven by a fervor that ultimately earned her the commendation of that esteemed individual. Her subsequent encounter with the general took place in a realm known as Infinity City. There, Mizuno was designated as the second upper moon, positioned closest to her general and Muzan. She could communicate with the female companion and enter Infinity City without specific orders, granting her ample opportunity to see the general. It was almost unbelievable, more than a dream. It was a manifestation of pure joy. Her general remained as powerful and striking as ever, captivating her gaze every moment. Yet, why did the general consistently ignore her? He rarely spoke to her. Was it because her hairstyle lacked elegance? Was her attire not opulent enough? Or was her complexion not fair and rosy enough? Was it her eyes that were not orange? She remained perplexed, unable to decipher the general's thoughts, and could only cautiously attempt to please him, striving to catch his eye. As her encounters with the general multiplied, so did her fragmented memories, which she followed to uncover his preferences. In flickering recollections, she observed that he had once embraced a woman with orange eyes, who appeared delicate and almost boneless in his presence. Unwilling to concede, she endeavored to mimic those eyes. Mizuno seemed to have struck gold. It was during this attempt that the general first regarded her directly and even spoke to her. "I understand Muzan's intention. Go to the rice paddy and confirm the presence of the blue shore flower." "As you command, my lord." "Yes, my lord." Indeed, the general's commands were delivered with an air of authority that was immensely gratifying. Chapter 50, Imitation. Mizuno pondered that her general was, after all, a figure of great stature, a being of immense responsibilities who would not, at least this general, favor any one individual. She would have her chance eventually. Just as before, she would serve him and, if possible, bear his offspring. Surely, Kabutsuji Muzan belonged to the Tokugawa lineage. No other force could rival the Tokugawa family. Relishing every moment spent in Kabutsuji's company, she maintained her poise and elegance before him. There were no longer the constraints of the esteemed ladies above, yet the habits ingrained in her were deeply entrenched. Her weapons were golden hairpins and floral fans, beautiful and noble, befitting her aura. She had to remain dignified at all times. What if Kabutsuji were to appear unexpectedly, as he had the first time? Kabutsuji paid little attention to anything. His focus lay solely on Muzan and the mastery of his swordsmanship, treating all subordinates, including Mizuno, with equal indifference. His mere presence exuded such oppressive power that most demons found it difficult to meet his gaze. From this perspective, Mizuno considered herself fortunate. Not among the weakest. She resolutely upheld her direct relationship with Kabutsuji, maintaining a seamless connection between Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 2. She would not permit anyone to intervene, thus placing immense importance on her rank. She vowed to defend her position at all costs. In the ensuing bloodbath of rank exchanges, she battled fiercely to maintain her status as Upper Moon 2, even thwarting those who sought to surpass her, allowing only 2 individuals to successfully challenge Kabutsuji over the centuries. Truthfully, Kabutsuji welcomed these challengers. Those bold enough to confront him were deserving of respect. He found Mizuno's self-proclaimed guardianship foolish, especially when directed at him. Yet, he was too apathetic to voice his thoughts, perceiving her as lacking in intellect. Muzin had mentioned that her heart was a cacophony of tumultuous emotions, ultimately boiling down to unwavering loyalty to them both and an infatuation with Kibutsuji. How absurd. Even if this continued indefinitely, at least the general was not indifferent solely to her. But why must that insignificant creature appear? The audacity of Tamayo to draw the general's attention was unforgivable. In Infinity City, the general had already exchanged numerous words with him. How dare he persist in seeking the general's presence? In that moment, she could not locate his position in the outside world, or else she would have skinned him alive immediately. However, it appeared that the general enjoyed his company. They shared laughter and engaged in light conversation. The way he wielded his blade, causing snowflakes to dance in the air, transformed the environment, blanketing a small section of Infinity City in white. Was it because of this? Or was it his unparalleled beauty that was impossible to replicate? Mizuno wanted to intervene, for the general was hers, yet the outcome was always unsatisfactory. Between them, she found it impossible to intrude. The general never smiled, but when in the presence of that man, she knew he was happy, that he cherished him. The general had grown disdainful of her. She could hardly believe this conclusion, or rather, this reality. She could not accept this feeling. It was too painful, both emotionally and physically. It felt as if slugs were crawling across her skin, worms burrowing within her, and ants gnawing at her heart, rendering her restless. It was a familiar sensation, as though she had endured it before, as if she had been flayed alive once already. How strange it was. Why did it feel this way? Had she encountered something similar in her past life? Regardless, she could not allow herself to be overshadowed. There was a peculiar fragrance emanating from Tamayo, one that was primal, rooted in flesh and blood. This is the conclusion I have drawn after adorning myself with countless fragrant powders. I cannot imitate him here. I truly wish to inquire how he accomplishes it. Must I consume him to attain such qualities? His attire pales in comparison to mine, a fact I hold with great confidence. Yet, his swordsmanship and the elegance of his blade are realms in which I cannot compete. I have endeavored to please His Excellency the General with other offerings, but none have proven effective, even less so than his mere presence, standing there in serene silence. My praises and my boasts, which have endured for centuries, seem to pale against a single word from him. Ah, Lord Kokushibo, I can no longer behold the sun in my limited world. The moon is the sole source of light, and it too can be unique and resplendent. Truly, what folly! The exalted general deserves only the most radiant and grandiloquent words of admiration. What is the moon but a dim shade of white? Only the sun is truly brilliant. Only the general. How peculiar it is that the general favors this notion. Should I consider eliminating Tamayo? To restore the general to his former glory? To bring back the bygone centuries? My loyal hounds have already located Tamayo's hideout. I may soon pay him a visit. Chapter 51, A Warning. Ah, Lord Kokushibo, I can no longer behold the sun in my limited world. The moon is the sole source of light, and it too can be unique and resplendent. Tamayo lowered his gaze, entranced by the blade in his hand. His tone seemed untroubled, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Yet, from an outsider's perspective, he exuded an aura of desolation. His sun has fallen due to his negligence, gradually sinking deeper into the recesses of his heart and consuming a greater portion of his being. How fascinating, such a different perspective. Kokushibo sat across from him, observing Tamayo with an unusually profound gaze. The rhythm of his pulse had slowed, and from the frequency of his muscle contractions, it was evident that he was despondent. Not at all the warm smile one might expect. He should not wear this expression, such was Kokushibo's assessment. Whether he displayed a frown, lamentation, or self-deprecation, it should not manifest in this calm demeanor, smiling yet imbued with a somber elegance. I cannot comprehend him. When shall Muzin's mind-reading abilities be of use to me? What is the source of his melancholy? Is it the sun and the moon, or the predetermined course of his life? What sorrows plague you? What? Sorrow? There is none. I merely reflect on the nature of existence. Does Lord Kokushibo not see it this way? Tamayo was momentarily bewildered by Kokushibo's sudden inquiry, tilting his head in confusion before eventually shrugging and responding with a smile. In reply, he was met with Kokushibo's silence. However, judging by his meditative posture, he appeared to accept Tamayo's assertion. Since returning from Infinity City, Tamayo's dinner had been prepared, a woman who had been sold by her husband to settle debts, who had fought desperately to escape, only to find herself with nowhere to go. The wound marred her taste, yet Tamayo accepted it, believing it far too pitiful if this woman did not join him in paradise. There was no other refuge left for her in this world. Casa gently opened the door to the room, bowing her head to invite Tamayo inside. In the center of the room lay a woman clad in white, bound and unable to move. Please, enjoy your meal, Lord Tamayo. Ah, thank you, Casa. You and Rin should also reward yourselves. Yes, Lord Tamayo. After the door closed, Tamayo approached the woman, severing the gag, binding her mouth with his folded iron fan. You bastard. Let me go? I will report you. I will report you. Oh, do not be so agitated. Since you have nowhere else to turn, why not accompany me to paradise? Do you wish to return to your gambling husband? I will not go back. I can leave this place. I can go to Matsuzaka. You are abducting me. I will alert the authorities. They will eliminate you pests. Oh, a girl wandering alone in such an unfamiliar place is far more perilous than accompanying me to paradise. It will be swift. You, let me go? Help. Save me. As Tamayo's sharp iron fan drew closer, the woman struggled like never before, shouting as she twisted her body, attempting to escape toward the door. Just as she was about to reach it, Tamayo seized her neck from behind, and the sound of bones snapping echoed in the air. The woman was dead. How pitiable. Completely oblivious to her predicament. Women, no matter where they flee, cannot alter their fate, clinging to the fantasy that departure heralds a new beginning. Indeed, the nature of humanity is profoundly perplexing. Complaining a few words, he extinguished the candle at the door and dragged the woman by her ankles into the darkness of the room. Had it not been for the initial commotion, this night would have been an exquisite dining experience. Outside the wooden window, two small, slender black dogs with entirely white eyes and bloodshot veins observed the scene, taking in the entirety of Tamayo's paradise. They have found him. 3 days later, under the full moon, with lights lit within the room, Tamayo was engrossed in studying the so-called renowned ancient texts sent by his followers, merely passing the time. A chill wind swept through, extinguishing the candlelight and causing the lotus leaves in the pond outside to sway, rippling the water. It bore a presence foreign to this place. Tamayo lifted his gaze. The woman before him, voluptuous and clad in luxurious brocade, was one he recognized even without meeting her eyes. The earlier uncertainty faded, and he squinted with a smile. Oh, welcome, Lady Mitsuri Kanroji. The night sky is truly beautiful. I did not come to exchange pleasantries. Spare me your frivolities. Oh, then what does Lady Mitsuri imply? Stay away from Lord Kokoshibo, or I will surely kill you. Ah, let me think. However, I lack the privilege to freely enter and exit Infinity City, so, dear Lady Mitsuri, it is not my intention to intrude. Before Tamayo could finish his sentence, a blood-red hairpin, edged in gold filigree, pierced through his head, staining the white haori draped on the wooden hanger behind him with crimson, the clash of colors painfully jarring. The pin pierced the haori, securing it to the wall alongside the rack. Pain surged as the toxic, purplish-red venom spread from the wound, causing half of Tamayo's face to rot away. And even his eyeball seemed on the verge of falling out. His opponent had been prepared, the speed too swift for him to evade. I shall not repeat myself. Leave Lord Kokoshibo, or I will kill you. Chapter 52, Blood Battle. After a brief silence, as the toxin dissipated and his body began to heal, Tamayo responded when Mitsuri believed there would be no further exchange. You have sullied his belongings. The abrupt statement caused Mitsuri to frown. It was indeed vexing when such antics occurred to others. Without uttering another word, she conjured a folding fan from thin air, which she then transformed into a boomerang that flew forth. As it soared, its size increased, the patterns upon it seemingly alive, and it spun, turning into a razor-sharp edge. Blood Demon Art, Floral Spiral. Clang. Breath of Ice, first form, double ice slash. 2 fierce blades of icy snow sliced through the fan, reducing it to 4 fragments that fell to the ground and vanished upon impact. The technique concluded, yet the blade was not retracted. Tamayo held the sword in his right hand, slowly bending his arm to position the blade horizontally before him, its edge facing upward, meeting the shimmering silver-blue gaze behind him. It was momentarily indiscernible which of the two exuded a greater chill. Tamayo, do you dare defy me? Mitsuri's eyes narrowed dangerously, her tone becoming increasingly menacing. Upper Moon 2. Is it? You are no more noble than I. Your actions today warrant a death sentence. Toma gazed at her quietly, his smile fading as he returned to his customary expression of impassivity. Even before she could fully articulate her absurdity, he vanished without a trace. The moment of breath of ice, form of earth, shadow of cold was elevated in Toma's hands, leaving no lingering afterimage. All that could be felt was the increasingly intense, bone-chilling cold that encroached upon her surroundings. Mitsuri Kanroji, not to be underestimated, sensed something amiss with Toma and swiftly retreated a few steps, leaping out of the house and onto the rooftop. As she steadied herself, she noticed the lotus pond below had already frozen over. Suddenly, her vision turned white as the blood demon art manifested into flying hairpins, which suspended in midair were shattered, along with her own form, almost bisected by the frigid light. The connection left her with a grotesquely transformed spine, its bony protrusions clashing against the blade, producing a sound akin to metal on metal. This forced Mitsuri to spit blood and stagger back. Ah, Toma. Her wounds healed rapidly. Even the lavish attire she wore began to stitch itself back together. Yet such an assault ignited Mitsuri's ire. The surface of her injury felt as if it were surrounded by shards of ice. Any movement brought excruciating pain. And the blade felt reminiscent of those wielded by those bothersome adversaries. Twisting around, she first flicked her sleeve to deflect Toma's relentless strikes, and then her fingernails elongated, oozing blood as she initiated a new blood demon art. Blood demon art, chaotic bloodstorm. A phantom of a vicious dog appeared in her hands, its nails transforming into sharp fangs, ready to pounce and bite. Blood demon art, ice explosion. After being repelled, Toma did not evade Mitsuri's onslaught, instead landing some distance away. As she closed the gap, he raised his fan and pressed downwards, invoking his blood demon art. The edge of the fan barely brushed against Mitsuri's forehead, yet she could not advance any further. The area where her injury seemed to have healed was now pierced through by ice spikes, bursting forth with a spray of blood, exposing her deformed spine. This scream was even more piercing than the last, and due to this sudden change, the two dogs she summoned dissipated before they could fully materialize. How dare you? How dare you? You pitiful creature! How dare you defile my beautiful flesh? Pitiful? To me? You are but a wretched being. You dare. The order of bloodlines is indisputable. With a few words, Mitsuri's wounds healed once more, and to be cautious, she even gouged out the nearby flesh and bone around the ice spikes. Rising to her feet, she glared fiercely at Toma. At this moment, Toma had once again created distance, one hand gripping his blade, the other holding the fan, tilting his head with a feigned expression of sympathy. If you believe that, should I then grant your wish, Mitsuri Kenroji? His tone was mocking, his gaze icy. You do not deserve blood demon art, blood-colored cyclone of blossoms. Plucking a slightly longer golden hairpin from her hair, she thrust it into her neck, slicing downward. Under the influence of her blood, the hairpin transformed, coalescing into a dagger-like object in her grasp. Drawing it from her body, the semi-transparent blade dripped blood, and from that pool emerged 9 robust hellhounds. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, as the blade and the hounds surged toward Toma. So swift, his pupils constricted, and the instincts of battle compelled him to raise the fan to guard his neck before wielding his blade to execute his breathing technique. Breath of Ice. 7th form, Ice Moon Fragment. Lowering his body, he executed a sweeping strike, aiming to eliminate as many distractions as possible within the limited time. Blood demon art, Blooming Lotus. Forcing power into the fan, he allowed his fingers to be severed, yet clutched his thumb and palm to unleash a downward blow, striving to unleash a wide area of ice flowers for a surprise counterattack. The lone hound that slipped through bit into Toma's calf, effortlessly tearing away flesh and bone. This caused him to lose his balance, and as he swung the fan, a slight deviation allowed Mitsuri to plunge her blade into his heart, carving through his right lung before withdrawing the weapon. Even so, he dared not relent. His injuries healed swiftly, and after several leaps, he sheathed his blade and wielded both fans, attempting to create distance. Blood demon art, Frozen Clouds. Ice crystals formed like mist, yet they were still met with the sound of flesh being torn by the hellhounds. Their tracking abilities were truly remarkable. How ignorant you are. Apologize to me, lowly one. To dare provoke my authority, this is your warning. Very well, I shall apologize, esteemed Mitsuri Kenroji. Blood demon art, Misty Ice Lotus Bodhisattva. A colossal ice statue of a Buddha suddenly emerged from the mist, catching Mitsuri off guard. With no time for counteraction, she was struck and sent flying into the pine forest, crashing through numerous trees. To fulfill your wish, I shall make an attempt. Mitsuri Kenroji, you will become a pure-blooded upper-tier being. Of course, this is on the condition that I now draw the second string and initiate the blood exchange battle. This blood exchange battle was originally unnecessary. Toma had never cared for such titles. He could easily disregard Mitsuri's warnings and rudeness, for they bore no impact on him. As he had stated, his relationship with Kabutsuji Muzan rendered warnings futile. But she had crossed a line, directly soiling that Haori with blood and damaging it. He had preserved it with such care for so long, and today it was only brought forth for incense. Now it had seen the light of day once more. His meticulousness warranted her reckless behavior to be unforgivable. This was something left by Ki. A simple truth. Once the matter concerning Ki was touched, it became a line that compelled Toma to engage in combat, and thus, someone must pay the price. Clang. The sound of a pipa echoed from the depths of his mind, and Toma maintained his stance with the fan in hand, appearing within Infinity Castle. The Ice Buddha was absent, and in the distance lay the fallen Mitsuri Kenroji. Seated upon a futon, observing them from above, was Muzan. This time he wore a pure black Haori, crafted from the rarest double-layer fabric, possessing a texture akin to raw silk. Upon seeing Muzan, Toma smiled. his expression transforming into a flawless grin as he bowed slightly. I pay my respects, Lord Musen. Let us commence. I eagerly anticipate your battle of position. Chapter 53, Leap of Ascendancy. Clang. The pipa sounded once more, and the scene shifted to a grand courtyard, with a small lake at its center, rippling gently under the candlelight. Douma maintained his bowing posture facing Musen, then upon receiving acknowledgement, stepped into the courtyard, vanishing within. Mitsuri Kanroji was passively teleported inside. The palace boasted intricately carved beams and columns, opulent and elaborate, supported by precious woods, adorned with golden silk nanmu. It dazzled with gold bricks and jade tiles. Amongst it grew orchids and dwarf pines, the light illuminating a space that felt both bright and perilous. As she traversed this structure, Mitsuri felt an indescribable familiarity. Despite never having visited in her fragmented memories, several rooms flashed before her eyes, their arrangements overlapping with haunting echoes. In a daze, ice and snow descended upon the place. Blood Demon Art, Dark Winter Ice Pillar. An ice pillar materialized above her head, plummeting down, yet it struck nothing. Blood Demon Art, Exquisite Butterfly Dance. A round fan manifested in her hand, swirling as her sleeves caught the wind, revealing blood butterflies that danced in tandem with her movements. As she closed the distance, the wings morphed into blades, blinding Douma and causing blood to flow from his ears as he lost an arm. In the final strike, the pendant at the fan's handle transformed into a poisoned hairpin, striking swiftly and without mercy. Instinctively, he brandished his fan to block, and the vast flurry of ice flowers did not disappoint him. Blood Demon Art, Cold and Fierce White Princess. As he retreated, two colossal ice lotuses in the shape of young maidens materialized, exhaling a great cloud of icy mist towards Kanroji Mitsuri, instantly freezing half of the water's surface. Splendid, yet ultimately futile, as his opponent had already created distance, unleashing over 20 blood needles with the blood condensation pin, aiming to pierce through Takedo's hands and feet. Breath of Ice, 8th form, Remnant Snow, Ice Morning. With a swift draw of his blade, he first caught the fan with ice vines, and a tornado of snow erupted from the blade's edge, neutralizing the blood needles while scattering the chilling aura in all directions. Before the residual force dissipated, Takedo surged towards the center of the lake, extinguishing the candle flames along his path with the winds he stirred. Clang. This time, he forced his opponent to catch the blade with her claws. Beneath him, the surface had already frozen, and Takedo exerted more force, hoping to sever her hands completely. The silver-blue blade began to transform into a deep ice blue, glistening ominously, a testament to its extraordinary nature. In the bloodshed between demons, death was a rarity. The distinction of victory and defeat largely depended on which side succumbed first to exhaustion, lost the capacity to recover, or could no longer withstand the other's intimidation and chose to prostrate themselves. Yet with this blade, it was different. It was named Yatsufusa, the demon-slaying sunblade. Should it sever a neck, true obliteration could follow. Did Musen witness this? Did he care? It mattered not. Such weapons often inflicted 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while costing 800 to the wielder. In this battle, it remained uncertain whose ally it would truly become. Furthermore, he was aware of the blade's origin and knew how dearly Takedo cherished it. If he was willing to use it, then he anticipated the ensuing developments. Kanroji Mitsuri now appeared in a most humiliating posture, half-crouched, legs spread apart, her hands shielding her face and neck, a sight far from dignified. Screaming, her hands transformed into sharp claws, suddenly thrusting against Takedo. Musen and her esteemed general still lingered. Her disheveled hair and lackluster attire were indeed a disgrace. Whether in dance or in wielding her fan, she aimed to present her most graceful self. Even in death, she could not afford to exhibit the slightest coarseness. Breath of Ice, 1st form, Ice Intent Double Slash. At such a close distance, she unleashed the breathing technique at the utmost speed, and as Kanroji Mitsuri broke free, the ice blade sliced through her heart, causing her to spew forth blood. The droplets fell upon the ice, the wound not immediately closing, and the gash seemed to writhe and split open further. When Takedo approached to deliver a finishing blow, he found retreat impossible. Blood Demon Art, Great Devourer. The wound now resembled a monstrous, four-cornered gash, the bones contorting grotesquely, exposing the repulsive flesh and crimson mucilage within. Like a beast gnawing, Kanroji Mitsuri tilted her head back, her hands gripping Takedo's arm tightly, nails embedding into flesh, securing her grip for a better bite. A single bite could tear open her chest and waist, as if the flesh were transforming into repugnant worms eager to merge with him. This could not continue. The ice vines, under Takedo's command, sent a fan into his hand, entwining upwards to assist Takedo in exerting strength, swinging the fan. Blood Demon Art, Lotus Leaf Ice. Kanroji Mitsuri was forcibly flung away, the flesh that had invaded Takedo's body freezing into solid ice, rapidly diminishing as he began to recover. The smoke from the collapsed structures dissipated, but Kanroji Mitsuri's figure was nowhere to be seen. The sudden silence surrounding him felt ill-timed. Takedo understood what this meant, as the ice vines swiftly extended through the water, blossoming into grand ice lotuses beside him. Blood Demon Art, Crystal Child. He sheathed his blade and waved the fan, conjuring 3 identical ice figures that clustered around him, simultaneously unleashing frozen clouds. Enough. It was time to conclude. Blood Demon Art, Transformation. Monstrous beasts akin to vicious hounds lunged from all directions, their yellow and white fur bristling, their claws striking swiftly and densely. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The ice figures shattered into fragments upon being torn apart, as Takedo defended with his knife and fan. The true adversary had already arrived atop 8 high rooftops, hunched over, drooling, letting their hair billow as they prepared for the final assault. Takedo had sensed the impending intent. Yet the barrage of lethal strikes, arranged in a formation, made it nearly impossible for him to escape. Only one foe remained, yet he could not discern who it was. Blood Demon Art, Misty Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. The lake became the finest ally, and the ice Bodhisattva, hands clasped in prayer, reappeared before his eyes. Vines coiled around it, the blossoming lilies transforming into maidens, exhaling either projectiles or mist to achieve maximum isolation from the vicious hounds. The creatures on the rooftops did not retreat. Their speed was astonishing, continuously altering their positions, blood dripping from their wrists forming blades, their eyes wide with rage, laughing maniacally. Takedo manipulated the Bodhisattva, even conjuring 6 arms. Yet against the 8 clones, he remained powerless. Wherever the blood blades swept, ice shattered, flowers died. The icy mist seemed utterly ineffective against them, even obscuring their forms and aiding their maneuverability. Their blood dripped into the lake, fiery red like strands of hair, crawling up the Buddha, disassembling and devouring him while partially resembling the great black hound, roaring as it lunged directly at Takedo. The time had come. He would ensnare them. Blood Demon Art, Octagonal Ling-Long Silver Blood. Boom. The 8 monsters' blades extended to varying degrees, unleashing streams of blood light from their respective angles, resembling exquisite jewels. Their crimson hues sparkling as they shattered the glorious Buddha, bearing down upon the center where the demon lay. His memories felt as though they were replaying in concentrated fragments until they faded into nothingness. It was a transparent realm, where all could be seen. I refer to it as a world only I could perceive. Shiki, you once said you wished to see. His consciousness arrived in a pure white expanse. Devoid of tangible sensation, his vision blurred, enveloped by a haze. Yet the figure before him and the voice he heard were unmistakable. It was his Shiki. In disbelief, he stood frozen, too afraid to move, fearful of shattering this illusion and never returning. Yet, how he longed to rush towards her, to embrace her in his arms. Takedo, would you like to come see? Shiki, Shiki. He watched as she raised her hand towards him, seemingly within reach. Yet her form grew increasingly translucent and indistinct. Shiki, don't go. Don't leave. Shiki. He charged towards her phantom, but in the end, he merely passed through her semi-transparent hand, collapsing to the ground. Grasping at nothing, Shiki's figure turned back, a resigned smile gracing her lips, as she returned before Takedo, leaning down to gaze into his eyes, reflecting the shimmering, multicolored waters of the lake. You must live well, therefore, borrow my eyes to see, little master. Shiki, Shiki. As she drew closer, their eyes intertwined. He grasped wildly at the figure before him, yet she had completely dissipated. The white began to fade gradually, and the refocused reality struck Takedo's senses anew. He appeared utterly disheveled. His body was fragmented, even his head cleaved in 2, every inch of his skin marred, and any semblance of recovery was devoured by grotesque growths. You have lost, lower being. You have retained your position, Kanroji Mitsuri. At that moment, Muzan, who had been observing, rose, seemingly announcing Kanroji Mitsuri's victory, while Kokoshibo stood beside him, brow furrowed in silence. As Kanroji Mitsuri regained her composure, her face flushed as she lowered her head to collect herself. A chilling breath escaped from Takedo's lips, and in his grasp, he had already tightened his hold on Yatsufusa. The chilling air that enveloped Douma's corporeal form caused the flesh buds surrounding him to freeze and shatter, and in an instant, one could say, at a terrifying speed, his body was reconstituted, vanishing from the icy surface. The 12th form of the breath of ice, the domain of frost dance. With blades in hand, he resembled the memories of his past, and the surrounding area was adorned with drifting snowflakes, as time and swordsmanship seemed to suspend in mid-air, intertwined with the ice crystals. The 8 individuals had yet to completely dissipate from the presence of the Kibutsuji family, but now he could discern each of their vulnerabilities with clarity. Instantly pinpointing the moment their positions overlapped, he plunged his blade downward with astounding velocity, the ice patterns rippling and layering upon one another, severing their hardened necks in an instant, shattering the spines that had previously been impervious to harm. As he sheathed his sword, kneeling, it was as if time itself had been resurrected. Chapter 54, Counterattack. How is this possible? The voice, strained from shock, trembled within the chest of Kibutsuji. The shattered spine lay in ruins, and she found herself decapitated by that wretched blade, her head rolling to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. This was the Nichiren blade, and the limbs that had been severed by the remaining phantoms were beginning to turn to ash. Had she lost? And was she to die because of this? Douma had triumphed. My lord? No, this cannot be. How can his victory be declared thus? He has cheated. I am the victor. I am. The roars of her heart surged, resounding in Musen's ears, agitating him. Tears of blood streamed from her crimson eyes, and her thoughts, to some extent, escaped her lips. My lord. No. Look at me. I have not lost. Please, I beg of you. Musen and Kokushibo offered no reply, merely casting her a glance. Kokushibo remained motionless, while Musen approached Kibutsuji and drew near to Douma. Musen's arrival brought Douma back to his senses. Yet he maintained his kneeling posture, his head bowed deeply as a show of respect. I did not expect you to possess such abilities. This is commendable. Indeed. I thank you for your acknowledgement, my lord. Humph. A sharp female voice interrupted Musen's discourse, shrill and haunting, as if clawing its way up from the depths of the underworld. Under this voice, Kibutsuji forced her body to stand upright. Though half her head was already missing and her limbs had vanished, the fierce unwillingness still raged within her. Blood demon art, great consumption. The portion of her chest that remained intact split open once more, sprouting eyes, fur, and viscous fluid, as flesh buds and pus cascaded forth. The writhing, struggling mass coalesced, and from this gaping maw emerged 4 canine paws, the center bearing a visage that was both human and canine, an elongated tongue bared in a fierce roar. At this moment, her head was entirely gone, yet she was not dead. Even in such a grievous state, she clung to life. She could not allow anyone to intrude between her and her lord. The absolute, unwavering refusal. With a spurt of blood, shaped like a golden hairpin, she launched herself toward Douma. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed. Douma had drawn his sword and risen, but someone else had acted first, Kokushibo. He materialized behind Kibutsuji, his right hand poised with the blade, the remnants of blood and dismembered flesh attesting to his actions. The Lord will not tolerate this. Surely disbelief lingered. Her shrill voice echoed in murmurs. As her eyeball rolled aside, fixed upon him, one could perceive the shock that lay beneath the surrounding muscles. You have overstepped. Overstepped? What do you mean? The crimson that followed her gaze revealed what truly constituted an overstep. The scarlet cross obliterated her former identity, her standing, her pride. None remained. Did the Lord truly acknowledge Douma? Was he genuinely this formidable? But I am the victor. He even wielded the blades of those ants, my lord. Why must it be this way? It hurts so much. My lord, I admire you deeply. The Lord does not wish for that. Kokushibo. My name is not the Lord. Haha. Hey, Kibutsuji, my lord. But we have always pledged our loyalty to Musen-sama. Why do you even exist? In the solitary murmurs of the woman, Douma shattered the silence. The corners of his mouth curled upward once more. His voice gentle, yet laced with a mocking undertone that pricked like thorns. You truly do not know who the real Lord is, do you? To speak of admiration without even remembering his face. How laughable, how pitiful. The true Lord? Kokushibo? That name held no weight. The sardonic mirth in Douma's words evoked her memories. After a moment, her voice faded entirely, tears streaming from the remnants of her eyes, silently weeping as the shattered remnants of her flesh, too, dissolved into dust. Kibutsuji, the second of the upper moons, perished. The August morning sun cast its warm light upon the earth, bringing new hope to a land that had endured a night of darkness. A gentle breeze caressed the face, and the rice stalks had begun to bow, heralding the joyous promise of an impending harvest. On such a clear day, a girl clasped the hand of a physician, making her way to the church her family had worshipped for generations. This place was a pine forest, the very one her mother had spoken of, where one could find pine nuts to eat. I can smell it. The girl, aged 18 or 19, was clad in a light pink kimono adorned with a simple yet elegant design, a white half-sash cinching her waist, complemented by a pink sakura hair ornament atop her head. The materials were unremarkable, yet they suited the youthful grace of the girl perfectly. The responding young man, slightly older yet no more than 21 or 22, donned a simple dark blue kimono, The only distinguishing feature was a white cloth band that obscured his eyes and a peachwood cane he gripped in his right hand. Throughout their walk, the girl's chatter flowed incessantly, like a songbird, and the young man patiently engaged her with every word. Hey, Hiko, you still don't believe, do you? This is something our ancestors personally experienced. Little Kazuki mentioned it was merely a legend. Oh, come on. Regardless, Mother said it's very real. Let us just consider it a blessing for the future of the clinic. All right then, it's as you say. Hiko smiled gently, raising his hand as if to ruffle Kazuki's hair. Sensing his approach, Kazuki eagerly took his hand, placing it atop her head and nuzzling against it, her smile radiant. The two continued their leisurely stroll. Are there lotuses blooming nearby? It smells wonderful. Huh. No, there aren't. It's just the forest around here. How could there be lotuses? Why do you ask, Hiko? I can smell it. Perhaps it's just an illusion. After all, August is the season for lotus blooms. Chapter 55, Achi. Each successive shogun of the Tokugawa family is the true architect of the overarching power. Since the ascension of the fifth shogun, Tokugawa Tsuneyoshi, a wind of filial piety has swept through, his literary prowess in poetry and prose resonating among the populace. While he possessed a heart for benevolent governance, he also indulged in a revelry of extravagance. The father of my lord was a retainer of the shogun, a counselor in governance. Yet, he was not content to end his ambitions there. Through connections, he found a way to meet with Kei Shoin, and upon his return, an uncertain light flickered in his eyes, revealing signs of inner turmoil. Achi, if possible, would you wish to go to the Yuku? The Yuku? Am I truly allowed to go? The girl's eyes sparkled with life, captivating to behold. Her beauty was remarkable, her skin tender, and her fingers delicate, clearly a product of a sheltered upbringing. The longing in her eyes was unabashedly displayed, completely unmasked. It was this very yearning that dispelled her father's doubts and provided him with a comforting rationale. Within a fortnight, Shinkawachi was ushered into the general's grand residence, assuming the role of the general's new concubine, Lady Achi. Upon her arrival, she found everything to be splendid, both solemn and resplendent, governed by rules yet imbued with a sense of leisure. The inclusion of a youthful maiden stirred ripples in the previously stagnant waters. The charming young girl soon encountered her first night, meeting the formidable general, whose reputation resonated throughout the town. Nervousness made her tremble, akin to a quivering quail, her dazed expression evoking pity. After that night, she officially became the general's concubine, now entitled to be addressed as Lady Achi. However, it seemed that the girl's streak of good fortune had already run dry at this juncture. In the grand residence, countless maidens like her shared the same aspirations, all fixated upon the general. Following that encounter, she was never again favored by him. At a spring banquet, she managed to carve out a place for herself. In a corner, she observed the lively performances on stage. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the interactions between the general and Lady Yohoka. She was the general's favored one, a status that even the legitimate wife, Lady Nobuko, could not alter. With her graceful form, alabaster skin, cascading locks, and most notably, her striking orange-hued eyes, she was the bearer of the general's only son, Matsumitsu, who was most likely to become the next general. The luxurious silks she adorned did not render her common. Rather, they accentuated her unique elegance. Achi envied such a person, yearning to transform into someone like her. As the banquet concluded, the general took to the stage to engage in a sword duel with a samurai. Naturally, victory belonged to the general. From a lower vantage point, the sight of him drawing his sword, cloaked in glory, seemed as though the very sun favored him. It was not always so exaggerated, but that day, the purple kimono and black hakama, crafted from exquisite materials, subtly shimmered. The gleam of the blade dazzled the eyes. And amidst the boisterous laughter and resounding applause, the figure of the general was magnified infinitely. She watched, entranced, her heart racing as she felt an overwhelming admiration for him, a fervent yearning to be close to him. From that day forward, whenever she saw Yohoka, jealousy would surge within her upon glimpsing Matsumitsu, breeding a deep-seated loathing. Achi's true acquaintance with Lady Nobuko unfolded during a plum blossom viewing, where Nobuko's gentle smile eased Achi's defenses, skillfully bridging the gap between them and illuminating the multitude of souls in the grand residence who yearned for what they could not possess. Witnessing the esteemed Lady Nobuko being subdued by Yohoka's dominance evoked a wave of anger within Achi. How dare she claim the general's affections while showing such disregard for a higher-ranking wife? Such impertinence! She even sought to comfort the despondent Lady Nobuko, believing they could become mutual supporters and friends. Yet, Nobuko cautioned her not to act impulsively. In this grand residence, without a child by one's side, one's words held little weight, urging Achi to tread carefully. The legitimate wife's advice and concern quickly endeared Achi to her. and this naive young girl readily transformed into a staunch ally for Nobuko. In return for Achi's support, Nobuko lavished praise upon her in the presence of the general, granting her more opportunities for his favor. Even during the following year's spring banquet, she arranged a special performance for Achi, capturing the general's attention. Achi thought to herself, could there truly be such a benevolent wife in this grand residence? She resolved to repay her kindness in the future. However, just as Achi navigated her precarious path, cautiously seeking the general's favor, an unexpected piece of news shattered the tranquility of the grand residence. Yohoka was expecting once more. Barely uttered. This announcement stripped Achi of everything she had fought for. Affection, flattery, and even Lady Nobuko's attention were diverted to care for Yohoka. Why was it that she possessed such fortune while Achi remained stagnant? Clearly, she was on the verge of standing shoulder to shoulder with Yohoka. How could this be fair? During the days the general devoted himself to nurturing and comforting Yohoka, no one in the grand residence found solace in his embrace. And while many genuinely anticipated the arrival of this child, Achi felt nothing but dread. Each night, she would silently recite the most venomous curses, wishing for the child to be stillborn or at the very least, not a boy. Otherwise, Yohoka, with 2 sons, would become utterly unassailable. She could not accept the reality that her beloved awaited another woman, joyfully speaking of their anticipation for the child's arrival. Why was it not her? They were so deeply in love. Why had Yohoka outpaced her? As she watched Yohoka's belly expand day by day, her resentment grew proportionately, until the child was born, a boy. The child was named Akira, endowed with the privilege of remaining by Yohoka's side, nurtured by her, leading to a drastic decline in Achi's standing. The general often devoted his time to that mother and child. Beneath the willows in the garden, she could only observe from afar as the general played with them, their radiant smiles twisting her features into a grimace. Lady Nobuko was aware of these shifts but chose to remain silent this time. The general truly adored Akira. For his first birthday, he threw a lavish celebration that even Matsumitsu had not received. Among the attending retainers was a clever fellow whose gift was unlike any other. A beautiful hunting dog, a striking yellow and white, a symbol of nobility and an unspoken flattery. Naturally, the general was elated, receiving it with laughter and bestowing extra rewards upon the man. It was presumed that the dog would belong to Akira, and most present believed this to be the case, including Yohoka, who praised the dog along with the others. However, under the subtle insinuation of Lady Kicho, the general designated the dog to Lady Nobuko. Nobuko feigned surprise, repeatedly assuring that she would bring it out to play with Akira. The true intricacies of the ensuing rivalry remained obscured. Achi sat in the audience, her gaze lingering on the general. When would he smile at her thus? When would she bear the general as child? Would he cherish their offspring in the same manner? Lost in her own unanswered questions, her thoughts drifted far away, leaving her in a daze for the next few days. Until, quite unexpectedly, Lady Nobuko summoned her. Nobuko discerned her unease and despondency, offering the gentlest of comforts and wiping away her tears. Ultimately, she instructed Achi to take the dog she had presented 2 days prior to visit Yohoka, as a means of entertaining Akira, since Nobuko herself was unwell and needed rest, yet did not wish to renege on her promise. Initially reluctant, Achi softened at the sight of Nobuko's evident frailty and begrudgingly brought the dog, cage and all, to Yohoka's quarters. As fate would have it, Akan and her daughter Yuka were also present. After exchanging pleasantries, Achi could no longer endure the insincerity of the 2 women. Watching Yuka play with Akira, they spoke, both intentionally and unintentionally, of the children's adorableness and their little predicaments, their muffled laughter grating on Achi's nerves. Were they boasting? In a fit of frustration, she opened the cage, intent on leaving the dog behind and departing swiftly. The moment the cage sprang open, a shadow lunged at Achi, viciously sinking its teeth into her arm, followed by her chest and cheek. The individuals present were taken aback, with the nearest one, Yujia, collapsing to the ground in fright. The frenzied dog turned and viciously sank its teeth into her neck, tearing away a piece of flesh from her face. This creature was none other than the once placid hunting dog from a few days prior. "Oh, General, my Yujia, my dear Yujia," Lady A. Chuan sobbed intermittently, her tears having drained her of strength, her eyes swollen and bloodshot. How could her grief not be profound? Her Yujia, her only daughter, had just perished. The general gently embraced her, whispering words of comfort. He too felt a pang of sorrow. His children were few, and as of this day, only 4 remained alive. To see one of them depart this world was a heartache beyond measure. "I shall exact justice upon her, and provide an explanation to you, Jia," he declared, his initial sorrow transforming into a fierce anger. The mad dog had been slain by his blade, and it was not difficult to ascertain who had harmed his child. Only a handful had come into contact with the dog. Initially, it had been in good health upon arrival at the Grand Palace. Yet after being taken in by Xinz, inquiry revealed that she had neither fed nor approached the vicious beast directly. She had merely fallen ill and was recuperating after the banquet. The servants tasked with its care had been thoroughly investigated with no issues found. Thus, the conclusion was evident. It was Shun Jiangji. What a malicious person she was. One could only wonder what she had done to the dog during that brief journey to incite its madness, leading it to kill Yu Jia. Perhaps she had not anticipated that the creature would turn on her as well. Shun Jiangji, with her vile intentions, had schemed to murder the general's daughter Yu Jia. She must be executed. General, cough, cough. A Ji must be bewitched. She and I were once close. She is of a simple mind. Surely, she does not deserve death, Lady A Chuan interjected. Xinz, you have been deceived by her facade. The truth speaks louder than words. General, she, cough, cough, cannot survive much longer. Let her rest in peace on the road to the afterlife. Do not let them meet. What a pitiful child. Then cast her out from the Grand Palace, demote her to the lowest status, and send her to that hell. How absurd. The mere separation of a few screens allowed a Ji to hear her own fate. She was a wretched sight. Blood staining the tatami and bedding. A beast had not only killed Yu Jia, but had also lunged at her, leaving her unrecognizable, with deep bite marks exposing bone. Trembling, she whispered hoarsely, "No, it wasn't me, General. I was merely just delivering something on behalf of Xinz." But no one paid her heed, nor would they hear her defense. They merely gathered to bid farewell to the general. A Ji desperately reached for the door, as if to grasp the hem of the central figure's garment, pleading for him to understand her pure heart, a heart that loved him deeply. In the end, she grasped nothing, succumbing to unconsciousness from blood loss. Wrapped in a straw mat, several servants, led by a noticeably authoritative figure, exited the Grand Palace and journeyed for quite some time until they reached a mass grave at the foot of the mountain near a small temple. This was not their first time escorting someone to their final resting place, yet the confusion surrounding this death was extraordinary. A female voice paused momentarily before continuing, "In death, one can gain clarity. Do not lay the blame at our general's feet. That beast was already problematic, refusing food and attacking indiscriminately from the very next day after its arrival. This was kept hidden at Xinz's request." The woman, tightly wrapped in the mat, struggled to open her eyes, her cracked lips and pale skin resembling that of a corpse. No one anticipated she still possessed consciousness. Bound tightly and constrained by her clothing, she could only lie still and listen. "You were merely a tool in their hands. Xinz was never a virtuous character. You are far too naive. In this Grand Palace, how could anyone truly confide in you? Remember this. The one who harmed you is not the general, even if you descend into hell. Do not forget to forever honor the great general." Subsequently, a Ji was discarded like refuse among the corpses, her supposed escorts merely seeking her demise. At this juncture, her body had become entirely unresponsive, no longer under her control. Yet her mind remained alert, an inexplicable exhilaration keeping her consciousness alive, allowing her to feel her body through her nerves. She sensed the coldness of her surroundings, felt insects and birds consuming her flesh, and experienced excruciating pain. Yet death eluded her. Her nerves involuntarily twitched, her throat spasming and salivating uncontrollably. During this time, she felt as though she had grasped someone. Yet she considered this body no longer her own. When the images before her returned, she found herself kneeling before someone, unable to raise her head under the weight of their oppressive presence. The world around her was a blur. She could see and hear nothing clearly, save for a voice echoing from the depths of her mind. "From now on, your name shall be Haij Temple Ho. Your mission is to seek the blue border flower." A torrent of memories not belonging to her flooded her chaotic mind, and then silence enveloped her, leaving only her instinctive response. Yes. What was she meant to do next? Why did she harbor such strong feelings of resentment? Was it anger or sorrow that twisted within her? The past faded into obscurity, leaving only an enduring sense of hatred. In that place, she consumed copious amounts of flesh, meat of every kind. Following the scent and the remnants of memories, she arrived before a magnificent structure. On that moonlit night, mad specters assaulted the Grand Palace, yet miraculously, aside from the legitimate Lady Xinz, no one else perished, a mystery that would be speculated upon in tales of the future. Why save her? Merely passing by, her adversaries were those ruffians. Ah, much like you. Yet, she is far too noisy. Shall I kill her? No need for that. For now, it matters not. Should my displeasure grow, perhaps she may serve as a means to vent my frustrations. Chapter 56, A Blessing. Approaching midday, the two finally reached their destination. This must be the place. Indeed, there is no larger courtyard nearby. Haij Kiju recalled her parents' descriptions, crossing through the pine forest and over the hills to arrive at the first courtyard, which seemed to be this one. "Yanho, wait while I inquire with the gatekeeper. It will be but a moment. Go ahead," As if I could escape, he replied, a teasing smile gracing his lips. There's a scent of lotus here. Just like before. Has my sense of smell sharpened to such an extent? Why did I not notice it when I was among the herbs? Kiju did not stray far, and Yanho could clearly hear her inquiry. A cool female voice responded to her. Not long after, the girl returned to his side, instinctively linking her arm with his as they walked forward, informing him that this was the place, the eternal paradise that her family had worshipped for generations. All right. Your master's family believes, so I shall not be too abrupt. However, I do not subscribe to the belief in deities. The efficacy of worship remains uncertain. In his 20-plus years of experience, he understood the absurdity of believing that deities would rescue the virtuous or that wicked souls would inevitably descend into hell. His parents were honest and earnest. His father, a once noble samurai, had not succumbed to despair, but rather partnered with his mother to run a fabric business. After decades of diligent labor, they were ultimately victimized by sudden bandit raids that resulted in their deaths. Was he not their only son, born with impaired vision? He suffered greatly after that fateful night, succumbing to illness and becoming blind, thus rendering his life seemingly in ruins. A benevolent physician happened upon him and took him under his wing, teaching him to discern the world through sound and touch, enabling him to diagnose ailments and feel pulses, ultimately grooming him as the physician's successor. Accompanied by the physician's daughter, he seemed to have been granted a new lease on life. Yet, what was the final outcome? One of the arsonists from his past fell gravely ill and sought out the physician, pleading for the blind man to heal him. Following the physician's guidance, the blind man set aside his hatred and devoted himself to saving the man. However, upon awakening, the man recognized the blind man and, in a fit of rage, fatally stabbed the physician who was protecting him. Realizing his grievous error, the assailant fled in terror. Does virtue truly receive its just rewards? One must ponder, perhaps not. Do villains receive their due punishment? Again, one must reflect, and the answer may not be so clear. In this world, there exist individuals who are genuinely good. They are steadfast in their benevolence, remaining gentle throughout their lives, impervious to external influences. Yet, there are also those who embody malice. They refuse to show gratitude, remain unrepentant, and will not change for anyone as sacrifice. Such experiences led Yanhao to become introspective and enlightened, both resilient and pragmatic. He relentlessly pursued mastery in medicine, delving into numerous medical texts and learning through the recitations of Shijioji. His sole desire was to fulfill his master's long-held aspiration, to embody the compassionate heart of a healer, treating all beings with equality. However, he resolved never to intervene with those malevolent individuals, even if such a stance contradicted his master's wishes. He placed unwavering faith in his abilities, trusting in human endeavor rather than divine intervention. What is fate, after all? Each moment is merely a tapestry woven from coincidences and the paths one chooses. If it must come, then let it come. He respected the habits of his benefactor. Please, this way. The esteemed leader awaits in the eastern chamber. The voice, once cool and distant, now guided them. Shijioji dutifully described the ornate arrangements along their path, marveling at the unique sights they encountered. Most striking were the white lotuses blooming in the pond beneath the narrow path. Yanhao had once gazed upon this world and had seen lotuses before. He could envision the scene from her vivid descriptions. He listened quietly, occasionally responding. The closeness between them, forged over many years, allowed them to unconsciously ignore their surroundings. Unaware of the elderly woman with white hair, clad in a blue and white patterned kimono, observing Yanhao with an odd gaze. The resemblance was uncanny, almost excessive. This man and the figure in his memories wore strikingly similar visages, save for a few subtle distinctions. With his eyes obscured, what color were they? Perhaps deep blue? Is that the esteemed figure? Xiaojin could not suppress her doubts. Please, come in. Lin ushered them into the designated room and, after bowing respectfully, exited, half supporting and half exploring. Yanhao entered the room, but did not approach the screen to pay his respects. He lacked faith in the supernatural, a fact Shijioji was well aware of. She was simply delighted to have his company and did not wish to impose upon him in such moments. Thus, she alone passed the screen to kneel in reverence. Oh, indeed, what a lovely young lady. What is your request? I pay my respects to the esteemed leader. My name is Shijioji from the Shangshan family. I come to beseech you to convey my heartfelt wishes, seeking the divine's blessing for the success of our medical establishment. Ah, a daughter of the Shangshan family? Very well. Considering your years of sincerity, I shall certainly convey your request, and the divine will surely protect you. Thank you, esteemed leader. As she spoke, the young lady bowed repeatedly before the handsome figure seated upon the lotus pedestal. To claim she was not nervous or astonished would be a lie. She had always considered Yanhao, with his unbound hair, the most handsome man she had ever known, a standard no one could surpass. However, Upon encountering this esteemed leader, her conviction wavered. A chance glance drew her into the infinite beauty woven by his gentle smile. Were it another, they would have undoubtedly prattled on endlessly, regardless of the topic, merely to prolong the moment and gaze upon that smile a few moments longer. Yet, after a brief moment of bewilderment, Shi Jiuji regained her composure. Why? It was simply that her heart was already filled with another. Well then, little Xiangshan, do you have anything more to say? Who is that individual outside? Your friend? Why did he not enter with you? He. Caught off guard by Tong Mao's inquiry, Shi Jiuji lowered her head, losing the cleverness she had moments ago. Her ears and cheeks flushed crimson, as if she were about to unveil an embarrassing secret. Observing her demeanor, Tong Mao's eyes glinted with a cold light. Having encountered countless individuals over the centuries, he recognized the significance of her expression. He is my fiancé, Amamiya Yinhao, but he is unwell and could not join me. Yet, her response only tightened his grip on the prayer beads he had been toying with. What? Is she speaking nonsense? Chapter 57, The Stranger. For over a century, the moment that presence fell within his awareness, it was instantly recognized. The scent, deeply embedded in memory, was almost unbelievable. It evoked not only memories, but also the accumulated solitude and longing that had gone unnoticed throughout the years. Startled, he rose abruptly, even toppling the cherished lotus he had always revered. Watching the pristine petals scatter with droplets of water, tinged with a faint yellow from the pollen, he still felt it was but an illusion. Was it because the season had come again, the time when he spoke of flowers blooming, as a companion for his loneliness? Had he become so confused as to fabricate the presence of someone bearing the same scent for comfort? Yet this time felt profoundly different. He could continuously sense the individual, feeling them slowly approaching. Then, just a glance will suffice. He could feel his heart racing. He believed this to be a human's response to tension or excitement. Most of the devotees who approached him exhibited such reactions, claiming they were excited, thrilled, or overjoyed. The sun could not hinder his steps, donning a long, flowing haori and a veiled hat. He pressed on to confirm whether it was an illusion. Navigating through the forest, he encountered the figure amidst the pines. For reasons unknown, he found himself hiding in the shadows. The courage he had just displayed in defying the sun had vanished entirely. He could only follow at a cautious distance, observing. That was a person being supported by a young girl, an actual living being, almost a mirror image of himself. Everything appeared to him like a dream, reminiscent of the countless times he had lost himself in thoughts of him. But what had happened to his eyes? Why were they so injured? He could not see now. He could no longer enter the world, could he? Otherwise, why would he require assistance, moving with such uncertainty? Yet, Xiao Ji had long been deceased, for he had perished. Then who was this? An almost identical exterior, an entirely matching presence. Who do you think you are? Were there lotuses blooming nearby? It smelled wonderful. No. It's just the woods around here. How could there be lotuses? Why does Yinhao brother ask such a question? Well, I thought I detected a scent. Perhaps it was just an illusion. When he turned his gaze toward the darkness where he hid, he froze in place. He was certain he knew of his presence. Even under his non-existent gaze, he could feel the probing. Even in this state, could he still find me? He no longer followed him. Fearful that he might truly turn around and compel him to step forward, to stand before him, and then inquire, "Who are you?" He recognized that sensation, fear. He had witnessed it in those debt-ridden individuals, the dying refuse, and the humble weaklings. Their pupils constricted, cold sweat poured down like rain, and they stammered, struggling to articulate their thoughts. It seemed as though such emotions were now destined to manifest within me. Yet ultimately, nothing transpired. This superfluous sentiment gradually faded away. It is truly peculiar that it has now surfaced in my consciousness. I returned to the church ahead of schedule, arranging for Lin to welcome the two individuals while I awaited them alone in the room. Who is he? Who is he? This question incessantly echoed in my mind. I know, deep down I know, yet I find it exceedingly hard to believe. Is it you, Xiaoji? Have you returned? Have you truly encountered the divine and been reincarnated? Did you come back for me? Did I truly see you in Infinite City that day? After a prolonged moment of daze, Douma suddenly lifted his smile, his eyes exuding warmth, reminiscent of the smile from when Ji was still present. Regardless of his true identity, if he bears such a striking resemblance to him, then let him remain by my side. Whether real or not, this is the only solace he has managed to find. It would be best if he became a ghost. That way, he would never age or perish, and he could remain forever. Xiaoji. Is he also what you left for me? Xiaoji. Sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, I repeatedly chanted Ji's name, swaying gently back and forth. In this moment, Douma found himself enveloped in an unprecedentedly delightful mood. His seemingly concerned inquiries were merely a means to privately ascertain the identity of that person, unexpectedly uncovering some additional information. Amamiya Hiko, that is his current name, And he is also this young girl's fiancé? This implies that he will share his life with this foolish individual before him? This thought truly vexed Douma. The joyful plans he had previously harbored had crumbled into nothingness. And even the benevolent smile on his face was on the verge of dissipating, reverting to his usual emotionless, cold demeanor. Ever since Hiko had entered his perception, he had become increasingly abnormal, unconsciously fixating excessively on him. Even when confronted with the kneeling figure, his attention remained divided, drawn to the person concealed behind the screen. It was as if this individual possessed something that captivated his very soul. This was something he had chosen, hence, any flaw in that which he cared for. Even if it were merely an ant, he would feel compelled to extinguish it. The young lady before him was not worthy of ascending to paradise. Let that be entrusted to Lin and Xia. Yes, I understand, my lord. The deity will certainly take care of your father. However, it is getting late. Why not stay for lunch? Certainly. Thank you very much, my lord. After bowing once more, she rose. Following her previous outpouring, memories of her father and life flooded back, tears shimmering in her reddened eyes. She believed in the divine. Thus she implored Douma, beseeching the deity who had always blessed the Xiangshan family, that her father, upon his death, might ascend to the blissful realm and no longer suffer the pains of this world. Upon arriving at the doorway of the room where Douma had come from, she also spotted Hiko quietly standing there. Is Xiaoji with someone? Is it permissible now? Just as he turned around to speak, Shijio could no longer contain herself, throwing herself into Hiko's embrace, disregarding the presence of the Lord, and wept uncontrollably. Woo-woo, Hiko, father. Dear father. When she uttered the word father, it was evident that Hiko's comforting gesture froze momentarily. I will accompany you from now on. Please do not cry, all right? Xiaoji, wasn't it said that those who cry are like little dogs? Woo, I'm not. Hiko refrained from saying more, merely lowering his head to embrace the girl, gently patting her back. As she fidgeted, her grip was unsteady, loosening the cloth he had used to cover his eyes. He did not intervene, simply holding her quietly. Witnessing the entire scene, Douma felt a near loss of control, overwhelmed by an intense thirst for her pure blood. Yet they were so alike. Even their voices were almost indistinguishable, save for Ji's tone being more subdued and the individual before him more tender. The impulse to suppress his desires was forced upon him by the gaze he met. Apart from the burn scar near his left brow and the vacant look in his eyes, everything else was identical. Deep blue, tranquil, with emotions as faint as ripples. Observing him with such lowered eyelids, allowing another to act frivolously, his image gradually merged with the memories he held. After a moment, Shijio regained her composure. Realizing her earlier indiscretion, breaking free from Hiko's embrace, bending slightly, her face flushed as she hastily introduced herself. I apologize, brother Hiko, it was my fault. Actually, the one who just came out with me is the Lord. My lord, he is my fiancé, Amamiya Hiko. Upon mentioning the bond of engagement, the girl felt her previous actions were utterly embarrassing. It is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize on behalf of my fiancé for her rudeness, my lord. The sensation of locking eyes with him was far from pleasant. Even knowing he could not see, the alienation and estrangement conveyed in other ways was palpable. Ultimately, Douma smiled. Though it was uncertain how much of it was feigned, he fanned himself and assumed a posture of understanding. It is quite all right. I can empathize with Xiao Xiangshan's feelings. It is our first meeting. I am the lord of the Eternal Bliss sect. It is getting late. Let us stay for lunch. Xiao Xiangshan has already consented. Then I thank you for your graciousness, my lord. How could a mere counterfeit so profoundly affect me? Chapter 58, Cognition. Douma harbored an intense desire to eliminate Shijio at that very moment. It was an impulse colliding with memories as he watched from the shadows, increasingly intent on uncovering Hiko, while simultaneously wishing to erase Shijio, who clung to him. He possessed such similar recollections, sunlight streaming down as he frolicked, Ji by his side. Yet now, he could not stand under the sun, nor could he allow Xiao Ji to gaze upon him. For the first time, he felt a pang of sympathy for himself. He was uncertain why he had consented to their participation in the pilgrimage a few days hence, allowing them to remain temporarily within the church. He did not know how much of it was to soothe himself and how much was to find a suitable justification to eliminate Hiko as a distraction. Indeed, to allow that person to stay required such careful consideration, necessitating the search for a fitting excuse. They were too similar, causing Douma to question repeatedly whether he was living in a dream. Their voices, their smiles, Douma scrutinized them closely, observing this individual just as he had once observed Ji. At times, he would mentally replace Shijio's position with his own, envisioning Hiko smiling at him with a face nearly identical to Xiao Ji's. For the first time, he earnestly contemplated the foolish notion of reincarnation of souls, the same soul re-emerging into the world, perhaps devoid of past memories, yet bearing some semblance of its former self. The newly born individual was, after all, still the same person, merely embarking on a new chapter of life. Their essence was indistinguishable, even their appearances and personalities so strikingly alike. Thus, he pondered repeatedly, could Hiko truly be Ji? Could Ji have come back to life? My lord. Just as Shijio departed with her attendant, stating it was a private worship ceremony, from an outsider's perspective, the room appeared empty save for Hiko, who sat alone, idly toying with a few lotus flowers beside him, feeling desolate. Yet after Shijio left, he, in silence, assuredly spoke up. You have been covertly observing us these past few days. Is there something amiss with our arrival? You are right behind that door before me. Why do you not respond? Haha. Well, I was in such a concealed position, and you could discern my presence? That hardly seems like something a blind person would be capable of. As the words hung in the air, the door creaked open, and Douma stepped inside, directly settling cross-legged opposite Hikaho, propping his head on one hand. His gaze fixed intently on the individual before him. It may seem presumptuous, yet I find myself unable to articulate it. I can only sense your presence from a certain distance, and it possesses a distinct quality. Is that so? His tone was light and teasing, yet his expression remained inscrutable, his eyes unwavering in their observation. Do you have no requests? What do you mean? In other words, desires. Do you lack any wishes to inquire about or accomplish? Your fiancé, on the other hand, appears quite earnest. None at all. So you have come to my realm of eternal bliss for naught. According to her, your point of origin is not particularly close. I merely accompanied her. It would be unsafe for her to travel alone. This is her wish, a tradition in her family. And I respect that. Yet, compared to the Xiaoxiang Mountain, your journey here seems far more perilous. Regrettably, my father was only a marginally competent samurai. Yet he bequeathed to me a katana, which, under my master's guidance, suffices for her protection. This revelation rendered Douma momentarily speechless, his eyes widening as if he had heard something utterly astounding, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. There is no need for astonishment. One must possess some means of self-preservation in this world, and individuals like me may require a bit more. In the following days, Douma and Hikaho engaged in conversations of varying degrees of depth. While not every exchange was entirely smooth, the atmosphere had undeniably thawed from its initial coldness. Douma, during their brief acquaintance, gleaned more insights, yet he seemed to linger in a state of indecision. However, one thing was clear. As he spent more time in close proximity to Hikaho, the initial, unbearable longing had significantly diminished. Reverting to a sense of familiarity and comfort akin to being with Kyoko, his mind had cleared considerably, as if his very essence was whispering that he yearned for the person before him. Thus, after the morning prayers, Douma once again proposed a short stay, which this time was met with success, for Kyoko adored the place. It was a location she had long aspired to visit and revered, especially after the previous offerings. Staying there ensured she had no worries about sustenance and afforded her frequent opportunities to meet the revered master. Privately, she deemed herself rather greedy for this, reminding herself to keep her stay brief. Douma observed Kyoko, who was joyfully shaking Hikaho's arm, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. When the sun was entirely eclipsed by shadows, it became the moon's domain. Surrounded by a constellation of stars, even the moon appeared remarkably radiant. Douma led Hikaho to the courtyard that once belonged to Kyoko, where, of course, Kyoko was also present. She had never entered this space before and could not help but curiously survey her surroundings, instinctively describing it to Hikaho. There is a vast open area, resembling a training ground, and, well, it is impeccably maintained, with exquisite decor. Hikaho, supported by Douma, listened intently, as they traversed the courtyard and each room. The images conjured in his mind became remarkably vivid, as if he had visited before. There are folding screens adorned with delicate snow-laden pines and white cranes in flight. And nearby, dark-hued lotus flowers. Douma interrupted Kyoko's description, voicing the patterns he envisioned. Douma halted in his tracks, turning back in surprise. How does Hikaho know? I haven't even mentioned it yet. Hikaho offered no response, for another conversation echoed in his mind. What are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm adding a few flowers. It looks rather bare in this spot, doesn't it? As you said, to represent a person with flowers. The rest of the dialogue faded into obscurity. Yet one voice strikingly resembled that of the master he knew. What is this? Whose memory is this? Before Hikaho could ponder further, Kyoko's voice drew him back to the present. Hikaho and Aiken, are you all right? I'm fine. Douma continued to watch silently, his gaze fixed on Hikaho, as if searching for tangible proof that could help him reclaim a long-lost treasure. He had brought Hikaho here under the pretense of sparring, while secretly aiming to eliminate Kyoko. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was also engaging in a tentative exploration of his own feelings. Grasping the katana, he found it surprisingly fitting. Drawing the blade, his fingertips grazed the engraved characters, Does it have a name? The demon-slaying Feather Lotus. Feather Lotus is its name. Ah, I understand. Shall we begin? At any time. Then. I, Aramiyama Hikaho, look forward to your guidance. With his right hand, he spun the blade gracefully, pointing it towards the ground, then transitioned to a two-handed grip, standing poised before Douma. Truly, from this angle, it resembles a person. Douma did not disclose his name, merely declaring his readiness and drawing his nameless sword. He was uncertain of Hikaho's current prowess. Initially, he executed standard slashing attacks, only to discover that his opponent, despite lacking sight, could deftly deflect every strike, even countering with precision. What if I accelerate my speed? Even then, each blow was parried. It was only when he reached the pinnacle of human speed, nearly employing the breath technique, that he finally breached Hikaho's defenses, forcing him to retreat a half-step. Hikaho was extraordinarily formidable. Could a blind person truly reach such heights? Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was now content with his own capabilities, allowing Hikaho to focus entirely, as he could now eliminate that bothersome obstacle. Kyoko watched intently from the sidelines. Her left hand clenched against her chest, her heart fervently praying for Hikaho's triumph. He was the man she hoped to rely on for a lifetime, and even against the sacred master, she wished for Hikaho to prevail. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance of flowers wafted through her nostrils, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. Unaware that a shadow was swiftly approaching from the darkness. Clang! The jarring sound of metal colliding was followed by the sickening sound of flesh being sliced. Hikaho sidestepped 2 steps, positioning himself directly in front of Kyoko, executing a swift upward strike that deflected a dagger aimed at her. However, in the process of altering his attack's trajectory, he was met with a devastating blow from Douma's downward strike. Kyoko, what? In the chaotic dance of blades. Even without the breath technique, the lethality of Douma's strikes had reached a terrifying level. He had never anticipated that Hikaho would suddenly forsake all defense. Opting instead to intercept the hidden dagger, he raised his blade, staring at the crimson stain before him, frozen in shock. Hikaho's clothing was torn at the chest, a single-handed grip on his sword as he crouched to support Kyoko, who was on the brink of fainting. With each movement, the wound became more apparent. His kimono was a pale hue, nearly white, and as the bright red spread, it resembled a flower poised to bloom upon his chest. Kyoko! Kyoko! His breaths quickened, muscles tensing. Hikaho was in a state of panic, and Douma recognized it. The world around him faded, and he recalled the image of Kyoko's blood seeping away. Her lifeless form resting in his arms, the vivid contrast of crimson against the pure white haunted him, repeatedly assaulting his mind, as if guided by some unseen force. Tears streamed down his face. His nameless sword clattered to the ground as he stepped forward, bending down to embrace Hikaho from behind. The motion caused Hikaho's pulse checking to falter, but perhaps due to the impossibility of breaking free, he allowed himself to be held. Tears continued to fall in torrents. I'm sorry, Kyoko. I had no idea she meant so much to you. I'm sorry. Douma suddenly realized that, in Hikaho's heart at present, the object he would fight to protect was not himself, nor was it himself that deserved indulgence and patience. He had tested this notion enough times. In truth, he already knew the answer. The moment of realization was inconsequential, whether it was from the very beginning or after repeated confirmations, he was aware. Aside from the absence of a world, they were the same. Only now, he had forgotten everything. His little G had forgotten him, embarking on a new life. And he could not reclaim G with his memories. Why did his tears fall? It was unclear whether they signified joy, sorrow, or some other emotion. Perhaps even a mere cognition, a thought. All he knew was that the tears struck the ground and pounded against his heart. Yet he had no idea from what height they fell, each drop causing him to believe his heart might shatter. Chapter 59. Joy. After repeatedly confirming that Jikuzi was unharmed, Hikaho began to tend to his own wounds. His original profession allowed him some judgment regarding his injuries. At this level, applying pressure and bandaging, followed by medication, would suffice. There was no need for elaborate measures or to trouble other physicians. The herbs required were provided by the temple. After all, the offerings contained everything, lacking nothing. In the adjacent room where Jikuzi was settled, Hikaho sat with his back to the door, exposing his upper body for easier treatment. His skin was fair, a result of years of training with the blade, devoid of superfluous flesh, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, covered in a thin layer of muscle, lean yet strong. This made the burn scars on his left shoulder all the more glaring. A towel soaked in warm water washed away the vivid red surrounding the wound, leaving a gash about 4 inches long that continued to bleed slowly. Relying on a blind man to bandage his chest proved somewhat challenging, thus Douma took on the task. Watching the basin of clear water turn crimson, his movements became increasingly delicate. Does it hurt? No, it's fine, it will heal quickly. This is not your fault. Hikiho instinctively replied to Toma, his tone devoid of any peculiarity, and silence followed. At that moment, he did not have a cloth band covering his eyes. He merely lowered his gaze, as if pondering certain matters. However, this response caused Toma to freeze once more. When he was with Hikiho, many of the latter's actions reminded him of Ji, making all the precious moments he shared with Ji now exceptionally vivid. Ji had once spoken such words, conveyed similar sentiments. How could it be that this too was the same? Your Holiness, this is rather loose. It is prone to displacement. You must tighten it a bit. At that moment, Hikiho stood, arms outstretched in a languid embrace, slightly bowing his head to face Toma. Even though he knew Hikiho could not see him, Toma felt as though those eyes were reflecting him. Initially, he had verbally explained the methods and precautions for bandaging, allowing Toma to act. Yet now, from his perspective, it seemed that this priest was entirely ignorant of such matters. The bandage to staunch the bleeding barely clung to him. It was so loose that a mere movement of his arms could send it tumbling to the floor. Without waiting for a response from the other, Hikiho appeared to formulate a guess, voicing his inquiry. Do you believe I would be in great pain, hence hesitant to proceed? This was followed by a soft reply. Oh, Your Holiness is truly quite compassionate. Hikiho couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. In the end, Toma barely met Hikiho's standards, yet he still hesitated to proceed. Truth be told, had he been in his usual state, or had he assigned Jacuzzi to the task, he would have tightened it significantly more, applying the medicinal cotton more effectively to promote healing. Nevertheless, it was best not to place excessive demands upon a complete novice, was it not? Today, Hikiho wore a kimono above and hakama below, convenient for their sparring. Toma procured a new kimono, having disposed of the bloodied one. Once he confirmed that the style was consistent with the usual, Hikiho fumbled about, skillfully donning it after a few attempts, even adjusting his obi without the level of assistance Toma had anticipated. So, it turns out dressing oneself is not something that requires the touch of your fiancée. Indeed. As for everything else I can manage, I shall not overly burden her. Oh, I see. For reasons unknown. Upon discovering this fact, Toma felt his spirits inexplicably lift, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. May I ask, Your Holiness, where's my staff? Do you wish to go somewhere? To find Ji. Is it to keep watch over her, fearing she may be in distress? Toma understood his intent. It was something he had done for him in the past. Once again, realizing that the attention of the person before him was no longer on himself left him momentarily dazed, and he remained silent for a while. Your church is not safe. This time it was merely ordinary incense and hidden weapons, but what lies ahead is uncertain. If possible, I would suggest, before Hikiho could finish his thought, Toma interrupted. If you wish to find her, I will accompany you. She can also take you away without your staff. Cannot she? Then I shall trouble you. Hearing his composed agreement, Toma reached out toward him without the slightest hesitation, causing Toma's heart to skip a beat. He had indeed fulfilled his wish to touch him again, to bring him close once more, to grasp his hand. Yet, why did it feel so sorrowful? Was this feeling termed sorrow? Yes, for he was merely borrowing himself to reach another, easily replaceable by anyone. That night, Hikiho remained by Jacuzzi's side, while in the darkness, Toma kept watch over Hikiho throughout the night. For days later, they departed. Indeed, I allowed them to leave. I did not eliminate Jacuzzi, nor did I transform Ji into a demon, nor did I even investigate their whereabouts. I simply knew that my Ji was alive, that he had been reborn. The once fervent desire for a similar substitute had vanished, for that was Ji, the true Ji. Thus, I required no substitute, as that notion was rather distasteful to me. Perhaps just as I had contemplated at that time, as I had pondered over the years, without me, he would become the world's greatest swordsman, living a completely different life, and could live to be 100 years old. I responded to the call of my heart, suppressing its yearning, watching her link arms with him, stepping into the sunlight. My follower smiled back at me in farewell, and I waved to her with the expression she cherished most. She turned back as well, but I knew that he could not perceive any of my actions at this moment. Watching them disappear at the end of the path, I unconsciously stepped into the boundary between sunlight and shadow. I could not move forward, nor could I take another glance. It was not merely light that separated us. It was also the promise I had made to him, for that follower still required my ultimate bliss. I, too, yearned for the light, for that higher and more perfect form. With it, I could walk proudly beneath the sun, accompany him until the dawn broke across the horizon, and possess a form more akin to his, leaving behind a more reasonable connection. Yet, had I not vowed to allow his rebirth to no longer be extinguished by my presence? If I could not remain by the side of the one I cherished, then no matter what I did, true joy would elude me. The laughter, the indulgence, the companionship, and the comfort, wasn't that what humanity referred to as joy? Then I had already experienced it, and I wished for him to feel joy as well. Chapter 60. The deceased wife a year was but a fleeting moment for many demons. After all, in a certain sense, their lifespans were infinite. The following summer, once again, the sun shone brightly. The sunshade was meticulously arranged, and in the darkness, Douma's gnawing on his arm paused, his eyes widening and blinking in surprise as the object in his hand fell to the ground. Little Kiki? In his perception, once again, the aura of Kiki emerged from the direction of the pine forest. He truly had never anticipated that he would see his little Kiki again in such a brief span of time. Absorbing the blood that had tainted his skin, he casually changed his attire and arrived early at the hall, awaiting her presence. Greetings, my lord. I am Amamiya Kikuji, here to beseech for the health and well-being of my husband, Amamiya Hikaho, in the days to come. Today, she adorned a kimono embellished with cherry blossom motifs, complemented by a crimson ribbon tied at the end of her hair. These past 2 years had not altered her much. She remained as vivacious as an unwed maiden, her almond-shaped eyes possessing an excessive clarity and innocence, devoid of any semblance of a married woman's composure. Upon seeing her, Douma suppressed the strange feelings he could sense but could not decipher, skillfully conjuring a smile to fulfill his duties, quietly listening to the girl's narrative. For her, much like some of his followers, there was no need for extensive guidance. He merely needed to listen to her hopes. Yet, in her presence, he found a peculiar difference. Her words flowed freely without the need for prompting. She joyfully shared her thoughts. She recounted that she was only 17 when she first arrived, that her mother had always handled the formalities, that her Hikaho brother was 5 years her senior, and that they had taken in a stray child at her request. She spoke of her happiness during their newlywed days. She seemed capable of continuing her animated discourse indefinitely, but eventually, she concluded her somewhat chaotic thoughts, adopting a solemn demeanor as she bowed deeply to Douma. Please, my lord, you must inform the divine being. They must assuredly journey to paradise. In paradise, please treat my husband, Amamiya Hikaho, and Toki, with the utmost kindness. I shall dedicate my life as sincerity and devotion to you and the divine. Rest assured, your words shall be faithfully conveyed. Observing the girl's beaming smile, Douma could not help but find her naive. How could one harbor such immense hope for something so ethereal? This was a conundrum he could never fathom, and even now, with Kiki standing before him, he remained unconvinced of any divine existence. This was a reality he could witness. If he, in his near-immortal state, could not perceive it, then it surely did not exist. As for the notion of paradise, a myriad of individuals have their own interpretations of bliss, yet ultimately, it all culminates in an escape from the painful reality, a place eternally beautiful. Reality is too excruciating, prompting the yearning for a starkly contrasting realm. That realm is paradise. He had exerted himself tirelessly, guiding so many to that place, yet these pitiful souls continued to flock to him, circling around him, pleading and lamenting their sufferings in this life. He would rather believe that Kiki had transformed into an unattainable wind and rain, somewhere in this world he did not know, recreating a corporeal form using a secret akin to his own immortality, than accept the existence of any so-called deity. Just as a century ago, he wept for those who prostrated before him day after day. Their plight was both pitiable and foolish. Why did they persist in this manner? This time, he left them behind, offering a pretext of listening to the teachings. With black, tousled hair and a gray kimono, he carried a blade at his side. He stood silently in the courtyard, beside the lotus pond, his peachwood cane propped against the ground, devoid of further action. Douma stood in the shadow cast by Hikaho, gazing at the man before him as if they were genuinely making eye contact. Forgive my intrusion, my lord. How have you been of late? Quite well indeed. I am most pleased that you could visit. Unconsciously raising his eyebrows, he squinted in a smile, his prayer beads rolling through his fingers. Ah, that's good to hear. Another year passed, and it should have been the day promised by the girl. Yet this time, Douma awaited from the height of summer to the depths of autumn, without sensing the familiar essence he longed for until the spring breeze of another year arrived. This time, as he entered the room, crossing the screen, the one who emerged as the master of the aura surprised Douma. Greetings, my lord. I am Amamiya Hikaho, here to pay my respects. He did not kneel or bow, merely removing his hat and inclining his head in a gesture of respect. The air momentarily stilled. Douma was uncertain how to respond to such a situation. The promise made by my late wife, I shall fulfill henceforth. What? If I am not mistaken, your wife has passed? Indeed. Oh, so you have come to seek her soul's liberation, to guide her to paradise? That is one way to put it. 3 years prior, in late autumn, an unprecedented plague spread through the Qingchuan mountain region, afflicting several surrounding villages with a deadly ailment. Hikaho's medical clinic was somewhat renowned in that area, and many sought their aid, upholding the wishes of the previous physician. With the heart of a healer, treating all equally, they accepted every patient, striving to provide care. However, This illness was unprecedented, and they remained clueless about its transmission. Initially, the afflicted experienced merely weakness in their limbs, dizziness, and headaches, which progressed to intermittent low fevers, ultimately resulting in a state of confusion regarding hot and cold sensations, with some experiencing icy extremities while others sweated profusely. The final symptoms alternated until death ensued. They tried numerous remedies, constantly altering their prescriptions, yet the root of the contagion remained elusive, leaving them helpless as one after another succumbed. Rumors circulated that demons were at play, and they sought the services of an exorcist, only for that self-proclaimed master to perish from the illness himself. It was during this catastrophe that Kikuji lost her life. Just as she suggested trying moxibustion with clove to dispel the impurities in the air, she fell ill. She did not even await the effects of the smoke before passing away the night before the medicinal concoction was successful. Everything was almost perfect, yet just a moment too late. Listening to Hikaho's account, Douma briefly recalled that during that period, there had indeed been an unusual influx of requests for safety or for passage to paradise. He scrutinized the man before him, not missing a single expression or slight change in his demeanor, yet Douma found no trace of sorrow. Hikaho appeared so tranquil, as though recounting the fate of an inconsequential stranger, not his wife, not his beloved. He seemed utterly numb. Chapter 61. Kikuji, I believe I possess the world's most loving brother. I have the best brother in the world. From the moment I began to recall memories, perhaps at the age of 4 or 5, my brother was always there. The first time I laid eyes on him during that dusky evening, I was so frightened that I dared not step outside or approach the room he occupied. His forehead was covered in blood, his face smeared with soot, and the gaping wound on his back, oozing and bleeding, was a horrifying sight. I caught a glimpse of it by accident and subsequently spent several nights too terrified to sleep. At that time, I wondered if some monster had possessed him or if something invisible lurked outside, preying on children like us. That night, my father and mother brought in freshly ground medicine to tend to my brother, but I was utterly unwilling and cried and fussed in protest. I was afraid to be alone, fearing that a monster might bite me just like him. In the end, due to my insistence, my mother stayed by my side. But she also led me to my brother's door, holding me close while instructing me to wait. I huddled in her embrace, trembling uncontrollably, utterly terrified. Yet, after a while, nothing transpired. I even heard an unfamiliar sobbing coming from within the room. My mother gently patted my back, her soothing voice whispering in my ear, "Kikuji, do not be afraid. The person inside is just like you, a lovely child. However, he is more pitiable than you. Having endured unfortunate events and now bereft of both father and mother. Well, wasn't Jioji always clamoring for her mother to give her a brother? While her mother could not fulfill that wish, now, her father and mother have decided to take him in. Henceforth, he shall be Jioji's brother, all right? But what about those red things of his? Will they not crawl onto me? Haha, so Jioji is afraid of this, is she? Not at all. Once he recovers, those red things will vanish." At this moment, I dared to lift my gaze to the boy in the room, who was slightly older than I. His head and eyes were bandaged, as were his chest, hands, and feet. His pale blue kimono hung excessively loose, rendering him exceedingly slender, leaning against his father's embrace. His trembling shoulders conveyed his sorrow through silent tears. Thus, from that day forth, I had a brother, whose name was Amamiya Yasuhiro. During the days he spent recuperating, I would sneak glances at him, while he changed dressings, during mealtimes. Later, he managed to rise unsteadily, relishing the gentle breeze at the door. Simply sitting there in serene silence, I would watch him from beneath the cherry blossom tree at the entrance, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. The scars concealed beneath the bandages were no longer as terrifying as they had been at first. My continuous observations over several days had imbued me with the courage to approach him. Finally, on one fateful day, I presented him with my flowers and spoke to him. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Koyama Kikuji." My childish voice was so tender, stuttering, and sweet. It was as though I were braving death itself. As I dashed before the boy, eyes tightly shut, hand extended with the carefully chosen little flowers, my small fists clenched tightly. The flowers in my hand remained unreceived, and I dared not move, my eyes squeezed shut, unable to utter another word, the two of us locked in a silent standoff. "Are you the daughter of my benefactor?" Aye. "Are you my sister?" "Ah, yes." My unease began to dissipate amidst his calm inquiries and responses. Only upon opening my eyes did I realize his sight was obscured, and he could not see me. Thus, I began to scrutinize him closely, sensing no malevolence in him. Otherwise, he would have devoured me long ago. With newfound boldness, I thrust the flowers into his hand and then fled. That night, I curled up under the covers, feeling proud of my audacious act, repeatedly checking with my mother to confirm no similar red spots had appeared on my hands before I finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. From that day forward, I gradually approached him day by day, daring to engage in more actions, even supporting him to sit at the entrance. Initially, he was reluctant, but I was unafraid. What was there for him to fear? The ensuing years passed in a steady state. My mother managed the household while my father practiced medicine and saved lives, even saving enough to open a small clinic. Everything progressed steadily. I also came to realize that my brother could no longer see. Even if the bandages were removed, he would still not know what I looked like or what I was doing. Yet, my brother's hearing remained acute. He could skillfully wield a knife to sever the straw dummy before him, even in blindness. My father proclaimed my brother to be exceptionally gifted. He merely taught him methods to strengthen his body. Remarkably, my brother was able to defeat a former warrior of the village upon their first meeting. Traveling warriors, upon hearing of my brother, would spar with him whenever they passed by, also advising my father on how to train my brother in swordsmanship. My father took great pride in this, hoping that my brother could lead a life akin to that of ordinary people and once again wield that great sword. My father once wished to impart his medical skills to me, but the intricate descriptions and profound pharmacology left me utterly bewildered. Ultimately, I learned to read and write, but that was the extent of my capabilities. Later, my father entrusted his legacy to my brother, commencing his training in auditory, tactile, and olfactory senses. And my brother began to address him as master. My brother was also very kind to me. He would bring back my favorite flowers and fruits when he went to gather herbs on the mountain, save me sweet treats upon returning from outings with my father, and would cover for me when I caused a ruckus due to my playful antics. Years passed, and all was well. The village children knew my brother, and they envied me for having such a wonderful brother. Yet, one day, I encountered the blood-red hue that had haunted my childhood fears. I was 13 that year. My father had been stabbed through the chest. Even though it did not happen before my eyes, witnessing my father collapse in a pool of blood shattered me utterly. I held him in my arms, weeping and pleading for him to stop bleeding, to not die, but he merely brushed my face and then grasped my brother's hand tightly. His complexion pale, eyes wide open, staring intently into my brother's eyes. "Promise me, will you? I cannot rest easy without my little G." "Master." "No, don't say that. We need to stop the bleeding. Where's the bandage?" "The cloth?" "Master." "Yasuhiro, answer me, promise." I will. I promise. I will take good care of Joji. I will marry her and treat her well for a lifetime." When my mother returned, my father had already departed, leaving in such quietude. My brother searched the house, gathering all the herbs he could still feel. Surely, he wanted to save my father as well, didn't he? Yet in the end, he too watched my father leave this world. "Yasuhiro. Amamiya, Yasuhiro. Why don't you save him? Save father. You've learned medicine, haven't you? Haven't you followed father for so long? He taught you, abandoning me. Joji, your hand is injured too. Don't do this." Slap. The sharp sound of the slap echoed. The youth's head jerked to the side, the ear on that side buzzing. The blood on the girl's hand smeared across her face, mingling with her tears, a chaotic and glaring scene that matched his desolate and disheveled appearance perfectly. At that moment, I truly was beside myself with despair. My brother was likely very sad too. Chapter 62. Joji. I cried for a long, long time. When my mother learned of the news, she almost fainted on the spot. My brother took care of my mother, but I would not let him touch me. His repeated comfort and apologies fell on deaf ears as I struck him in a frenzy. Yet, he merely held my hands apart, preventing my wounds from tearing further. I ultimately collapsed into his embrace, allowing him to gently tend to my injuries, my eyes swollen and aching, clutching his clothes as I drifted off to sleep. My brother took charge, arranging for my father's funeral, and pursued the one who had slain him, with the assistance of the wandering warriors. The murderer ultimately met his end at my brother's hands. Subsequently, the clinic naturally fell into my brother's care, with my mother still assisting him. I attempted to let go of the past. Whether from monthly earnings or additional consultation fees, he would hand everything over to my mother. During that period, my once slightly improved temperament sank again, reverting to the taciturn and aloof demeanor I had first encountered. Even when in the presence of my mother and me, he spoke less, yet I could sense his profound respect for my mother and his indulgence towards me. I clashed with him numerous times. Initially, it was genuine anger, but after my mother's guidance, I came to understand that it was not his fault. Nonetheless, I continued to stir up trouble, simply relishing his boundless tolerance. I never truly hated him. In time, my brother began to spend more time with my mother, seemingly having absorbed her gentle demeanor, which intertwined with his innate tranquility, causing him to stand out even in a crowd of many. With his remarkable appearance, exquisite medical skills, and polite demeanor, he became the most sought-after suitor among the village maidens. Even a daughter of a wealthy family, having been saved by my brother during a house call, declared that she would only marry him. The girls my age, who once envied me, now admired my brother. They desired him. "Come now, Kikuji. There's no need for such reticence. Do share what brother Yenhao fancies." Indeed. Does Brother Yinhao engage in any extraordinary training daily? How can he be so remarkably handsome? What? You're unaware that Brother Yinhao's swordsmanship is quite formidable even among adults? What? Beneath the locust tree by the clear stream at the foot of the mountain, the young ladies gathered together to discuss trifles concerning Yinhao, interjecting to inquire about him from Kikuji. At this tender age, it is natural for young girls to harbor a certain curiosity towards strikingly handsome boys. Kikuji once delighted in her brother's company, yet the current situation fills her with unease. If her brother were to take a wife, what would become of her and their mother? That person would divert her brother's attention and patience. Would he still treat her as he does now? Surely he would. Especially today. She caught sight of the girl whom only her brother would marry from afar. The girl's grace left Kikuji feeling inferior. She had come to seek her brother, and her father had offered him the choice of marrying into their family. What if her brother accepted? All day long, she felt restless and hesitant, too afraid to return home lest she encounter that girl and be overshadowed. This was not in keeping with her usual forthright and boisterous nature. She found herself oddly apprehensive. It was not until the twilight was nearly consumed by darkness that she returned home, her first sight being her brother waiting at the door. "Welcome back, Kikuji. Why are you so late today?" "Oh, it's nothing. They said they wanted to see the sunset. Next time, come back earlier. Mother is quite worried." "I understand." After dinner, Yinhao began to prepare medicine, which he intended to deliver to a patient the following day, with their mother assisting him and chattering idly. Kikuji, unusually, did not wander nearby or engage in needlework. Instead, she sat alone at the door, gazing vacantly at the cherry blossoms and the starry sky. She did not even notice when Yinhao approached her. "Are you not feeling well today, Kikuji?" "Ah, Brother Yinhao." He sat beside her, his eyes covered with a white cloth, yet still directed towards her. Once again, she took the opportunity to gaze at him. The moonlight was pale and translucent, soft yet cool, casting a silvery sheen upon him, accentuating his gentle and serene demeanor. His dark hair fell gracefully, his straight nose and thin lips, up close, were truly a visual impact. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Kikuji finally spoke. "Brother Yinhao, will you marry and have children?" Why do you ask? They all say they like you, and today, a lady came looking for you. Will you marry her?" "No. Why not? She is very beautiful, and I've heard she is quite wealthy." Understanding Kikuji's underlying concerns, Yinhao could only sigh at how easily these young girls were swayed by external opinions. Gently, he placed his hand upon Kikuji's head. "Because I am already betrothed. I once promised to marry her and to treat her well for all eternity. So, can we put your worries to rest now, my fiancé?" Observing her daughter joyfully leap into Yinhao's embrace, Madame Xiangshan felt momentarily lost, her heart a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, this child was still ensnared in the shadows of that event. Yet, if her daughter's future were to be accompanied by him, she could find peace in that. That year, I was 15, and that year, I also lost my mother. The decision to take in Shoshu had little justification. It was simply that he was truly pitiable, having collapsed from exhaustion while begging at the clinic. Having more children around wasn't so bad, reminiscent of how our parents had taken in my brother. I love my brother, but my brother loves his sister, not his wife. I cannot distinguish the nature of my feelings for him. I only know that I feel elated upon seeing him, joyful at his smile, and my mood fluctuates with his. Yet, this is no different from our childhood. He would share a room with me, always by my side, as if we were an ordinary couple. In our first year of marriage, I lived enveloped in an abundance of affection and care. He would call me by the most endearing names, offering support and hugs whenever I needed them. Yet, he remains my brother. We have merely changed the title we use for one another. I have never seen him expose much of his body, nor has he ever requested or mentioned my servitude. I am unaware of the intricacies of other couples' lives after marriage. It seems, however, that my life is perhaps even happier than my mother's was. The plague struck unexpectedly, and I witnessed suffering like never before. Each patient's cries and tremors resonated within my heart, bringing tears to my eyes time and again. I desperately wished to save them. I accompanied my brother through sleepless nights, scouring medical texts while he painstakingly adjusted his formulations. After a prolonged duration with no results, my body began to falter under the strain. In my desperation, I recalled a method my father once spoke of, smoke isolation. This plague spreads through impurities in the air. After all, the next day, while caring for the patients and administering medicine, I fell ill myself. I personally experienced their anguish, such pain, nausea, and the relentless fluctuation of heat and cold. My brother tended to me while simultaneously adjusting the medicine, and I watched him grow increasingly gaunt, dark circles forming under his eyes, suddenly devoid of vitality. That night, I found myself suddenly free from pain and restlessness. I could even sit up. My brother grasped my hand tightly, his voice breaking as he pleaded for me not to do this. Did that mean I was recovering? But why did he seem so sorrowful? Brother, don't cry. It pains me to see you so. It seemed as though my brother had never truly seen me before. Resting against him, I took his hand and caressed my face. His hand was so beautiful, yet trembled awkwardly. Yinhao, remember my appearance and go check on Shoshu. He may have fallen ill too. Kikuji, I feel quite well. Go on, I want some candied fruits. I will fetch them. Wait for me. Just a moment. My brother gently laid me down, tucked me beneath the covers, and hurriedly opened the door. The sound of something wooden falling echoed. Had he bumped into something? Suddenly, I felt overwhelmingly drowsy, yet I was still waiting for the candied fruits and for Shoshu. I love my brother. He has given me a lifetime of unforgettable love. He cherishes everything about me. He is the best husband. Chapter 63, Temporary Residence. The two engaged in a casual conversation for a while. After a moment of realization, Douma managed a slight smile. Uncertain how much of it was habit and how much was sincerity. Ultimately, he, aware that the other could not see him, still smiled with eyes crinkled in mirth. Speaking in a relaxed and gentle tone, as if to comfort millions, beginning the so-called solace and guidance. Oh, what a pitiable child. So kind yet unfortunate. She shall surely find solace in the blissful realm, for her earthly suffering has been sufficient. The world of bliss shall embrace her. The handsome man, tears dampening his lashes, meticulously folded his fan and clasped his hands in a posture of reverence. He performed with dedication, as if the person before him could truly perceive every gesture he made. Miraculously, he sensed the other drawing near, waiting for a moment until he completed his action, then watched as the other raised a hand, gently brushing around his face until finally making contact, wiping away his tears. Why do you weep? You are not sorrowful. Surprised by Yinhao's actions, the words faltered, and his entire being froze in place. Douma found himself lost in thought as Yinhao gently caressed his eyes, gazing at the familiar figure before him. The intoxicating scent at such close proximity ensnared him completely. However, suddenly, Douma felt the other's movement cease, that long-lost warmth withdrawing from him. Yinhao stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance, and bowed courteously to Douma. I beg your pardon, esteemed master. Ah, it's quite all right, truly. As Yinhao exchanged a few parting words and turned to leave, Douma, almost instinctively, rose and grasped the hem of his garment, compelling him to halt and face him once more. This time, Douma concocted a reason, claiming that the ritual required additional steps, much like his previous visits necessitated an extended stay, since he had promised to fulfill her wishes. It would be fitting for Yinhao to remain for a few days to complete all the prayers. Understood. I appreciate your guidance, esteemed master. If one were to inquire about Douma's feelings, he would respond with elation. He had taken special care to accommodate Yinhao in the small courtyard once occupied by Ji. Since Yinhao's arrival, beneath the shadows, he could once again savor the familiar scent of longing, stepping into the moonlit night to see the person he missed dearly. What prayers, what additional blessings. These were merely excuses Douma had found to justify Yinhao's presence, a pretext to keep him close when the glaring sunlight rendered any approach perilous. He watched from a distance, his genuine smile betraying his delight. He cherished every fleeting moment, yet time and again, the sun obstructed him. He could even perceive that Yinhao had noticed him, nodding in acknowledgement, yet he had to cautiously evade any playful banter. Most of all, he yearned to return to the past. This desire stood in stark contrast to his self-worth, yet he had contemplated it countless times. The reality before him seemed to present only one path, perfectly aligning with Muzin's will, a body immortal, living on eternally. The blue beyond. He began to sift through the memories accumulated over centuries, yet the insights yielded were scant. He even speculated whether such a thing truly existed. Whether it was indeed a flower, whether it truly thrived in the vicinity of Tokyo. Upon encountering Ji once more, the significance of finding the blue beyond transcended Muzin's orders. It became his only means to draw closer to him. Was he to transform Ji into a demon? To demand that Ji completely forget their time together? Like a marionette at his side? To lose all that could have been, to keep him near? After meeting Yinhao, his conviction wavered. You are unwell. Oh, you mustn't jest. If word spreads that the Son of God is ill, no one will come to see me again. As night fell, the candlelight flickered around them, illuminating the room. Douma sat across from Yinhao, extending one hand for him to hold while propping his head on the other, smiling at him. Your pulse is quite peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it, and I can only ascertain that it is not normal. The white cloth did not obscure Yinhao's eyes. He lowered them, furrowing his brow with a grave expression, while Douma remained cheerful. In that case, I must admit I feel somewhat unwell. My limbs are cold, my appetite wanes, and I am particularly sensitive to light, especially sunlight. Under its rays, my skin burns and stings as if it might decay. I have heard of a remedy called Douma that is said to cure such ailments. From a normal perspective, it seemed there was no issue. He was indeed articulating the differences between demons and humans. He merely jested, poking fun, for he was a demon. As humans were human, an irreversible distinction. He had never anticipated that Yin Hao would take his casual remarks to heart. Yin Hao listened in silence, subsequently withdrawing his hand, solemnly stating that he would prescribe a few remedies to see if they could alleviate his lack of appetite, while further research would be required for the rest. Oh, I see. It appears you genuinely care for my well-being, Dr. Amano. Well, I cannot ignore a malady without offering assistance. Haha, is that so? Observing the person before him, who earnestly inquired about his condition and then fell silent, lost in his own thoughts, Tong Mo felt a genuine sense of delight. For just moments ago, he had perceived the other's anxiety over his situation, the change in breath, the tightening of hands. Regardless of the motive, at least from then until now, his Ji was indeed worried for him and cared for him, just as before. Chapter 64, The Physician. Regardless, Tong Mo did not possess a lasting excuse to keep Yin Hao by his side. He was preparing to depart. As he stated, he had completed his duties at the clinic and would be traveling with Shoju to treat patients. So, will you return? Ah, that is for you. I will. I shall fulfill the promises I made. Meeting those steadfast eyes, Tong Mo felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Reminiscent of the past, when he had spoken words he intended to honor, Tong Mo grasped Yin Hao's hand, his fingers curling to gently brush against the palm. Feeling the warmth of Yin Hao's fingers without pulling away, facing him without reproach, and unable to suppress a chuckle. It remains the same. In response to my words, you allow yourself to be drawn in. Perhaps he had treated his wife similarly in the past, but what did it matter? The man who usually kept others at arm's length now permitted this closeness. He truly did not know how to approach him in any other capacity. Yet he realized that Yin Hao did not reject his proximity. He dared not engage as his legitimate wife might. But such a distance was sufficient to find a semblance of a title akin to hers. A blind man needs support. Say, Yin Hao, what is it? Please refrain from addressing me as master continuously. Such distant honorifics create a chasm between us. In private, you may call me Tong Mo, as you wish. He bid me farewell, and then, beneath the fragrant blossoms and gentle light of early spring, he departed, leaning on his cane, walking away slowly. This time, I bestowed my prayer beads upon him, imbued with the oppressive aura of my bloodline. Should any weakling dare to disregard it, they would be crushed without mercy. How long must I wait? I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Yin Hao returned the following autumn, accompanied by Shoju. Tong Mo still smiled, surveying him briefly to confirm his health before sheathing his iron fan and moving closer to Yin Hao. Ah, it's wonderful to see you again. I am genuinely pleased to see you well. Thank you for your concern. And who is this young one? Shoju, I mentioned him to you. Ah, I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Anyone, even those who feared him, would be somewhat startled by Tong Mo's appearance. And Shoju was no exception. He paused momentarily before stammering a response. The attendant, accustomed to the routine, stepped forward to take their medical kit and luggage, leading Shoju to the guest house first. Initially flustered, he called out to his master, only to follow Yin Hao's nod in a daze. Once the unnecessary company was dispatched, Tong Mo's smile blossomed even more beautifully as he took Yin Hao's hand, ostensibly offering support while intertwining their fingers. Let us go. I shall show you to your room. All right. Yin Hao hesitated briefly, acquiescing to his gesture and following his lead. Tong Mo easily sensed his intent, which heightened his own sense of comfort. Even in this brief journey, it felt as though he were truly with the original Ji, the one who remembered everything, his Ji. I have not found the Blue Beyond you mentioned. It has been so long. How is your health? Meeting Tong Mo's gaze earnestly, the depths of his eyes revealed ripples of concern and remorse that Tong Mo could discern. I'm quite well. The previous physicians could not find it either. It was merely hearsay. My health is perfectly fine. Yet you still fear the sunlight, do you not? Oh, I have grown accustomed to it. It's quite manageable, truly. Observing the evident worry etched on Yin Hao's brow, Tong Mo placed his hand against his forehead, smiling as he dispelled the clouds of gloom. Beneath his exterior, there lingered a certain obscurity in his gaze. However, at least on the surface, it still shimmered with a flicker of light. In Asakusa, I encountered a physician, and I must concede that my medical skills pale in comparison to hers. It seemed she had encountered patients like you before and was more than willing to offer her assistance. Alas, her own health appeared to be in decline, preventing her from straying too far from Asakusa. She bestowed upon me some remedies she had previously researched, urging me to experiment with them first. Upon returning from my journey, the one who recounts the tale is invariably the traveler, and Hikari was no exception. He likely shared his experiences of the past year with Tamamo, particularly highlighting a reclusive physician. According to his account, This doctor was also engaged in researching a cure for this ailment. Tamamo narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. A cure for this disease? A treatment for demons? What could one possibly achieve by healing a demon? It is akin to altering the very essence of humanity. Could it be that someone is foolish enough to pursue such a notion? She was aware of the blue moonflower, yet she too was uncertain of its precise location. Tamamo's gaze turned perilously sharp. This was not directed at Hikari. Otherwise, the latter would have sensed it and would not have remained unperturbed. Tamamo simply found the entire series of descriptions too coincidental to dismiss. Rapidly sifting through memories that did not belong to him, he finally unearthed a name and a vague visage in the recesses of his mind, Tamayo. From her description, I pondered why one must seek such herbs exclusively at night. What if their growth cycle was fleeting, or the usable parts existed only for a brief moment? Much like the fleeting beauty of a night blooming cereus, yet occurring in daylight. Hikari continued to reminisce and analyze. This statement, however, sparked an epiphany in Tamamo. Indeed, over the years, he had been searching in the vicinity, while Rin and Kasa, even when able to venture out, only did so under the cover of night, retreating into shadow by day. Of course, his impulsive escapade in search of Hikari did not count as a normal outing. If the blue moonflower were indeed as Hikari speculated, it would entirely elucidate why they had searched for centuries without a definitive discovery. Tamamo mused that it might be prudent to report these findings to Muzan. Her medical expertise was undeniably remarkable, and I had accepted her medicine. As he spoke, Hikari retrieved a well-sealed glass vial, approximately the length of a finger, from his inner pocket. The liquid inside was transparent, resembling ordinary spring water. Her price for assistance was for me to relay any changes in you after taking her medicine. However, due to my impaired vision, I was unable to examine those foreign instruments and could not ascertain their safety. The final words were uttered in a whisper, almost unintentionally, revealing the speaker's subconscious uncertainty. Yet, what you brought was indeed a glimmer of hope, was it not? You are so invested in this, and I, the subject, am willing to accompany you in this perilous gamble, even if it means wagering my life. Tamamo recognized the conventional means by which ordinary individuals assess medicines. Always vigilant to observe Hikari's reactions. Noticing his hesitation, he smiled, for light-hearted words are the most soothing balm for the heart. Merely a few vials. What harm could even the most potent poison inflict upon him? He would not perish. Moreover, this was but a fragile woman's fanciful research. Chapter 65, Hikari. Perhaps I was destined for misfortune. My very existence is a form of sin. Hikari, be cautious. This burden is indeed too heavy for you. How about remaining here? Become my adopted son. At least then, you will have a place to call home. Haha. Does Hikari not find Kazuki charming? What if she were your wife? Haha. Promise me, Hikari. You need not feel obligated. You owe us nothing. Simply live for yourself. Will you really marry me, Hikari Onaikin? Oh, how delightful. Hikari must remember what I look like. Truly, it is my fault. It is all my doing that they have departed one by one. I feel as if I do not belong with anyone. I seem to traverse the world in opposition, as though I were a monster born into this realm. From a tender age, my parents noticed that my vision was not quite right. From my memories, it appears as a series of blurred patches. They never abandoned me. They cared for me with unwavering devotion, always smiling and optimistically assuring me that I would be all right. I was unaware of my affliction. I could not comprehend their inexplicable affection and encouragement, as their emotions seldom resonated with me, leading to my infrequent smiles. Perhaps this caused them considerable distress for a long time. Why was I oblivious to the lurking bandits? Why could I not perceive the entirety of my parents' emotions? Why could I not smile more often? Would that have spared them some regret at the time of their passing? When they died, would it have lessened the sorrow? For the first time, I wept actively, partly for my deceased parents. They were such diligent and passionate individuals. Why did they have to encounter me? Ultimately sacrificing themselves in a tragic bid to save me? The other part of my tears stemmed from the willingness of my master and his family to accept me. But would anyone truly desire to be close to someone like me? I have lost my sight. Yet, it matters not. I could say it is a just punishment. A fitting retribution that serves as a constant reminder of my sins. My master's family was not as fervently enthusiastic as one might expect, but the atmosphere was certainly comfortable. My master was strict yet deeply loved his family, while his wife managed the household with grace, and Kazuki thrived under their protective care. They embraced me in a remarkably short time, genuinely considering me as one of their own. The philosophy of swordsmanship was imparted to me by my master, and I could discern his yearning for it. When he rescued me, he also brought forth an item from my father's belongings, a sword. Defeating that so-called swordsman was merely a matter of coincidence. His loud proclamations were entirely dissimilar to my father's. I could discern from the sound alone when he was about to strike, and thus I triumphed over him with ease. Subsequently, Whether it was the wandering swordsman or the training of my senses, since it was arranged by my master and aligned with his expectations, I endeavored to excel. In each of my victories, I could always hear his hearty laughter, as he joyfully proclaimed to others that I was his adopted son. I cared not for the specifics of my actions. I only knew that my endeavors pleased my master. The medical knowledge imparted to me was not meant for anyone else. It was a singular inheritance, originally intended for his only daughter, who had been preoccupied with her own pursuits. Yet, she was unwilling, and after teaching her to read, my master relinquished his hopes and entrusted this knowledge to me instead. This was something I should not have received, nor did I feel worthy of. Yet it was also something I could not resist. He officially became my master. Many matchmakers have approached me with proposals, but my master has steadfastly declined them for various reasons. He held great hopes for me and was reluctant to let me go. He frequently inquired if I had any romantic interests, if I had contemplated marriage, or if I had considered Kazuki Koyama, my master's daughter, a spirited young lady and my sister. Her innocent demeanor, unsullied by the world, indeed garnered the affection of many. After so many years of companionship, it seemed that many had come to assume we were a couple. Yet, I had to tread lightly in all matters concerning her. I remembered her every preference and aversion, the nuances of her voice, her physical presence, and her scent. She was the treasured jewel of my master and mistress. How could I dare to bring her even the slightest discomfort or harm? She always followed me, requesting my company in her merriment, and I would comply without fail. I endeavored to fulfill her every desire and never uttered a complaint about her whims. Every breath I still possess, every fragment of thought and emotion, has been bestowed upon me by my parents and my master and mistress. I can no longer repay my parents, but to my master and mistress, I must repay in abundance. The heart of a healer, compassion for all living beings. Under such a philosophy, my master, undeterred by danger, resurrected many souls. Steadfast in his belief that this was the profound truth handed down through generations, the very essence of the healing arts. Consequently, he garnered numerous accolades. In the future, he might have enjoyed a serene old age, peacefully departing this world, perhaps while foraging for herbs on the mountain, only to meet an untimely demise. Yet, he ultimately perished in the most unexpected manner. Little did he foresee that the patient he kindly advised me to shelter would deal him 2 fatal blows. I could feel the warm liquid spreading around me. From the sensations and the sounds I had just heard, I could surmise the location of the wound. It was on the main artery, and the rate of blood loss was beyond imagination. Merely pressing ordinary fabric against it proved futile. The blood was a vivid crimson. I imagined my master lying amidst a pool of deep red, enduring an unimaginable agony. Jiuji returned midway. My only solace was that, in his panic, the assailant had attempted to flee, merely slashing her wrist in a hasty strike before colliding with her and escaping, inflicting no further harm. In the pursuit of that criminal and the effort to save my master, I chose the latter. Yet, in the end, I still failed. He had taught you, yet he abandoned me. Indeed, this was rightfully yours, and I should not have accepted it. Because of my cursed eyes, devoid of others' explanations or genuine contact, I was nearly powerless against external injuries. Had she possessed them, with her intact vision, she could have saved my master, unlike me. The slap that stained him with blood would not be washed away until the following morning, a remnant of Jiuji's wound. Since that moment, every time she linked her arm with mine, touching the scar on her wrist would flood me with overwhelming anxiety, guilt, and anguish. It served as a reminder of my impotence and my transgressions. Yanhao had done his utmost, do you not realize? Under those circumstances, anyone would have been powerless. Especially now that he had avenged your father's death, had he not? Please, do not blame him. I listened to my master's wife's counsel, to Jiuji's weeping, which was, in truth, spurred by my own actions. I dedicated all my efforts to their well-being, surrendering all my earnings from consultations and medical practice to them. During my return, any new delicacies or trinkets I could find were solely intended to improve their lives, at least granting them a semblance of financial comfort. My master's wife would often caress my eyes, assuring me that I had done remarkably well, that there was no need for such self-sacrifice. She urged me to indulge in my own desires, to procure for myself, and to let go of the past, allowing bygone matters to settle with the winds, unhindered in my stride towards the future. But how could I not care? Thus, when Jiuji first broached the subject of marriage before me, I acquiesced to her wishes. I would marry her and protect her with all the love I could muster, rooted in my vision and knowledge. The ritual of worshipping the eternal bliss had long been a tradition of the Xiangshan family. This custom traced back over a century to the haunted Qingshu mountain, where countless souls had perished, including members of the Xiangshan family. The then head of the family sought out the teachings of this eternal bliss sect, praying to their leader, who bestowed divine grace and vanquished the malevolent spirits. Since then, annual pilgrimages had been maintained. This time, it was Jiuji who would go. She recounted having visited with her mother when she was 2 or 3 years old, though she had no recollection of it. As we approached that place, I could distinctly sense a peculiar aura. To my eyes, it appeared as white threads floating in a void, beckoning me forward. The scent of lotus intertwined with the threads, drawing me toward the center. Yet I was nudged onto the correct path by Jiuji's presence. Upon reaching our destination, that familiar aura resurfaced. It ultimately settled upon the man who emerged alongside Jiuji, the child of the divine. The fragrance of flowers seemed to sketch his likeness in my mind. But Jiuji's cries jolted me from my reverie, scattering the image that was coalescing before me. Over the years, I had developed the habit of constantly soothing her, and I continued to do so now. When the leader spoke, his gentle voice resonated in my mind, strangely familiar. I could not discern the reason, but the familiarity drew me closer, even as I recognized that such an inclination was inappropriate for someone like me. I felt the leader's gaze approach, and though I did not recoil, a faint voice within urged me to respond. Yet, the reality was that I did nothing, crushed beneath the weight of my past transgressions. I accepted the challenge, embodying the manifestation of that weak voice I could not silence. I aimed to obliterate it through this encounter, this collision at such proximity. Jiuji nearly suffered harm, and I was truly terrified. She was the sole thing I had pledged to protect, the only vestige of meaning in my future. If anything were to befall her, how would my master and his wife view me? I would be rendered utterly worthless. In time, I cherished her, I indulged her, yet I could not articulate my love for her. This realization dawned upon me after years of practice and numerous experiences. Thus, even in our newlywed state, I refrained from physical intimacy. I deemed myself unworthy, unfit, incapable. Fortunately, she never made an issue of it. Otherwise, I fear I would have ultimately acquiesced to her desires. She reveled in my tender care, relishing the meticulous attention I afforded her. Her actions and presence signaled her satisfaction with our relationship. I provided the love she required. She even adopted a child named Shoshu. This was the first moment I speculated that she might be aware of the unique emotional significance I held for her, a crystalline protection, both solid and fragile. It seemed she understood that we would not bear children if we continued as we were, thus seeking a surrogate in advance. She taught him to read, played with him, as if genuinely committed to integrating him into our world. During the subsequent year's pilgrimage, I accompanied her once more. I could have chosen not to go, yet I could not relinquish that aura, that individual. For the first time, I experienced a unique desire. Untainted by the guilt of the past, I yearned to investigate that aura, to uncover the identity of that person. What was it that kept me so preoccupied? Being near him allowed me to unconsciously relax, relieving me of the tension that constantly compelled me to mask my true self. My conversations with him were always distanced, an emotional barrier I should not have possessed. I longed to draw closer to him, yet I feared it would disrupt my existing life, a notion I deemed wrong, something that must not transpire. Thus, I suppressed it. Initially, the faint voice began to take root and spread. Jiuji's death nearly shattered me completely. My existence lost all meaning in an instant. I was not a competent brother, nor an ideal husband, and now I was once again reminded that I was not a good physician. I could not fathom what sustained me as I painstakingly pieced together my vacant, lifeless heart, allowing the voice of the former master to sprout anew. I missed him, missed the fleeting moments we shared. It seemed I would remember him at any given time, his intentions aligning entirely with his essence. My days persisted for an extended period, a sentiment that felt improper, one not easily comprehended by the world at large. Forgive me, father and mother. Forgive me, master and mistress. Forgive me, Jiuji. I spent 3 years summoning the courage to confront him once more. I recognized this was not right. I was merely allowing myself to sink further into despair, engaging in an act of betrayal. At that moment, I discovered he was afflicted with a disease I had never encountered before, a complex ailment that terrified me with its potential threat to his life. As a wandering physician, I inquired far and wide, and upon receiving the slightest clue, I urged Shoshu to peruse medical texts, yet results eluded me. I was unwilling to compromise, pursuing the blue othershore flower he had once mentioned, investigating it thoroughly. I am uncertain whether to deem this fortunate, yet as I traversed Asakusa, I stumbled upon a lead regarding the fabled Bluebianoa. Upon my arrival, the area was afflicted by a plague, and it was solely due to my identity as a physician that I was granted entry. The symptoms mirrored those from 3 years past. In the midst of this medical endeavor, I encountered a reclusive doctor residing there, who introduced herself as Shizu. Through our conversation, a bond began to form, and it was from her that I first learned of the Bluebianoa. I could distinctly sense her astonishment at my knowledge of it. I refrained from elaborating, merely expressing my desire to save a person of utmost importance, fearing that this ailment might snatch him away from me irreparably. She appeared to grasp my plight and led me to her abode, where a boy therein was less than cordial towards me and Shoju. I concede. His words were rather harsh. He was named Yushiro. If I understood correctly, your friend has already been transformed into a demon. A demon? Yes. A creature that fears the sun and survives on human flesh and blood. From your description, it can control its bloodlust and maintain its consciousness, which is quite remarkable. I had never heard of such a thing. I pondered whether it would be possible to obtain his blood. She mentioned that she had researched such beings and concocted various serums, yet she was unable to present herself publicly or find a corresponding demon for experimentation. She indicated that she possessed a new potion that might alleviate some of the symptoms affecting Douma. There was no need for special remuneration. If possible, I should return to inform her of the effects post-administration. The specifics elude my memory, but at that moment, I thought, at last, there was a glimmer of hope. My exhilaration was unprecedented, allowing me to temporarily overlook the complexities of potion extraction and preparation. Only when I had distanced myself, reflecting on the encounter, did I realize I could not ascertain the safety of this concoction. I was blind to the intricacies of the preparations, rendering my hope an utter reliance on another. He resolutely ingested the potion. Despite it not being of my own formulation, he trusted it solely because I had procured it. I was at a loss for words, caught between astonishment and the unknown. Chapter 66. The Face of a Demon. Douma underestimated this so-called potion. At first glance, it appeared harmless, and the world mirrored this, colorless, odorless, devoid of any peculiar aura. Yet, only upon entering his body did he comprehend its potency. How to describe it? It was as if countless insects emerged from within him, tugging and consuming every single cell. The effect was swift, too rapid for Douma to react or extricate himself from Yuharu's side, causing him to collapse. What in the world is this? Douma? Douma? Such proximity and evident distress reached Yuharu's ears. He furrowed his brow, reaching out to steady Douma, only to be rebuffed. Douma felt as though his very being was dissolving. Surely he would not perish, yet the sensation upon his skin was undeniably eerie. Would this frighten the present him? Is it the potion's fault? Are you all right? Yuharu inched closer, preparing to touch him once more, but Douma could bear it no longer and retreated, forcefully shutting the door behind him. Douma, Douma, come back, open the door. The door was not locked. It was sealed by Toma's blood demon art. Upon exiting, he found himself immobilized, collapsing beside the door, listening to Yuharu's unwavering calls without a response. He remembered this feeling, reminiscent of the moment Muzan first transformed him into a demon. The agonizing pain he endured then was equaled by the torment he faced now. Entangled and unraveling, he expelled a copious amount of blood from his mouth. This substance, labeled as a potion, felt more like a toxin intent on claiming his life. The incessant knocking on the door revealed Yuharu's growing anxiety. Indeed, had it not been for Shoki's gift, it would not have so easily infiltrated his body, nor would he have succumbed so readily. Wiping the blood from his lips, Douma thought, Shizu, there is a grave issue. Douma, please open the door. You're in there, right? Don't do this. What's wrong? I'm fine. He strained to restore his body, at least to reconnect his skin, while simultaneously dismantling the foreign elements within him. Of course, the damage to his vocal cords rendered his voice hoarse. Let me come in and see. At least allow me to ascertain your condition regarding the potion. Wait for me, just a moment. Yuharu fell silent, kneeling at the door, anxiously awaiting a response. On the other side, Douma, separated by mere inches. Since the increasing scent of blood from Yuharu, everything around him had transformed. He could now perceive every pulse and constriction within Yuharu's veins. Enduring the intense discomfort within, he suddenly felt an overwhelming thirst for blood. Staggering to his feet, he realized he could not confront Yuharu directly. Just wait for me a moment. Don't move. Douma's presence seemed to recede, akin to teleportation, deepening Yuharu's concern. He resumed his frantic knocking, aware that the potency of the blood demon art waned with the caster's absence. Guided by the palpable aura before him, Yuharu adeptly navigated the labyrinthine corridors, avoiding the pawns scattered throughout the church without assistance or a cane. Servants glimpsed him along the way, yet, adhering to the prior orders of the master, they dared not impede the presence of this esteemed individual and thus cleared the path. As he approached Douma's essence, the stench of blood grew increasingly pungent. Being a physician, Yuharu was acutely sensitive to such odors. He had noticed it upon leaving the room, though it differed slightly from the current intensity. He feared for Douma's safety, particularly due to the potion he had provided. After numerous attempts to ascertain the door, he finally pushed it open, though worry still lingered. Had he been able to see, he would have been astounded by the scene before him. The room was dim and sealed, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, revealing a gruesome sight, a blood-soaked mess, unrecognizable, where the remnants of a girl who had sought solace at the church lay, devoured beyond recognition. Yoharu hesitantly stepped inside, raising a hand in uncertainty, while a pair of iridescent eyes quietly opened in the shadows behind him. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Toma's figure coalesced from the darkness, his face and garments marred with blood. Even though he wore dark attire, the evidence of the struggle was unmistakable. He regarded Yoharu with a blank expression, which soon blossomed into a most graceful smile. "So, how did you find this place, Yoharu? Did I not say to wait just a moment? I was worried about you." "Toma, are you hurt? The scent of blood is overwhelming." "Oh, is that so? But it is not I who is more grievously injured," Toma replied. "You do realize I am a demon." The deceased were the girl and her mother who had sought healing at the church, having traversed several locations. The girl returned to the only place she had ever trusted. To Toma, they had little time left to live. Tonight's events were merely a coincidence. "I understand. Yet you are still unwell, are you not? Demons do not fall ill. Even terminal conditions can be remedied. My body is akin to a human's, possessing warmth and the ability to blink, but demons do not require such." Observing the momentary bewilderment on Yoharu's face, Toma's smile lingered. He stepped forward, taking Yoharu's hand, gently patting it before letting it fall, and asked, "So, do you comprehend my meaning?" Yenhao's mind faltered momentarily before he managed to respond. "Who are they? My disciples. Did they choose to stay willingly?" Of course. Yenhao did not pose any further inquiries, seemingly absorbed in the weight of those words. Tong Mu, standing nearby, squinted his eyes and curled the corners of his mouth, suppressing the familiar turmoil that stirred within him, and gazed intently at him. Perhaps he had made some progress this time. He could wager that, at present, there was no need for extensive explanations. Should he trust him? Are his words entirely truthful? At this juncture, where choices converged, he found himself devoid of any concept of choice, having been propelled forward for far too many years, forced to march through the first half of his life. What would happen if he chose not to believe? Yenhao was uncertain. And what if he did believe? At the very least, he would have the opportunity to look after Tong Mu once more, to ascertain his well-being. Is it because he is a demon that he would act in such a manner? Indeed, they told me that living in this world is painful, so I shall lead them to paradise. I do not perceive this as an accusation. I merely express my understanding. Tong Mu, unable to endure the silence any longer, took the initiative to speak, unconsciously offering an explanation. Noticing that Yenhao remained unresponsive, he hesitated before speaking again. Yenhao grasped his hand, pressing down on his pulse once more. Tong Mu. He embraced him, akin to a dragon guarding its golden treasure in Western tales, interrupting his movements. Henceforth, may I call you Xiao Ji? Just allow me to call you that, please. The muffled voice, warm breath brushing against his shoulder, concealed any discernible emotion. Chapter 67. Audience. It was unclear how long they maintained this posture. Straightening his body, he allowed Tong Mu to nuzzle against him, blood leaving deep and shallow imprints on the pristine fabric. After a considerable time, Tong Mu finally lifted his head, smiling beautifully. How many years has it been? No one has responded to that title for so long. How many years? He could no longer find a single thread of special significance worth clinging to. Indeed, he had come devoid of emotions, unable to grasp them in life. He merely felt pity for those wretches. Yet, he had not come in vain. At the very least, he had encountered those who treated him sincerely, those willing to guide him through a spectrum of emotions. It is nearly time. Xiao Ji should rest now. Tong Mu, are you truly all right? I'm fine. Just have a few matters to attend to. Please follow Kasumi back to rest for now. Shall we meet again in a few days? What? This time, you must wait for me properly, understand? Just as their conversation concluded, Kasumi arrived at the door. After Tong Mu acquiesced, she pushed the door open, the overwhelming scent of blood causing her hand to tremble, but that was all. She placed her hand over Yenhao's through the fabric of her sleeve, bowed her head in greeting to Tong Mu, and under the gentle, smiling gaze, the two departed. Tong Mu remained in place, suddenly feeling an unusual sense of reassurance. Now, let us proceed to fulfill some fundamental tasks. Miss Biwa, can you hear me? I wish to request an audience with Lord Muzin. I have important matters to convey to him. Tamayo? Yes, my lord. In terms of hierarchy, Tong Mu performed his role quite adequately, kneeling on both knees, placing his hands on his thighs, bowing his head, and exuding an air of humility. Muzin casually skimmed through Tong Mu's memories, a jumble of inconsequential details that appeared hazy, dismissing them without concern. Amidst this chaos, he stumbled upon memories regarding Tamayo, imparted by another person, though that individual's identity remained vague, likely inconsequential. Now you are a physician? It seems you care for her quite a bit. What do you think? I perceive her as a mere buffoon. However, she offends my eyes. And I do not wish for such a traitor to continue existing in this world. Very well, I understand your intent. You may go. Yes, my lord. I shall continue to investigate the blue spider lily as well. No need to look up. Tongmu knew Muzin had departed. And before he could wave goodbye and greet Nakan, he was transported back to the church. Tongmu stretched, his smile unchanged. Well then, let us proceed to Asakusa. Xiaoji, please wait for me just a little longer. Periodically, blood procurement is necessary to avoid losing one's sanity entirely. Today marked such a day, with the seller being an elderly man who had lost a son in his middle age and a wife in his twilight years. As he trembled, extending his hand to sell his blood, what emotions swirled within him? Would he lament having lived another day? The elderly man's composed demeanor flickered in his mind. The journey was uneventful. Upon returning to the meticulously concealed villa, the hour was still early and nothing seemed amiss. Tamayo began examining the blood and plant samples she had been studying recently, akin to any ordinary person commencing a day's work. Meanwhile, Yashiro tended to the newly acquired blood. After the sound of the door opening, a prolonged silence ensued, which was not unusual. It was Yashiro's customary habit to silently stand by Tamayo's side, awaiting her completion of the task at hand before discussing the upcoming itinerary. The rustling of clothing indicated that the newcomer was stirring, gradually drawing nearer to Tamayo until he stood right beside her. Shadows obscured Tamayo's vision, rendering her unable to discern the situation clearly. She did not express any discontent, but, as usual, spoke calmly. Yashiro, this is sudden for medical practice. Good evening, beautiful lady. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Her body instinctively sought to protect itself before her mind could fully react. She swiftly turned and retreated 3 or 4 steps, sending chairs and books tumbling askew. The delayed rush of her heartbeat left Tamayo's mind in a whirl. Do not be so tense. I am the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult, and Tongmu is delighted to meet you, Miss Tamayo. Tongmu maintained his bowing posture, merely tilting his head to glance over, fanning his hand with his thumb secured, beckoning Tamayo with his remaining fingers, all the while smiling. Here he? Why is he here? Lady Tamayo? Yashiro's white kimono was slashed with numerous gashes, stained with blood and ice crystals. It appeared as though he had been instantly cleaved into many pieces, his skin still in the process of healing. Blood trickling down all the way to his waist. Oh my, have you already recovered so quickly? I must have underestimated you. Yashiro, danger. Quickly. Blood demon art, withering garden, falling snow. Before Tamayo could finish her sentence, Tongmu's blood demon art had already enveloped Yashiro, who was standing much closer. The previous injuries had not fully healed, and this strike served as a successive blow, its destructive power far exceeding its original form. The 9 shards of ice struck with such swiftness that Yashiro had no time to evade, resulting in his head being cleaved apart and his body reduced to 9 segments. Chapter 68, Tamayo, Blood Enchantment, The Scent of Visual Dreams. With little time to ponder, Tamayo swiftly sliced her wrist, releasing a peculiar pattern enveloped in deep purple mist, extending towards Yashiro and Tongmu. Seizing the moment while the blood demon art activated, Tamayo hurried forward to piece Yashiro's body back together. Oh, that is an unfamiliar technique. Tongmu's laughter rendered Tamayo rigid. When she turned to look, the previously tall figure had vanished, surrounded by flowers and mist, leaves and patterns. One would expect to find the trace of Tamayo, yet his presence was utterly elusive, even his aura seemingly absent. Lady Tamayo, this fellow, something is amiss. He has appeared within the house without triggering my blood demon art. The frost cloud of my blood demon art manifested, crystalline white and ethereal, cascading into the space and intertwining with Tamayo's own techniques, creating a scene that might deceive an onlooker into believing it was a collaborative masterpiece. The ice breath. First form, ice intent dual slash. The blade, Yatsushiro, was unsheathed, its icy patterns spreading in a cerulean hue along the entire length. The gleam of the sword outpacing Tamayo's figure, appearing before them in an instant. Only then did Tamayo materialize behind them, casually waving his blade and turning back with a cheerful smile. Is there something new to discuss? Our first encounter ought to be more enchanting. In the blink of an eye, Tamayo's blood demon art was cleaved apart, and as she bent to protect Yashiro, a deep wound marred her back. The efficacy of the Nichiren blade was vividly apparent at that moment. Its scorching heat and frigid cold made even Tamayo break into a cold sweat. Lady Tamayo, at this moment, Yashiro's injuries had just begun to mend, his body barely restored. He turned to support Tamayo, his eyes initially wide with shock and concern, but as he looked upon Tamayo, they transformed into a blaze of fury. Hey, you scoundrel! He was poised to unleash his wrath upon Tamayo's familiar grin, but Tamayo restrained him, pressing his hand down. Tamayo's ability to effortlessly pierce through Yashiro's blood demon art and confront him unawares was a testament to his formidable prowess. What unsettled Tamayo most was the fleeting glimpse of words within Tamayo's eyes when she looked up. Indeed, there were words, though she could not discern their specifics, symbols that should exist solely among the 12 Kizuki. Steadying herself, she sat upright, facing this enigmatic figure from whom she sensed no aura. His smile was disarmingly gentle, almost standardized, as if mechanically perfected. In such a scenario, Tamayo dared not lower her guard. His demeanor clearly indicated he was there for her. Tentatively, she spoke, "Good evening, Mr. Tamayo. We acknowledge our transgressions, yet surely it does not warrant such extremes from you. What brings you here this time?" "Oh, you are indeed a gracious and virtuous lady. I happened to pass by and thought to take a moment's respite here, especially as the daylight approaches," he replied, maintaining his cheerful facade despite the murderous glare from Yashiro. He carefully sheathed Yatsushiro and produced an iron fan, seemingly prepared for an earnest conversation. Of course, this was under the assumption one could overlook his insincere flattery. "Then let us find a more suitable place to converse. This area is rather chaotic," he suggested. Tamayo pondered, redirecting the conversation while keeping a vigilant eye on Tamayo's every move. "Ah, certainly, but let us not stray from this courtyard. It appears the most tranquil spot nearby." "Of course, Yashiro, let us proceed." With Yashiro's assistance, Tamayo rose, with Tamayo trailing closely behind, merely 3 or 4 steps away. The previous wound had yet to fully heal, a situation Tamayo had never encountered before. The deep purple fabric was neatly severed, and part of her belt lay in tatters. Yashiro flushed at first, then instinctively raised his sleeve to conceal it. As they walked, Tamayo clutched his hand tightly, her brow furrowed, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity and unease. This place ought not to have been discovered. They had only recently arrived, and for years she had evaded Muzan without error, with Yashiro's blood demon art augmenting her. It seemed impossible for them to have been found. What had gone awry to allow this individual to arrive? The only recent anomaly was the physician they encountered a few days prior, yet he was undeniably human, accompanied by a human boy. Could it be that the matter of his desire to heal his friend had leaked, that the medicine fell into Muzan's hands? The drug's effect was singular, merely altering certain cellular structures, akin to transforming a demon into her current state. Her intention was to weaken her connection with Muzan before further researching the substance to turn him into a human. Muzan, being so cowardly and solely seeking physical continuation, would undoubtedly dismiss such a thing as poison, rendering it ineffective against him. He would scoff at the notion, hardly concerned with someone so insignificant. It was improbable that the person who provided the medication would trace back to her as well. Seated across from Tamayo, with Yashiro flanking her side, they braced themselves. Tea was, of course, available, though few demons favored it. Surprisingly, Tamayo was among the exceptions, adeptly lifting the tea, inhaling its aroma, and even savoring the flavor. Now it became evident that this smiling predator was none other than the current Upper Moon too. "Let us speak plainly. I cannot bear to deceive regarding matters of beauty. My task this time is to eliminate traitors among demons, Miss Tamayo, those who have slipped through the cracks." In response to Tamayo's grin, Yashiro's nails dug into his flesh. Yet he refrained from acting out of fear of Tamayo's power. Tamayo merely closed her eyes. She was uncertain how much truth lay within his words. If his claims held any validity, why was he still engaging in idle chatter with her? "However, upon meeting you, Miss Tamayo, I believe there may be some misunderstandings, no? Such an elegant and cultured beauty could hardly be deemed a despised outcast." His words flowed easily, accompanied by a melodious tone, yet the reality was stark. His iridescent eyes widened as they met hers, exuding an oppressive weight. Yashiro fared better, but Tamayo found herself overwhelmed, the taste of iron flooding her mouth. Having Muzan cells within her, she felt the impact more acutely. Lady Tamayo, may I inquire what your true intentions are? Would you indulge me in a candid discussion? This is a private dialogue, just between you and me, Tamayo." "Oh dear, such grand aspirations, transforming demons into humans, eradicating Lord Muzan, with such lofty goals. Why not attempt to stand in the sunlight?" As he gnawed on the flesh from his hand, he began to perceive the memories of this body through the merged cells, gradually unraveling the events and reasons behind it all, until finally, tears brimmed in his eyes. "Ah, what a pitiable life, how tragic. If only I had encountered you sooner. I could have led you to bliss and alleviated your suffering. Ah, Tamayo, dear child, come walk with me. This century of suffering is my fault for not finding you earlier." As Tamayo completed his consumption, the night was drawing to a close, and Yashiro remained impaled by ice spikes in the open ground. His hoarse cries intensified upon seeing Tamayo, the scent of blood driving him into a frenzy. His visage contorted in rage. I will kill you." Whether it was weeping, shouting, or a gut-wrenching scream, it was all there. Ho-ho indeed. "The sun is rising. I must take my leave. I wish you a beautiful day." And then, Only Yashiro's powerless and desperate howls remained. Chapter 69, Refuge. Tamayo reported back to Muzan, informing him that she had eliminated Tamayo. Muzan merely offered a perfunctory response before dismissing Tamayo. Her memories were intact. Yet this fellow's thoughts were consumed with the name Kisaki. This seemed to refer to the more talented child who had once accompanied him, who had long since perished. What was he rambling about? For Muzan, receiving news of Tamayo's demise was fortuitous, but he must not allow the clamor of his thoughts to scatter his focus. This naturally caused him to overlook the subtle changes within Tamayo, the fragmented memories becoming increasingly blurred, the voice dwindling to a mere whisper, and most importantly, the recollections of Tamayo's consumption, which Muzan had not witnessed. Miss Biwa, your efforts are much appreciated this time as well. There is no need for such formalities. During the 3 days of Tamayo's absence, Hiko found himself somewhat distracted, unable to concentrate on anything. It was unclear what precisely he was worried about, whether it was the fear of administering the wrong medication, concerns about the well-being of the person taking it, apprehensions regarding external judgment, or perhaps a resurgence of his internal condemnation. He pondered whether he should remain here to ascertain Tamayo's condition. Yet he also questioned if his continued presence might inconvenience her. After taking so long to summon the courage to return, could he truly leave once more and never dare to return again? Recalling the warm, hazy breath against his neck, an indelible sensation, he realized he might spend the rest of his days reminiscing about it. On the deep night of the 3rd day, Hiko remained awake, draped in his robe, gazing out at the courtyard. Beneath the moonlight, he repeatedly fiddled with the bracelet gifted by Tamayo. Suddenly, he sensed that familiar, distressing presence returning to his awareness. Just as he was about to rise, the faint fragrance of lotus reached him, tantalizingly close. Ah, so little Kiji truly has not yet succumbed to slumber? It is rather late, isn't it? Tamayo. Yes, I'm back. Due to the incline. Tamayo stood on the flat ground of the courtyard while Hiko was positioned on the wooden corridor of the house, allowing Tamayo to approach and nestle his head against Hiko's chest, embracing his waist. He truly missed him dearly, knowing full well that the other had no memories. Simply gazing into those eyes that reflected his own image enveloped him in a wave of tenderness, one that he could completely lose himself in. His little Kiji. So much had changed over the years. It seemed that even this detail was new. Previously, there was no gentle undertone, only indifference. What is this all about? Yet, he found himself utterly captivated. If only he could face only himself, perhaps that would indeed be the case. Was it the same for the Shinjuku tree? Was it the same for the Kikujuki? It seemed he truly did not know. Tamayo, in jest, took Hiko's hand and led him inside. Vividly recounting his experiences in Asakusa, the bustling city, the luminous nights, Hiko began to check Tamayo's pulse as soon as he started speaking, confirming several times that there had been no significant changes in Tamayo's condition. From his perspective, there had been no improvement. Yet this conversely indicated that the medication had not harmed Tamayo. Gradually, his heart settled, the worries of the past few days quietly dissipating, and likewise, the burdens that had kept him awake vanished, fatigue and drowsiness enveloping him swiftly. Kiji, are you very tired? Forgive me, I have been remiss. Haha, it's quite all right. If you are weary, rest is in order. There is no need to force yourself. I shall keep you company. Tamayo leaned closer, helping Hiko to settle comfortably, and then sat by him, waiting until he drifted into a deep slumber. He did not leave, extinguishing the candlelight before lying beside Hiko. If Hiko were to open his eyes, he would surely be astonished by the proximity. They lay face to face, Tamayo making no further movements, merely lying on his side. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon his cherished treasure, his little Kiji. At Tamayo's insistence, Hiko chose to stay, at least for the winter. There was no cost involved. The only semblance of obligation was to assist Tamayo in researching medicinal remedies and treating the congregation's ailments. Some fortunate souls had indeed been revived under Hiko's care, departing with heartfelt gratitude towards the divine, bringing greater renown to the Church of Eternal Bliss. Did they believe that Hiko had saved them? Not at all. They merely felt that Tamayo had interceded with the deities on their behalf, who had recognized their suffering and granted them blessings. Naturally, there was no thought of expressing gratitude towards Hiko. Hiko remained indifferent. Healing the sick and reviving the living was all that mattered. As winter reached its midpoint, the frequency of snowfall increased, as if the heavens were seizing the opportunity to unleash their pent-up, cold fury. Such weather seldom saw anyone venture outdoors. Even those coming to pay their respects would choose a different time, rendering winter a rare period of tranquility within the church. Amidst the howling wind and snow, visibility dwindled. A young woman, 17 or 18 years old, had lost her wooden clogs somewhere along the way. Her pale green kimono, while dignified, felt insubstantial. It was evident. Her left eye was bruised, her cheeks swollen, and visible welts marred her hands and feet. For a long time, She had been in a state of panic, scanning the mountainside until she spotted the sprawling estate below, which could only be described as a lifeline. If she did not seize this opportunity, she would be forced back to that horrifying place. No more. I cannot endure it any longer. At the very least, my child must not live in such an environment, nor be harmed by those two lunatics. I have finally escaped this far. I cannot return. She glanced down at the infant nestled in her arms. The baby's nose reddened from the cold, and her resolve solidified. This time it will be different. There must be hope. Hey, you wretched woman. Where do you think you're taking my child? The furious shouts of men echoed from the mountaintop behind her. It was no surprise they had arrived swiftly, nor was it unexpected that the woman had stumbled. The footprints in the snow were unmistakably clear. She dared not pause, ignoring the stiffness in her limbs and the fresh scrapes on her face and body as she ran toward the mountain's base. Please, save us. Save Inisuk. I beg you. I am truly at my wit's end. The woman finally reached the expansive courtyard she had glimpsed from a distance. Its grandeur exceeded her expectations, being the most magnificent estate she had ever beheld. She pleaded with the elderly gatekeeper and the servants who came to investigate. This was truly her only opportunity. A crowd gathered at the entrance, creating a commotion even in the snowy weather. What is happening over there? Hiko was being led by Tamayo through the main gate, supposedly to a yard dedicated to the collection of medicinal herbs, assisting Hiko in researching new prescriptions. Is someone seeking help? Is it to save Inisuk? That must be her child. Oh, hey, I knew it. Little Kiji, you are feeling compassionate again, aren't you? Don't worry, the church will treat them. Many come every year. I will not turn a blind eye. Chapter 70, Kodoha. What has transpired? Why such a sudden uproar? All hail the revered leader. Tamayo and Hiko approached along the corridor, halting behind the gathering crowd. The devout followers, upon encountering those closest to the divine, naturally displayed utmost humility, bowing their heads in reverence. You are the revered leader? Yes, indeed. I have heard your pleas. Let her stay for now. At the very least, we must heal her wounds. I cannot abide seeing this young lady in such a state. Thank you ever so much, revered leader. At your service, revered leader. Her breaths were rapid, and the metallic scent of blood was already palpable, causing Hiko to frown. The woman seeking assistance was still injured, and she had brought a child with her? By the sound of her breathing, it was indeed an infant, its vitality waning. As Tamayo intended to guide her back along the original path, he hesitated, his grip tightening momentarily, but ultimately continued with Tamayo. That very night, Hiko encountered the woman once more. With Tamayo's instructions, she had already been carefully tended to upon entering the church, at least having changed into warmer clothing, free from the icy remnants of fallen leaves and snow. Hiko first checked the woman's pulse, and with Tamayo's descriptions alongside his own observations, he assessed the extent of her external injuries. While preparing medication, he also summoned a maid to attend to the woman's needs. Overall, the internal injuries are somewhat more severe, while the external wounds appear to be significantly better. The eyes, however, are the most challenging to address. There is considerable hemorrhaging in your eyes, likely compressing the optic nerve, which may result in left-sided migraines and transient blindness in the near future. Do not panic. Take your medication punctually and ensure ample rest. Is that so? I understand now. Thank you. A note of gratitude resonated in the woman's voice, rare in her interactions with Dr. Yinhao. It is nothing of great concern. What about your child? I wish to ascertain his condition as well. Let me think. They mentioned taking Inisuk for a bath. When did they leave? I believe they should return soon. Shoju observed the woman, who was genuinely lost in thought, her eyes twitching slightly, a demeanor that belied her status as a mother. Even when Kikushige stood before him in the past, she would present a more composed facade. Then I shall wait a little longer. Haha, am I causing you trouble? The woman scratched her head, laughing lightly, her expression apologetic. It is of no consequence. This is my duty. Is that so? Such a noble philosophy. I mean, you are a fine physician, yet I do not even know your name. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude. My name is Amamiya Yinhao, merely an ordinary physician. Oh, thank you, Lord Amamiya. My name is Tsutsumi Konoha, and my child is Tsutsumi Inisuk. Konoha appeared somewhat frail and petite, yet her condition bore the weight of many old injuries. According to her own account, she was merely 18, still a young girl in Yinhao's eyes. Yet she had endured years of abuse from her husband's family, escaping to this place solely for the sake of her child. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to her as a young mother. She seemed somewhat dazed, instinctively trusting the physician who had just aided her, casually sharing her past experiences while Yinhao inquired about her wounds. When recounting her past suffering, her tone lacked bitterness, instead radiating a gentle warmth. Even as her tribulations left Shoju trembling with empathy. Hey, they truly lack humanity. She even went so far as to comfort Shoju in return. Her demeanor was tender and serene, exuding a maternal affection that proved surprisingly effective in soothing Shoju, who was but a young lad. When speaking of Inosuke, her tone brightened immensely. Despite her fatigue, she animatedly gestured, recounting every detail from Inosuke's birth to his yawns and babbling, her face aglow with happiness. Her smile as warm as the evening breeze. Yinhao could not see, yet he could feel, hear, and sense the joy emanating from her. Unbeknownst to him, thoughts of Kikushige flooded his mind. He knew she adored children, as did he. She had often shared her dreams of motherhood, envisioning how delightful her children would be, filled with laughter and play, and how she longed to be there for them. Kikushige, at such a tender age, still retained a childlike joy, yet in the end, she never attained the family happiness she so yearned for. Was I the one who delayed her? Did my existence rob her of the chance to lead a complete life? Unwelcome emotions began to stir within him, mocking his woeful existence and chastising him for his present despair. Lord Amamiya, are you well? Yinhao's complexion was indeed pallid. His fists clenched, knuckles whitening. After Shoju and Konoha expressed their concern, Shoju hastily checked on him. I am fine. Yinhao, momentarily roused from his reverie, steadied himself as a maid returned with Inosuke. He gathered his composure and approached the child for an examination. The child, still quite small and not yet a year old, possessed a striking beauty, markedly different from ordinary children. With glossy black hair, fair skin, and exceptionally large emerald green eyes, he was truly a sight to behold. Unfortunately, Yinhao could not see, nor detect the scent of blood. Shoju and the maid failed to notice any injuries. He merely felt around, gently pressing on several critical areas to ascertain that the child had no internal injuries. Upon confirming he was unharmed and preparing to withdraw his hand, he was unexpectedly halted. His words caught in his throat. Inosuke's condition is excellent. You may. Inosuke, surprisingly, grasped Yinhao's fingertips with his chubby little hand, squeezing tightly and giggling. The sensation was wondrous. Yinhao seldom encountered such a tiny child, whose soft flesh felt almost boneless and warm, leaving him momentarily astounded. Haha. It seems our Inosuke has taken a liking to Lord Amamiya, hasn't he? Inosuke? Konoha, noticing the commotion, clasped her hands to one side of her face, tilting her head with a smile. Even though the injuries were obscured, a sense of beauty still permeated the scene. Whether or not Inosuke truly understood, he lifted his other hand and waved, clutching even tighter, his laughter adorably infectious. Inosuke smiled, delightfully charming. This amusing tableau enveloped Shoju and the maid, who found themselves immersed in an extraordinary warmth. They were oblivious to the figure standing outside the door, quietly observing everything. Toma. His eyes narrowed slightly. Through the world, he could perceive all, yet he chose not to investigate further. His little Kiji was simply his little Kiji. Kiji, are you still in there? Remember our agreement to spar tonight? It must be nearly time. Is it the master? Of course, I shall be right there. Chapter 71, Farewell. The broken wooden sword was set aside, and under the moonlight, the courtyard returned to tranquility. It seemed the soft cushion had been brought from the room. Yinhao knelt upon it, tempering his movements to accommodate Toma's desire to lean against his legs. This was their wager, the price to be paid for the outcome of their earlier sparring match. Yinhao had nothing he wished to wager, and it was Toma who proposed this. Clearly, he had lost. Toma, with a playful smile, took Yinhao's hand and pressed it against his face, raising his hand to tug at the cloth covering Yinhao's eyes. He yearned to see his face, his expression, to witness his reflection within Yinhao's eyes. Nothing more. Does Kiji possess such a gentle, fluid nature? Allowing himself to act and frolic freely, he smiled in acceptance, even accommodating what seemed to be within him. Yet, he never displayed such evident tenderness. He merely unconsciously allowed all of himself to be embraced. After so many days of close companionship, Toma sensed a nuance in Yinhao's treatment of him, distinct from how he had interacted with Kikushige. A subtle difference, a delicate emotion that Toma had yet to recognize within himself. Yinhao trusted him implicitly. This was the only way he could describe it. Regardless of his being a demon or whether he consumed humans or even the disturbances he caused, Yinhao consistently chose to stand by Toma's side. Like countless times before, an invisible force and awareness compelled Yinhao to believe in him. Why would a person feel such profound trust for a stranger they had only recently met? In the past, Toma would not have cared for such matters. But after devouring Tamayo and absorbing her memories spanning centuries, he lamented their tragedy and became aware of the inherent absurdity. Even if he had already determined that this person was Kiji, it was irrational, as the other possessed no memories. Strictly speaking, they were merely recent acquaintances. And the other could not even see. Why? This was indeed peculiar. From his observations of Yinhao, this situation only occurred with him, further intensifying his curiosity. Lost in thought, Toma involuntarily lifted his hand, which held the moonlight, and caressed Yinhao's face, his fingers gently grazing. Objectively speaking, their current relationship renders such actions undeniably abrupt. Yet, Takedo remains unfazed. He is merely pondering. Just as I have recognized the essence of Shiki's soul, has Shiki also discerned my presence? Shiki, are you aware of your beauty? You surpass the enchanting glow of the moonlight and the resplendent lotuses that have flourished in the church for centuries. Such flattery is unnecessary for me. It would be more fitting for the future lady of the church, she replied. Oh, is that not appropriate? Yet, I truly believe so. With no change in demeanor, he maintained his calm and gentle disposition, a sly smile gracing his face like that of a fox. But the fox, keenly aware of the person upon whom he leans, felt a quickening of his heartbeat, unaware if the one embracing him had noticed. The ensuing days were reminiscent of several snowy ones. Though signs of clear skies were beginning to emerge, Hikari continued to express his concern for Kotoha and her child, diligently seeking updates on their condition each day. Under his care, the external wounds and bruises had significantly diminished, yet the state of her eyes remained unexpectedly unchanged. How are your eyes? Is there any difference today? They are fine. There is no pain, and my face isn't swollen anymore, she replied. I mean, can you see anything vaguely? Oh, not at all. Understood. I shall try other remedies for you. Oh, it's all right. This is already much better. I could never have imagined living so comfortably. I am immensely grateful to Lord Amamiya and the church leader. Kotoha, cradling Inosuke, gently swayed him while looking up at Hikari with a grateful smile. She had now regained her former appearance, with Inosuke's beauty clearly inherited from her. Her dark hair was simply tied at the back, complemented by her vibrant green eyes, adorned in a lilac-patterned kimono meticulously prepared by her attendant, topped with a long, light gray haori. This transformation illustrated the adage that attire can enhance one's appearance. Even the same person bore a striking contrast to her first arrival at the church. Judging by Takedo's demeanor, it seemed he intended to allow Kotoha to recuperate for a while longer, though what his plans would be thereafter remained uncertain. However, let us not dwell on others. He himself was meant to depart. His presence was sustained by additional reasons and excuses, which would all be stripped away when spring graced the earth, compelling him to leave once more. It was acceptable to continue adhering to his previous convictions, as well as to pursue his personal desires. When the autumn winds and falling leaves return, he would again have reasons to visit. He could not recall the last time he felt such tranquility. This winter felt as though he were ensnared in an hourglass flowing against the current, regressed a century into the past. The expansive courtyard once again bore the scent of the season, revived by the vibrancy of human presence. Thus, Takedo lingered in the courtyard, reluctant to depart. If he could, he wished to remain in this moment indefinitely. Hikari's tolerance rekindled within him the desire to transform the other into a demon, to keep him close forever and ever. Perhaps, in time, he might even recognize himself once more. Indeed, he wished to refrain from interfering with Shiki's new life. He had contemplated this from a distance. Yet now he considered, was not the other nearly solitary as well? Once Shitoku was dismissed, Shiki would once again belong solely to him. What should such thoughts be termed? Perhaps selfishness. He recalled reading that people's emotional responses had conveyed this notion to him. The so-called desire for just a little when nothing is possessed. Yet, upon attaining even a morsel, one yearns for it all. Moreover, that ultimate entirety had originally been his. He simply could not bear to suffer another loss. It was as straightforward as that. He was afraid. Lacking any doubts, he arrived at this conclusion through introspection and the assimilation of memories. Thus, on that early spring evening, while watching Hikari drift into slumber, he heard those words that rendered him momentarily speechless, his typically loquacious mind faltering. Takedo, I am grateful for your care over this period. It has been long enough. We must take our leave. Tomorrow, we will depart. Please take care of yourself, and I shall return to see you. Chapter 72, The Escape. This time, completely disregarding Hikari's feelings, he pressed him down onto the tatami mat before he could finish speaking. The thin white kimono was insubstantial, and the excessive force caused his shoulder blades to ache painfully. Initially, the shift in their positions prompted Hikari to call out Takedo's name in alarm, but the subsequent pain stifled his words. He was uncertain of Takedo's intentions, feeling the weight of his grip on his shoulder intensify. A prolonged silence enveloped them. The stillness almost eerie. Takedo? Well, Shiki has been staying for quite some time now. That was acceptable before, but what about now? Did you not promise to stay? Takedo fixed his gaze intently upon Hikari's eyes, wishing he could compel him to see and endure his scrutiny through sheer will. Why? I do not understand. Is being with me so unbearable? At such times, do not stray too far from those pitiful ants. I cannot accept it. Even Hikari's returned to him. Why must he leave again? I merely came to pay respects on behalf of my late wife. If I have caused you distress, then perhaps next time. Shiki could still fulfill your ideals of healing and saving others while remaining here. Could you not? Why must you leave? I once expressed my desire for you to stay here indefinitely. Why? Because I possess no legitimate reason whatsoever. I am burdened by the inheritances of the past. My presence here is solely a descent into indulgence for my own selfish desires. Every moment spent here entices and torments me. With Takedo by my side, I can sense his presence, and I find solace in it. I become entranced. Yet, likewise, every moment here resurrects fragmented, chaotic memories of fire and blood within my mind. I cannot discern what is real and what may be mere fabrications of my imagination. I exist within this realm, ensnared by it. Even this place, where I can experience a semblance of normalcy, is tainted by the very things that now bring me anguish. I cannot pinpoint when it began nor how to articulate it. I merely know that the burdens I carry encompass far more than my own life. I owe too many people too much, and I cannot repay them. I must bear their past wishes to atone for my faults. Eternal bliss and Takedo, they can only be indulgences of my most desperate cravings. I cannot allow it to persist for a lifetime, nor can I forget all that has come before for a mere fleeting desire. Takedo eventually released Hikari but remained atop him, rendering him immobile. At such close proximity, he could distinctly perceive the fragrant essence emanating from beneath him. Hear and see the rhythm of Hikari's pulse and the flow of his blood. If I were to bite here, it would surely be delectable. Takedo had pondered this many times over the past century, yet had never acted upon it. For Shiki, he could endure, even if it contradicted his very nature. Should he transform him into a demon now? To become an eternal being, much like himself? If he were to infuse his blood into him, with Shiki's innate talents? It must surely be possible, right? Shiki, yes? Do you wish to become a demon? Just like me? Raising himself up, Douma gently played with Hikihiro's hair, a smile gracing his lips as he began to speak. He did not wish to take liberties. This was Shuki, different from others, and it required Shuki's own consent. With an eternal lifespan, Shuki could heal many, and he would have more time to spend with me. Although there were minor issues, his body would improve, and his eyes would once again behold the world, allowing him to witness all the colors anew. Yet, I too cannot linger in the sunlight, reclining without changing his position. Hikihiro calmly replied, causing Douma to falter in his speech. But, Douma hesitated. I never impose my lifespan on anyone. As for the eyes, it matters not. Indeed, it is a pity that I have yet to see you. Having lingered in the void for too long, the 18 years have drained Hikihiro's hope for light. Yet, this was the punishment he deserved, a consequence for his 10 years of filial disobedience, for failing even the simplest requests of his parents. Douma, do you like the day? Yes, I need to go there, to fulfill my master's wishes. I believe you can return to the light. I wish to heal you. Douma was momentarily taken aback, astonishment filling his beautiful eyes. Shuki truly desires to help him overcome the sunlight? So Douma, do you comprehend my meaning? I am unworthy of such eternal life. A person like me has truly failed. Ah, I understand. Then go, but remember, you must return. In the end, Douma acquiesced, for this was the new Shuki, the reincarnation of Amamiya Hikihiro, not Amamiya Ki. He would not impose or demand. For how could he ever be cruel to his beloved Shuki? He would certainly support him wholeheartedly. Lying on Hikihiro's tatami, he refused to rise, ultimately spending the night nestled beside him. As dawn's light streamed in, Douma smiled as he bid farewell to Hikihiro and Shujin as they left the church. Hikihiro mentioned that they would meet again in a year. Chapter 73, The Escape. Hikihiro attempted to seek out Tamayo once more, but upon his return, he discovered through inquiries that this extraordinary physician had long departed. Perhaps she had chosen a path similar to his, wandering as a doctor. Or perhaps she sought to further her research. Hikihiro mused. Thus, he resumed his previous pattern, traversing many villages and towns, some impoverished and backward, others flourishing and prosperous. A dichotomy difficult to fathom within a single nation. He treated their ailments, extending kindness to all, regardless of their wealth or disbelief. His fees were minimal in the cities. And in the villages, he even offered his services pro bono. His prescriptions, far from mere haphazard suggestions, proved effective and practical. As he journeyed, word of his story, a tale of a compassionate blind doctor, began to spread. Among the populace, some voices praised him while others disparaged. Yet, Hikihiro remained indifferent. He continued to seek information about demons and the elusive blue higanbana flower. The results, however, were less than satisfactory. People feared demons, and when mentioned, they became evasive and silent, unwilling to connect symptoms to the supernatural, let alone find another Tamayo to study demons in depth. Hikihiro, unable to see, remained uninformed about the exact appearance of the blue higanbana flower from Douma's descriptions. Its name suggested it was a unique variety. Yet how could a higanbana be blue? This straightforward inquiry seemed utterly unattainable. Hikihiro had been researching plants diligently, collecting any unique herbs he encountered along the way, subsequently refining his medicinal formulations. In just 6 months, he had compiled no fewer than 80 prescriptions. He merely wished for a little more, just a tad more opportunity. Ah, the special herbs. An elderly voice trembled, filled with intermittent meaning, his murky eyes clouded with confusion. Yes. Do you recall anything else about them? Hikihiro inquired while checking the elder's pulse. A customary question directed mostly at the elderly, whose life experiences often bore greater insight. Spleen yang deficiency, qi, and blood. The elder remained silent for an eternity. And just as Hikihiro began to speak of his diagnosis, the elder interrupted him. I remember a flower, quite special. A blue flower. I doubt many have seen it. As the haze began to lift, the elder's memory sharpened, revealing a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, his frail body seeming poised to fracture with the effort. It's an herb, right? Like dragon claws, or so I've heard. Yes. Where can it be found? Do you remember? I think. At the foot of Tohei Mountain. No, on the ridge. Ah, yes. To the mountain. The elder's ramblings grew incoherent, the confusion tightening its grip. Thank you immensely for your information. I understand. Hikihiro left a prescription for the elder's family to improve their condition before departing with Shujin. Since there was a new possibility, it warranted exploration. The mountain was not far. Leaves unfurled, white blossoms adorned with a delicate fragrance, and yellow stamens opened like butterflies in delight. The gentle waves danced, caressed by the wind, and in a few years, the white petals would blossom anew, drawing admiration. Indeed, autumn had arrived, and the lotus had bloomed. Douma awaited his Shuki, as if he had returned to the past, and the one he longed for would come back. Yet this time, something felt amiss, a sight visible only to him. Those small, superfluous details, should they exist in his mind? But these did not impede Hikihiro in any way, so perhaps it was nothing to concern himself with. Just as Hikihiro was diagnosing the mother and child, Douma had been half reclining behind them, watching intently. After Hikihiro played with Inosuke for a while, and the mother and child returned to their room, Douma finally spoke. Hey, Shuki, have you ever checked your own pulse? Why do you ask? The question seemed illogical. Yet it was a typical exchange between them. Douma felt as if he had an endless array of inquiries. He could sense Hikihiro's gaze fixed upon him. Occasionally, don't look at me like that. Do you feel any discomfort lately? Not at all. Everything is well. Why do you suddenly ask today? Though Hikihiro's eyes lacked luster, his face still conveyed emotion. Presently, he expressed his confusion. Douma did not press further. Since Hikihiro had spoken, he would observe him closely. If it became necessary, he would contemplate other means. With Hikihiro present, the congregation had far less time to see their revered leader. Fortunately, as deep autumn set in, with frost and light snow obstructing their activities, the operations of the church might have faltered otherwise. This indirectly meant that Douma had more time to accompany Hikihiro. With fewer people around, yet he experienced no adverse effects. His cravings for flesh and blood had noticeably diminished. Was this a positive change? It seemed unimportant. What mattered was being able to accompany Shuki whenever he wished. He watched over Hikihiro constantly, making this winter a time of inseparable companionship. That little one had not changed. Surely he posed no harm? In reality, it was so, yet a sense of unease lingered in his consciousness. It was not until the eve of Hikihiro's departure that they sat across from each other, sipping drinks, as if caught in a dream, time having stood still. On this night, Douma was engulfed by an intense sense of unease. Whether it stemmed from his concern for Hikari's health over the past few days, or some other unseen force remained unclear, yet it birthed within him an unusual emotional turmoil. He had attempted to persuade Hikari to concoct some medicine for him, but Hikari dismissed the idea, deeming it too ostentatious. If his condition truly deteriorated, he could simply seek medical attention in the city come spring. Alcohol bore little effect on demons, yet it wielded considerable influence over humans. Perhaps it was the impending departure that sparked within him a longing for prolonged separation from this ever-smiling companion. Unbeknownst to him, Hikari consumed more than usual. His thoughts swirling chaotically, his consciousness blurring. His current state could genuinely be described as a voluntary descent into a lawless abyss. He found himself speaking more than usual, even jesting, a rarity for Hikari. As they returned to the bedroom to rest, it was already midnight. This time, Douma allowed himself to shed his outer kimono. Hikari merely lifted his hands in compliance, showing no resistance or particular demands. His mind was muddled, and he felt no aversion to Douma's actions. This was a person who stirred his innermost desires, a uniquely chosen individual. When Douma pressed Hikari beneath him once more, Hikari's expression remained dazed. Xiaoji, please don't leave this time. Really don't go. This time is different, Xiaoji. Will you stay? You're being ridiculous. No. Listen to me, Xiaoji. This time is different. Your health isn't good. Despite the emphasis in his tone, Douma could still discern Hikari's indifferent demeanor. After several repetitions, Doma's emotions began to escalate. At least more than usual. Get up, I want to sleep. Tomorrow we have to perhaps disturbed by the noise? This was unverifiable, but Hikari uttered these words, even attempting to push Douma away. Are you even listening to me? Though he typically enjoyed Hikari's closeness, he felt genuine anger at this moment. Why did the other party remain so nonchalant? Was his reminder not clear enough? Or did Hikari simply not believe him? There is something? Douma. Hikari merely muttered vaguely, his body still pressing against Douma, attempting to push him away. Xiaoji, perhaps frustrated after several unsuccessful attempts, Hikari suddenly exerted force. One hand gripping Douma's shoulder while the other clutched his waist. In an instant of unexpected pain in his abdomen, Douma found himself pinned beneath Hikari. Their positions reversed on the floor, separated only by a blanket. Douma, you're pressed against me, did you know that? It was the first time he was controlled in such an aggressive manner. Usually, he would simply nuzzle closer to Douma, though not in this position. His right wrist was clasped near his ear, the intoxicating scent tantalizingly close. Hikari's unbound dark hair cascaded down, brushing against his face. The aroma of alcohol lingered, and any subsequent actions were likely mere instinctive reactions from Hikari. The distance between them diminished, until Hikari leaned in, his warm breath igniting a flush on Douma's ear. Yet there was a shift in their actions. Xiaoji. As Hikari's touch elicited a muffled moan, Douma was rendered speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. His body taut and immobile. The corners of his eyes flushed with an unprecedented crimson hue, his left wrist stifling his mouth to suppress the flood of incoherent words. His gaze held an unfamiliar haze, glistening with unshed tears. After a prolonged silence, neither moved further, their hearts pounding in unison within their chests. What am I doing? What have I done to Douma? Clarity pierced through the fog of his mind, and he stumbled to rise, leaning against the door, feeling as if something within him had shattered. Chapter 74, Betrayal. As his fingers grazed a sticky surface, Hikari was forcibly pulled from his chaotic descent into reality. He could scarcely fathom the scene before him, unable to believe he had engaged in such actions. What was this feeling? The most immediate and visceral sensation that jolted him back to reality was that of guilt. This emotion surged within him, overwhelming him to the point of collapse, his face pale as he gasped for breath. Despite an abundance of fresh air filling his lungs, he felt suffocated, as if he might faint. Had he truly committed such a sordid act? Against the very person who was etched indelibly into his heart. When did it begin? His life had spiraled beyond his control, with every step he took and even the scenery along the way seemingly preordained. The world he inhabited had always felt incomplete, as if his flaws had tarnished an otherwise happy family. It was his fault that he could not restore the newfound life he had once been given. Nor could he hold on to the fading beauty that seemed just within reach. He faced unimaginable trials, shouldering burdens that were never his to bear, and thus, he had become solemn and reticent at a tender age. He encountered both darkness and deceit, willingly or unwillingly, far more than he should have. Consequently, he became withdrawn, masking his inner guilt and numbness with a facade of composure. Indeed, he felt remorse and guilt towards his parents, towards his mentor's family, towards Shoju, and towards the patients he could not help. Perhaps it was during that moment when flames illuminated the night, in the final flicker of his sight. From then on, he was accompanied not only by a void, but also by a thorn of guilt. The sharp prickles embedded in his skin and marrow constrained him entirely, occasionally surfacing to reveal flowers of gentle hues. Yet, the nourishment for these blossoms required the thorns to delve deeper into his heart. Once the thorns took root, they could not be easily uprooted. It was as if his life had unconsciously circumscribed itself, making escape improbable. Had everything ended here, with no further variables, he could have followed the path laid by the thorns, traversing a life of numbness and tranquility. He would heed his mentor's words, marry Kikuchiji, and have his own children. Yet, as the saying goes, life is unpredictable. He felt the passage of time, sensing the thorns that once governed his existence no longer grew forward, one by one. They departed from his world, and he could not retain a single one. This rendered his future devoid of direction and meaning. He was consumed by an abyss of despair, shadows reaching out to reclaim him. This sensation was easily articulated, like rice slowly devoured by weevils, leaving only the empty husk behind. His heart felt perpetually hollow, with no one allowed to enter, as if destined from birth to remain unfulfilled, unable to mend or alter his fate. Reflecting on the years he had traversed, it seemed that none held any significance. He had only perpetually erred, continually harming those around him. Ironically, he found himself clinging to the thorns for survival, ensnared in a minuscule realm, burdened by the directive to fulfill the thorn's will. He could not even recall when he had lost the ability to choose for himself. What cracked his numbness open were the fresh scents of lotus blossoms. At 22, when he first met Douma, that church, the fragrance, that voice, felt inexplicably familiar. It even allowed him to perceive Douma's presence within a certain range, as if some invisible force had drawn them together. This invisible support became a tether, infiltrating the crevices and occupying more space in the desolate land, quietly uplifting him, preventing him from shattering completely in the darkness, losing the chance to meet again. The tether transformed into a faint white vine, compelling him to halt whenever he contemplated relinquishing everything. Yet, this white vine could not untangle the thorny shackles. It could only steer him away from darkness with its frail strength, inevitably dragging him into the abyss of unacknowledged desires. He ceased to struggle. Or perhaps he had never truly fought, for he had already embraced all the blame upon himself. Resistance? Initially, he was unaware of the need to resist, and later, he lost the consciousness of such a need. In his childhood, he lacked complete awareness. In his maturity, he found himself devoid of the capacity and position to resist. His life was saved by them, his sustenance provided by them. What could he possibly use to defy them? To utter harsh words to the kind family that took him in would be an act of ingratitude, not to mention their care for him. The more he encountered the world, the more he comprehended the societal norms and moral standards. He had mastered this knowledge and adopted it as his moral compass, governing his own conduct. After the death of Yoshiko, he should have realized he ought not to return. From the very beginning, he should have embraced his fate without prolonging his existence, choosing instead to perish once the sacred tree was settled, rather than indulging his selfish desires. That night's events were left unresolved, and when dawn arrived, neither of them mentioned it again. Yinhao went about his usual tasks and departed as scheduled. Observing Yinhao's hurried and flustered figure, akin to one fleeing, Tongmao's smile never waned. The remnants of the night remained unaddressed as he buried himself beneath the covers, which still bore Yinhao's scent, entwined with his own. His worries lingered, but his morning entreaties yielded no results, prompting him to leave a trace of blood magic on Yinhao, ensuring he could discern the latter's whereabouts should anything occur. Armed with shy's memories, he assured himself he had ample time to devise a plan for Yinhao before his next return. In contemplative thought, he recalled the fleeting white light that had danced before him the previous night, a blush creeping from his cheeks to his ears. He was, of course, aware of what it entailed. He had witnessed it countless times, yet his own experiences were exceedingly rare. When he was still human, he had no familiarity with such matters, unable to fathom the reasons behind them. His visits had been infrequent and lacking in finesse, leaving him with an uncomfortable feeling. Even after his transformation, his body felt fatigue. Yet he was no longer bound to rest daily. He could better command his own form, rendering such experiences obsolete. Shouldn't his time be devoted to the salvation of others? Yet, the sensations from last night were undeniably, profoundly different. Why was that? Was it because the other was Shiki? Or perhaps because the other was a doctor, possessing a deeper understanding of these matters than he? He could not articulate it. He merely found it difficult to forget, and even now, the mere recollection left him in a state of disarray. By his understanding, in terms of human emotions, did this not signify something special for him regarding Shiki, akin to the bond between husband and wife? Or perhaps that of a courtesan and her patron? He could not discern, yet he reveled in the transformation of their relationship. To Shiki, he was undoubtedly special now, and that sufficed. Chapter 75, On the Heart's Door. Perhaps it is human nature to revere death without regrets, for only at such a juncture can one truly discern their heart and articulate the words long concealed. Tongmao, I confess I wish to remain. I desire did we meet in a past life? I cannot recall. I dare say to you, I love you. The absence of Yinhao rendered life almost a mirror of the past century, ordered yet devoid of excitement. If one were to speak of differences, it could only be attributed to the presence of Kodoha and her child. Initially, Tongmao harbored a poor impression of the duo. One was a boisterous child, the other a mundane woman, primarily because they encroached upon his time with Yinhao. These cumulative factors led to his profound dislike for them. However, when Yinhao was away, observing the two pass by occasionally seemed less bothersome. In fact, he even sensed a semblance of the tranquility Shiki and Yinhao provided him within Kodoha, a rare serenity amidst the clamor of the church. Kodoha possessed a beautiful singing voice and willingly sang to Inosuke. While lacking profound technique, her voice was soft and comforting. Over the past 2 years, Inosuke was nearing 3 and could babble along with her melodies. During this time, Tongmao maintained the image of a benevolent leader, showing concern when encountering them at the church, occasionally pausing in the courtyard to listen to her sing a few lines. It was rather pleasant, after all, as this dwelling held memories of Yinhao. Whenever Yinhao came to check on Kodoha and her child, or to visit, Tongmao would accompany him. Watching the child bounce before him, occasionally curious enough to tug at his hair, reminded Tongmao of a recent visit. The conversation had inexplicably shifted to Yinhao, discussing his hopes or something similar. Children's names? I shall not have any. Has Lord Amamiya never considered this? And you are still quite young. Anything is possible. Perhaps I have entertained the thought. Feeling Inasuk sway in his embrace, pulling his hand straight and bending it again, he paused before continuing. My late wife adored children. She preferred having a daughter. If I had a daughter, her name would be Yumi, derived from beauty and grace. Oh, what a lovely name. And if you had a son? Akihikari, a new beginning, heralding brightness and a promising future. Within Kotoha's gentle singing, Tongmao suddenly realized that this woman had lingered at the church longer than any other, initially regarded as sustenance. None had lived as long as she. It was peculiar. Was it her somewhat sluggish reactions, her beauty, or something else entirely? No answers emerged. Perhaps it was best to maintain this precedent. Eliminating her might complicate explanations to Shiki. Such a calm and steady melody was indeed pleasant to hear. In the summer of the following year, after the rain, the cicadas sang in chorus, and a cool breeze wafted through. Yet at that moment, Tongmao encountered an unexpected individual, Shutsubaki. It was Shutsubaki, and only Shutsubaki. He returned with a package containing new locations for 20 varieties of herbs and potential recipes. He revealed that Yinhao's health had begun to deteriorate shortly after leaving the church, suffering from frequent headaches and a waning appetite. By the time of his departure, Yinhao was prone to fainting spells, his physique growing frail. The illness had manifested rapidly. Initially, while they were active in the town, there were no signs of abnormality. But upon reaching some remote mountains, the condition worsened abruptly. Shutsubaki had urged him to seek medical attention in the city, yet for reasons unknown. Yinhao remained adamant in his resistance, claiming he understood his limits, his emotions becoming more volatile than usual, even lashing out in anger, much to Shutsubaki's astonishment. These items are what my master asked me to convey to you. It must have been arduous for you to return. But why did you come back without Yinhao? Given his grave condition, did you truly leave him behind? In response to Tongmao's inquiry, Shutsubaki bit his lip, then bowed deeply from his kneeling position. I am deeply sorry, master. My mentor said I am no longer young and should not remain perpetually in his shadow, squandering my talents. He arranged for me to take on new work through an intermediary, stating he would explain further once I completed my trial period. I am reluctant to depart. Yet he insists that I cannot accompany him for a lifetime. I must eventually establish a family and a career. He promises to patiently await my return in that village. But without my master, I feel adrift. Tongmao attentively absorbs what seems to be an explanation, yet a sense of suffocation lingers within him. He maintains a warm smile as he bids farewell, but once the other has departed, the icy shards of his demeanor scatter into the surroundings, and his expression shifts to one of stoicism. Were it not for his affiliation with Yinhao, he would have already met a grim fate upon returning alone. It is imperative that he finds Yinhao without delay. The blood demon technique he imparted to Yinhao remains intact, indicating that he has not been attacked and is not in immediate danger. However, this does not ascertain whether Yinhao is suffering from internal turmoil. Even if he were, the distance renders any sensing impossible. The suddenness of these events leaves Tongmao with no time to react. If his afflictions are indeed born from his mind, it is profoundly unjust. Merely a year has passed, far shorter than his predictions had suggested. Casa, ensure the church matters are settled. I must take my leave for a while. Understood, my lord. With a command left in the darkness, Tongmao's figure dissipates from the room. I no longer wish to burden others. Since I cannot diagnose the ailment plaguing me, I shall not trouble anyone further or struggle against it. I have become a person undeserving of such time, and thus I will no longer squander it. I dismissed Shoju and set off alone with some provisions. This period has been unbearable. The headaches grow more frequent. At times I feel as though my brain might burst forth from my eyes. I drift in and out of time, occasionally succumbing to slumber, while at other times, the pain keeps me wide awake through the night. This is a malady I have never encountered, or perhaps I have, but the descriptions from those I failed to save pale in comparison to my current experience. With the aid of my cane, I traverse a long distance along the path, until I eventually succumb to unconsciousness once more. When I awaken, I find myself still in that place, unnoticed by anyone. My senses are deteriorating, gradually being stripped away, as if my own body has relinquished control over them. I am oblivious to temperature, unaware of when I have awakened. I continue along the path, arriving at the foot of an unfamiliar mountain where the fragrance of the trees surpasses that of any other place. Following the trail, I unexpectedly discover steps and proceed onward. However, I do not complete the ascent. I lack the strength, my body trembles, and I can no longer command it. A dull ache intertwines with piercing pains, crashing within my mind, and when they surge once more, I collapse amidst the nearby thicket. Chapter 76, Beneath the Heart. At this moment, I have entered a state of complete dissociation. What is it like? My body is engulfed in pain, to the extent that I can no longer rise. Nor can I think clearly. The authentic sounds of the external world fade away, leaving only a flickering hum. Yet, my spirit is remarkably vibrant. It feels as though, if I so desire, I could sit upright and even take a few steps. It is an extraordinary sensation, akin to relinquishing my corporeal form, liberating myself from it. My consciousness suddenly extricates itself from the chaos, yet tears cascade unbidden, entirely unconscious, entirely uncontrollable, as if this body emits a final, faint lament for my departure. Suddenly, all pain dissipates. After 20 years, I can see once more. However, the scenery before me is unequivocally not of this place. It is an elegantly simple room, both familiar and foreign. Familiar in its structure, akin to the place I temporarily reside within the church, yet foreign in the self that inhabits it. An instinctual judgment convinces me that this person is indeed myself, despite having not seen my own reflection since the age of 10. This self appears youthful. Perhaps 17 or 18, I cannot be certain. I observe him, whether reading or training, surrounded by an ambience that feels ancient, as if it hails from centuries past. There are moments of blur, followed by segments that connect, reminiscent of someone's memories, akin to my first encounter with that screen. Whose memories are these? Are they mine? I glimpse Tong Mao within them. I recognize him, despite never having met. The impression he leaves is indelible. In a daze, I witness everything, yet remember nothing. As if someone's life rushes past me like clouds drifting through the mountains, scattering without a trace. If that indeed is my past self, did I not encounter Tong Mao long ago? Long enough to transcend a century through the changing landscape? Indeed, at that time, my younger self held Tong Mao in high regard. Back then, he was something special. I was willing to wager my very life for him. G was my original name. I smile, a long-awaited, heartfelt smile. Perhaps humanity venerates death without regrets. It is only at such a moment that one can perceive the true nature of their heart, to articulate the sentiments long buried within. Tong Mao, I confess I wish to remain, having desired it from the very first moment. I wish. I recall Tong Mao's words, his repeated entreaties. We must have met in our past lives, my little lord, yet I cannot remember. Memories of fleeting moments surge forth, and my tears brim with emotion. Perhaps in the past, G was unaware, and I too was blind, but now I dare to tell you, I love you. I am sorry, I am sorry. The sounds of birds and insects in the forest completely drown out my voice. Beneath the sunlight, under the cherry trees, vibrant life rightfully enjoys warmth and light, the beauty of existence intoxicating to the senses. Such vibrant brilliance effortlessly masks the silence of individual demise. As the song of life echoes, dissipating a solitary soul's final apologies and affections, a radiant light envelopes me once more, and I lose consciousness again. The pain is gone, not a trace remains. Now, Tong Mao laments why he did not amplify the blood demon technique's effect at that time, so he would not be left with only a vague sense of direction. Why did he allow the other to depart in a moment of weakness? Why did he not compel Lin to accompany him? The sun's constraints upon him are indeed formidable. If I could have traveled directly toward the source of the blood demon's aura, the bustling streets and lively crowds would have posed a disadvantage, forcing me to navigate many mountains instead. In every moment I was able to act, Tong Mao endeavored to draw closer to that direction. He dared not gamble. 3 days, 3 complete days, finally bring him near the source of the aura, a secluded, deep mountain adorned with expansive cherry blossom trees. He can sense Yin Hao. Though the essence is faint in every regard, this place is far too distant from the church. It took him 3 days at this pace. What of the shoju? How long did he sway before arriving? Cumulatively, has it been 10 days? A month? What has befallen my little G? Who can say? How could one on the brink of sensory loss detect such a distinctive fragrance? Because that scent has accompanied him for most of his life. It is the aroma of cherry blossoms. A solitary figure collapses beside a copse of cherry trees, their skin pale and wan. Impossible, are you jesting with me? Delicate pink and white petals drift down, like a butterfly devoid of strength, swaying gently before finally resting upon the fallen figure. The gray hat has long since departed from its owner, now adorned with numerous pink petals, gray-blue garments, and a black overcoat. Clothes that once fit snugly now hang loosely. Tong Mao approaches, illuminated by the moonlight, to find him pale, emaciated, lifeless. It has truly only been a year, yet the once insignificant thing has morphed into a grotesque form, infiltrating cerebral tissue, compressing delicate blood vessels, and even causing localized necrosis. Around it, a dark crimson hue prevails, likely a result of trauma, as the already thin arterial walls succumb to overwhelming pressure. He dares not acknowledge it, nor envision the horror he has witnessed. He cannot accept this stark reality laid bare before him. The figure before him, devoid of warmth and as cold as himself, is G, who had recently been vibrantly alive in his presence. The tenderness shared over this time had nearly allowed him to forget the suffocating feeling he experienced at Ji's departure, for his little Ji had returned. But now, he encounters only the frigid and rigid touch, devoid of any chance of redemption. Once more, he kneels and lifts Yanhua's lifeless body. As he raises his hand, he glimpses the prayer beads tucked within his sleeve, and the dark purple-red bruises encircling his arms sting the eyes. Tears, which had yet to fully comprehend the situation, cascade down like relentless raindrops upon Yanhua's form. Oh, his little Ji has departed, for he did not exert enough effort to retain him. And once again he has left. How foolish he had been, how utterly foolish. There had been countless opportunities, all for the sake of so-called respect. For fear that Wu-san would discover Ji's existence and control him, he had refrained from transforming Ji into a ghost, believing that merely accompanying him through the natural cycle of life and death was sufficient. It was not sufficient. There should have been many more years ahead. Why, oh why, must such a disease exist? What right does it have to take his Ji? He should have turned him into a ghost. Why did he alter his thoughts? What is he doing? He should have confined him, kept him close. Ji, please, will you look at me? Just once. How could he have made the same mistake twice? What on earth is he doing? Beneath the cherry blossom tree, his sobs persisted until dawn. On this most beautiful and romantic moonlit night, he finds himself utterly alone. Ji has transformed in his heart from a mere object of observation to one of curiosity, and ultimately to that of nostalgia and longing. Upon re-encountering him, upon meeting that tranquil and steady soul once more, his emotions are fully stirred by that singular individual. Perhaps he still lacks true feelings. He does not comprehend what that entails. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of emotion. It may be akin to the delicate fragrance of a white lotus soothing a fragmented soul, with time as sedimentation. Whether it be the sweetness of longing or the refreshing scent of herbs, it will fill the endless void of his heart, cloaked in darkness. Chapter 77. Despair. Tong Yamo attempted to infuse his blood into Yanhua's body. Could this elixir of near immortality revive the one cradled in his arms? Could it heal even the gravest of wounds? Initially, it seeped from his wrist, little by little, yet no effect was visible. The blood remained still and lifeless, devoid of even the slightest ripple. The droplets morphed into a stream, which widened, twisting into many strands until it nearly forcibly burst through the hardened passage. It flowed into the heart, into the brain, through the limbs and sinews, eventually breaching the exterior body, seeping from the mouth and nose, the fingertips changing color, the body swelling slightly. His blood, mingled with now cold plasma, spread across the ground, causing the green grass to tremble and the pink petals to shudder in horror. Indeed, the blood vessels ruptured or burst, the viscera painted in crimson, some rigidly frozen in place, their shapes merely discernible. There was not a trace of self-healing, not even the slightest semblance of it. His little Ji was beyond saving. This undeniable reality, devoid of escape, struck Tong Mo's psyche with the force of death itself. He possessed medical knowledge. He could see through it all, watching helplessly as his blood struggled, witnessing it attempt to pull at this body. He observed as the body offered no response, allowing the efforts to go in vain. It was akin to his desperate pleas. There would be no reaction. He could not see, and if he were to call out as he usually did, Ji would surely laugh and dismiss it as nonsense. Now, that laughter would not be heard. A month later, Tong Mo returned to the church, informing Shuju of his master's fate and sending him away. If he were to linger even a moment longer, he might find himself facing dire consequences. He had always understood better than anyone that without mutual benefit, there could be no lasting cooperation or peace. He had witnessed too much of humanity's wickedness. He comprehended Shuju's actions, whether initiated by him or forced. He felt a peculiar novelty in the fact that this child had remained with Yanhua for so many years. He merely sought another path. There was no fault in that. And he should not cast blame upon himself. Moreover, he was not someone whom Yanhua wished to see perish. Yet, he could not control his emotions. After berating himself, he began to resent the individual who had once been closest to his little Ji. Had this been the first departure, he would have unhesitatingly transformed Shuju into a ghost, to remain like Lin and Xia, for he lacked the strength. Those who had interacted with Ji, who, through various circumstances, returned here. He wished to believe it was Ji's desire for him to serve as a lotus flower, providing companionship and support. But this was not the first farewell. This time, he had the ability to change it, and he relinquished it willingly. Thus he no longer wished to encounter those who reminded him of his pain. What of Chinya? Miss Chinya was presently in the western courtyard with Inisuk. Have her meet me after sunset. Yes. Today, Chinya wore a daffodil-patterned yukata in a ginger hue. Her hair styled up with wooden hairpins. Such attire certainly provided some relief in the summer heat. Ah, the esteemed master has returned. I wonder how Lord Amamiya is faring. Shall we visit him tonight? Inosuk is wonderful. Come this way. Hearing the maid's words, Chinya was momentarily distracted from her thoughts when she saw Inosuk complete his painting. Raising his hand and running towards her with a smile. I've noted it down. I'll be sure to go. After the maid presented the pastries, she bowed and withdrew. After dinner, Chinya set off towards the side hall of the church, the designated meeting place with Tong Yamo. At this time, there remained a while before the sun would fully set, the sky adorned with hues of blue, purple, orange, and yellow, as if they were discreetly intertwining beneath the clouds. Hand in hand, attempting to chase the sun and surprise it. As she walked, she quietly pondered the greeting she would offer. To her eyes, Tong Yamo was a person of great kindness and respect, one who held power yet did not disdain the impoverished, often accepting homeless women. Such a leader was indeed a rare find in the records of this church. Lost in thought, she approached the corner of the main hall, where there were rooms, and within, a faint metallic scent of blood lingered. Initially, she passed by, but then she heard a peculiar sound, almost like a woman weeping. Pausing to listen, she discerned that the sound came from the room she had just passed. Is anyone inside? Tentatively, she called out, stepping closer to the door to inquire softly. There was no response from within, yet the weeping grew more pronounced before abruptly ceasing. This struck Chinya as odd. Had something occurred? But in this church, it should be quite safe. Inside, miss. May I ask if something has happened? Oh, help. This time, the response was louder, accompanied by the sound of something colliding. Miss, you. Upon confirming, Chinya rushed forward to push the door open. The door was merely ajar, unlatched. Yet in the fleeting moments when Chinya raised her hand to push it open, a spatter of blood fell upon the threshold, with a small portion even adhering to her kimono. This sight startled her, causing her to shudder and emit a short gasp. Before her lay the lifeless body of a woman, dressed in a white kimono, grotesquely severed from the rest of her form. The crimson liquid spread out, as if attempting to crawl forth and grasp at Chinya's ankles, denying her any chance of escape, summoning the true architect of this horror to find her swiftly. Oh, it seems Chinya has arrived a tad earlier than I anticipated. The overwhelming visual assault rendered Chinya nauseous, a wave of vertigo threatening to topple her, forcing her to tremble and crouch against the doorframe. Amidst the blood-soaked haze, flakes of snow danced before her eyes, rendering her unable to comprehend Tongma's words clearly. Surely the messenger could not be mistaken? Let me ponder. Is Chinya eager to meet me ahead of schedule? How utterly charming. Ah, is Chinya unwell because of her? Fear not, I am unharmed. It is merely that she squandered a bit of time. After enduring a barrage of Tongma's incessant chatter, Chinya finally grasped the grim reality. The bloodied, grinning leader before her had just slain the woman at her feet and even devoured a substantial portion of her calf. You have committed murder. Tongma regarded her astonished and terrified expression with a persistent smile, casually flicking her iron fan as she calmly responded. Not at all. I am merely fulfilling my duties. She simply had a change of heart along the way and disregarded my counsel, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Murder is your profession? No, guiding those pitiful followers towards bliss is their fate. If they suffer so, let them journey there. If they seek eternal life, fleeing from death, then they may join me. Utterly incomprehensible. You are nothing short of a demon. She was perfectly fine. Chinya, still like a startled deer, incoherently denied the twisted rationale Tongma presented to her. Chapter 78. The plunge. Calm down. We cannot converse properly under such circumstances. I merely wish to invite you for a casual chat, perhaps a song or two. Do not come any closer. Regaining some composure, Chinya gasped for breath, interrupting Tongma's words with a quavering voice as she rose unsteadily. Having spent considerable time at the church, she had come to understand the doctrine of eternal bliss, and she even held some beliefs therein. Yet, the reason she had never truly joined was her inability to place the leader at the core of her life's meaning, to trust her with reckless abandon as the other devotees did. Chinya believed in the divine, yet she also held that one ought to possess their own thoughts and lives, striving for what they value. Worshipping the divine was merely a psychological comfort. The reality must be altered by one's own efforts. With such convictions at her core, it is no wonder she dared to escape repeatedly to protect Inosuk, even in the wake of her parents' demise, defying the wretched household that sought to confine her. Her heart belonged to someone far more significant. Her love for Inosuk surpassed her love for herself. The current reality was overwhelming and incomprehensible. The once benevolent leader she had always revered was now a murderer before her eyes, and worse. She had consumed part of the slain woman's flesh, feeling no shame, even taking pride in her actions, compelling Chinya to accept and believe in such a grotesque ideology. This was a moment she could not endure any longer. With a killer like this present, how could she ensure Inosuk's safety? Where is Chinya off to? That way is not correct. The side hall is in the opposite direction. As she staggered to her feet and fled, Tonma's smile faded away. Oh, that frantic demeanor is hardly endearing. Inhale, inhale, Inasuk, Inasuk. Bursting into the small courtyard she had inhabited for so long, she immediately called out for Inasuk. They needed to leave at once. What is it, Mama? The boy emerged from the far corner room adorned with wind chimes, still somewhat dazed, his voice innocent and soft. Come with Mama, quickly. But Sister Rin said, Inasuk, we must hurry. Without waiting for the child to utter another word, Chinya rushed to his side, scooping him up and sprinting towards the church's entrance. Escaping this place seemed far simpler than her previous flight from that terrifying home. There were no obstructions, only bewildered looks at her erratic behavior. Yet, once they had truly left the church and ventured deep into the woods, Chinya realized the magnitude of her current plight was 100-fold greater. The sun had completely vanished beneath the horizon, illuminating a new world, while the night claimed dominion over this one. The crescent moon, beautiful yet insufficient to penetrate the dense canopy, cast down but a feeble light to guide their way. They had not ventured far before the mother and child found themselves lost in what seemed an endless expanse of forest. Oh dear, is this as far as you've come? I thought you might have managed to flee a bit farther. After all, carrying a 3-year-old child, Chinya was beginning to feel the strain. Breathing heavily as she planned to set Inasuk down and move forward briefly when the voice that filled her with dread emerged beside her, gentle and smiling, yet imbued with a wholly different significance. She dared not look back. She knew Tonma was right behind her. Ah, it is the esteemed leader. Good evening. Inasuk, seemingly unaware of his mother's increasingly cold grip, turned at the sound, spotting Tonma and even waving enthusiastically. Though this leader appeared somewhat different tonight, with blood-soaked hair and a chilling gaze, to a child's eyes, she still resembled the same esteemed figure. Chinya felt a chill run down her spine, a palpable sense of mortal danger enveloping her. Good evening, Inasuk. Where are you off to? It is dark. Would you not return with me to the church? I do not know. Mama said we must leave. I see. As the footsteps drew nearer, Chinya broke free from the paralyzing fear that threatened to bring her to her knees, once more bending down to cradle Inasuk and sprinting away, shouting, Be silent. Do not speak to him any longer. Go away. Ah, Mama. Chinya's sudden outburst startled Inasuk, causing him to stammer and tear up, but the next moment, the scene before him froze his cries. With a sickening lurch, a blade pierced Chinya's chest, the sharp tip emerging slick with crimson. The silver blade shimmered with azure and scarlet patterns, as if they were intertwined with the weapon itself. The blade withdrew, blood gushing forth. The wound was her heart. Chinya yearned to endure, to resist, but there was no room for defiance. The blood flowed ever more freely, her complexion paling as she stumbled over a stone, inevitably collapsing. To protect Inasuk, she clutched him tightly to her chest, falling sideways to minimize any harm that might befall him. Mama, Mama, what is wrong? Chinya looked towards the approaching Tonma, still wielding the knife in her right hand. She understood her death was now unavoidable, but her child must not perish. He was still so very small. Breath quickening, she struggled to retreat, seeking to widen the distance between herself and Douma. With a frantic glance around, she sought an alternative until her hands met the precipice behind her, an abyss. The sound of rushing water reached her ears, and she instinctively turned her head to behold the turbulent river below. What to do? What to do? There was no path left. Remaining here would surely lead to her demise. Hachinoya, how I long to hear your voice in song. Why do you not heed my counsel, just as that woman did today? Mother, woe is me. Mother, am I mistaken in my thoughts? If she finds existence in this world unbearable, then it is but kindness to guide her away to paradise. Why must she resist me thus? Come back with me. For Inasuk, I can heal your wounds. Douma continued to speak, his face devoid of emotion, yet he genuinely wished to offer Kodoha a glimmer of hope. Without Shiki, he could not endure another solitary existence. For her tranquil soul and gentle melodies, he thought perhaps she could provide him with some solace. We can never return. I shall not permit Inasuk to be influenced by someone like you, nor shall I allow you to consume him. With her hair cascading around her, Kodoha's eyes gleamed with resolute determination. In that final moment, she chose to take a gamble. She inched closer to the cliff, suppressing her tears, disregarding Inasuk's struggles, and forcefully propelled him over the edge. Mother, Mother, throughout it all, Douma merely observed in silence, his expression unchanged. Forgive me, Inasuk. It is Mother who has broken her promise, who has failed to protect you. Survive, Inasuk, survive. Chapter 79, Dawn of a New Light. Was it not said that a mother's love for her son knows no bounds? How could she abandon him thus? Do you not intend to pray for me? Or to confess your transgressions and seek redemption? You wretched, cannibalistic fiend. Ah, what an impolite appellation. It seems you have no intention of returning. How regrettable. Douma swung his blade once more, and Kodoha was utterly slain. Indeed, it was a pity, for in her unique circumstances, he had encountered but one similar over the years. She was the only one who could bring him a semblance of the calm he once found in Shiki. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the woman before him, Douma pondered. It was unexpected that in the end, she cast aside her so-called treasure. She appeared much like those who make insincere oaths. The song she sang so many times, of promises unyielding for a century, now seemed utterly worthless. Had she lived, her future would have been fraught with suffering. Thus, he chose to end her life, preserving her final flicker of happiness. Yet, as for paradise, he had no desire to pursue it. He had no intention of consuming Kodoha. Douma believed she was not as he had envisioned, not the uniquely gentle being he had imagined. Why could she not remain calm? He had shown considerable patience in attempting to explain himself. Why flee? Why could she not be like Shiki? Why abandon him? He had once thought her to be truly different from that group. Thought her refusal to join the church signified a divergence. How lamentable. As for Inosuke, Douma cast a glance at the raging waters below the cliff. Merely a 3-year-old child, no different from a paper doll. By now, he had surely sunk to the depths, becoming sustenance for the fish. With this thought, Douma sighed deeply, his smile turning bitter for the first time. Alas, now the sole source of amusement was gone. Had she not fled, had she known less, he might have spared her life. How unfortunate. However, contrary to Douma's expectations, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Inosuke had not perished and was instead brought back to the church by Ren. So, the child merely suffered a head injury and lost his memory? In the room, Douma reclined against the main seat, while Inosuke knelt before him, bandaged and staring blankly, with Rin kneeling beside him. Yes, my lord. I have completed the investigation. Rin recounted the events, and with Douma's own knowledge, the situation became clearer. After falling into the river, Inosuke instinctively grasped a piece of driftwood, surviving the most treacherous stretch of water before entering a relatively gentle current, where a passing hunter discovered him and fished him from the water. The hunter sought a doctor to save Inosuke, yet the child remained feverish, awakening only to be met with confusion, as if rendered simple-minded by illness. On a rainy night, after completing her inquiries, Rin returned to the church, passing by the hunter. Initially intending to slay the hunter to sate her hunger, she instead encountered Inosuke. Recognizing him as the child of the woman Douma had made an exception for, she hesitated to kill the hunter, approaching Inosuke instead. Rin, unaware of the truth behind Kodoha's demise, believed Inosuke had merely wandered off, and thus she spared the hunter. Waiting for Inosuke's return to the church, leading to the current scene. After a prolonged silence, Douma observed the small child before him. One could not deny the tenacity of life. Astonishingly, he had survived. Do you remember your name? Inosuke remained in a daze, his large eyes fixed upon Douma for what felt like an eternity before he shook his head. A profound stillness enveloped him, a tranquility devoid of emotion, as if his soul lay blank. Do you recognize me? Yes. The child stood, his steps unsteady, perhaps due to other injuries yet to heal. No one hindered him as he approached Douma, performing an action that left Douma momentarily speechless. He raised his arms and embraced Douma tightly. Please do not abandon me. The child's voice was laced with caution as he clung to Douma with all his might. How to describe it? It was a silent weeping. His eyes, lacking vibrancy, simply shed tears quietly, fear evident within him. Yet, the absence of memory stripped him of a solid foundation for his dread, leaving him without intense emotional responses, culminating in this behavior that seemed uncharacteristic for a child his age. Ah, of course. Douma lowered his gaze for a moment, then straightened, wrapping his arms around Inosuke, cradling the small figure close, imitating Kodoha's past gestures, gently stroking the child's back. Do not fear, Inosuke, you have returned home. Inosuke, such is your name, a new beginning, heralding a dawn of light. Douma spoke thus, his heart aching yet filled with an indescribable sense of hopeful anticipation. Inosuke, in Douma's eyes, had emerged from what seemed a certain death, standing before him, a sight that stirred thoughts of whether Shiki might also reappear, like a new light. In times past, he would have never entertained such notions, but after encountering Hikaru, his perspective had shifted slightly. At the very least, he imagined there might exist means to resurrect the deceased. Whether through the recreation of flesh or the reincarnation of souls, there remained a flicker of hope. Keeping Inosuke by his side, was this a whimsical decision? Was it because Inosuke inspired him to envision a reunion with Shiki? Or perhaps it was simply the child's tranquil, blank essence that made him more palatable to Douma's eyes? Or merely because he had returned, embracing Douma and pleading not to be cast aside? Such thoughts were unclear. Yet what remained evident was Douma's willingness to retain this child, considering him a testament to his hope of reuniting with Shiki, as a symbol of awaiting light. He could not transform him into a demon, and thus, they were both fated to dwell in the darkness. In the course of such a prolonged accumulation, he earnestly yearned to break free from the constraints of the sun. Chapter 80. The Holy Sun. Ever since that day, Inosuke had adopted the name Amamiya Hikaru, becoming the adopted son of Douma. To those within the church, he was regarded as their esteemed holy son. As for Inosuke's past, under Douma's discreet indication, the loyal servants would naturally refrain from speaking of it, some even feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Inosuke's newfound fortune. In due course, after several cycles of renewal, no one in the church, aside from the core trio of demons, would remember the boy's previous existence. From that day forth, Douma's titles for Hikaru expanded beyond simply the master to also include Amamiya Hikaru. In Hikaru's eyes, he became the ailing master and the physician father. It took Hikaru several months to fully recuperate and acclimatize to life within the church, and he naturally accepted Douma as his father. Though somewhat reserved and quiet, he could unabashedly raise his hands to request an embrace, calling out Papa. Douma's smile possessed an immense allure, his gentle and soothing tone, accompanied by an ever so slightly reproachful demeanor, felt remarkably familiar to Hikaru. Their interactions were extraordinarily harmonious, as if they had genuinely lived together all along. Hikaru found great comfort in his father's tenderness, which seemed to overlap with the vague remnants of a human figure in his memory. They would gently stroke him and often lift him up to play. The only disruption might have been the fleeting memories of certain sounds that Hikaru subconsciously held on to. After he had bravely requested to listen to a song, Douma cheerfully acquiesced. Gazing upon a visage so similar to his own, he recalled Kotoha and her song, the one that promised not to change for 100 years. Yet, aside from that promise, each rendition seemed to differ. All right, let me think. Jasmine flower, yes, jasmine flower. He retrieved one of those melodies from his recollections and sang it in its entirety, including those promises and assurances. As Douma's voice resonated, flickers of light sparkled in Hikaru's dim pupils, but when it came to those oaths, confusion took hold, and ultimately, he drifted away. The song was beautiful, delivered in the usual gentle tone, yet afterwards, Hikaru never again requested to hear that melody. It was by happenstance that Hikaru discovered his father's remarkable prowess in swordsmanship. Despite his frail constitution, that night, hidden behind the door, he witnessed the shadows of blades dancing amidst the remnants of ice and snow, as his father wielded a blade with astonishing agility. For a brief moment, Hikaru felt as if the snowflakes outside had paused in their descent, suspended in midair, marveling at the exquisite technique. By this time, Hikaru had turned 10. He was so taken aback that he remained oblivious even when Douma sheathed his sword and approached him. Without haste, Douma squatted down, observing Hikaru with keen interest. "What are you still doing awake? Just now, I nearly severed you in half." "Daddy." Finally snapping back to reality. Hikaru's response was delayed, yet his eyes began to illuminate gradually, culminating in an unprecedented radiance. "Daddy, what were you just doing?" "That was amazing. Just practicing my swordplay." "How impressive." The boy's gaze fixated on the blade resting at Douma's waist, repeating the phrase. He recognized this sword, having often seen his father meticulously maintain it. Yet under the carefully crafted backdrop set by Rin and Kaza, he believed his father could not truly wield it, thinking it merely decorative. Such a treasured item. Perhaps it was. Well, he wasn't quite sure. Over the years spent within the church, Douma did not overly interfere with Hikaru's daily life. And he wanted for nothing, learning various skills from Kaza. He studied, painted, poured tea, and played chess, engaging in activities that felt more like play than lessons on how to become a competent successor to the church's leadership. However, in reality, he had already learned what he considered enough, and recently, he had begun contemplating skipping classes due to sheer boredom. What he witnessed that night undoubtedly invigorated him. From the books he had read, he had absorbed numerous profound philosophies and developed a somewhat conventional worldview. Yet, his genuine admiration and fascination were not directed towards those cultural luminaries, but rather towards the generals and samurais wielding katanas. He remembered their captivating tales and fantasized about becoming an ancient general, traversing the land and claiming territories. Perhaps every boy has, to some extent, dreamed of being a great general, wielding a katana, endlessly pursuing the highest tenets of Bushido. "Daddy, were you just controlling the ice and snow with your sword?" "Oh dear, you've caught me. But remember to keep it a secret, Hikaru. This is a divine legacy." "Oh, I promise. But, Daddy, may I learn? I wish to spread the divine's message and save people." Hikaru acknowledged his identity as the Holy Son, yet he did not wish to remain in the church until inheriting the position of master. In the years of his upbringing, he had scarcely ventured beyond the church for more than a month. Even when he attempted to sneak out, he would inexplicably find himself returned by Kaza after a night's escapade. He had witnessed countless individuals coming to his father to express their grievances, and it was indeed quite noisy. He wondered why they could not resolve their issues themselves instead of relying on the divine. When he posed this question to his father, he could clearly sense Douma's delight. His father explained that they perceived the world as filled with suffering, entrapped by various reasons in what they deemed their own misery, rendering them incapable of extricating themselves. Thus, they sought refuge here, praying for a passage to paradise. Then I too shall save them, just like you, Daddy. Yet Hikaru was unsure of what paradise truly entailed, and he could not quite grasp Douma's explanation. Thus, he thought that if he could become exceptionally strong and alleviate people's suffering, that would count as saving them, wouldn't it? Douma did not oppose this notion, as it was indeed challenging for Hikaru to achieve the cannibalistic feats he spoke of. After much pleading from Hikaru, Douma remained reluctant to teach him the breathing techniques, instead providing him with a few rudimentary exercises that would only serve to strengthen his physique. To Douma's surprise, Hikaru, through persistent training, managed to connect those few methods and devise a rhythm akin to the total concentration breathing. Well, it is evident that your determination to learn is remarkably formidable. Teaching you may not be a problem. However, when you venture into the world you envision, do take care not to get yourself killed. Without the Nichiren blade, the impact might not be significant. Chapter 81, Inheritance. Douma thoughtfully prepared a suitable wooden sword for Hikaru, instructing him to strengthen his body during the day and later imparting the techniques of ice breathing. However, the ice breathing he now taught had evolved significantly from its original form. For a century, its practitioners had been demons, leading to numerous transformations and increasingly unfathomable angles of attack, rendering it unattainable for an ordinary human. Douma would not permit the breathing techniques to regress. They belonged to the seasons first, then to him, and he could not allow this precious, historically significant art to be diminished for the sake of a later comer. Hikaru exerted extraordinary effort, pouring his heart and soul into this particular study, far more than he had in his cultural education. It seemed he had made a decisive choice between the realms of culture and martial prowess. He did not wish to disappoint his father, nor did he want to become a failed holy son. He aspired to grow stronger in every conceivable aspect. Thus, the dual-wielding technique emerged with Hikaru. This was his own proposal. Leveraging two swords would enable him to more closely emulate the current ice breathing, allowing for quicker transitions and strikes. In the beginning, it was indeed a formidable challenge, both physically and psychologically, a true trial of endurance. The specter showed no concern for whether or not one was in pain. It was only when Douma assessed that Hikaru might perish during training that he would allow him to rest. Time and again, despite wielding wooden weapons, Hikaru could scarcely discern the blade of Ren before finding himself felled to the ground. The despair was overwhelming, leading Hikaru to question whether he was merely a fool, utterly unworthy of the way of the sword. Yet, in these moments of doubt, Douma would offer words of comfort, reminding him that he was chosen by the divine, destined to bring salvation to others, and that he possessed great strength. For the sake of those suffering, he must persevere. Unlike his father, who had the extraordinary power to guide souls to paradise, he would have to employ other means to assist those in need. He had studied medicine, and now he would master the art of vanquishing evil. For years past, marked by the changing of seasons, over 1,000 days had taught Hikaru the arduous nature of breath control, yet he never faltered. Until, beneath the witness of the waning moon on this fateful evening, he managed to summon forth a beautiful ice blossom with his blade, severing a strand of Ren's hair. Haha, father, I did it. Though the moonlight was cool, the youth appeared as if he had just emerged from water, his disheveled hair clumped together. Yet his eyes sparkled brightly, akin to emeralds glistening with life. In uttering those final words, his body succumbed to fatigue, and he fainted, though he did not meet the ground directly. Ren had already enveloped him in a protective embrace at the moment he spoke, averting any mishap. Ah, Ren, why are you being so lenient? Douma, who had been observing throughout, knew that the young woman before him possessed far greater prowess than she had displayed. A smile graced his lips as he approached leisurely. His fan unfurled. It was my subordinate's initiative. Upon witnessing the Son of God making a breakthrough, they huffed. So you didn't wish to dampen his confidence? It's fine. He has always been remarkably tenacious. Even as he spoke thus, he bent down to lift the young man and carried him inside. He had assessed that Hikaru was merely exhausted and would recover after a couple of days' rest. Huh, can you believe this little rascal actually learned it? Douma found it hard to believe, considering it had taken a full 4 years of rigorous training to yield noticeable progress. He was uncertain if this was considered normal, but it felt slow for both him and Jasuk. Reflecting on the past 4 years, the repetitive days condensed into fleeting memories, as if they were but yesterday. Douma gazed at the once cherubic child, now transformed by training into a figure of muscular definition, his skin bronzed by the sun, and felt a pang of nostalgia. How curious it was that both he and Hikaru for something uncertain and possibly devoid of future, had nearly risked everything in the present. Had Hikaru ever contemplated what would happen if he simply could not learn, if he were destined to fail? If Rin had not acted out of personal interest? How much longer would he have had to train? He pondered, as he once had, the possibility of never seeing Jisuk again, of never reclaiming him. Would he still maintain a polished facade while Hikaru's faith lay shattered? Each time the young man exhibited even the slightest improvement, Douma felt an unusual exhilaration. Observing the ripples in the stagnant lake, he felt akin to a deity commanding the winds. If he willed it, those ripples would swell into crashing waves, and the boy would rejoice. Conversely, if he desired tranquility, the ripples would subside, and the child would return to his silent practice. He watched from afar, mostly in silence, witnessing the boy's evolution from child to adolescent, from wooden sword to dual blades, from awkwardness to proficiency. Now, he found himself curious. When he had been similarly earnest in his practice, what must Jisuk have perceived? Could he discern the misalignments in joint rotations, the irregularities in muscle contractions, the inconsistencies in breathing patterns? Such a wondrous experience, indeed. In these years, he had failed to locate his dear Jisuk. I believe I must depart from the church. Only by venturing forth can I truly understand the suffering of others. No? A sense of determination emanated from the young man, clad in a blue kimono and gray hakama. As he sat across from Kasumi, speaking earnestly, "Ah, my dear son of God, I understand," Douma replied with a chuckle. "But might I inquire the answer to the previous question? I need just a minute, for I wish to venture outside." After completing the day's studies and listening to Kasumi outline the evening's itinerary, Hikaru finally slumped over the table, issuing a long sigh of complaint. He yearned to experience the free-spirited life described in the books he had read, to wander and explore, all while saving lives for the church and fulfilling his mission to eradicate evil and suffering. In his recollection, the church had always consisted of around 250 individuals, fluctuating by no more than 10 either way, a remarkably stable number. Perhaps it was the remote location that hindered his father and two sisters, who were in poor health, from venturing out. The weight of this responsibility now rested upon his shoulders. Is it true that little Hikaru longs to venture out? "Ah, father?" He was startled, unaware of when Douma had arrived, only to find him seated cross-legged before him, his ever-smiling countenance directed at Hikaru. I'm just. Do not worry, my dear. I understand you have never favored being confined within the church's limited space. If you wish to go, then go. Kasumi merely concerns herself with your safety. I can protect myself now. Haha, very well, I understand." The following morning, at the break of dawn, Hikaru was summoned to Touma's chamber. After exchanging pleasantries, Douma helped him trim his long, dark hair, which had only just covered his eyes, allowing it to be swept aside. He assisted in packing his belongings and provided him with a map, forged from blood demon techniques, which would vanish once he ventured beyond 100 miles from the church. From the shadows, Rin had always been close by, though Hikaru had remained unaware. At last, he was truly set free to depart. Now go. Let me witness whether this buoyant child can surprise us beyond measure. Chapter 82. Anticipation. According to the map, Hikaru chose to head directly to the nearest town, Arakawa. He had long wished to see it, having heard many tales from the faithful who hailed from there, describing a place rife with chaos, disease, and rampant violence. Thus, it was decided that his first stop would be here. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback. The moment he set foot in the area, he was greeted by a clear stream winding its way through the land, irrigating vast fields. Men and women of all ages worked in pairs, some toiling in the fields, while others sought respite from the heat. As he ventured further, the number of houses increased, and the roads became more even. Rounding a small hill, he arrived just as the stars began to twinkle. The town was aglow with lights, bustling with life. Food stalls and clothing shops abounded. The townsfolk wore expressions of joy, frequently pausing at stalls or stepping into shops. Hikaru had witnessed such scenes before, but his astonishment lay in the stark contrast between this reality and the grim descriptions given by the faithful. How could such a harmonious and vibrant community be labeled as chaotic and sorrowful? Had the books he had read deceived him? With no choice left, he settled in briefly to gather information, suspecting there must be more to the story. Funds were not an issue, so he chose the largest looking inn, secured a room, and meandered about until he had sampled every delicacy the food stalls had to offer, finally returning to the inn with satisfaction. Having ventured beyond the map's boundaries, the Blood Demon Techniques map quietly faded away as he slept that night. After wandering near Arakawa for over a month, Hikaru found himself deeply skeptical, questioning whether the books had misled him or if the pitiable souls he had envisioned were the ones deceiving him. Finally, a turning point emerged. Once, there was an elderly woman named Chisato Itoya who frequented the church. It was she who first recognized him, for one cannot claim that Hikaru, the noble one, is forgetful. Indeed, the disparity between the elderly woman and her memory was too great. When she visited the church, she brought along her granddaughter, seeking peace. Though Chisato was also aged and frail at that time, she possessed a certain vitality and hope. Her only son was at ne'er-do-well, and her two daughters had married far away. After the passing of her husband, she had begun to succumb to despair, nearly following him into the void. But the birth of her granddaughter by her daughter-in-law had rekindled the flicker of life within her. She adored the little girl immensely, yet could not withstand the weight of her son's incompetence, who drank excessively and often vented his frustration upon his wife and daughter. Her daughter-in-law, in search of solace, had found some church that seemed to be called Everlasting Bliss. Eventually, she became unhinged. One day, she suddenly appeared before Chisato, imploring her to care for Sueno, declaring her intent to journey to bliss, for she could no longer endure the trials of this world. After that fateful day, Chisato never saw her daughter-in-law again. She endeavored to protect her granddaughter, but when her son lost his temper, he would strike out even at her. Chisato was unafraid, truly. Her heart had grown cold towards her son. All she desired was for Sueno to grow up well, to eventually marry a good man, and she vowed to safeguard her from encountering another like her father. She felt a deep shame for having such a son. By chance, she learned of the shadow of everlasting bliss and, recalling her daughter-in-law's words, entertained different thoughts and took Sueno there. She encountered the Son of God and Hikaru, and was left in awe, receiving both his promise and solace. At that moment, glimmers of hope still resided in her eyes, and her attire was clean and orderly, a stark contrast to her current state. Now, her back was hunched, her left leg appeared to be broken, and she walked with a limp. Her hair was unkempt, her onion-purple garments soiled, and her person exuded an unpleasant odor. Upon catching sight of Hikaru, she rushed forward without hesitation, clinging tightly to his leg. Kneeling and weeping on the bustling street, words escaped her. All that emerged were cries, her hoarse voice reminiscent of swallowing shards of glass. Passers-by observed this scene, instinctively creating distance, pausing briefly to murmur and point before dispersing. "Oh dear, what has happened? It's just that Atoya woman, merely a madwoman. Usually quiet, but now is in such a state." Her daughter-in-law and son had both fled, and now even her granddaughter was gone. It was truly pitiful. Hikaru absorbed snippets of the surrounding chatter, stirring some curiosity within him. In such a circumstance, most would have pushed her away or dismissed her with a few words. For who could anticipate what such a madwoman might do? And getting one's clothes soiled was undesirable. He had seen similar individuals, those who beseeched their fathers at the church. Thus, in his judgment, this elderly woman bore the weight of suffering, as the Holy Son. Though he had yet to unravel the depths of despair this place harbored, he felt compelled to address even such minor grievances. He knelt beside Chisato, emulating his father's posture, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. The elderly woman trembled all over, as if she had just realized her actions, and the kindness she received was beyond her expectations. Struggling to suppress her sobs, she attempted to release Hikaru, but found herself unable to rise due to her injuries. "Chisato Atoya, is it? I remember you. There is no need to stifle your feelings. You may share anything with me, and I shall convey it to the divine to alleviate your suffering." At merely 14 years of age, he spoke with a calm demeanor, his gaze cast downwards, yet exuding an unexpected aura that rendered the adults momentarily speechless, instilling a flicker of trust. Yes, amidst the collision of thoughts, he recognized the elderly woman, and he could not stand idly by in this situation. He took the initiative to assist Chisato, escorting her back to an inn, where, motivated by monetary gain, the innkeeper accepted her as a guest. "Now, please, do share." Hikaru sat opposite the elderly woman, his previously indifferent expression suddenly transforming, the corners of his mouth lifting as he endeavored to mimic the warmth of Tomoya when he looked at Chisato. Initially taken aback, the elderly woman seemed to regain her ability to articulate, her clouded eyes reflecting memories as she began to speak hesitantly. "Sueno is my granddaughter. That day, we went to the mountains to gather firewood to sell. She was so hungry, yearning for rice balls. Eventually, we found plenty, but the sun had set." As she rambled on, Chisato's pupils suddenly flickered with terror and regret, her breaths quickening, leading her to cough, her words becoming increasingly jumbled. "It's a monster. A demon that devours people, drinks their blood. No, it seeks Sueno. It wants to consume her." Hikaru made no move, for Tomoya would not either. He was merely there to listen to her tale, needing only to remember the events and offer comfort thereafter. Within him, a slight unease stirred. Yet he could not comprehend its nature. He simply wished for the story to conclude swiftly, to identify the source of her anguish, and to resolve it. Such revelations would affirm his worth, proving he could become the next worthy leader, wouldn't he? "Father? Holy Son, I cannot reach the church. I cannot find Sueno. She is gone, vanished before my eyes. I should have. The weight of her emotions bore down upon her, and she was drenched in sweat, her face flushed, while her hands trembled uncontrollably, fingers contorting painfully. Observing the frail form of the elderly woman, who was gasping for breath, Hikaru felt a pang in his heart. His smile faltering, replaced by a gentle furrowing of his brow. He wished to alleviate her pain, but his mind failed to conjure any means to do so. He suddenly realized that no one had ever taught him how to comfort another without words. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to articulate any comforting words due to his own peculiar state. Reluctantly, he shifted the conversation. Chisato Atoya, do you have anything else to share? If you have any wishes, I can fulfill them for you. I can exchange my life for it. I want that thing that killed Sueno to perish. It has taken many lives, I know, they all know. Straining to catch her breath, Chisato gritted her teeth and uttered these words with unyielding determination. Sorrow and ferocity intermingled within the elderly woman.